Can see that. Wu Ziqing called. Little Yi, the Japanese and Koreans have made their move. Yeah, they come bearing ill will. Are you prepared for it? You just reminded me 2 days ago, so of course I am. Or perhaps I've already been prepared for this since a long time ago when I joked about them on my talk show. We'll observe as the situation develops. I still stand by what I said. I'll deal with them as they come. Okay. Zhang Ye was not surprised by this outcome. He had always known that this day would come. The only thing he did not expect was that those people would all gang up and sully him. This made Zhang Ye sneer on end. Chapter 1393, Rivers Run Red appears. Chapter 1393, Rivers Run Red appears. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the evening, it was almost time for the press conference. The storm from the afternoon was also growing more and more intense. A lot of the Japanese and Korean media and citizens were scolding Zhang Ye. Later on, even quite a few of their government officials started publicly speaking out and condemning Zhang Ye. The criticisms came wave after wave. In the end, the Chinese netizens were so annoyed by it that they came forward to show their support for Zhang Ye. What the hell are they doing? Can't they differentiate fake news from the truth? And why are the Japanese and Korean government officials adding fuel to fire as well? It might have been started by those officials in the first place. That's right, that might be possible. I'm on Zhang Ye's side. Me too. Those people are totally unreasonable. How can they suddenly start scolding Zhang Ye like that? Zhang Ye has been garnering donations for everyone and did those PSAs as well. This is something that would benefit the whole of Asia. After giving so much effort for everyone, you people are just going to turn hostile and ignore his contributions? Stab him in the back? Do you people have a conscience? Did it get eaten by dogs? Just seeing this makes me so angry. The problem is that those Korean stars are still continuing to fan the flames. The Korean and Japan media are the same. They're clearly targeting Zhang Ye, supporting Zhang Ye. If it carries on like this, could Zhang Ye get banned in Japan and Korea? Damn, they wouldn't dare. Let's see how Zhang Ye will handle this. The netizens paid close attention. The industry insiders paid close attention. Members of the entertainment circle were also watching. In the past, Zhang Ye's minor skirmishes with the Japanese and Koreans had never been brought up so blatantly by anyone. It wasn't that the news didn't report about it, but that it didn't receive a lengthy mention and had little effect on public opinion. After all, Zhang Ye wasn't really famous at that time as he was just a run-of-the-mill celebrity in China. But it was different now. Zhang Ye had become very active in show business these days and was starting to step onto the Asian stage. His public exposure was soaring while his Asian popularity was growing by the day. With that, many of his past incidents were now being talked about again by people and had become the ammunition and weaponry to bring him down. Those who have come are not friendly. Those who are friendly have not come. It was at this time that the live broadcast of the press conference began. Japan. Damn, he's coming out. Zhang Ye is coming out. Scold him. Make him apologize. Right? We have to make him apologize to us. Korea. He still has the nerve to go ahead with the live broadcast. Zhang Ye, you better apologize to Anson Appa. And Park Jae-sang too. You owe the Appas an explanation. Right? Apologize. Calling for the philanthropic ambassador to be replaced. That's right. Replace the philanthropic ambassador. We must rid the Asian entertainment industry of such hooligans. At the venue, the live broadcast began. Reporters from all over Asia were present, and it was very chaotic. At this moment, Zhang Ye entered the venue. The coordinator at the Asian Red Cross Society was next to him and whispered, "Teacher Zhang, the Japanese and Korean media will surely be targeting you today, so try not to answer too many questions and don't talk to them too much. I've also heard the news and know that a lot of it is untrue. We understand everything, so don't worry. We're all on your side. Rumors will remain rumors, and it will collapse upon itself. Since we're involved in charity work, we cannot be afraid of such things." Zhang Ye smiled. "All right," the coordinator said. "We'll try our best to steer clear of the reporter's questioning session or maybe cut it short. When you're finished writing the calligraphy for Rivers Run Red, we'll end the press conference there." Zhang Ye said, "Sure, that won't be a problem." Kacha, kacha. The cameras were snapping shots without pause. The Asian reporters immediately turned their attention to him. Zhang Ye walked up onto the stage and gave the crowd a smile before sitting down. The people from the charity joined him and sat down as well. Around them, many of the staff and volunteers from the Asian Red Cross Society were very worried. Some of them huddled together and spoke in whispers. What should we do? They're taking it too far. Teacher Zhang is such a good person. Yeah, I can't understand why there are people slandering a great philanthropist like him. He donated a calligraphy piece worth $100 million just like that, and also sponsored the money and manpower for our PSAs. Just think, how many people would do something like that? What's more, Teacher Zhang is a very nice person and is especially kind. I've never seen him lose his temper before. Teacher Zhang has fully dedicated himself to charity. Look over there. Teacher Zhang still has a smile on his face at this time. How gracious of him. That's right. He's not even angry after something this big happened. He's really too kind. Having interacted with Zhang Ye over the past few days, some of the youth volunteers at the Asian Red Cross Society had started admiring him a bit. So they naturally supported him and looked at the Japanese and Korean reporters with disdain. Whoever determined that volunteers in charity couldn't have a bit of a temper. The press conference formally began. After adjusting the microphone on the table, the charity's coordinator said with a smile, "Good evening, everyone. We're here at the press conference today for the appointment of the Asian Philanthropic Ambassador. We are very honored to be able to get Teacher Zhang to take the role as our ambassador, and also very happy to share this good news with the various media outlets from across Asia. I'm sure that no one's a stranger to Teacher Zhang. Since a long time ago, Teacher Zhang has always been involved at the front lines of charity work. For example, I wonder if everyone remembers the electricity conservation PSA and also the quit smoking PSA that aired in China a few years ago. The opening speech went on for a long time. Finally, it was Zhang Ye's turn to speak. Zhang Ye smiled before saying, "Thank you, everyone. And thank you for the trust that the Asian Charity Association has placed in me. To be honest, taking this role as the Asian Philanthropic Ambassador really stresses me out, but it has also given me motivation. I will do my best to help whoever I can." Quite a few volunteers were looking at him in admiration. When Zhang Ye finished speaking, they applauded him with all they had. The applause by the Chinese media's personnel also rang out. Only the Japanese and Korean media outlets were less enthusiastic as they showed no response at all. The coordinator hesitated for a bit before saying, "Next up, it's time for the reporter's questioning session." He checked his watch and said, "Due to time constraints for the live broadcast, we will only accept 3 questions." Before they could even pick a reporter to ask the questions, a Japanese reporter was already on his feet. When the Korean reporters saw this, they also started asking their questions. They didn't care about the rules at all. "May I ask, can Zhang Ye apologize for those mistakes that he made in the past?" "Teacher Zhang Ye, why did you attack Li Anson? About your attack on Teacher Park Jae-sang, what explanation do you have for it? I would like to ask the people from the Red Cross Society, what kind of criteria did you have for choosing the philanthropic ambassador?" "Zhang Ye, please apologize. The press conference is broadcast live to all of Asia, and the people are watching. Since you've been appointed as the Asian Philanthropic Ambassador, you should make an example of yourself by adopting the right attitude. This is the best chance for you, so you should make an apology to the Japanese and Korean people for the things that you've done to them in the past. It is the only way you can earn the respect and forgiveness of everyone." The Japanese and Korean reporters banded together to attack him. It made it seem like all of it had been arranged beforehand. The press conference looked like a public condemnation session. Japan, right, apologize. Apologize. Korea, apologize immediately. Apologize on the live broadcast. Hurry up. China, apologize your sister. Fuck, you're starting to encroach even further now? Why isn't Zhang Ye addressing the issue? This fellow is still putting on airs. Fuck, has Teacher Zhang become stupid from performing all that charity work? At the venue, it was getting out of control. All of the Japanese and Korean media outlets' personnel were kicking up a fuss as the volunteers and staff went forward in an attempt to stop them. However, they could not get things under control. The coordinator immediately ended the reporter's questioning session. "Next, let us invite Teacher Zhang to write a calligraphy piece for us. This calligraphy piece will be open for bidding when it gets put up at a charity auction in a month's time. All of the proceeds from it will then go towards our charity efforts in Asia. So let us thank Teacher Zhang for his generosity." The applause was sparse. It was mostly just the volunteers clapping. The 4 treasures of the study had been brought out and prepared beforehand. The coordinator said, "Teacher Zhang, please." Zhang Ye nodded. Okay. A lot of people knew that the finale of the press conference today was going to be Zhang Ye's calligraphy of Rivers Run Red, Boundless. It was a very famous contemporary poem and was considered a very widespread piece of literature. The content of it expressed boundless benevolence and was very suited for the occasion here. Using this work of poetry as the finale would bring the press conference to a close in a perfect way. Charity acts were not bound by geographical borders and also had an effect of opening up everyone's hearts. The coordinator at the Red Cross Society also hoped that Zhang Ye's calligraphy could appease the scoldings from the Japanese and Koreans a little. The volunteers understood this, and everyone else understood this. But a few Japanese and Korean reporters still continued making a scene. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize immediately. Zhang Ye picked up the brush. He looked calmly at the clamoring Japanese and Korean reporters, then looked down and placed the nib on the paper. Rivers Run Red. The volunteers shouted. Nicely written. Wow, that's so amazing. The Chinese media. It's in semi-cursive. It's semi-cursive again. Rivers Run Red. Boundless is indeed a good poem. I also like this piece of poetry. But when Zhang Ye carried on writing, a lot of people were stunned. On this. Are these the first 2 words of the poem? They aren't. Right. Yeah, I remember that it isn't these as well. Did he get it wrong? Damn, surely a literary giant like Teacher Zhang couldn't have made such a bad mistake, right? But it's really written wrong. This is bad. It's even being shown on the live broadcast. The coordinator was stunned. The volunteers were dumbfounded. The Japanese and Korean reporters were very happy. They looked like they were enjoying watching someone make a fool of themselves. He wrote it wrong. Serves him right. You deserve it. Ha ha ha. But as Zhang Ye's brush danced across the paper, leaving a vivid trail of words behind it, the laughter of the Japanese and Korean media stopped. The Chinese media was stunned, and the volunteers were dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Japanese, Korean, and other Asian peoples watching the live broadcast nearly jumped out of their seats. Each and every word had rocked them to their core. Each and every word was full of malice. On this tiny globe, a few flies dashed themselves against a wall. Buzzing drones, at times whining, at times weeping. Ants climb a locust tree, boast of a great nation. Mayflies talk of shaking trees, out of their station. The west wind scatters leaves over Chang'an. Whistling arrows fly. So much to get done, making haste slowly. The world moves on, time passes by. 10,000 years is too long. Seas every minute of every hour. The 4 seas crash. Clouds and waters warring. The 5 continents thrash. Wind and thunder roaring. If we sweep away all pests, invincible we'll be. He signed it and set down the brush. He finished writing it in one go. On this year. On this day. At this moment. Rivers Run Red. Reply to Comrade Guomuan shockingly arrived. Chapter 1394. Face-smacking Zhang returns again. Chapter 1394. Face-smacking Zhang returns again. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Silence reigned in the venue. Everyone watching the live broadcast on television was dumbfounded. It wasn't written wrong. He did not write it wrong at all. This was indeed a Rivers Run Red poem. The line length and rhythm were all typical of a Rivers Run Red poem. But none of them had ever seen this piece before. This was a totally different Rivers Run Red from the one that they knew in their world. Boundless. Benevolence. Knowing no borders. None of the words written were about that. It wasn't even fucking close to it. This was a scolding. This was a fucking poem used to scold people. Flies dashing themselves against a wall. Buzzing drones. At times weeping. Zhang, who the fuck do you think you scolding? The Japanese and Korean reporters at the venue were all long-term foreign correspondents stationed in Beijing, and almost every one of them could read Chinese. When they saw this calligraphy, they nearly fainted in anger. Zhang Ye, you're pushing it too far. You're scolding us. How can you do that? This is a live broadcast. You're too bold. This is so infuriating. Pissing me off. The Japanese and Korean reporters couldn't accept it and were turning green from anger. At an entertainment company in China. Heavens. Something has happened. What's the matter? Zhang Ye started something again on live TV. What? Let me take a look. Several celebrities immediately put down their work and ran over to watch. At Yao Jinsai's house, Uncle Zhang has made his move. What move? Dad, come watch the live broadcast. At Zhang Ye's parents' house, why is little Yi scolding other people again? That child, forget it, we're already used to it. Japan, holy shit, this guy is too sarcastic. What sort of a person is this? How can there be someone like him? Scolding others in calligraphy on live TV. Isn't that as good as scolding us too? Ah, this is driving me so mad. This Chinese heavenly king is just like a rabid dog. Korea, oh my god, he's turned to scolding others now. I'm gonna spit all over his face. This is provocation. He's definitely trying to pick a fight. He's pointing right at us and scolding us. I can't believe my eyes. A philanthropist? What kind of a goddamn philanthropist is this? Fuck. And he's even the Asian philanthropic ambassador? Which philanthropic ambassador have you guys seen behave this way? It blew up. When this was relayed over the live broadcast, the whole of Asia blew up. No one could have expected that a philanthropic ambassador would actually scold people like that during a press conference organized by the Asian Charity Association and broadcast live throughout Asia. To say nothing of the past, this was something that wouldn't even happen in the future. As such, countless people were shocked by the scene that had just unfolded. Some people cursed and swore. Some people vomited blood. Some people were overjoyed. Some people were just enjoying the chaos. At the venue, beads of sweat were rolling down the head of the coordinator at the Red Cross Society. He pretended not to have noticed the furious expressions of the Japanese and Korean reporters and coughed. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for your calligraphy piece. I hereby announce that we have come to the end of our press conference. The press conference ended just like that, and the live broadcast signal was abruptly cut off. Could he not end it early? If he did not do that, it would have probably erupted into a fight. The coordinator was almost in tears. He had been in charge of several appointment press conferences for the Asian philanthropic ambassador, and all of them had been conducted smoothly. What kind of situation could possibly happen in such press conferences? Even if there were an incident, how bad could it get? This was what he had thought, as well as what the staff members expected. But to the surprise of everyone, something really went wrong today, and it was even an extremely big incident. The volunteers offstage froze. This calligraphy. Ahem. Teacher Zhang has torn a hole in the sky. Yeah, he has terribly offended them. The press conference was dismissed, but Zhang Ye was a sea of calm. He looked like he hadn't committed anything wrong, and the incident from just a short moment ago had nothing to do with him. The fellow walked off the stage like nothing had happened. The coordinator rolled his eyes. Teacher Zhang, didn't we agree that you would be writing Rivers Run Red? Zhang Ye blinked. It is Rivers Run Red. The coordinator was exasperated. Not that Rivers Run Red. Zhang Ye said, Hi, they're all about the same. Which Rivers Run Red isn't a Rivers Run Red? All about the same? This is fucking way too different, alright. The Japanese and Korean reporters did not leave and stayed behind to protest loudly. But at this moment, the staff of the Asian Charity Association discovered that the Chinese media's reporters were all as calm as Zhang Ye. Some of them hurriedly headed back to their offices after packing their equipment, while some others finished up their reports before heading back to publish them. Some of them even headed out of the venue in groups amid laughing chatter. The coordinator was speechless. The Japanese and Korean reporters were speechless. The staff of the Red Cross Society was too. How can you people still be this calm? Do you know how big of an incident this is? The Chinese media's reporters knew that this was a big event, of course. But they were not as surprised and shocked as the others since they were very familiar with such situations. They'd already had many years of experience when it came to dealing with Zhang Ye. The others might not know him well. But how could they not know him well? Scolding people on a live broadcast? You guys haven't seen such a thing before? But we've been through it too many times. Counting the number of cases that happened in recent years, when has Zhang Ye not scolded anyone during a live broadcast? 8 out of 10 times, something would happen. Is it the first time you learned about this? In fact, the Chinese media's reporters were also very surprised. They were surprised that there were still people who dared to challenge Zhang Ye in these situations. Do you really not know who he is? Do you really not know what kind of a temper he has? Oh, you're letting down your defenses just because he started becoming active in charity for several days? Are you thinking that he'll be a pushover just because of that? Are you finding him amiable just because of that? Her. Childish. If he really had such a good temper, there would have been peace in the entertainment industry long ago. If he were so easy to speak with, he wouldn't be Zhang Ye. He was the most notorious hooligan in the Chinese entertainment circle. Did you guys think that his nickname was for nothing? Remember this. If you wish to scold Zhang Ye in the future, do it secretly. No matter what, you mustn't challenge him face to face. Otherwise, you'll realize that the person who gets scolded the most will be yourselves. Because when it comes to Zhang Ye's eloquent mouth and literary knowledge, even if there are 100 people joining in to argue with him, you can't beat him. Online, the Chinese netizens were laughing like crazy. Many people were elated. It's starting. The scolding has started. Zhang Ye is scolding people again. I'm shedding tears of joy. I knew it. Our face-smacking Zhang has returned. Oh my God. Face-smacking Zhang is still the face-smacking Zhang we knew in the past. Ha! The scolding in this Rivers Run Red was so satisfying. How awesome, how wonderful. The best thing about this is how he didn't change the tune template. It was still written to the format of Rivers Run Red. Zhang Ye still adhered to using the River Run Red CI tune and only changed its content. And he even changed it on the spot. This skill, this talent, this fighting prowess, there's really no one like him in the entire world. That's the trademark of face-smacking Zhang. Just by today's example, no one else has a thing on him. What a good sweep away all pests. Zhang Ye has shown his might. Face-smacking Zhang is almighty. Nicely done. How exciting. I got such a fright from seeing Zhang Ye becoming so involved in charity work in recent days. Seeing his Weibo filled with all that charity-related news every day really made me uneasy and terrified. Phew, I can finally heave a sigh of relief. Face-smacking Zhang's style is still as glorious as ever. This is the Zhang Ye we know. He won't take it lying down as long as he's not happy with something. It doesn't matter who comes at him. How exhilarating. What a release. This is still the Zhang Ye that I'm most comfortable with. Right? It's so enjoyable when I see this fellow scolding people. Others would scold people with curse words, but that's so uninteresting to watch. And there's nothing spectacular about it either. It's still Zhang Ye's scolding that is ruthless. It's so pleasing to watch. He's always coming up with all sorts of different styles. Ha ha ha. Just like I predicted, he wouldn't last more than a few days. Who was the one who said that it would be good enough if he could go on for half a month doing this? You were so wrong. This guy can't even hold himself back for 3 days. What is this? A leopard never changes its spots. That temperament of his will never ever change. Seeing face-smacking Zhang scold others again, I can rest easy. In China, a lot of those in the industry who had a grudge against Zhang Ye were speechless. How good would it have been if you all had just let this guy settle in his role as a philanthropist? Yeah, why did you all have to provoke him for no reason? Hi, look at this. The hooligan has returned again after only 2 days of peace. Chapter 1395. He lives to seize every minute of every hour. Chapter 1395. He lives to seize every minute of every hour. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. That same night, a storm surged through Asia. Scoldings, denouncements, criticism, boycotts, praise, applause. The cacophony from all the different reactions clashed together, and everyone in each camp was embroiled in a fight. All of Asia had been plunged into chaos because of a live broadcast, a piece of calligraphy, and a name. This, Rivers Run Red, by that great man from Zhang Ye's previous world, had torn a hole in Asia's sky. In the Sudan, Ha Chi-Chi and several staff members came to pick Zhang Ye up. Little Wang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Director Zhang, why did you start scolding other people again? Zhang Ye sneered. Scolding? They're lucky I didn't hit them. Tong Fu said nervously. Didn't you say that we will be walking the philanthropic path from now on? That we will be adopting a benevolent attitude? It's only been 3 days and the image that we built up is. Compared to a few days ago, the current Zhang Ye sitting in the car, right, looked like a totally different person. He said, what philanthropic path? Consider me enlightened. Once you show that you're kind and amiable, other people start thinking you're easy to take advantage of and climb all over you. With a pause, he unbuttoned his shirt collar and sat cross-legged. I don't think that this path suits me much. I've had to hold it in so badly over the past few days. Just tell me. We've always been a casual and easygoing team that isn't afraid to go up against the other celebrities' teams. So do we have nothing better to do than acting all pretentious like this? Hachichi laughed and said, "Did that only get through to you now?" Little Wang said, "So, are we not going to dabble in philanthropic causes in the future?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "I've only just been appointed to the role of philanthropic ambassador. Of course we have to carry on doing it," Tong Fu said. "But that calligraphy piece you wrote just now has already. We have to do our part for charity, but we also must continue scolding people," Zhang Ye summarized. "This time, we were a little impulsive and got carried away by the temptation of a title and gaining some benefit. We forgot our surnames in the process. But this won't do. We cannot forget our initial resolution that built our character. We grew as a team amid our scolding of other people, and it was through fighting that we reached where we are today. How can we simply forget about that just because we took a job as a philanthropic ambassador? Initial resolution, comrades, initial resolution. In the future, every one of you must remember this lesson." This is the first time we've heard something like that. So you mean that scolding others has been your initial resolution all along? Isn't this initial resolution of yours really terrible? Little Wang gave a wry smile and said, "Director Zhang, I finally get it. Whatever it is, you're always the right one, and everything always goes by your logic. We can't out-argue you," Hachichi said. "The way that this matter has developed makes it really difficult to resolve. The Japanese and Koreans are probably going to take action, so there might be something big happening soon." Zhang Ye said, "Come on then, who's afraid of who? Let me tell you this, old ha. Don't ever be afraid of anything. Be it in the past or in the future. Our studio must never lose, even if it means we have no money or any work to take. Whoever tries to take a stab at us, I'll make sure we fucking get back at them. Who cares if they're from Japan or Korea? At most, I fucking won't develop my career in those two countries. But I must point my finger at them and make sure I scold them till I'm satisfied." Hachichi nodded. "I understand. In the first place, it was the Japanese and Koreans who targeted you on purpose. Even without this calligraphy or you scolding them, they were already hoping to pull down your Asian popularity rank. In fact, they would definitely have done it. If that's the case, then why not just scold them?" Zhang Ye asked, "Who do you think is pulling the strings?" Hachichi gave it some thought. "I think everyone in showbiz in Japan and Korea has a part to play." Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner, "Everyone? Is this bro really that unlikable?" Hachichi laughed and said, "Did you think that you were very likable?" Zhang Ye thought deeply for a brief moment. Well, true that. Nobody used to care about Zhang Ye. But that was no longer true as Zhang Ye became more and more popular in Asia with his rankings jumping higher. Just a few days ago, he was lurking at the bottom of the Asian A-list rankings. But now he had reached the middle of the rankings index. His popularity had soared, and he was gaining a lot of fame. Based on this momentum, it was possible that no one would be able to stop him. That was the reason for the group to slander him with fake news. This was likely the Japanese and Korean entertainment circles allying to boycott him. There was even some hint of the Japanese and Korean media participating in this operation as well, and their one and only aim was to bring down Zhang Ye. Zhang Yuanxi could reach the summit of Asia. Su Milan could reach the summit of Asia. Any other person in the Chinese entertainment industry could reach the summit of Asia. But only Zhang Ye must not be allowed to do so. Only Zhang Ye, who had quarreled with the Japanese and Korean people before, must not be allowed to become an S-lister if the Japanese and Korean officials could have it their way. The seeds that he had planted in the past, they shall finally be sowed. Back at home, in the villa, when Zhang Ye reached home, he realized a guest was visiting. It was Wu Ziqing's best friend, the mathematician from Tsinghua University, Xian. Zhang Ye smiled. "Yo, Professor Xian, you came to visit?" Xian rolled her eyes and stood up as she started nagging. "I just finished watching the live broadcast earlier with old Wu. You sure are great. Why did you start scolding other people again? You're even firing shots across the map now? You're directly scolding the entire bunch of them all at once? Are you crazy? That was a live broadcast to the whole of Asia. I heard from old Wu that you were thinking of trying for the Asian S-list. So what was with that? Didn't you think about the consequences? If all of the people in Japan and Korea boycott you, how will you be able to reach the top? Even if you were to convert all of the people over here in China into your fan, even if you were to win over the rest of the Asian people besides those from Japan and Korea, you still won't be able to reach the top. Zhang Ye was amused. Professor Xian, I'm not even worried. So why are you panicking? Xian said. Nonsense. I'm angry for old Wu's sake. But Xian's concern was utterly refuted by Wu Ziqing's response. Old Wu said calmly, Are you tired? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Not too badly. Old Wu said, I've already brewed tea, so have some first. Zhang Ye said, Thanks. How many days have you been wearing this shirt for? Didn't I tell you to take it off this morning? Hi, I forgot. I just took whatever there was and put it on. Take it off and hand it to me. I happen to have some laundry I need to do as well. All right. The simple exchange of words was all about their domestic concerns. Old Wu did not mention a single word about the live broadcast and the scolding that happened during it, and neither did Zhang Ye give any explanation for his actions. A short while later, Zhang Ye went upstairs to take a shower. That left Xian very dumbfounded. Old Wu, are you just going to ignore that? Wu Ziqing said calmly. I have my ways of handling things, and he has his style of doing things as well. I will always support whatever he decides to do, and that's always been how our family is like. Xian was floored. Aren't you going too easy on him? How can you do that? I'm not saying that Professor Zhang should not be scolding them since they pissed me off too. All of the fake news was clearly targeted at him to bring him down. It's a common method in the entertainment circle, but he should still have taken into consideration the timing of it. What kind of an occasion was it today? It was a charities press conference. One that was broadcast to the entire region. Everyone in the whole of Asia could see it. So why couldn't he wait for a proper setting before responding? Why didn't he wait for a more suitable opportunity to vent his rage? There are loads of chances and time to do so in the future. When he becomes an Asian heavenly king, he can scold whoever he wants and nobody can do anything about it. For him to write that calligraphy piece at this time, it was really the worst possible opportunity to do so. Don't you agree with me? Wu Ziqing smiled. It was a bad time. Xian said. Then why are you leaving him be? Why didn't he wait a little longer? Old Wu smiled and said, This is where he has always been different from the others. The calligraphy that he wrote made it very clear. If you want him to wait, how long do you expect him to wait? A year? 10 years? 100 years? 10,000 years? She shook her head and looked up in the direction of the upstairs bedroom. To him, 10,000 years is too long. He seizes every minute of every hour. Xian fell silent and did not know how to respond. At night, the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was updated. Ironically, amid all the scolding and criticism by the countless Japanese and Korean media outlets and their entertainment industry's members, Zhang Ye's Asian popularity rose yet again. Chapter 1396. A vermin that only appears once every 10,000 years. Chapter 1396. A vermin that only appears once every 10,000 years. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, early in the morning, it was only after waking up that a lot of people realized that there was a change to the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. When many of the Japanese and Koreans saw it, they suddenly became quite enraged. Anger, yelling, annoyance. Many of them nearly vomited. Blood. Japan. Online. Damn, what's happening? How did this bastard's popularity go up again? Could there be some error in the data? So many people are scolding him, but why is his Asian popularity score still increasing? He's even overtaken Tuji-sensei. That's one of our country's new generation of movie stars we're talking about. So how can his Asian popularity not be higher than Zhang Ye's? Motherfucker, this is infuriating. His Asian popularity score should have been wiped clean overnight. Just what the hell is going on? Korea. Online. My God. Everyone, come and see this. Did it really go up? I've been scolding him all night. So how could he have risen in the rankings again? How is that possible? How did he manage that? This fellow's popularity can still rise after he scolded others the way he did. Is there any justice in this world? This doesn't make any sense. Protesting it. Seriously protesting it. Only in China was everything going on as normal. Only the Chinese netizens did not find it surprising. His popularity went up just as expected. I knew it. There's no running away. Look how the Japanese and Koreans are reacting. They're cursing the shit out of him. Puffed. They must be so confused. How could such a hated celebrity that keeps scolding others rise in popularity? We can't blame them, though. They've never encountered Zhang Ye before and do not know how he had scolded his way to the top of Chinese showbiz. The more he scolds, the higher his popularity. The worse his reputation, the higher he climbs on the celebrity rankings. This has already become Zhang Ye's modus operandi. Haha, they don't know what's going on. Actually, we are also not sure of it. We just know that Zhang Ye scolded and fought his way to becoming a heavenly king in the country. We're already accustomed to all of this. Teacher Zhang has moved on to scold people on the Asian stage. Yeah, he has scolded his way out of the country this time. This is the Zhang Ye that I know. That's right, this is the true glory of face-smacking Zhang. That fellow is probably going to get banned again. Hee, it's not like he hasn't been banned before, right? I just love seeing Zhang Ye start trouble. Of course, who doesn't love watching the world burn as long as it doesn't affect them? I've really got to take a good look at how this battle is going to turn out. Zhang Ye has always been going up against his domestic peers, but it's different this time. He has started bringing his battles to Asia, and the level of fighting has shot straight up. Elsewhere, East. At Zhang Ye's studio. Good morning, Director Zhang. Your popularity has gone up again. Did you see it yet, Director Zhang? This is such an unexpected result. Although we don't know if there will be any big moves in reaction from the Japanese and Koreans, we've gained quite a bit of popularity this time. Right? Every ranking rise counts. In any case, as long as the popularity comes in, we can worry about other events when they happen. Everyone was busy discussing, and the atmosphere was rather relaxed. After all, having been through so much with Zhang Ye, everyone had gotten used to such situations. Every time Teacher Zhang stirred something up, it would always be a bigger incident than the previous one. Once, twice, a year, or 2 years, it had always been this way. No matter how psychologically weak they were or how bad their mental fortitudes were, there was still nothing they couldn't handle. Little Wang, Little Zhou, Tong Fu, the young ones had all been well trained. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhang Ye felt very relieved. That's right, this is how it should be. This is what my team should be like. Zhang Ye was actually not surprised by yesterday's rise in popularity. It was a live broadcast to all of Asia, so what kind of exposure would that get? Just based on this fact alone, it should be obvious that the attention on it would not be sparse. Furthermore, the topicality that came afterwards gave an even greater boost to Zhang Ye. As for him scolding people, as for his reputation, the reputation of a celebrity was not something that could be reflected in the Celebrity Rankings Index. It would definitely have an impact on it, but no one could say for sure how large its effect was. Otherwise, if a celebrity were to be ranked according to their reputations, Zhang Ye would never have even made it into the Z-list rankings, much less become the Chinese S-list heavenly king that he was now. See, the reason for his soaring popularity was very simple. And that was also why Zhang Ye had never been afraid of being scolded ever since the day he debuted. Rather, more than half of his popularity came from him being scolded. Later that morning, a meeting was held. Everyone expressed their views and discussed the measures that the Japanese and Koreans might take. A warning would be the best situation to deal with. Yeah, it won't be too bad if we were to only receive an official warning. I'm only afraid if it's something slightly harsher than that. Yeah, the worst outcome would be either Japan or Korea banning Director Zhang. That's not really something we can manage. Hopefully that won't be the case. Right, at least Director Zhang still has his status as the philanthropic ambassador to back him up. Let's hope that that will serve as a protective talisman then. But regarding the fake news, their motives and goals were so obvious to begin with. With this Rivers Run Red poem, will they really let things rest? They analyzed. They thought about it. They studied the situation. And finally, they could only wait. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye carried on doing what he had to do. He wasn't affected by the situation at all. At around noon, a piece of explosive news arrived anyway. This news had spread from Japan and Korea. It was a little worse than the worst-case scenario that the staff of Zhang Ye's studio had predicted, not only in Japan, but also Korea. Both sides released the news after the other. Regarding Zhang Ye's misdeeds and remarks, the Japanese and Korean authorities had taken 3 measures: banning him from performing, banning his ads, banning him from entering the country. When the news was revealed, it immediately spread all across Asia. This was a first. It was the first time that Japan and Korea had joined hands in banning an individual celebrity. There had never been a similar incident in history. Zhang Ye was the first person to be sentenced to such a punishment. Japan was shocked. Korea was shocked. China was shocked. Asia was shocked. Unprecedented incidents like this would usually attract the most attention from people. And besides, everyone knew that the relationship between Japan and Korea was not that good either. Historically speaking, these two countries had not been that friendly towards each other. But now they had actually come together and issued a restriction notice on the same Chinese celebrity? What did this mean? Only a scourge like Zhang Ye had the ability to make two countries that were not on friendly terms with each other gain an unexpected solidarity against him. At the earliest moment, the Asian Charity Association expressed their objections. What was the meaning of this? We can't do anything about. You're not letting him perform in your countries. But to restrict our appointed Asian philanthropic ambassador from entering your borders? Restrict his advertisements? Then how are we going to carry out our future plans? How will our charity work ever be able to progress? Are you all going to take responsibility for it? The Red Cross Society was enraged. The coordinator called them directly. Several of the administrators at the Asian Charity Association were alarmed. Finally, the Japanese and Korean authorities made a response due to pressure. They explained that the prohibition on entering the country was not an outright ban and would depend on the nature of the work that Zhang Ye was going over for. If it was for charity events, and there was a guarantee from the charity that he was there on behalf of, they would still approve of his travel visa. As for the ban on the advertisements, they also relented by not prohibiting the PSAs that were made in conjunction with charities from being shown. What would be banned instead were Zhang Ye's commercial advertisements and promotional activities. In other words, the PSAs that Zhang Ye had starred in and directed could still be broadcast in Japan and Korea as usual. Any other types would not be allowed. However, the Red Cross Society still did not accept it. They continued issuing letters in writing to express their objections to this matter and brought up the unfair treatment that the Japanese and Korean authorities had shown towards their philanthropic ambassador. The Red Cross Society was extremely friendly towards Zhang Ye. They did not care what his temper was like, nor his past misdeeds. All they knew was that Zhang Ye had really given a lot to the cause of charity. Be it money or him as a person, he had really given it his all. So they would of course do their utmost to help him as well. And besides, this matter made their charities look very bad as well. You people are cooking up all that fake news about our philanthropic ambassador so soon after we appointed him, and then banned him over that. Whose face are you all trying to smack here? Moreover, the donations that Zhang Ye had garnered and the money from selling that calligraphy piece of his would be channeled to charity causes within Asia. That included both your countries as well, so it was not like you wouldn't be benefiting from it. But look at you guys. Fake news, banning, backstabbing. Weren't all of these actions too ugly? Wouldn't all of these make people's hearts turn cold? The various Asian charities started taking on the Japanese and Korean authorities. Japan. The media was cheering. Great. Well done. They should have banned him long ago. I support this. Let's see how he can keep on being arrogant. We've finally managed to vent our anger. Otherwise, I would surely have been driven to my grave by him. Let's wait for his Asian popularity to start dropping. Ha. Will his popularity really fall? It definitely will. With all these restrictions in place, it's as good as cutting off all his opportunities here in Japan and Korea. So how will he maintain his popularity? Do you think that he's some kind of god? I'm glad to hear that. Korea. Quite a few people were also jumping with joy. Great. He deserves the ban. The Asian Celebrity Rankings Index is finally going to get some peace. He's such a black sheep. He can mess around in his own home country. Just don't let him do it here in Asia. Ha. He can't come here anymore even if he wants to. Let's see how many rankings he'll drop this time. He most definitely will tumble down the Asian A-list rankings. Or rather, it will surely be much more than that. Ha. He will definitely drop down to the Asian B-list rankings. Right. And then we'll make his name disappear from the Asian popularity rankings. This scourge has finally been suppressed. China. Online. Damn, they made such a ruthless move. He got banned by both countries. Uffed. They're giving Zhang Ye too much face. Yeah, the trouble that this fellow stirs up is always bigger than the previous incidents that he was involved in. No one else in history is as capable of causing trouble as him. He even attracted the authorities of 2 countries to come for him. To get such a level of attention, there's really no one else. He's just a vermin that appears once every 1,000 years. Surely it's not only once every 1,000 years, right? More like once every 10,000 years. Teacher Zhang is really out of luck. Lord Zhang will be made to kneel for sure. Motherfucker, these Japanese and Koreans are so shameless. This move of theirs was indeed quite despicable. They were clearly the ones who provoked him first. Those fake news reports were all cooked up by them in the first place. But when Teacher Zhang scolded them back for it, they switched to shifting the blame. If they dare do that, then don't touch the donations that Teacher Zhang helped to raise. I suggest that the Asian Red Cross Society should restrict the distribution of donations to these 2 countries. The Red Cross Society is still on Zhang Ye's side. A few of the administrators have already taken a public stance against the Japanese and Korean authorities. The other volunteers and staff are also showing their support for Zhang Ye. These charities are truly honorable. That's true. Zhang Ye is the ambassador for their philanthropic causes after all. The incident blew up. This was probably one of the most interesting times of all in the history of the Asian entertainment industry. Zhang Ye's studio had once again become the epicenter of happenings in Asia. At the studio, Ha Chi-Chi said helplessly. As expected, Little Wong was floored. This is really the worst of the worst outcomes. Wu Yi said, with this, Director Zhang's development in Asia will become much more difficult. Japan and Korea are both countries with huge entertainment industries. Now that they've closed their doors on us, Director Zhang's path to reach the summit of Asia has been cut off. How are we supposed to carry on like this? What's there still left for us to play for? Zhang's was said. It should be reasonable to say that such official restrictions on a celebrity's appearance are usually not indefinite. It's just that we do not know how long it will take before the ban gets lifted. If it's only for a short duration, that would still be acceptable. We can just wait it out, and everything will turn out fine in the end. But if it's a long-term ban lasting a year or 2, we might really be left with no choice. Director Zhang, what should we do? Tell us how we should handle this. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Ye. However, they only saw him with a sneer on his face. Banned from performing? Why would I perform in your countries? Ban my ads. Did you think I'm crazy enough to take advertising deals in your countries? Banned from entering your countries? Did you think that I like traveling there? I'm getting along just fine in my own country. Strictly speaking, the measures that Japan and Korea had implemented were just restrictions on Zhang Ye and were not an outright ban on him. Just based on these 3 restrictions, Zhang Ye did not think that it would do him much harm at all. He had no intention of going over there to further his career. Anyway, he was still going to base himself domestically on the Chinese market. But he couldn't just swallow it. Besides, Wu Yi and the others were right too. With Japan and Korea closing their doors, it would make Zhang Ye's attempt to reach the summit of Asia a very difficult task. This was definitely unacceptable, and he would surely have to get back at them for it. How long had it been? How long had it been since he was last banned? For a moment, Zhang Ye actually started reminiscing as his emotions welled up. Then Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes, was instantly filled with fighting spirit. Come on, let's do this. I'll let you all know why everyone refers to me as a vermin that only appears once every 10,000 years. Chapter 1397. How did his popularity rise again? Chapter 1397. How did his popularity rise again? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A call arrived. It was from Heavenly Queen Su Mylan. Sister Lon. Teacher Zhang, just wait it out for now. Okay, these kinds of restrictions never go on for too long. It's fine. How can you call this fine? Well, true, you're already used to it. Zhang Xia. Grandma Zhang. Look, you've gotten into trouble, haven't you? Huh. How am I supposed to increase my popularity if there's no trouble? You sure are great. How can you laugh when this has happened? Why can't I laugh? Your mental fortitude is really great, huh? If this happened to anyone else, they'd have already broken down. Haha. I've been through many battles, after all. The Asian Red Cross Society. Teacher Zhang, we're currently sending letters to the Japanese and Korean authorities to communicate our stand. For now, it won't look like that it'll help much. But don't worry, this issue is definitely not over yet. We will definitely make them answer for it. Each day they don't lift the restrictions on you. We will keep looking for them until they do. We will keep doing so until they lift the restrictions. Thank you, but it's fine. That won't do. If they don't fully explain it, we won't let it rest. The leaders have already held 2 meetings to discuss this and set the tone for us to fight them till the end. All right. What plans do you have? Me? I'll fight them to the end. Great. The outside world was in an uproar. The news was overwhelming. Japan and Korea announced Zhang restrictions. Zhang Ye hit by 3 restrictions from Japan and Korea. First ever celebrity restriction order in history. Zhang Ye gets on the nerves of Japan and Korea. Zhang Ye's path to the summit of Asia gets cut off. What will become of Zhang Ye's advancement in Asia? Zhang Ye's career development gets restricted to the Chinese market, the Japanese media, the Korean media, the Indian media, and so on and so forth. All of the media outlets in Asia were reporting a flurry of news. The news of this unprecedented 2-country restriction order instantly made rounds across Asia. Some people were angered. Some people were disappointed. Some people were delighted. Some people were waiting to see Zhang Ye fall off the altar. At the epicenter, Zhang Ye's studio. The telephone at the studio was exploding with calls from people from everywhere. Only Zhang Ye was unaffected by this as he went upstairs to his office and called Wu Ziqing. The 2 of them spoke for over 20 minutes. Downstairs, everyone was looking for him. Where's Director Zhang? I don't know. I saw Director Zhang going upstairs to make a call. Director Zhang is still holding up so well. When has Director Zhang ever not held up well? Let's just see how Director Zhang will handle this. With such a big incident happening, they didn't have a clue how to handle it. Even the Chinese media and industry insiders were in a state of confusion right now, to say nothing of them. The main issue was that there had never been a case of Japan and Korea banning someone like this before. Therefore, they could only wait for Zhang Ye to decide on how to handle it. Shortly after, Zhang Ye came down. Everyone finally noticed that Zhang Ye, who had just gotten off the phone, had become even calmer. Ha Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat. Little Wang gave a look to Zhang Zhua. Zhang Zhua was wiping his sweat off. Wu Yi cautiously gazed at Zhang Ye. Tong Fu was a little rattled. Others might not understand Zhang Ye, but could they not know what he might be thinking? Every time Director Zhang wore such an expression, it fucking meant that something big was going to happen. What terrible idea had Director Zhang come up with this time? And who in Japan and Korea was going to be down on their luck because of this? At night, at a dinner party in the crosstalk world, quite a few veteran crosstalk comedians came together and drank toast after toast. Come on, cheers. Yeah, let's all raise a glass. We have to celebrate this. What a happy day it is today. Yeah, that fellow has finally been stifled. There's no one in China who can get him, but people abroad are still capable of it. Look at what happened this time. Just look at it. He has offended too many people, and his past misdeeds together with the troubles caused by this river's Rin Red are too much for him to handle. This fellow is finally going to drop in the Asian popularity rankings. He stands no chance of reaching the summit in Asia. Right, let's toast to that. Cheers. In China, overseas, Zhang Ye had truly offended too many people over the years. Right now, a lot of people felt the same as the crosstalk world's people, celebrating with drinks as though they were celebrating the new year. But right at midnight, the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was updated again. When the rankings were revealed, countless people nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It rose again. Zhang Ye's popularity had actually grown yet again. The crosstalk world's people nearly went crazy. What's happening? How did it increase again? That fucking bastard. He has already been placed on the restriction list in Japan and Korea. Zhang Ye's reputation has gone down the drain. So how did his popularity still grow? Damn, is there any justice in this world? Based on what? That's right. Based on what? Many of Zhang Ye's foes in China were hopping mad. All of them had worked so hard to grow their popularity and reputations, not daring to make any mistakes or say a wrong word. Everyone had always been on their best behavior in the public eye, but in the end, they could not even garner more popularity than Zhang Ye had received for scolding other people. Based on what could he behave so lawlessly and scold whoever he wanted? Yet his popularity still grew higher and higher by the day. Japan. Holy shit. Holy shit. What is this? Zhang Ye's popularity has gone up again. Oh God. Even the restriction order couldn't stop him. Fuck. Who was the person who said that Zhang Ye was going to drop off from the Asian A-list rankings? Who said that they'll make Zhang Ye's name disappear from the Asian popularity rankings? Fucking hell. How the fuck did he still increase his popularity? It was like this the previous time, but it's still happening now. I'm being driven to my grave because of him. This guy is too hateful. Bring him down. Hurry up and bring him down the list. I can't stand the sight of him. Korea. Oh my god. Is this person born in the year of the cockroach one? What the heck? He can still increase his popularity in this situation. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen someone who has been banned by 2 countries still making a splash like that in the Asian celebrity rankings. This fellow is too unconventional. I know the reason why. It's because there have been too many news reports about him across Asia today. All of China, Japan, and Korea have been reporting about his news, so he keeps getting a whole lot of exposure in the media. Even if there is a restriction order in place, it is still exposure for him. Everyone knows about it, can see it, and are discussing it. Perhaps that's what contributed to his rise in popularity? Let me make a suggestion. Everyone, let's not give him any attention at all. We must not let him have it. If we see Zhang Ye's news on television, we'll shut our eyes. Right? I'm not going to look at him anymore. That's right. As long as we give him our attention, he will gain popularity. The more we do so, the more popular he gets. Damn it, stop looking at him. Shut your eyes. Block him out. Shut my eyes? How am I supposed to fucking shut my eyes? I still have to work. I can't just quit my job because of him. And not leave my house at all. This is pissing me off. It's all right. It's only for today. That's right. From today onwards, there won't be any news about him here. In Japan and Korea, there also won't be any of his works, so his Asian popularity will definitely plummet. I don't believe we can't do anything about it. Right. Chapter 1398, Zhang Ye's Crosstalk Tour. Chapter 1398, Zhang Ye's Crosstalk Tour. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Several days later, the discussions were still going on. The talk of Zhang Ye's impending drop in the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was growing louder and louder. However, it was all calm over at Zhang Ye's studio. There wasn't any noise from them, which made many of those who were familiar with Zhang Ye feel rather surprised. There was murmuring all across the industry. What's going on? Why isn't there any news from them? This doesn't feel like Zhang Ye's style, does it? Who knows? I guess they must have ran out of ideas this time. Yeah, what else can he do now that Japan and Korea have joined hands to restrict his development in Asia? It looks like he's going under the radar to handle things this time. That's right. By keeping a low profile, he might even get his restriction order rescinded earlier. Zhang Ye has finally wised up. That's right, he definitely can't afford to lose the popularity in Japan and Korean. Noon. At Yao Jinsai's house, Zhang Ye strolled upstairs and knocked on the door. Who is it? Sister-in-law, it's me. When the door opened, Yao Jinsai's wife appeared behind it. Yo, Zhang, what are you doing here? Come in. Quickly, we're just about to have lunch. Zhang Ye smiled and said, sure. Hearing the voice, Yao Mi also came running out. Wow, Uncle Zhang, it's really you. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Has school started yet? Yao Mi said, taken aback. School started long ago. We've been attending classes for many days. Is that so? Zhang Ye said. Old Yao's wife said, just look at you. You're a professor at Peking University and Media College, yet you're so out of touch that you don't even know that school has started? Have you eaten yet? Zhang Ye said, not yet, but aren't I here to scrounge off you guys now? From the kitchen, Yao Jiankai emerged. Whoa, your timing is really good. I personally prepped lunch today, and you came to visit? What are you here for? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I had nothing to do, so I came to visit. Old Yao's wife asked, are you still banned? Yao Jiankai said with a laugh. Oh yeah, you can't further your career over in Asia anymore, so of course you must be really free. It's good that you're getting some rest, now since you've been really busy these past few years. They started eating. The 4 of them chatted happily as they ate. After lunch, Yao Jiankai dragged Zhang Ye out to the balcony to have a smoke. Zhang Ye lit a cigarette and asked, what have you been up to recently? Yao Jiankai answered, the last movie I acted in just finished filming, so I'm resting at home like you are too. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, spare some time for me in the coming days then. What for? Yao Jiankai asked. Zhang Ye smiled and said, let's hold a crosstalk tour. Yao Jiankai said with interest, oh, A crosstalk tour? Where are we holding it? Zhang Ye said. At the Beijing Exhibition Center. I've already gotten my people to contact them. As for the other locations, we can think about that later. We've worked together for so long, yet we haven't even held a special performance tour together. That doesn't justify it. In any case, I'm booking you in advance. As for the detailed date and time, we'll settle that afterwards, so don't go taking other projects for the time being. Yao Jiankai said. Sure thing, I have no problems with that arrangement. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. Zhang Ye answered. Hello. Ha Chi-Chi said. Director Zhang, the date and time has been confirmed. Zhang Ye said. All right, I got it. Ha Chi-Chi said. Are we really doing this? Zhang Ye chuckled and said. Of course we are. Ha Chi-Chi said. Oh, all right, I understand. On the same night, the entertainment circle was taken over by a piece of news. Korean star Park Jae-sang's concert is coming soon. Asian A-list superstar Park Jae-sang to appear in Beijing very soon. Park Jae-sang's debut concert in China. Millions of Chinese fans go crazy. Chinese market becomes essential competition ground for Japanese and Korean celebrities. Will Park Jae-sang's debut concert be a success? Let's wait and see. On Weibo, many fangirls burn with passion. Wow, my prince. Appa is coming to hold a concert. Oh my god. I have to get the tickets to the show. I have to buy them even if I end up eating dirt. Bye. Watch. Park Jae-sang's concert has been delayed for over a year now, but it is finally going to happen soon. I can't wait. The media is so stupid. Why would they even ask if Appa's debut concert will be a success or not? It's Park Jae-sang we're talking about. He's a big-shot A-lister of Asia who has many fans in China. How can it not be a success? The tickets will definitely sell like crazy. Furthermore, there will be an even greater frenzy if there's a live stream of the concert. When do the tickets go on sale? Korea. Park Jae-sang's team. This is our first time going to China, right? We must be absolutely careful to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If the first concert does not do well, there's no way we can hold a second concert. There's no need to worry. Jae-sang's popularity in China is very high. It seems like there are other people who will be holding their concerts during this period of time as well. Yeah, I've heard about it too. But there's no need to worry. The dates and cities are all different. It'll be fine then. Nearby, Park Jae-sang smiled without saying a word. He was one of the Korean stars who claimed that Zhang Ye had beaten him up before during the bombardment against Zhang Ye by the Japanese and Korean media, as well as the entertainment circles of both countries. Clearly, that had been said to publicize his impending activities in China. Although he had many fans in China, there were still a lot of people who did not know him. The battle against Zhang Ye in recent days had given Park Jae-sang much more attention in China, and they took full advantage of that to promote his upcoming concert. Park Jae-sang was feeling extremely confident as well. But suddenly, his team's staff started exclaiming, "What? Come look at this, quick!" Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's studio, which had been completely silent the past few days, suddenly posted an announcement poster. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's debut crosstalk tour to be held at the Beijing Exhibition Center soon. It blew up online. Holy shit, old Zhang and old Yao are going to go on tour. A crosstalk tour? That's impressive. I haven't heard a crosstalk from them in a long time. Right, the two of them have finally decided to go on tour. Come look at this, quick. Look at what? Look at the date and time. Countless people in China were stunned. Venue, Beijing. Date, next Friday. Time, 7 p.m. It was exactly the same. It was exactly the same as Park Jae-sang's concert time. What a coincidence. Yeah, how could it be so coincidental? Fuck, it's a clash. Instantly, there was an explosion of discussion among the people. The next day, another piece of news came out. Korean star Kim Ji-chan would be meeting his fans during a concert in Shanghai next Saturday. This event had been scheduled a long time ago, and the news had made its way around before the new year, but the exact date was not yet announced at that time. But now, the exact time had been confirmed, and all that remained were the ticket going on sale. This was not Kim Ji-chan's first time holding a concert in China. He had garnered a great deal of popularity in China, so the scale of the concert was going to be huge, and it would be held at one of the largest venues in Shanghai. This was a venue where most celebrities with average popularity would never hold their concerts at since they couldn't live up to expectations. The scale and size of a venue was also sometimes the measure of a celebrity's popularity, and Kim Ji-chan was clearly qualified enough to hold it there. Another oppa is coming. I can't go to Shanghai. Ha ha ha. I'm in Shanghai, so I can go. This is awesome. Go broke, go broke. Buy tickets, buy tickets. But to the surprise of everyone, Zhang Ye's studio posted another announcement poster. Zhang Ye and Yao Jianzai's crosstalk tour's second stop, Shanghai. Next Saturday, 7 p.m. Everyone was taken aback. What? It's on the same day again? It's such a coincidence. Why do the dates keep clashing? That afternoon, Japanese superstar Kimura Kanzuya announced that he would be holding a similarly big concert in Shenzhen next Sunday. The promotional materials for the event were massive. Kimura is coming. I'm so looking forward to it. That's an Asian rock superstar. One of the founders of rock. How cool. I love him. Kimura has always been especially popular in Asia, but he's only somewhat famous in China. If this concert is successfully held, he can finally gain a foothold in China and develop his career here. This is going to be especially important for him to raise his popularity in Asia. The Chinese market is the biggest in all Asia. Wishing teacher Kimura great success. It will definitely be successful. In the field of rock and roll, there's only Chen Guang who can compete with teacher Kimura. However, old Chen doesn't have the seniority yet. If we were to base it on that instead, only teacher Zhao Wulio has a fight with him. They're rock stars from the same generation, and no one else can compete with them. This is awesome. We just celebrated the new year, and the Asian superstars are now starting to arrive. Right, the big performances always takes place right after the new year. But at the next moment, Zhang Ye Studios' Weibo lit up once again. Zhang Ye and Yao Jianzai's crosstalk tour's third stop, Shenzhen. Next Sunday, 7 p.m. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone's jaws dropped. Oh, it's another conflict? Holy fuck, it's so coincidental. How could it be so coincidental? Coincidence? Coincidence, my ass. Once, twice, thrice. All of them were the same? And even the locations and times were the same? This was fucking intentional. This was clearly Zhang Ye's studio trying to make trouble. The entertainment industry was plunged into chaos. The reporters stared at this situation. The industry insiders were all dumbfounded. Zhang Ye's friends were all face-palming with bitter smiles. The Chinese netizens were stunned. Both the celebrity teams of those two Korean superstars became angry. The Japanese rock superstars team nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the heck? What the heck is Zhang Ye playing at? Chapter 1399. Anyone who comes will be sent packing by me. Chapter 1399. Anyone who comes will be sent packing by me. Translator, leg editor, leg. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone was at a loss to laugh or cry. Little Wang brought over a few forms. Director Zhang, these are the listings of performances held in China by some of the Japanese and Korean celebrities in the coming days. There will be 3 concerts held on next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The remaining ones are all listed in here as well. Zhang Ye nodded and said, okay. He took it from her and flipped through it page by page. The performance listings was an internal document that was of course given to him by Secretary Bai. Needless to say, when a foreign celebrity performs in China, or even when a local celebrity holds a concert or a tour, they all have to register with the overseeing authority first. As Wu Ziqing's secretary, Secretary Bai was easily the most informed. These information were all filed with the SARFT after all. This was Zhang Ye's home field. With just a call, there wasn't much information that he couldn't get his hands on. His cell phone suddenly started ringing away. The calls were all from Zhang Ye's friends. Ning Lan, what are you planning? I'm not planning anything. If you're not planning anything, why are you challenging those 3 people? It was just a coincidence, a coincidence. Cut the crap. You think I don't know you well enough. Chen Guang. Zhang, you're starting something again? Am I? Isn't it obvious? Do you mean to say that they're allowed to hold their concerts, but I'm not allowed to do my tour? But your timing is just too. Ha ha ha. It's just a coincidence. What's so coincidental about that? After bullshitting for half a day, he finally managed to brush off his friends. Seeing that Zhang Ye had gotten off the phone, Zhang Zhe came up to him and said, are we really going to do this, Director Zhang? Those 3 people are all big names in Asia. Some are more popular than you, and some are slightly less popular than you. But they're still not pushovers. Even if we take them head on, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can beat them. Besides, what are we really aiming for here? There's no meaning in taking on just one or two of them. Even if you do vent your frustrations, the ban in Japan and Korea. Well, still, Zhang Ye gave him a look and cut him off. Who said that we'll only be taking on the three of them? Zhang's was said, Ha Chi-Chi also looked over in surprise. Zhang Ye calmly said, the Asian entertainment industry's greatest influencers are the Korean celebrities, but that's not something that we can change for now. But let me ask you all this. Which market is the largest one in the Asian entertainment industry? It's here. It's China. Without the Japanese and Korean markets, it is not going to be easy for me to reach the Asian summit. But similarly for them, they won't be able to keep their place on the Asian A-list if they lose the Chinese market, much less reach the Asian summit. They're all going to fall off the rankings. They won't let me play in Japan and Korea, right? Then fine. I'm also not going to let them flourish over here in the Chinese market. He pointed at the performance listings in his hand and said, the few of them? Starting today, any Japanese or Korean celebrity who comes here will be sent packing by me, one by one. If there are 10 of them, I'll send all 10 of them back to where they came from. I'll make it extremely difficult for them to make any progress in the Chinese market. I'll make sure that all of them scram back home. Isn't it just creating trouble? Who's afraid of who? This bro will gladly take all of you on. Do you people think I can't get to you on my home turf? You must be joking. Ha Chi-Chi gasped. Little Wong wiped away her sweat. Tong Fu's legs turned to rubber. The staff at the studio looked at one another. They had all been shocked by the words of Director Zhang. My God, has he gotten serious? Director Zhang is really going all out this time. This is going to really blow up. And can they actually stop those Japanese and Korean stars? Just with Director Zhang alone? Just by the strength of their studio? Don't even mention the far future. Just based on what was in front of them. How were they supposed to take on those 3 concerts? How were they supposed to fight them? However, Zhang Ye already had a plan in mind. How do you flatter others? He didn't know how to do that. How do you step on others? Now this, he was extremely experienced in. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Zhang Ye was fighting on home field this time. The time, the location, the parties involved. He had the advantage in all of that. As such, Zhang Ye was brave enough to take them on. He was fine even if he had to do this forever. You all might be more popular than me overseas. You all might be more popular than I am in Asia as well. But this is China. Over here, do you dare to compete with me in terms of popularity? All right then, let's do that and see how it turns out. This was who Zhang Ye was. The greatest thorn and the dirtiest hooligan in the entertainment industry. When he decided to get ruthless, there was absolutely no use in trying to reason with him. Kimura Kanzuya's team. He's obviously making trouble. How despicable. I've never come across such a type of person before. I've never met someone as immoral as him either. And to think he's even the Asian philanthropic ambassador? Tui, when has there ever been such a hooligan of an ambassador before? What do we do now? This guy's too popular in China. He can be popular for all we care. It has nothing to do with us. He can do his crosstalk and we can hold our concert. There shouldn't be any conflict of interest, isn't that so? Hopefully. Kim Ji-chan's team. That damned hooligan. He's trying to cause trouble. He won't succeed. Right? He can sell his tickets, and we can sell ours. I don't believe we won't be able to sell out our tickets. Don't worry about him. Have you contacted the live streaming site yet? I've already contacted them. They're a very big platform in China. Well, Park Jae-sang's concert is taking place before ours anyway. Let's observe and see what that Zhang guy is planning so that we can be prepared for it. The 3 Japanese and Korean celebrities went about doing their own thing. Plans for the concert ticket sales were also underway. The concert preparations intensified and were not thrown off by Zhang Ye's studio messing around. Because up to now, they still did not believe that a totally unrelated crosstalk tour would pressure them at all. However, the Chinese did not seem to think so. In the Chinese entertainment industry, did you see what's going on? Zhang Ye has flipped out. If it were anyone else, they would surely get angry as well. The Japanese and Korean citizens, media, and celebrities all ganged up to slander him. So who can possibly take that lying down? Besides, don't forget about that temper of Zhang Ye's. If I were them, I would definitely change the time. Me too. Thinking to back then. Hi, there are just too many examples. But what will Zhang Ye do to compete with them? Who knows? I just know that this fellow has got too many despicable ways of doing things. Yeah, Zhang Ye's studio had been so quiet for the past few days. So it was all because they were preparing for this big move. I read online that someone had said that Zhang Ye had finally wised up and learned to keep a low profile. I nearly burst out laughing at that. If that fellow can learn something like that, the Chinese entertainment industry would not have been in such chaos for the past few years. The Chinese netizens. Teacher Zhang has made his move. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. I also have an ominous feeling. He's clashed with someone again. Zhang Ye is challenging Japan and Korea this time. Supporting Zhang Ye. Just fight it out with them. Especially that Park Jae-sang and Kim Ji-chan. They were both involved in that fake news debacle from before that was used to stain Zhang Ye's reputation. Such a way of getting attention is really disgusting. I only understand now. So it was because they were garnering attention for the promotions for their concerts in China, right? Supporting Zhang Ye. This time, I'm on Zhang Ye's side as well. Damn, we should of course side with our own people. I support Zhang Ye too. But I also like Park Jae-sang Appa. What should I do? This is so conflicting. I don't know if I should buy the tickets to Kim Ji-chan's concert or not. I love him so much. The netizens were also divided on the issue. Chapter 1400. The ripping off begins. Chapter 1400. The ripping off begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the blink of an eye, the day of the ticket sales arrived. The 3 Japanese and Korean celebrities' concerts had all adopted online ticket sales, and it was the same for Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's cross-dock tour as well. The traditional method of selling tickets had long been replaced by this. These days, the success of a concert would usually be measured by 4 points of information. 1. The size of the venue. 2. Whether the tickets were sold out. 3. Duration it took for the tickets to sell out. 4. The response and praise after the concert is over. The promotions by the 3 Japanese and Korean celebrities had already begun long ago and were currently underway in full swing. On Weibo, have they opened up the ticket sales? I've lost count of how many times I've refreshed the ticketing website. It should be starting soon. Their tickets definitely won't be easy to get. It's going to be all up to luck. The promotions are so overwhelming. That's right, the Chinese market is very important to them. So of course they will spare no effort in marketing their events. Yeah, why is Zhang Ye the only one who did not promote his tour? I'm also puzzled by that. Isn't Teacher Zhang trying to make trouble for them? Then why is he keeping so quiet? Are you guys joking? The reason why those Japanese and Korean celebrities are advertising is that there are many people in the country who still do not know about them. So of course they will have to give it as much publicity as they can. But for Zhang Ye, tell me who in China doesn't know of him? He just needs to hang up a sign for his cross-dock tour, and that's good enough. That's true, but I'm not really optimistic about the cross-dock tour. Having 3 consecutive performances in 3 cities over Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, he's really putting his life at risk. It will also be very tiring as well. Besides, such large-scale cross-docks have not taken place for over 10 years now. They can't even sell out tickets that cost 10 to 20 yuan for a theater that holds up to 100 audience members, let alone at a venue as big as the Beijing Exhibition Center. The majority of cross-dock comedians have been surviving by making appearances on the Spring Festival galas to keep up their popularities and no longer do theater shows. No one has ever organized a show at the Beijing Exhibition Center like this. Even though Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's cross-docks are very well spoken of, it's still very difficult to say if their tour will succeed or not. It's enough as long as Zhang Ye's name is there. Right, Zhang Ye and Old Yao's cross-dock mustn't be missed. I'm still looking more forward to Park Jae-sang's concert. I'm waiting here to get a hold of Kimura's tickets. Let's wait and see whose tickets will sell better. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone was extremely busy. Wu Yi had already led a team of people to head to the Shanghai venue. Tong Fu and his team went straight to Shenzhen to liaise with the venue and ticketing office. Meanwhile, Ha Chi-chi took charge of the Beijing Exhibition Center venue and was running back and forth to get everything in order. Back at home, Zhang Ye was in a very relaxed mood. His mother asked, "Are you really going to take them on?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Yeah." His father asked, "How are you planning to do it?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Just wait and see. In my territory, I will torment them to death." He then called Old Wu's secretary. Zhang Ye asked, "Hello, Secretary Bai, Have the ticket sales been approved yet? Secretary Bai replied. I guess they're probably getting to it soon. Help me check with them, could you? Their work efficiency is too poor. All right, I'll get back to you immediately. Soon after, his cell phone rang. Mr. Zhang, it's done. Zhang Ye said. All right, thank you. The three Japanese and Korean celebrities had begun planning and preparing for their upcoming concert in China since half a year ago. The approval process had also been completed very early on, and the concert was very well planned as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye had spontaneously decided to go ahead with his cross-dock tour, so not many preparations were done yet. But since Zhang Ye had the home field advantage, be it the venue or the approval process, he was basically able to get the green light with just a phone call. The formalities were complete. Now it was just a matter of setting the ticket prices. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes and began thinking. How much should he price them? How many categories should he have for the seating? Kimura, Kazuya's team. They had already arrived in China to prepare for their concert. How much should we price the tickets? How much does it usually cost in China for their concerts? It depends on the popularity of the person. Judging from our reputation, the seat categories at our level should be going for 600 renminbi, 1,200 renminbi, and 3,000 renminbi for the premium VIP seats. Isn't that too low? Yeah, I think it should be doubled. If it's too high, I'm afraid it'll sell very slowly. But we still have to make money. If we set it too low, we won't be able to make much at all. Right. And if the ticket prices are too low, it would reflect negatively to the quality of the concert. Park Jae-sang's team. No, the ticket prices can't be so low. I heard that the lowest price for Kimura's concert tickets is 1,000 renminbi. What? It's that high? Then we must set ours higher than theirs. That's right, our popularity is higher than his. Yeah, it won't reflect well if the ticket prices are too low. Let's raise them then. Bring them up a tier. Kim Ji-chan's team. I heard that Kazuya Kimura's and Park Jae-sang's ticket prices are not cheap. How much is Zhang Ye selling his tickets for? We still don't know about that. He's really popular in China, so he'll definitely sell them at a higher price. That's right, if we lower our prices, it'll reflect really badly on us. Raise it. Right, set a higher price. Park Jae-sang's team. What? They raised it again? Let's raise ours too then. Raise it. Kazuya Kimura's team. What the hell? Are they competing to see who can go higher? Who's afraid of who? Raise ours too. The tickets were almost going on sale. The three Japanese and Korean celebrity teams almost got into a fight over the pricing. Some did it for the sake of making money, while others did it for the sake of face. As a result, the ticket prices got pushed higher and higher. Finally, when the ticket prices for the three concerts were announced, many Chinese citizens were shocked. Kazuya Kimura's concert ticket prices. The lowest tier went for 1,200 renminbi. The middle tier went for 1,800 renminbi. The premium tier went for 3,500 renminbi. And the VIP seats went for 8,888 renminbi. Kim Ji-chan's concert ticket prices. The lowest tier went for 1,200 renminbi. The premium tier went for 3,000 renminbi. And the VIP seats went for 12,888 renminbi. The highest priced tickets were for Park Jae-sang's concert. Park Jae-sang's VIP seats were priced at a staggering 18,888 renminbi. Zhang Ye also received the news. At this moment, he immediately rushed back to the studio. Zhang Ye said, "Has it been confirmed?" Little Wang instantly pointed on her computer screen. "It's been announced. They'll be selling the tickets very soon." Ha Chi-chi said, "Director Zhang, let's hurry too. Don't let them get a head start over us. How much should we set our prices at? Should we make them a little higher than theirs? Or the same as them?" Zhang Zui added. "Although it's a bit expensive, this is the first time we're doing a cross-dock tour, so we'll definitely need to set it at a higher standard. Furthermore, the cost for the venue, staff, and equipment still have to be paid to the organizers, so that should justify the higher cost of the tickets. This is the market rate these days. Prices have been increasing by the year." But Zhang Ye did not say anything. He suddenly remembered something that happened in his previous world. It was about how the concert of Heavenly Queen Fei Wang went from being the most anticipated event to devolving into a scolding mess. Then, Zhang Ye made up his mind. He was going to start ripping off people. Online, the netizens were ridiculing. "So expensive? Oh my God, Even Zhang Yuanqi's concert last year wasn't this expensive, was it? Have concert ticket prices risen to such a level these days? Asterisk faints asterisk, and I thought that I could go to watch it live at the venue. Now it looks like I won't be able to afford it even if I break the bank. This price seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? I think it's fine. They're really famous after all. Yeah, it's a bit expensive. But it's still worth it for Appa. That's right, that's right. At most, I won't go shopping or eat out for the rest of the year. I just received my allowance from my family, but I'll still buy the tickets. For Park Jae-sang Appa, anything is worth it. I just want to see him in person at the concert. Surely there's no need for that. Previous few posters, please don't spend beyond your means. What do you know? They're all priced like this nowadays. That's right, he's one of the big-name A-listers in Asia. So how can they price the concert tickets too cheaply? Yeah, Zhang Ye's tickets will surely be more expensive than that. There was a lot of controversy on the internet, but it didn't cause too much of an upheaval. Only when the ticket prices for Zhang Ye's crosstalk tour were announced did the entire nation blow up. Beijing Exhibition Center ticket prices. Lowest tier seating, 288 renminbi. Middle tier seating, 388 RMB. Premium tier seating, 588 renminbi. VIP seating, 888 renminbi. At this moment, some people were stunned. Some people were dumbfounded. Some people were overjoyed. Some people turned green. It was a steal. It was an absolute bargain. Chapter 1401. The tickets get sold like crazy. Chapter 1401. The tickets get sold like crazy. Translator, leg editor, leg. What was this? This was a face smacking. Zhang Ye could always come up with something unexpected. Today and at this moment, this scene repeated itself once again. At first, it was still alright. The concert tickets for the 3 Japanese and Korean big names were priced much higher than before, but compared to the current price levels, it was not too unacceptable. Everyone just made a few remarks about it on the internet. But when the tickets prices for Zhang Ye's crosstalk tour were announced, it immediately flipped things on its head and left the staff of the 3 Japanese and Korean celebrity teams in a predicament. They had been placed right in the line of fire. Nothing stands up well to comparison. With this, there was an immediate wave of scolding across the country. Its price so low? What the hell? This is too cheap. That's right. When we eat out with our family and friends these days, the bill comes up to at least 500 or 600 yuan. But his lowest tier seating is only going for 288 renminbi? That's not even enough for one meal. What's more, this is Zhang you were talking about. A Chinese heavenly king. An Asian A-list celebrity. He's too kind. Zhang Ye still has the best character. That's right, these ticket prices were priced with a conscience. Supporting Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang is so honorable. Who said that Zhang Ye's ticket pricing would definitely be higher? Who said it? How face-smacking. Ha ha ha. At first, I thought I wouldn't have the money to buy Zhang Ye's tickets. But now, it looks like I can even afford the middle-tier seats. Damn, I definitely have to go support Lord Zhang and Lord Yao. I like their crosstalk so much, and the ticket prices are so cheap as well. Why would anyone in their right mind buy the tickets to those Japanese and Korean celebrities' concerts? Those foreigners. They're only here to make a quick buck. That's right. By selling their tickets at such a high price, are they taking us for fools? They're just taking advantage of the fact that the Chinese people have money for them to earn. What kind of status does Zhang Ye have? Do they know how popular Teacher Zhang is in our country? Even Teacher Zhang's tickets aren't priced so expensively, so who do they think they are? This is the first time that Park Jae-sang will be holding a concert in China. So what if it's a tad more expensive? Previous poster, you must be joking, right? You're putting it like this is not Lord Zhang's first time holding a special crosstalk. Furthermore, Zhang Ye will be performing 3 consecutive days of shows. It's going to be a tour. Unlike those Japanese and Korean celebrities who come over to earn our money before running away. Zhang Ye has handled this beautifully. Poor people like us will also get a chance to go watch his crosstalk live. Cursing. Arguments. The situation online blew up. At Zhang Xiao's house. Mom this. That little Zhang, how awful of him. But Teacher Zhang is too ruthless. At Guang and Fan Wenli's home. I'm cracking up. Teacher Zhang is really good at stirring things up. He's just messing around. At Zhang Yuanqi's studio. Sister Zhang. Zhang Ye has really made a move. I've seen it already. Do you think the 3 of them can outdo Zhang Ye? They can't even hold Zhang Ye down in their own territory, much less here in China. At Central TV, Zhang Ye has taken a stab at them. What a ruthless swipe this is. Hi. Tell me, why did they have to provoke him? The media was amused. The industry insiders were amused. However, the three celebrity teams from Japan and Korea were not amused at all. They were all cursing at this in unison. This kind of public pressure made them very uncomfortable. What the hell is he thinking? Why is he selling his tickets so cheaply? Isn't he looking to earn money? Everyone was selling at a high price without any issues, but you're selling yours at such a low price? What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to ruin the market? He's deliberately messing with us. This is so infuriating. What a bastard. He's trying to put on a show of strength. That goddamn Zhang Ye. Should we lower our ticket prices? We can't lower them anymore. The ticket prices have already been submitted, and there's no way we can lower it either. Our publicity costs are too high. If the ticket prices are too low, we won't be able to recoup our expenses. At the end of the day, we still have to make some money out of this. Don't worry, this won't hurt us one bit. Right. Even if our tickets are highly priced, it's not like we won't be able to sell them off. Besides, we still have to delay releasing the VIP tickets for now. And the other tickets too. We can't just release everything in one go. Understood? That's basic hunger marketing one, after all. Yeah, Chinese people always fall for such tricks. That's right. Sometimes, the more expensive it is, the more likely they will buy it. Let them scold all they want. We have a lot of fans in China anyway, so there will always be someone who will buy it. Right at the beginning, Zhang Ye had made a fool of them. For now, they could only brace themselves and stick to the plan. What other way was there? It was already too late to turn back. That same night, Park Jae-sang's concert, Kim Ji-chan's concert, Kazuya Kimura's concert, and Zhang Ye's crosstalk tour. At 10 p.m., the tickets for all the events would go on sale. The media was also unanimously siding with Zhang Ye. When the ticketing sales channels open, who will emerge as the winner? Zhang Ye's ticket prices labeled as honest. Zhang Ye's tickets for crosstalk tour sets market price. Tickets to the Japanese and Korean celebrities' concerts are overly expensive. Who will buy such expensive tickets? With 5 minutes to go, many netizens were standing by to buy the tickets. Some were holding their cell phones, and some were keeping watch on their computers. Nobody blinked as they waited for the time to arrive. It's starting soon. On your marks, everyone. Someone, help me snatch a ticket for Zhang Ye's crosstalk. Supporting Zhang Ye. Boycotting all high ticket prices. Hightail it back to Japan and Korea. This is not a place for you all to make a quick buck. I want tickets to Park Jae-sang's concert. Why do you still want them when they're so expensive? I'll still buy them anyhow. The reason why this group of foreigners dare to behave so audaciously in China is because of people like you. So what? I like Kim Ji-chan, and I'm willing to give him my money. What's wrong with that? Everyone was quarreling over the buying of the tickets. 3, 2, 1. The sales began. Snatch the tickets. It's mine. They're all mine. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. I'm here. Don't snatch from me. Damn, why are they all gone? Heavens, why are there already no tickets left? They've all been sold out? Fuck. 13 seconds. It had only been 13 seconds since the tickets went on sale. Everyone who came to purchase the tickets were shocked to discover that Zhang Ye's tickets to his Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen shows, be it the 288 renminbi, 388 renminbi, 588 renminbi, or 888 renminbi tickets, were all sold out. In the blink of an eye, all of them had been snapped up. As for the other 3 Japanese and Korean celebrities' concert tickets, the tickets weren't even fully released for sale yet. At most, they only opened around half of the seating for sale. However, the tickets were still selling, and there were no signs of them being sold out. In fact, they were even far from being sold out. From the looks of it, it might be possible that they could still be bought the next morning. The public was stunned. The nation was stunned. 13 seconds. 3 shows. There had never been such a crazy sales result before. Moreover, it had to be known that no tickets were held back from the sales channel for Zhang Ye's shows. All of them released to the public for sale. And they were sold out? Even selling out in only a matter of seconds? Everyone was shocked. How scary. Zhang Ye is amazing. There's really no fucking others who are as popular as him. Even if the tickets were sold cheaply, they shouldn't have been sold out this quickly. 13 seconds? 3 shows? Tens of thousands of seats. Not even Zhang Yuanqi's tickets are so coveted. They've all gone mad. Mad, I tell you. My ticket. I was so close. I was just a second away from getting one. Zhang Ye is indeed Zhang Ye. I'm crying. I should have known there was no chance of getting a ticket. The three Japanese and Korean big names were stunned. How is that possible? Isn't this too fast? What about us? We only sold a sixth of our tickets. The industry was also in an uproar. 13 seconds. This was a new record. An unprecedented record. Only now did they realize that even though Zhang Ye had only recently been promoted to the Chinese S-list rankings and ascended to the top of the Chinese entertainment industry, his popularity, influence, appeal, and all other aspects were already on par with the other 6 heavenly kings and queens in China. Just taking this record of selling out his tickets in 13 seconds, no one else should be able to break it for a long time to come. Zhang Yuanqi, Su Milan, or someone else. From the looks of it would be difficult to say who would win if the veteran heavenly kings and queens came face to face with Zhang Ye. Chapter 1402. Zhang Ye makes yet another move. Chapter 1402. Zhang Ye makes yet another move. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, there were countless news reports. Zhang Ye's tour tickets highly sought after. Ticketing website gets crippled by traffic. The Japanese and Korean celebrities' concerts receive the cold shoulder. Zhang Ye's appeal is still as charming as ever. A lot of people who launched the ticketing website in the morning discovered that the tickets for the 3 concerts in China were still not sold out yet. The lowest tier tickets priced at 1,000 renminbi had already been sold out, but there were still remaining tickets for the middle tier and premium seats. As for the VIP tickets, although the price was clearly shown on the website, they remained unreleased for sale. One event's tickets were snapped up within 13 seconds. The other 3 still had tickets on sale even after the next day had arrived. The contrast was too glaring. Zhang Ye had crushingly defeated those 3 Japanese and Korean celebrities. Previously, some fanatical fans of Kim Ji-chan and Park Jae-sang said that the popularity of their oppas was not something that Zhang Ye could match. The 2 oppas both ranked slightly higher than Zhang Ye on the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index, so how could they not be a match for him? However, once the tickets went on sale, many people were dumbfounded by the results. No one would know if they did not try, but the moment they did, they got a shock. Be it Kim Ji-chan, Park Jae-sang, or Kimura Kanzuya, none of them were even close to Zhang Ye when it came to their popularity in China. They were simply not on the same level. The 3 Japanese and Korean celebrity teams. It's all right. Our tickets are actually selling quite well too. We should be able to sell them out by today. After that, we can release the second batch of tickets. Yeah, don't be in a rush to push out the VIP tickets first. Right? Just ignore them. We'll do it accordingly to our own pace. In the end, it will still depend on reputation. Only when the concert begins will we be able to compete based on our strengths. It's still a little early to say now who has won or who has lost. That's right. It doesn't matter how it is right now. When the actual day of the performance comes, that is when the real battle begins. Let Zhang Ye do what he wants. I don't believe that he would be able to beat us at selling the tickets. If they want to sell it cheaply, just do it. We will still be able to sell ours even at this high price. Their fans also showed them a lot of support. Sisters, let's do it. We cannot disappoint our oppas. Why are the tickets still not sold out yet? I'll buy one. I'll buy one too even if I have to starve. It's just 2,000 renminbi, right? A middle-tier seat? I've bought it. Right? We can't let Zhang Ye steal the limelight from the oppas. Supporting Kimura. Supporting Jae-sang oppa. So what if it's expensive? I'll buy one no matter how expensive it is. That's right, we'll buy them. Many of the fans were screaming in excitement. The importance of the Japanese and Korean celebrities' fan bases in China was definitely not to be underestimated. At the studio, Zhang Ye was on the phone with the ticketing agent. Teacher Zhang, the tickets have all been sold out, but the profits, isn't it good enough that our shows have been sold out? We can just make less money. But that's not the point. Even if you had priced the lowest tier tickets at 1,500 renminbi, there would still be people fighting over it. Old Lu, tickets to the show that I put on have always, and will always, be cheap. This might be our first time working together, but we already agreed on this matter beforehand. Well, all right then, we'll do as you say. At most, I'll give you a bit more of my share of the profit. There's no need to, that won't do. We'll just divide it according to our agreement. It's fine. I can't let you guys work for nothing. Hi, Teacher Zhang. I have nothing else to say other than that you're the most honest celebrity I've worked with in all my years. Based on what you've just said, even if there's no money to be earned in the future, I'll still get your affairs handled for you. Thank you, old Lu. Honest? He was not honest at all. The crucial point was that he didn't actually have much interest in making money. Would making money be more enjoyable than smacking faces? No. Such happiness was something that not even money could buy. He would do it even if it meant losing money. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others came over. Zhang Zhua laughed and said, Director Zhang, this move of yours is superb. Ha Chi-Chi was also tickled. Everyone is scolding them and saying that we're honest. Zhang Zhua said, their ticket prices are really a little too expensive. This time, they've caused their own downfall. It'll be enough to cause them a headache for a while. This is what you call starting off on the wrong foot. But Zhang Ye said, it's still not enough. Zhang Zhua exclaimed, still not enough? Zhang Ye said calmly, Old Ha, help me get something done. Ha Chi-Chi was startled. Please speak. Zhang Ye asked, are the most expensive tickets for the 3 concerts released yet? Not yet. Ha Chi-Chi said, but they've actually started selling them already. It's just that they are priced really, really expensively. Even though they are marked at around 10,000 renminbi each, the ticketing agent is deliberately holding on to the tickets in order to raise the prices. In the end, the scalpers start selling them at prices several times more expensive than the original prices. Everyone in the industry knows that this is actually the ticketing agent's own personnel selling them on the black market to make more profits. From the looks of it, the celebrities are probably also getting a share of the money. By the way, why are you asking about this? Zhang Ye said, ask how much they are going for. I want to buy some. Ha Chi-Chi was stunned. Ah. Zhang Zhua was also dumbfounded. Why would you buy their tickets? Zhang Ye said, just ask them like I told you to. All right. Ha Chi-Chi immediately went to make a call. Eventually, they managed to find out the most up-to-date news. Kimura Kanzuya's VIP concert tickets had been pumped up to 20,000 RMB and was a negotiable price. Kim Ji-chan's VIP concert tickets were at 19,999 renminbi and non-negotiable. Park Jae-sang's VIP concert tickets were the most expensive ones of all, going at a fixed price of 35,000 renminbi each. Ha Chi-Chi said with a gasp, they're all crazy. They've gone mad from wanting to make money so badly. These people are really too keen on making a quick buck. Zhang Zhua also said angrily, aren't they trying to scam the fools? One has to be crazy to spend so much money on buying a ticket like this. Do they really think that our Chinese people's money is so easy to earn? But the next second, Zhang Ye said something very shocking. Old Ha, I'll hand you a few of my bank cards. Go buy as many of their VIP tickets as you can for me. I'll pay for them out of my own pocket. Ha Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Zhang Zhua also very nearly fell over. What are you trying to do? You want to buy them even when it's so expensive? Do you have relatives who wish to go watch their concerts? Zhang Ye placed his bank cards onto the table. Don't ask so much for now. Can we buy any? Ha Chi-Chi said, if it's at the black market price, I can definitely buy them. All right, Zhang Ye said, get this done immediately. Ha Chi-Chi did not know whether to laugh or cry. All right then. 1 ticket, 5 tickets, 10 tickets. In the end, they managed to get 17 VIP tickets across the 3 concerts, and it cost Zhang Ye less than 500,000 renminbi to buy them. Several of the tickets were even bought from scalpers in Japan and Korea who demanded an exorbitant price after having initially agreed on a sum. As such, they overspent by quite a bit as well. This left Ha Chi-Chi rather infuriated as she gained a new understanding of these Japanese and Korean celebrities once more. To make a quick buck, they were willing to resort to all kinds of means. Ha Chi-Chi and the others couldn't figure out why Director Zhang would want to buy such expensive tickets, though. However, they discovered that Zhang Ye did not even blink at the sight of this amount. Less than 500,000 renminbi. Like this bit of money mattered to him. After obtaining the tickets, Zhang Ye's next words scared the hell out of Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and all of the other studio staff. Zhang Ye lightly said, put these VIP tickets up for sale at 500,000 renminbi each. Ha Chi-Chi nearly spat blood. Zhang Zhua nearly fainted. 500,000 renminbi. For one ticket? Fuck. All of these tickets together didn't even cost 500,000 renminbi when they bought them. Chapter 1403. Your sister. Chapter 1403. Your sister. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The studio staff were all exclaiming in horror. Director Zhang, 500, 000 RMB? Yeah. Isn't that too unethical? Oh, is that unethical? It seems a little unethical. Then that's right. Unethical is precisely what I'm after. Zhang Ye could still remember the farce that happened to Fei Wang's concert. Even a heavenly queen from his previous world could not handle something like that, let alone the parties involved this time. Just like how Zhang Ye himself had claimed, he might not know how to flatter other people, but step on them? This fella had too many destructive tricks up his sleeve. The Chinese people's money was easy to earn, treating the Chinese people as fools. The higher the ticket prices, the more important it made you all look, the greater your standing. All right then, as you wish. I will add more fuel to your fire. Aren't you people going the way of selling your tickets expensively? Would 100,000 renminbi be expensive enough? Would 200,000 renminbi be expensive enough? Would 500,000 renminbi be expensive enough? The three Japanese and Korean celebrity teams. At this moment, there was exhilaration all around. They've been sold out. The first round of tickets that were released have been sold out. Many of the VIP seats have been sold as well. Really, the ticketing agent just let us know a moment ago. Quite a few tickets costing 30,000 renminbi were actually sold. Ha 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 ha. There are really suckers like that. Let's pump the prices up further. All right, let's do it. It will be such a waste not to earn this money. I think it will still sell even if we doubled the prices another time. Our VIP tickets are only valued at around 10,000 renminbi each, but they can be flipped for up to 3 or 4 times that amount. No one will be able to link it to us anyway. That's right, there's still a market for it. There are still people who can accept such prices. There are so many whales among the Chinese fans. Yeah, why else has everyone been coming over to grab a share of the Chinese market in recent years? Beautifully done. If that Zhang fella doesn't want to earn money, who can he blame? So what if our tickets were selling slowly? Our sales can still do great. The second round of tickets can be released now. All right, they were selling so well that others started envying them. Who could resist the temptation of seeing such large amounts of money rolling in? A lot of people had gone crazy over this. To put it bluntly, they were here to rob them of their money. Online, the scolding was continuing. Those three have also sold out. There are really people buying their tickets? Damn, they have so many fans. This makes me so angry. They haven't released the VIP tickets for sale yet. They've been released, but I can't get them at the market rate. That's right. I heard that they're selling at 30 to 40,000 renminbi a pop now. 30 to 40,000 renminbi? That's already old news. The latest I've heard is that Park Jae-sang's first row of VIP seats are now fetching close to 50,000 yuan. Who doesn't know that all this was planned by those celebrities and the ticketing agents? They were the ones who pumped up the prices to sell the tickets through scalpers. Only a fool would buy. But people actually bought them. Many fans of the Japanese and Korean celebrities came forward at this time. Why wouldn't we buy them? I have nothing but money. Right? I'm a tycoon. So what if they're selling it on the black market? In the end, the money still goes to our office. I'm more than willing to contribute my share. Ha 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 ha, buy. Who has VIP tickets? I'll buy one. 50,000 renminbi is my offer. Does anyone still have Kim Ji-chan's VIP tickets? I won't buy them if they're too cheap. You people are too nosy. We have the money, and we can buy as expensive a ticket as we want. We can afford it. We just want to support our oppas. Deal with it. Right? We'll buy them no matter how expensive they are. Kim Ji-chan, I love you. The more expensive they are, the more I'll buy. Park Jae-sang, I love you. What's 50,000 renminbi anyway? Kimura, I desire you. For the sake of our idol, do you think we can't bear to spend this bit of money? A group of wealthy people were clamoring to sweep up the VIP tickets in a show of support for the three Japanese and Korean celebrities' concerts in China. Coincidentally, a lot of VIP tickets suddenly started appearing everywhere in the form of scalped tickets. The rich and fanatical fans swarmed them at once. They've released the tickets. They're finally out. It's the VIP tickets. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to buy any. Ha ha ha, here I come. Buy. But when they saw the ticket prices, everyone was dumbfounded. The whales were so shocked that their jaws dropped. How much? How much do they cost? 500,000 renminbi. They're selling them at 500,000 yuan per ticket? Kimura, I fuck you. Appa, your grandpa. The more expensive they are, the more I'll buy. Buy your sister. 500,000 yuan. Only an idiot would buy it. Have you all gone crazy? What the heck? Do you really think I'm a sucker? I already bought tickets at 100,000 yuan. But 500,000? Why don't you all just go to hell? Have you gone crazy from trying to make money? I can afford a condo with that 500,000 renminbi, alright. Fuck. How infuriating. Even if I'm rich, this is no way to be spending money. The rich and fanatical fans who had been supporting the Appas just a moment ago were now jumping up and cursing. As for everyone else, it was needless to even mention how they reacted. Instantly, the entire country descended into scolding. This is too sinister. Damn. Just go to hell. Whoever buys them is an idiot. I won't let them earn a single cent from me. Get out of China. Get out of China. I want a refund for my ticket. Right? I don't want to watch it anymore. I want a refund for my ticket. Everyone was infuriated. Even the Japanese and Korean celebrities fans were cursing. The media also gave their harshest criticism. Who will stop this crazy profiteering? VIP tickets at 500,000 renminbi each. Excessive hype leads to sky-high ticket prices. 3 concerts on the verge of collapse. People request refunds. From the fans, I'm not impressed by their behavior this time. Scolding, and more scolding. The entire country was in an uproar. The initial ticket prices had already been quite controversial, with many voices of doubt among the people. When Zhang Ye's honest ticket prices were announced, the questioning became even stronger. Later, when the Japanese and Korean celebrities deliberately pumped up their concerts' VIP ticket prices, it aroused even more disapproval from countless people, and the problem neared a tipping point. When the 500,000 renminbi tickets appeared, the 3 concerts with sky-high ticket prices finally collapsed. It was a complete collapse. The Japanese and Korean celebrities' concerts' second round of ticket sales instantly stopped selling. The Japanese and Korean celebrity team members were stunned. Kim Ji-chan was dumbfounded. Park Jae-sang was dumbfounded. Kimura Kanzuya was also dumbfounded. Who is it? Who is selling the tickets? 500,000 renminbi. Fuck. What the hell is the ticketing agent trying to pull? Even when they were flooded by scolding from the Chinese people and media, they still did not know what had happened. They hurriedly investigated the situation, then found out some news that enraged them. Their VIP tickets had earlier been purchased in bulk by someone through their connections. There was no evidence. There were no receipts. However, the sources of all the purchases pointed in one direction. Zhang Ye's studio. Zhang Ye, your sister. Fuck your grandpa. You're too fucking mean. How dare you scam us? This is too cruel. He's too cruel. Fuck. How can there be someone like him? The Asian philanthropic ambassador? You should fucking be the Asian hooligan ambassador instead. They were finally panicking. The 3 Japanese and Korean celebrity teams hurriedly tried to salvage things. Issuing statements. Making clarifications. Giving explanations. However, all of that was useless. It was already pointless. The momentum had already gathered, and public opinion was crushing them to death. By now, they could not turn things around no matter how hard they tried. They had been nailed to a cross and crucified. The ticketing issue was already messed up. Even before the concerts had begun, they were getting scolded like crazy. Seeing this unfold before their eyes, they were on the verge of collapse. Before this, they had thought that it wouldn't matter. When their concerts officially started, that would be the time to compete on who was better. However, no one expected that before the concerts even took place, they would get beaten back by Zhang Ye. Wave after wave of underhanded methods rushed in like a monsoon. Every method was more vicious and despicable than the last. They knew that Zhang Ye was wicked and shameless, and had seen this in the news as well. However, they never expected that this Zhang fellow could actually turn out to be so wicked and so shameless. They have never come across someone like this before. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, this was really the first time they'd come across someone like him. There was no one similar to him in Japan. There was no one similar to him in Korea. There was no one similar to him in the entire world. Only in China. Only Zhang Ye was like this. Today, their horizons had truly been broadened. Chapter 1404. The three Japanese and Korean celebrities are crying. Chapter 1404. The three Japanese and Korean celebrities are crying. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. On this day, at Zhang Ye's parents' house, it was old Wu's day off and included a rare family lunch. At the dinner table, Wu Ziqing said gently, "I've heard that in the past few days, the Japanese and Korean celebrities have been going through a lot because of you. They weren't even able to sell out their concert tickets." Zhang Ye smacked his lips and said, "I guess so." His mother rolled her eyes. "Oh, why are you so awful?" His parents also heard this in the news. For the past 2 days, a crazy amount of attention had been given to this event. Zhang Ye said, "I was just letting them have a taste of their own medicine. They were spreading fake news about me to hype up their concerts. The Japanese and Korean people even came together to slander me and restricted me from entering their countries and stopped me from going over there. So now that they've come into my territory, how could I possibly let them off easy?" His mother said, "Shouldn't that be within Ziqing's authority? Why don't you just get Ziqing to chase them away and handle the problem?" Wu Ziqing said, "He doesn't want me to interfere." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "There's no need to bother her. It's just a small matter. This bro will handle it himself." Wu Ziqing asked, "Tomorrow will the very first show of your crosstalk tour. Are you ready?" "Don't worry." Zhang Ye took a bite of food and said, "I've been working with old Yao for so long. We'll be able to handle a simple crosstalk. It will definitely be executed perfectly. Face, respect, reputation. He wanted it all this time. However these people arrived, he would send them packing the same way." The countdown to the start of the events was getting closer. Elsewhere, the Japanese and Korean celebrity teams were panicking. Park Jae-sang was currently in a call. "Didn't we already agree to it, old who?" "Jae-sang, I really have some last-minute things to take care of." "Then who am I going to get as my guest star?" "Try asking someone else." "Kimura Kanzuya. How can you just decide not to come?" "Kanzuya, it's not that we don't wish to support your concert, but you're putting us in a really difficult situation too. In China, we have the best relationship with your band. But you guys are now in a conflict with Zhang Ye. Although we've never had any dealings with teacher Zhang before, with teacher Zhang's status in the industry, there's no choice for us but to show him respect. But let's end the call here. I have to go." The concerts were about to begin, but they'd only just realized that they couldn't find any celebrities to support their acts. They were all big names in Asia, yet no one wanted to play for them. This was absolutely the biggest joke ever. This was a death smack to their faces. Normally, when these foreign celebrities came to China to hold a concert, they would invite some of their Chinese celebrity friends to guest star during the show. At their level, or any Japanese or Korean celebrity who could host such a large concert in China, they would know some people at the very least. Out of the 10 people that they invited, even if 7 could not make it, the remaining ones would have no issue joining them at their concerts. It was always the same every year, finding a local celebrity to help open the show and increase the hype of the headliner. But it was different this time. All of those whom they had been in contact with since a month or 2 ago had changed their minds. First, their reputations had now gone downhill, and everyone was cursing at them. The fallout from the high ticket prices could also be said to have had a fatal effect on them. Second, and most important, it was Zhang Ye's attitude towards the whole affair. It was very obvious that Zhang Ye was in direct conflict with the Japanese and Korean celebrities with the intention of challenging them. If it were Zhang Ye who started bullying them for no reason, they would not care. But the issue here was that it wasn't so. Zhang Ye had been forced to do this after the damaging fake news. Most of the Japanese and Korean celebrities, including Kim Ji-chan and Park Jae-sang, had also participated in it, so Zhang Ye couldn't be blamed for falling out with them. So at this critical juncture, who in the country would dare to step on Zhang Ye's toes? Zhang Ye's friends, and those Chinese celebrities who sought to overturn the injustice against him were even secretly cheering for him. Invite us to your concerts? Forget it. Just play on your own this time. We really can't afford to do this favor for you all. Everyone's thoughts and concerns were surprisingly consistent. The 3 celebrity teams from Japan and Korea were on the verge of tears. It wasn't the first time that some of them were here in China, but it wasn't like this in the past. Back then, be it their fans or celebrity friends, everyone had always been very friendly to them. So why was it different now? Zhang Ye. It was all because of that person that they got thwarted right at the start and encountered difficulties at every turn. Did he really have such widespread influence in China? What should they do then? How should they handle things? If there were no supporting acts, then they could only take it upon themselves to carry the entire performance. On the other hand, preparations for Zhang Ye's tour were already in full swing. He even managed to invite quite a few crosstalk comedians for the supporting acts. A few of them were crosstalk rookies, and 2 were crosstalk veterans who had never conflicted with Zhang Ye before. The lineup couldn't be called prestigious, but it was good enough, nonetheless. Several of these crosstalk comedians had been brought onto the Spring Festival Gala by Zhang Ye this year, so they were currently at the height of their popularity as well. Although this was Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's tour, it would be impossible for them two to carry the entire show all by themselves. They would definitely need to have some supporting acts. Zhang Ye's relationship with the crosstalk world was not good, but ever since his marriage, the crosstalk world was no longer at loggerheads with him. Besides, the crosstalk comedians who took part in this year's Spring Festival Gala could easily be summoned with just a phone call by Zhang Ye. This showed that everyone really gave him a lot of respect as well. The Spring Festival Gala's executive director role had indeed helped Zhang Ye build up quite a fair few connections. This was especially useful at crucial times, like the one he was going through right now. Many celebrities were even behaving uproariously on Weibo. Chen Guang's Weibo. Zhang let me go and give a crosstalk for you too. Ning Lan. Actually, my dream has always been to become a crosstalk comedian. Zhang Xia. At Zhang Ye, reserve a ticket for me. I'll go and support you. Xiaodong. Hee, I want a ticket too. Since I can't do crosstalk, I can only go and give you my support. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ye did not turn any of them down. Zhang Ye's Weibo. All right, I'll see all of you there then. Let's all have fun, and whoever wishes to come on stage to perform, I'll play the fall guy for you. Ha ha ha. And back to the Japanese and Korean celebrities. It had been several days, but the netizens were still scolding them. I want a refund for my ticket. Hurry up and scram. Right? Don't ever come back to China. We don't like people who just come here with the aim of making a quick buck. Park Jae-sang's concert tickets were somehow sold out. But the other 2 celebrities were not that lucky. Quite a few of Kim Ji-chan's concert premium tickets were unsold and wasted. As for Kimura Kanzuya, he was the least popular in China and also the one who suffered the greatest losses this time. Of all the concert tickets, even some tickets from the lowest tier couldn't be sold and were still being promoted on the ticketing agent's website. Although it seemed like they had only lost a small sum since most of the tickets were sold, the damage to their reputations was fatal. On one side, it was boisterous. On the other side, nobody showed any interest. With this comparison, the difference was too great. It was so great that everyone could feel the sting on the faces of those 3 Japanese and Korean celebrities. They were all Asian A-listers, and some were even more popular than Zhang Ye in Asia. Could it get any more miserable than this? Seeing this, those in the industry could not help but sigh. Zhang Ye is really capable at picking fights with other people. He must have gone through loads of battles. Even before their shows have started, he's already crushed all 3 of them. When it comes to being a hooligan, those 3 aren't a match for Zhang Ye even if they team up. Let's see how things will turn out after their concerts take place. Yeah, whether or not they can turn things around all depends on that. Right? It's still too early to say who has won. After all, no one has put on a crosstalk show in recent years. Chapter 1405. The Crosstalk Tour begins. Chapter 1405. The Crosstalk Tour begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Friday. On the opening day of the performance, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's crosstalk publicity billboard was hanging outside the Beijing Exhibition Center. It was still 2 hours away from the start, but sea of people had gathered below the billboard. Who still has tickets for the show? They've all been sold out. Oh my God, there are so many people. I was still thinking of trying my luck to buy a ticket from here. Are there really no tickets left at all? If I can't manage to buy a ticket, I'll have to go back home too. Catch the live stream. There's really no one else who can command a huge turnout like this. That's right. Since the olden days, which crosstalk comedian has had such great appeal? Whose crosstalk tour could be organized to such a level? Not even the most famous crosstalk masters could do it. Crosstalk has really come back to life. There was an overwhelming number of cars. The major roads within 2 kilometers of the venue were jam-packed with traffic. It was an extremely spectacular scene that could only be called unprecedented. At the traffic police department, the roads are all jammed. Traffic is not moving anymore. What's happening? What's the occasion today? Today? Zhang Ye is holding a tour stop at the Beijing Exhibition Center today. I knew it. Quick, increase the manpower. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The traffic police were out in full force and working at 5 times their usual capacity to help ease the traffic flow. In the crosstalk world, people were already waiting for the live stream to start. In the past 10 years, no one has dared hold a crosstalk tour. That's right, not to mention holding it at a venue as large as the Beijing Exhibition Center. No one has dared to think about holding a crosstalk at a place like the Beijing Exhibition Center before. Let's see what he's got. The crosstalk world was also very concerned because this was a major event that didn't happen too often in their industry. There was actually someone who dared to hold a crosstalk at a place like the Beijing Exhibition Center. Master Sun, Master Kong. Not even they had dared do so. The 3 Japanese and Korean celebrity teams. Park Jae-sang was performing at the same time as Zhang Ye today, but what the Japanese and Korean celebrity teams were most concerned about was this show that Zhang Ye was going to put on. They wanted to see what it was all about and what kind of a situation it would pose to them. It was likely that Korea and Japan had crosstalk as well, but the format and delivery were different from China's. However, their crosstalks were without a doubt not popular with their people. So these Japanese and Korean celebrities, as well as their teams, were all very puzzled. Why would anyone want to watch a crosstalk? Why would anyone like it? Since when could crosstalks compete with a singer's concert? It didn't make any sense. There was absolutely no comparison. Kim Ji-chan was watching the live stream. Kimura Kinzuya and his interpreter were watching the live stream as well. They wanted to understand their enemy so that they could come up with a strategy to deal with the situation. His parents powered on their computer. Quite a few of those from the entertainment circle also launched the live stream of the event. Countless citizens were waiting for it to begin. 100,000, 1 million, 5 million. Even before the opening act and before the show began, the live streaming site that Zhang Ye had exclusively authorized to broadcast the crosstalk live had exceeded 6 million concurrent viewers. Further, that number was still rising. This dumbfounded the site's executives and staff. 7 million. 7.5 million. It was too popular. It was way too fucking popular. The netizens were leaving comments below. I'm so anticipating this. Hurry up and begin already. This is making me so damn anxious. I haven't heard Zhang Ye perform his crosstalk in a year already. Although Zhang Ye has been up to all kinds of different activities in the past few years like singing and skit acting, as well as so many other things, I still like his crosstalks the most. Previous poster, you're my bosom buddy. Me too. He and Old Yao are the best duo. They're goddamn made for each other. That's right. They're a pair who haven't appeared in the crosstalk world in over 200 years. Wow, it's almost starting. It's starting. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. At this moment, the live stream reached an astounding 30 million viewers. Furthermore, the number was still increasing as though there was no end. At the Beijing Exhibition Center, at the venue, the host announced, "Next, please enjoy the crosstalk by Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai." The live audience flew into a frenzy. Ah, they're here. Zhang Ye, they're coming out. Applause thundered. Tens of thousands of people were cheering. Ning Lan was clapping in the audience. Xiaodong and Chun Guang were cheering in the audience. Zhang Ye's celebrity friends had all come to show their support for him. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai walked out onto the stage in their crosstalk attire. The audience had not seen this kind of clothing in a long time. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai themselves also missed the times when they were wearing it. The shouting and cheering were extremely loud. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai couldn't make themselves heard amid the brouhaha. They could only look at each other with a wry smile. Zhang Ye stood in front of the microphone. Thank you. Yao Jiankai clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, everyone, for your support." The reception only toned down after a full 30 seconds. Only then could Zhang Ye say, "Everyone is really enthusiastic with their support. Thank you so much. We really can't repay your kindness. I heard that there was a huge traffic jam around the Beijing Exhibition Center tonight." The audience laughed out loud at this. Yao Jiankai said happily, "I think there was. Since the audience is so supportive, we better give a proper performance to them today. Yao Jinkai said. We should, Zhang Ye said. I'm going to throw out everything I have today and talk about things that would be banned from the television broadcasts. Zhang Ye added. Actually, everything we say tonight will not be allowed on broadcast. Hi. The live audience laughed. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye said. Thank you. We're not the only ones who have a show tonight. Across from here, not far away, there is a concert going on as well. But for everyone to come and attend our show tonight and watch the live stream online, it shows that all of you truly love crosstalk. Yao Jinkai agreed. That's right. Across from here? A concert? The audience's eyes lit up as they all knew who he was referring to. It's a good thing to have competition, but sometimes competition can be so intense that it gets annoying. Is that so? Zhang Ye said. With the two shows opening right across from one another and each of us trying to sell tickets to our own show, how can I allow him to push me into second place? The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yao Jinkai asked. Oh, really? Zhang Ye said. So we sought a master's opinion. Oh, the master instructed me to put up 2 mirrors at our entrance and pointed in his direction. You mean? So that we can reflect whatever evil aura there is to him. The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Yao Jinkai asked. A demon-revealing mirror? Zhang Ye said. If you place it there, the people across from us wouldn't just accept it. That's right. After their boss comes out and sees himself in the mirror every day, it would get around to him what is going on. Are you shining that on me? No way. I better get a master here to deal with this. Oh, when the master arrives, he'll realize how bad of a situation it is and say, Io, he's resorting to the occult. Then what should be done? Buy 4 mirrors and shine it back at them. The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye continued. The boss across from us will come out and realize it. Then say, Aya, they're shining it back at me. Yao Jinkai said. He'll get it immediately. No way. Let's seek the master's advice again. When the master arrived, he suggested using 6 mirrors. He added another 2. The audience was laughing loudly. Zhang Ye said, Ta 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 ta. There. That's 6 mirrors now. So how would the boss across from us handle it? Get the master, of course. He gesticulated with his hands. 8 mirrors. Yao Jinkai was floored. There's no need to get a master's advice if this is all they're saying. What's the point of asking a master if it's just adding 2 mirrors each time? The audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Io. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye said, Pa 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 pa. That's 8 mirrors now. With a pause, he said, with this little fight of theirs, they rescued 4 glass factories from closing down. Watching the live stream, the viewers were bursting into laughter again. Ha ha ha. I'm so tickled. A simple opening was all it took to warm the audience up. Chapter 1406, a huge success. Chapter 1406, a huge success. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The live streaming channel had reached 50 million concurrent viewers at the venue. Zhang Ye said, but actually, none of that worked. Yao Jinkai said, that's right. So why did you even have to get a master? An actor still has to depend on their true skills. That's correct. So, I went to get plastic surgery. So that was what you meant when you said true skills. Ning Lan giggled. Xiaodong laughed. Ha ha ha. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were both laughing hard. Zhang Ye said, yeah. Yao Jinkai said, oh, I had to make a trip to Korea. Yeah, the plastic surgery industry there is really quite advanced. Everyone sat up and rapt attention. Here it comes. They're finally touching on the topic of Korea. Zhang Ye said, I bought a plane ticket and boarded the flight. When I got seated in the plane, who do you think I saw? It turned out that a Korean celebrity was sitting next to me. Yao Jinkai asked, who was it? It was a Korean big shot, the famous Asian singer, teacher Piao Yixing. Yao Jinkai exclaimed out loud. Piao Yixing won? His kidneys must be really strong then. The audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Io. Ah ha ha. Philander for a lifetime? Park Jae-sang was nearby, holding a concert across the way. A famous Korean singer? Whose surname was also Park. The audience could not help but think of that person and immediately became very excited. Zhang Ye said, I don't know if his kidneys are strong or not, but in any case, I was extremely puzzled. I asked him, Teacher Piao, With your status as a big shot, why are you sitting in economy class? Teacher Piao told me that their country's economy wasn't doing too well recently, so he had to come to China to find work. Yao Jinkai sighed. True that. He thinks that it's easy to earn money in China. E. The audience was hooting and laughing. Why did they come to China? To make a quick buck? The gag about the expensive tickets had already made its appearance through this joke segment. Zhang Ye's crosstalk was really full of scolding. Zhang Ye said, when the plane took off, I started feeling really terrible. It was so nauseating. Yao Jinkai replied, Yo, don't tell me you have air sickness? Yeah. With all that trembling in the plane, I got really nauseated, yet I could not find a place to vomit. When I saw that Teacher Piao had fallen asleep with his eye mask on, I didn't hesitate and vomited all over his chest. Whoa, that's so disgusting. Zhang Xia and her daughter couldn't help laughing out loud. Li Shaoxian, who was wearing sunglasses and sitting in a corner, was also laughing like crazy. He was so bad. Zhang Ye was so bad to the bone that no one could compare to him. Zhang Ye said, he didn't move, and neither did I. Soon after, the plane landed safely on the ground. That's when he woke up and I hurriedly asked him, Are you feeling better? Yao Jinkai exclaimed, Heya, do you still feel terrible? Could you be any more wicked than that? The audience was laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye said, Hi. Please take care of your health. Goodbye. Yao Jinkai said, You're too immoral. He could end up taking the wrong medication because of this. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Many in the audience were slapping their thighs in laughter. Zhang Ye continued, I was still thinking as I got off the plane. Don't you find it really strange? Every country has got its own unique crafts. In the field of plastic surgery, only the Koreans are able to do it so well. Yao Jinkai asked, Right? Why is that so? Zhang Ye gave it some thought. It's probably because they're ugly, Henshin. Why else are they called Korea, Hingu too? So being called Korea would mean that they're a nation of uglies? An ugly country. Whoa, if you put it that way, there's no way to explain Japan 3. Ninglong laughed. Ha ha ha. Amy was sprawled out from laughing. Zhang Ye tugged at Yao Jinkai. Ha ha ha. Then you better try and explain it to me. Yao Jinkai pushed him aside. Get lost. Why do I have to explain it? The audience was laughing like crazy. Too cruel. It was too wicked. There was really no one else who could scold in such a way. Japan and Korea had both been brought into the subject. Countless audience members could feel themselves overwhelmed by that long-awaited rush of emotions. How long had it been? How long had they not heard Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai talking on stage without restraint? They would probably have to go all the way back to the time when Central TV had organized that crosstalk competition to be reminded of such a scene. The show was live-streamed over the internet today, so the rules were much more relaxed than usual. Unlike being on television where they would be bound by certain guidelines, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai immediately slipped into form and put on an exceedingly good performance. It was so exhilarating. It was still the same feeling. It was exactly the kind of crosstalk that they used to give. Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai were still as good as ever. The first act ended. The second act was by two young crosstalk comedians. The third act was by two crosstalk veterans. When they put on not too bad performances, the audience was very supportive of them. If it was great, the applause kept going without stop. Of course, the crosstalk comedians who came to help out at Zhang Ye's show also understood that the audience was only so supportive of them because of Zhang Ye. On today's stage, Zhang Ye was the main lead. Other than him, there was no one in the crosstalk world who could put on such a large-scale crosstalk at a venue like the Beijing Exhibition Center. For the fourth act, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai returned. The fifth act was left to another two young crosstalk comedians. The sixth act saw Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai come back to stage once more. With their appearance for this act, they never left the stage for the rest of the night. The joke segments were continuously dropped. Insults were continuously thrown out. The audience went crazy. Another one. Another one. Don't stop. Tell us another one. The performance went on from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., then from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. According to the performance duration that was submitted to the authorities for approval, it should have ended by 9 p.m. But the audience was unwilling to leave. Zhang Ye could only give a wry smile. Yao Jinkai was also feeling helpless. What else could they do? They could only continue with the show. The two of them kept coming back for round after round of encores. 1 time, 5 times, 10 times, 15 times. The moment they tried to leave the stage, the audience would go into an uproar. Then Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai would get invited back to continue performing before trying to leave again, and then get invited back again. This kept repeating. At the end, Ninglan also joined in the fun and sportingly took to the stage. She did a short crosstalk with Zhang Ye to satisfy her crosstalk cravings. Xiaodong and Amy were also pulled onto the stage at the insistence of Zhang Ye. He acted as their fall guy as they put in a short performance, with the script prepared for them beforehand. There were plans for Li Shaoxian, Chun Guang, and Fan Wenli to do the same, but because they were too easily embarrassed, they refused to go on stage. The building could not be any more boisterous. Poking fun at celebrities, scolding the Japanese and Koreans, teasing the audience. It was very easy for Zhang Ye with that mouth of his. The laughter from the audience had not stopped ever since the show began. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. That was so damn funny. This joker. He's too wicked. A crosstalk that was supposed to end at 9 p.m. had been dragged all the way until 10:30 p.m. They returned for an encore a total of 17 times. It was a record number of encores not seen in the crosstalk world before. It was an encore number that had never happened in the history of crosstalk before. Finally, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's first crosstalk show could be deemed a huge success, and the audience's mood was also brought to the highest. Chapter 1407. Park Jae-sang gets scolded like crazy. Chapter 1407. Park Jae-sang gets scolded like crazy. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the Beijing Exhibition Center. Backstage, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai returned. Teachers, you've worked hard. Quick, have some water. Quickly, take a seat. Zhang Ye was fine, but old Yao was sweating profusely. Yao Jinkai had some water and wiped away his sweat. The audience was so passionate. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Yeah, but it felt really satisfying." Yao Jinkai slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Performing the crosstalk was a great way to blow off steam. Even if you don't pay me for this job, I'd still do it." "All right then." Zhang Ye told the organizer's staff, "Transfer the money that was meant for old Yao to me." Yao Jinkai burst into laughter. "Fuck off." The staff members were also laughing at this. DDD. Zhang Ye's phone rang with a notification. It was a text from his mother. "Son, that was a great performance." His eldest young sister's text. "Brother, you were so cool." Heavenly Queen Su Milan's text. "I watched the entire performance. You delivered it really well." His family and friends had all come to congratulate him. After reading the messages, Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Let's go, old Yao. Hurry home and get some rest. There are 2 more shows over the next 2 days. Are you game?" Yao Jinkai laughed. "Let's take this all the way to the end." In the crosstalk world, many of the crosstalk actors had caught the entire performance as well. "What is this? Isn't this the same old thing? The 3 vulgarities, it's the 3 vulgarities all over again. How can you call this a crosstalk?" I'm also wondering why there are so many people who like watching his crosstalks. No one's done as many encores as he did. However, when they saw how explosive the atmosphere at the venue was and that terrifying number of viewers watching the live stream, they all fell silent. Some people were watching it with the mindset to learn. Which crosstalk comedian didn't hope that they could host their own tour on such a huge stage? They also wanted to understand why Zhang Ye's crosstalks were popular with the people. But there were also some people who watched it with the intention to criticize. They were looking for problems to nitpick. Vulgar. No value. Performance duration exceeding the allocated time. And so on. They had also thought of reporting him to the authorities like they had done in the past, giving feedback to the higher-ups and the SARFD. But when they remembered Zhang Ye's wife, they were silenced. Fuck. It was better to just forget about it. This was a matter that they could only think about without the chance of taking any action. On Weibo, the talk surrounding Zhang Ye's tour blew up. It was so fun to watch. I was there at the venue, and everyone was laughing like crazy. "Damn, how did you get tickets? I'm so jealous of you." "Yeah, I wanted to go to the venue to attend as well. I watched it on the live stream and laughed throughout the entire show. There was no point in time that I could afford to piss. Zhang Ye was amazing. Old Yao too. He played the fall guy really well. With this best duo around, no one in the Chinese crosstalk world would even come close to them. My mouth is all crooked from laughing so much. Those joke segments insulting the Japanese and Koreans were such classics. Zhang Ye must have been holding in all that pent-up anger before arriving at the Beijing Exhibition Center to vent it all. The Japanese and Koreans deserve it for banning him. Ha! It was really great. This ticket price was really worth it. It's more than worth it. Whoever managed to get a ticket to Zhang Ye's tour won the lottery. Oh yes, how did Park Jae-sang's concert go? I don't know. I didn't pay attention to that. Yeah, what was the situation over there like? It was only at this time that many people suddenly remembered about that other person in the spotlight. Immediately, they began paying attention to the battle that was happening on the other side. At the other show, Park Jae-sang's debut concert in China had already ended long ago. He was currently having his makeup removed backstage. His team staff was unusually excited. Jae-sang, you were outstanding today. Yeah, you sang a few songs very well. Although the stage equipment was a little faulty, it was still very good. Haha, our first shot at the Chinese market went pretty good. What a good start. With this momentum, we can hold another 3 concerts within the year. Furthermore, the ticket prices have been accepted by the audience, so we can continue selling them at such high prices. When our reputation builds up, we'll have gained a foothold in China, and our Asian popularity will grow by another level. There might even be a chance for us to take aim at becoming an Asian heavenly king. Park Jae-sang was laughing too. He was also quite happy with his performance today, and the feedback from the audience was not bad as well. Some people still refused to leave the venue after such a long time, preferring to stay behind to cheer for him. Park Jae-sang. Park Jae-sang. Appa. I love you, Appa. The cheering was even faintly audible from backstage. From their past experience, this concert was definitely a great success. However, when Zhang Ye's crosstalk finished, everything changed. Park Jae-sang and his team were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them was stunned as they got caught by surprise. Then, the scolding began. It came with absolutely no warning. Online, Appa's concert was so amazing. Yes, it was pretty good. You guys must not have watched Zhang Ye's performance, right? No, I didn't. Do you know how long Zhang Ye and Old Yao performed for? 3.5 hours. What? 3.5 hours. Yet his ticket prices were only 1/5 or 1/10 of Park Jae-sang's concert prices. And you all still say that the concert was pretty good. This time, a lot of people could no longer accept it. With that thought in mind, everyone was finally starting to come around. Damn, that was so not worth it. What a bad concert. The singing was quite alright, but it was not worth it at all. I bought the 3,888 yuan tickets. I'm really feeling the pinch now. What a ripoff. I regret it so much. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to watch it. When I was listening, it sounded pretty good at first, and I didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. But motherfucker, when I heard about the duration that Zhang Ye's performance went on for, it made me so mad. With the comparison, I've realized that Zhang Ye is truly honest and kind. The tickets were cheap, and the show went on for so long too. He even returned for 17 encores. It's simply quality and quantity. I do like Park Jae-sang Appa, but they still shouldn't have scammed us like this. It's not like our money fell from the sky. Even if we wish to support our idols, they shouldn't have exploited us this way. They really did come to make a quick buck. The scolding in Zhang Ye's crosstalk was really correct. What's more, the microphone also went dead during the concert. Right, there were all sorts of problems. I'm a fan turned passerby. It's better to support Zhang Ye in the future. Yeah, our local celebrities are much more honest than other people. I used to scold Zhang Ye too. But this time, I've really got nothing to complain about for his crosstalk. He thoroughly and beautifully completed it. It was totally flawless. I'm now a passerby turned fan. A concert like that, and its tickets were actually sold for such high prices? Tui, whoever gave you the guts to do something like that? The tickets already cost so much, yet they didn't put on a longer show. There was only one encore, and that was it. Just look at Teacher Zhang's show, then have a look at your own show. Aren't you embarrassed? There was a flurry of scolding. Park Jae-sang's concert quickly turned into the target of all scoldings. The concerns that the audience had were indeed an issue. First, there was the incident where the microphone stopped working during the concert, but the problem was solved after changing it. Later on, Park Jae-sang sang out of tune in one of his songs. For the latter half of the concert, there were even some problems with the backing tracks. But logically speaking, such incidents were hardly avoidable in a live concert. Zhang Ye could not avoid, Su Milan could not avoid them, and it was also impossible for any other international superstars to avoid them. Such situations were usually considered to be within acceptable range, and if one had counted, the incidents in Park Jae-sang's concert were a relatively small issue. It was considered quite satisfactory overall. But with this, the problem of the high ticket prices finally surfaced. It was still that same old saying, nothing stands up to comparison. Zhang Ye's tour had stirred up too many concerns. On one side, high ticket prices, microphone failure, show duration lasting only slightly more than 2 hours, only one encore, set list consisting of mainly old songs that have been heard many times before by the audience. On the other side, low ticket prices, entirely new jokes, 17 encores, show duration of 3.5 hours. With this comparison, how could there be no scolding? Park Jae-sang's Chinese fans were criticizing him even more ruthlessly than the others. The unhappiness over the high ticket prices had finally boiled over. The faces of Park Jae-sang's team staff had all turned green with anger. What the hell? Jae-sang sang very well. The concert was clearly a success. This is all because of Zhang Ye. 17 encores? Zhang, you must have done this on purpose. Zhang Ye, fuck your grandpa. Instantly, Park Jae-sang's team figured out Zhang Ye's cruel scheme and cursed at him in rage. But there was no point in swearing. They had lost. They had been utterly defeated. Chapter 1408. You must be doing this on purpose. Chapter 1408. You must be doing this on purpose. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, Saturday, the news headlines were all occupied by Zhang Ye. Crosstalk tour blows up. Zhang Ye breaks many records. Park Jae-sang's concert meets its Waterloo. Plans for Park Jae-sang's 7 concerts within 2 years go up in smoke. Zhang Ye gets the last laugh. The Shanghai crosstalk stop will begin tonight. In the morning, Park Jae-sang led his team to board the plane and returned home gloomily. Everyone knew that the results, the talk, and the scolding they were getting now made it very difficult for them to return to the Chinese market in the short term. This time, their team that had arrived confidently in high spirits had been sent packing by a ruthless slap from Zhang Ye. Kimura Kinzuya and his team were now preparing to face this great enemy. Kim Ji-chan and his team called for an emergency meeting. Park Jae-sang has lost so badly. It's our turn to go up against him next. How are we going to deal with it tonight? Hurry up and discuss the countermeasures. We can't just sit still and wait for death. Old Park's concert was actually pretty good, but it still got criticized to such an extent. I really can't believe it. It's all that Zhang Guy's fault for causing so much trouble. We have to fight back. Right now, the issue that we're getting criticized most about is the high ticket prices. Everyone thinks that the performance will not be worth the price, so I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Let's extend the duration of the concert. But the duration has already been submitted too. We'll just get fined at most. Didn't Zhang Ye also exceed the time limit set for his show? If he can do it, we can do it too. We can't change the ticket prices anymore. But if teacher Kim Ji-chan works harder and put in a little more effort to sing a few more songs, that will make up for it. That way, the audience will find it easier to accept the prices. We will not end up as passive and having to react to the situation as Park Jae-sang did. I don't believe we can't get the praise we deserve that way. We mustn't make the same mistakes that Park Jae-sang made. Didn't the audience find his concert's duration too short? Then we'll just have to put on a show for as long as we can. Good idea. I agree. I agree too. All right, that's settled then. Kim Ji-chan's team had decided on their emergency response. They absolutely couldn't afford to screw up their concert in China. As an Asian superstar, no one could afford to lose the biggest market in Asia, China. That same night, Shanghai, Zhang Ye's second show was starting. The explosive scene at the venue could no longer be described with words. Ah, Zhang Ye, I love you. You're the best. In the live streaming channel, the number of viewers kept rising. 10 million, 30 million, 50 million, 60 million. Even more viewers were online today than yesterday's show at the Beijing Exhibition Center. This was exactly what word of mouth could achieve. Zhang Ye's crosstalk yesterday had truly made a lot of people laugh like mad, and a lot of people had gone to watch the recorded broadcast later on at the recommendation of their family and friends. After watching it, many of them were standing by to catch today's live stream with great anticipation. This was truly like a grand affair taking place in the crosstalk world. It was a celebration of the people, and Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai did not disappoint either. The moment they appeared, they ignited everyone's laughter with just a few words. Ha ha ha. This is so damn funny. Awesome. 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 I am really convinced by that mouth of Zhang. Yes, this is what a true crosstalk master should be like. And he didn't even repeat jokes. Yeah, I also thought they'd be reusing some of the jokes from yesterday or before that. Every single joke is a new one. This is so satisfying. I won't get sick of watching Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk even if I watch it for 3 days and 3 nights straight. 1 act, 3 acts, 5 acts. Finally, it was 9 p.m. At the venue. On the stage, Zhang Ye watched the shouting crowd and gently rubbed his temple. He said with a headache, "It's already 9 o'clock. Why aren't you people leaving yet? How are we supposed to deal with this?" The audience. Ha ha ha. We're staying put. Right, we'll be staying over tonight. We'll all live here tonight. Zhang Ye said, "Are you guys really not gonna leave? Well, all right, I'll take my leave then." Yao Jiankai tugged at him. Hey, how would it make you look if you leave now?" The audience cramped up with laughter again. Zhang Ye said, "Actually, the time on the ticket indicates that the show ends at 9 p.m., so any time we run over by is all given to you all free of charge by me. Teacher Yao, and I don't have anything else but stamina. Since you all like listening to us, then all right, we'll carry on talking for a little more." The audience was shouting madly. Good. Tell us a few more jokes." Zhang Ye laughed. "You people really just want to watch the world burn. The authorities won't be looking for you, but they'll come to trouble me. Guess I'm just going to have to get fined again then." Yao Jiankai laughed and said, "Are you even afraid of that?" Zhang Ye said, Hey, don't talk nonsense." Yao Jiankai laughed. Ha ha ha. The audience also burst out laughing. "Get fined? Trouble you? Your wife is the SARF's leader. Who would dare cause trouble for you?" Then, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai began giving encore after encore again. 1 time, 5 times, 10 times. The audience went into a wave after wave of uproar. The entire venue was filled with laughter. 10:30 p.m. On the other side of Shanghai, Kim Ji-chan's concert came to an end. Once backstage, Kim Ji-chan nearly collapsed on the spot. He was panting hard and his throat had gone all hoarse. He only managed to utter 1 word after trying to speak for a long time. "Water." The assistants rushed over to serve him. Everyone on the team was extremely excited. "Teacher Kim, you sang very well today. You've worked hard. You did a great job. The praise for our concert will definitely blow up. That's right. You sang for over an hour past the indicated show time. Ha 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 ha. Didn't Zhang Ye also perform until 10:30 p.m.? We managed to do it till 10:30 p.m. too. Who's afraid of who? It's just a matter of competing on who has more stamina. Right? It's not like he's the only one who can do it. Yeah, we can do it too." But not long after, every one of Kim Ji-chan's team was dumbfounded when they found out about the situation at Zhang Ye's crosstalk in Shanghai. At 10:30 p.m., Zhang Ye's show was still not finished. At 11 p.m., Zhang Ye's show continued. Only at 11:30 p.m. did the curtains draw on Zhang Ye's show. 4.5 hours. It went on for a full 4.5 hours. They returned to give 25 encores and broke the records yet again. Voices of scolding instantly swept over. "What the fuck? Kim Ji-chan, get the fuck out of here. You only performed for 3.5 hours? But your tickets were so expensive. Just have a look at how Zhang Ye did it. You're dead once the comparisons are made. Dead, I tell you. There's really nothing to complain about the way Teacher Zhang treats his audience. 25 encores. Let me ask around. Who else can do that? This is how the audience should be treated. Strongly supporting Teacher Zhang. Throw the foreign celebrities looking to make a quick buck out of China. To sell tickets at such high prices, they're simply shameless." At this moment, Kim Ji-chan was in tears. His team was in tears. "Zhang, your sister. Fuck your grandma. You must be fucking doing this on purpose. I've never met anyone as vicious as you before." Kim Ji-chan had also lost. It was a complete defeat. It was a brutal crushing. Chapter 1409. A deep sense of malice from the Chinese people. Chapter 1409. A deep sense of malice from the Chinese people. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Sunday. Shenzhen. Kimura Kanzuya and his team were enraged as well. Kim Ji-chan lost too. It's our turn to take him on now. Let's fight it out with Zhang Ye. Right? I don't believe he can still continue performing like that. Doing that for 3 straight days? He can't do it even if he's made of steel. This is our chance. Teacher Kimura, it's all up to you now. It's time for us to fight back. That's right. Park Jae-sang and Kim Ji-chan have already exhausted all of Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's stamina. As long as we can perform for a longer duration than them today, we'll win. This was the last battle. The media turned their attention. The people turned their attention. The industry insiders turned their attention. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of the epic battle of the century between Zhang Ye and the 3 Japanese and Korean celebrities. On the same night, at the concert venue, Kimura Kanzuya was making his best preparations for the concert. Conserving his stamina and dragging out the time, all of that had been planned out for him by his team, with the show even including an interaction and singing segment with the fans. In this way, they could extend the duration of the show as much as possible and also save some effort on the singing portions. 1 song, 5 songs, 10 songs. Kimura Kanzuya was so tired that he almost collapsed from exhaustion. By the time he started singing the 25th song, he was feeling sick from singing too much. His voice had also gone hoarse. However, when he checked his watch, he saw that it was only 11 p.m. He went on to sing another 5 songs, even giving a speech and chatting with his fans in between, before finally managing to drag it all the way until 11:40 p.m. It went on for almost 5 hours. Who had ever held a concert that lasted almost 5 hours? No one. No one had done something like that. Once the concert was over and upon returning to the backstage, Kimura Kanzuya laid down like he was paralyzed, too tired to even move. Quickly, get the oxygen. Give Teacher Kimura some oxygen to inhale. Teacher Kimura, we've succeeded. That was great. We won't have a problem this time. It went on for nearly 5 hours. We've broken the record. We've really gone all out this time, so the audience will definitely be able to feel our sincerity. After Kimura Kanzuya recovered a little, a sense of satisfaction arose in his heart. How many years had it been since he put in this much effort after becoming famous? Now that he had gone all out for his concert, he didn't believe that it wouldn't touch the fans. How could he still not gain a foothold in China like this? Kimura's team was jubilant. Everyone was clapping and applauding in celebration. But at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. What's the matter? Zhang Ye, what's about him?" Everyone ran over in panic. Then Kimura Kanzuya nearly spat out blood. His team also nearly broke down. On the other side of Shenzhen, Zhang Ye's crosstalk was actually still going on. Yao Jiankai had already retired backstage to rest. Only Zhang Ye was holding down the fort. Old Yao was very old, so his stamina was not that good. Coupled with the 3 consecutive shows that he had given for the past 3 days, old Yao was nearing his limit. By the time Zhang Ye returned for the 18th encore, Yao Jiankai had stopped. Normally, the show should have ended by then. But Zhang Ye stood on stage to give another 3 monologues. Afterwards, when Yao Jiankai managed to recover a little, he went back on stage to partner with Zhang Ye for another 2 acts. 20 encores. 30 encores. In the end, they finished it off with a performance of The Great Truth One. They actually returned to the stage a total of 37 times for their encores. The Shenzhen crosstalk stop had been dragged on all the way past midnight to 12:30 a.m. Online, the viewers were full of praise. Everyone was cheering. Heavens, 37 encores. I'm shocked too. He is too dedicated. Zhang Ye really has a conscience for his viewers. I'm convinced. He really gave it his all. This is what an artist should be like. Motherfucker. I'm going to become a loyal fan of Zhang Ye's from now on. I went to the venue to watch the crosstalk. Teacher Zhang put so much effort into it. It was so awesome. My stomach hurts from all that laughing. All 3 of his crosstalks were different. There was no point in time that he took the audience for a fool. It was really great. I've been so amused for the past 3 days. Did you watch Kimura Kanzuya's concert? I caught a little of it, but there was simply no comparison to Teacher Zhang's performance. His concert was lacking by far. Kimura started off singing pretty well, but it was obvious that he was stalling for time after that. His voice also began failing later on, and his singing got so bad. Looking at teacher Zhang's side, the entire show was filled with high-quality jokes and gags. There wasn't even a hint of puffery. The length of the show also went on for nearly an hour longer than Kimura's. The VIP tickets cost 500,000 renminbi? He should go to hell for that. That 500,000 renminbi price tag was probably just hyped up. Regardless, even at 3,500 renminbi, the premium tickets were not worth the money. To think that he's not embarrassed about it. Teacher Zhang's premium seats only went for 588 renminbi. Instantly, the scolding started again. Kimura Kanzuya had been swallowed whole by the scolding from all of China's people. Kimura Kanzuya's team. Everyone was in tears. He did that on purpose. He's really taking it too far. Too far. How did it end up like this? That damned hooligan. He's doing this on purpose to get at us. This person is too wicked. If he keeps messing around and taking stabs at people like this every time, how many foreign celebrities can make it in the Chinese market? There won't be a chance to hold any concerts at all. He's just going to keep causing trouble for whoever comes next. Who can possibly go up against him? He's too ruthless. He's making it so that none of us can enter the market. Be it Kim Ji-chan, Park Jae-sang, or Kimura Kanzuya. These three big-shot Asian A-listers had all fallen victim to Zhang Ye. At this moment, they could feel a deep sense of malice coming from the Chinese people. Within the industry, in the entertainment circle, everyone was smiling bitterly at what had happened. The outcome has been determined. Yeah, it's already over. In the next 2 years, none of them should entertain thoughts of entering the Chinese market. Zhang Ye is such a bastard. With his messing around, those three people's reputations have all been ruined. And with the crosstalk tour being such a great success, the 3 consecutive shows put on by Zhang Ye has made him even more popular in China. With such momentum, who could possibly stop him? He is truly amazing. I'm not worried about Zhang Ye getting banned in Japan and Korea. Instead, I'm worried for those Japanese and Korean celebrities. With that temper of Zhang Ye's, he might really end up relentless in his fight against them. At that time, he might just chase away or foil every Japanese or Korean celebrity the moment they try to step into our country. Then who would dare to come here? The ones who have to be worried. At that time will be those from Japan and Korea. Especially for Korea, whose entertainment industry has a relatively large proportion of the market. They can't bear losing a market as large as China. Surely Zhang Ye doesn't have that much power, right? Do you really expect him to be able to fend off all of the Japanese and Korean celebrities by himself? That's difficult to say. Yeah, aren't the 3 celebrities already a good example of that? When it comes to Zhang Ye, anything can happen. He's such an oddity of showbiz that appears once every 10,000 years. Anyone who gets targeted by him is going to be in for a lot of bad luck. At night, the Chinese Celebrity Rankings Index was updated. Yao Jiansai's popularity surged. Zhang Ye experienced a great boost in his popularity as well. Although he was already at the top of the Chinese entertainment industry, the crosstalks helped him gain a lot more Chinese fans. Chapter 1410. It can even be done like that? Chapter 1410. It can even be done like that? Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, the effects of the event caused a chain reaction. The Japanese and Korean celebrities with plans of holding a concert within the year in China started to receive calls from their working partners over here. We can't hold it anymore. Yes, we're sorry about that. But we settled the talks beforehand, so why can't we hold it anymore? The people over here are now more resistant to the idea of attending such concerts. There's too much risk now. What risks could there possibly be? The 3 concerts that were held recently all failed. But we already settled the details of this matter last year. No, we definitely have to hold the concert as scheduled. Then can you lower the ticket prices? Lower it to how much? The lowest tier tickets should be priced at 300 renminbi, while the highest tier ones should go for less than 1,000 renminbi. How is that possible? It won't even cover the costs. Then we can only wait for the latter half of the year before deciding on how we should proceed. We have to wait for this matter to blow over first. 1 concert, 2 concerts, 3 concerts. All of the scheduled concerts taking place in China within the next half a year were canceled because the Chinese organizers could not afford to take the risk. Zhang Ye's move had a cascading effect. The other parties were three of the top Asian celebrities around, yet they had been stopped at the door by Zhang Ye alone. The reviews of the three concerts were appalling, and he even influenced a majority of the people to start boycotting high-ticket prices. At a time like this, who would dare to risk holding another concert for a Japanese or Korean celebrity? It would be a small matter if they only lost some money on it. But the worst thing that could happen would be to get themselves into an endless source of trouble, unless the ticket prices were lowered. However, the standard of what was considered expensive was no longer the same as before. 600 renminbi, 800 renminbi, all of these used to be considered cheap for ticket prices. But with Zhang Ye leading the way, the people were now even finding that to be too high. They would only consider 300 to 500 renminbi to be an appropriate price. But how could those Japanese and Koreans possibly lower it to such a level? Zhang Ye was fine with not making any money, but that wasn't the case for them. Zhang Ye did not require much effort to promote himself, but they couldn't. Tickets priced at 300 to 500 renminbi? They would definitely have to take a big loss in that case. Surely you couldn't ask them to take a loss just to hold a concert, could you? Who does business in such a way? As a result, all the Japanese and Korean celebrities who had plans for a concert this year were implicated by the matter. When the members of the Japanese and Korean entertainment industries heard about the news, they scolded Zhang Ye thoroughly. Everyone knew that this person was the main culprit behind all of this. This new standard in the ticket pricing was all because of him. Ticket prices of 300 to 500 renminbi? A performance duration of 5 to 6 hours? Who the fuck can do that? Do you think that everyone else is made of steel like you? You're basically forcing everyone into a corner. You're not giving them any chance at all. Soon, the news spread throughout Asia. China temporarily closes its doors to foreign-held concerts. Park Jae-sang and Kim Ji-chan received the cold shoulder in China. The Chinese people boycott high-ticket prices. Zhang Ye makes a move to stop the Japanese and Korean celebrities. Many stars from Japan and Korea affected as plans for 13 concerts in China get cancelled. The Japanese and Korean celebrities suffer heavy losses. Originally, the Japanese and Korean sides had issued a restriction order against Zhang Ye, and the media would basically not report about any news related to him. But this time, the matter had blown up with a widespread effect. It involved almost all of their singers' plans to make money from the Chinese market, so the Japanese and Korean media couldn't not make a mention of it. With this report, the Japanese and Korean people finally found out about what had happened over in China during the past few days. Thus, Zhang Ye's name once again spread throughout Asia in the form of the news. His infamy and notoriety were once again deeply felt by the people of Asia. The Japanese netizens burst into an uproar. What? He's purposely making trouble. It's Zhang Ye again. It's always him. He really dares to challenge us? Even Kimura has been driven off by him. Kimura is a leading name in the rock scene of Asia. How could he possibly get chased back home by someone who does crosstalk? He's obviously targeting our people on purpose. Damn it. This is too infuriating. The Korean netizens were having none of it either. Even Park Jae-sang can't beat him. How is that possible? Kim Ji-chan lost as well. Oh my god, what kinds of methods did that Zhang guy resort to? How could he have foiled the Japanese and Korean singers' concerts in China? Is he a jinx or something? Fuck, this person is too infuriating. It really makes you gnash your teeth in anger. The three Asian A-list celebrities combined couldn't even fend off Zhang Ye's tricks in China. Is he superhuman or something? How can he be this fearsome? We must definitely ban him. Completely suppress him. Right? Make his name disappear entirely from the Asian celebrity rankings forever. Zhang Ye was on fire again. Countless people in Asia were cursing and swearing at Zhang Ye for the entire day. They had really never come across such a person in their lives. Furthermore, the Asian Red Cross Society arrived to add more fuel to fire. It might have just been a coincidence, or it could have been intentional. They were already angry over how Zhang Ye, who was their Asian philanthropic ambassador, was banned by the Japanese and Korean authorities. Since the morning, a wave of charity advertisements began showing in concentrated numbers in the Japanese and Korean markets. Every one of the PSAs was created by Zhang Ye and had scenes of him within them. There was the one for AIDS, the one for leukemia, the one for quitting smoking, the one for alcoholism. One after another, they kept broadcasting like it didn't cost any money to show them. Zhang Ye's face was all over the television screens. As long as there were places with PSAs, there would be Zhang Ye. These were the regular monthly ad placements and advertising spots allocated to the Asian Charity Association, and they were free to schedule them as they wished. It was coordinated between the world's charity organizations and the governments beforehand, so it was all done according to an international standard. Japan and Korea had implemented the strictest restrictions on Zhang Ye, but they could not interfere in the matters of the charities and the PSAs. As a result, it led to this wondrous scene being created. A Chinese celebrity who was hated by so many people to the point of gnashing their teeth was now appearing over and over again before their eyes. The Japanese and Korean citizens were nearly driven crazy. Holy fuck, why is he all over the place? Didn't they already show this ad earlier? Your sister. He's just like a lingering spirit. Why are they showing so many PSAs today? With that, their scolding of Zhang Ye got even louder. Over the course of the day, a lot of people from the Japanese and Korean entertainment circle, the media, and the public were finally getting tired of scolding. Their throats had all gone hoarse from doing so. It was at this moment that the most dramatic event happened. The Chinese popularity that Zhang Ye had gained from his crosstalks, coupled with the large amount of news coverage by the Japanese and Korean media, as well as the numerous PSAs put out by the Asian Charity Association in Japan and Korea, and not forgetting the entire day of scolding from the Japanese and Korean public. With so much attention, with so much exposure, with so much activity, when the clock struck midnight, the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was updated. Everyone was dumbfounded as they discovered that Zhang Ye had advanced by another spot in the Asian rankings. He was now officially a big name who ranked in the middle region of the Asian A-list rankings. The Japanese public, damn. The Korean public, damn. The Chinese public, damn. What is with this? Just what is with this? Why is this guy getting more popular the more he gets scolded? It can even be done like that. Chapter 1411. This is what you call an impressive person. Chapter 1411. This is what you call an impressive person. Translator, leg editor, leg. In the morning. At home. Zhang Ye was still sleeping when the bedroom door opened. Little Ye. Mom, what do you want? Wake up. What time is it? Where's old Wu? Your wife has already left for work. Wake up quickly. There's news of you on TV. Hi. Which day am I not in the news? I'm already sick of seeing it. It's about your Asian popularity ranking. You've advanced again. Huh? Surely not, right? Didn't I get banned in Japan and Korea? Have a look for yourself. All right, let me see. Upon hearing that, Zhang Ye woke up some more. He sat up in bed with a yawn and picked up his phone to browse for his ranking on the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. He was immediately delighted by what he saw. He really rose in the rankings? He checked online and found that everyone was also talking about this. On Weibo, the Japanese and Koreans must be dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha, they're definitely dumbfounded, all right. I learned Korean, so I want to have a look over there just now. The people and media in Japan and Korea are all scolding at Zhang Ye right now. Of course, it's not like they've come across a celebrity as wondrous as Zhang Ye in their country. That's right. Even in our country, Zhang Ye is the one and only oddity. Even the ban couldn't suppress face-smacking Zhang. That restriction order is completely meaningless then. Does he really plan on fighting and scolding his way to the top of Asia? Uft, that would be really interesting to see. After browsing through the comments, Zhang Ye gave a little smile. It seemed like this was a possible path too. Didn't he also scold his way up step by step in the Chinese market? He would take on whichever industry he was in, fighting and scolding his way through the bloody clashes, battling more and more valiantly as he went on to reach the top of the Chinese entertainment industry. So this method could be replicated at the Asian level as well? So it was also possible to do the same thing on the Asian stage too. If he had hit a wall every time he got into a fight, Zhang Ye's temper would probably have become much more restrained. But instead, his popularity rose every time he got fought. It kept increasing every time it happened. He could become famous, vent his frustrations, and make himself happy. Heh, so why not just carry on fighting then? So what does it take to make a hooligan? This is what it takes to make a hooligan. Soon after, the calls from his friends started coming in. Heavenly Queen Su Milan, Teacher Zhang, Sister Lan. Congratulations, you're now sitting firmly in the middle of the Asian A-list rankings. Hi, you've already ascended to the top of Asia. What am I compared to you? So what if I've reached the top of Asia? I couldn't even get myself onto the International Celebrity Rankings Index. I only managed to earn some success domestically, as well as in Asia. You're already setting your sights on the world, but I had better try to make it in Asia for now. Anyway, congratulations. You're the only one who can gain such wonderful success through fighting and scolding. Haha. This bro doesn't have any other abilities, but I do have plenty of experience in fighting and scolding other people. I can't help it. I was forced to do so because of the colleagues I've encountered over the years. By the way, what's the matter? Never mind. It's nothing. There was something. If there was something, say it. Seeing how she did not want to tell him, Zhang Ye did not probe further. At this moment, his mother also received a call in the living room. When Zhang Ye finished speaking, his mother said, "Little Ye, your wife just called. She says that she left a document behind. Go and look for it, and then send it to her." Zhang Ye asked, "Where did she say it was?" His mother said, "Ziqing said that it's on the nightstand." Zhang Ye went back to his room to look around. "Okay, I found it." His father urged him, "Hurry up and go. I'm guessing that Ziqing is in a hurry to have it." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Well, this is new. I've always been the one who is absent-minded. Old Wu has never forgotten anything before. All right, I'll take it to her." He took the car and drove off to the SARFT. Later that morning, outside the SARF's compound, Zhang Ye did not drive inside. That would be too ostentatious of him. Every time he came here, he would always park outside and walk in. But when he arrived at the main entrance today, he spotted a familiar woman. She looked like the person who was always with Su Milan and could always be seen with her on television as well. Oh yes, he suddenly remembered that this was one of the coordinators at Su Milan's agency. She was probably the person who handled the external affairs for the Heavenly Queen. Yang Shui said, "Supervisor Chun, this is really an urgent matter." Supervisor Chen said, "I can't make the decision regarding this either. Can I see Director Su for a bit?" Director Su is very busy. He has an entire day of meetings today. But that movie of ours is. The approval is not that quick. It all has to go according to procedure, so I can't guarantee you how long it will take since my words don't count for this. Brother Chun, can't you just let me inside? This is the SARF's headquarters. It's not someplace where we deal with external affairs. Outsiders are not allowed in, and you don't have an appointment either, so it's better that you go back and wait for the news. But, at this moment, Zhang Ye came strolling over to them. When Supervisor Chen saw him, he broke out into a smile. "Boss Zhang, you're here?" When Yang Shui saw Zhang Ye, she was taken aback. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Yes, I brought something over for old Wu." Supervisor Chen said, "Chief Wu should be in a meeting at the moment." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Sure, I'll head to her office to wait for her." Then he pointed at Yang Shui without warning and said, "I'll be bringing her along with me too." Supervisor Chen broke out into a sweat. About that, Zhang Ye told Yang Shui, "Come on, let's go." Yang Shui was overjoyed, but she looked cautiously at Supervisor Chen. "Brother Chen." Supervisor Chen smiled wryly at her. If Zhang Ye wanted to bring her in, who was he to stop her? So Yang Shui followed Zhang Ye into the SARFT compound just like that. Frankly, she had seen this compound many times before, but this was her first time actually stepping inside. Yang Shui said gratefully, "Teacher Zhang, thank you so much." Zhang Ye smiled. "You're with Sister Lan, aren't you?" Yang Shui quickly said, "Yes." Zhang Ye asked, "Who are you looking for?" Yang Shui immediately answered, "Director Su." "All right, I got it." Zhang Ye nodded. "Director Su?" So it was probably regarding a film. He finally understood Su Milan's hesitation over the phone. A person came walking over from the opposite direction. "Yo, Director Zhang." "Oh, old he. Wanna grab a drink?" "Can't. I just came to send something to old Wu. I still have loads of work waiting for me when I get back to my office. I haven't seen you since the Spring Festival Gala. Let's meet up soon. I'll call the others from the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee too." "Sure thing. That won't be a problem." Another person spotted him. "Boss Zhang, good morning." "Hey, Supervisor Liu. You look like you've been enjoying life recently." "Haha, I just got fat from eating too much." "Hey, I heard that your popularity has grown again." "It's nothing much." "Oh yes, where's old Su's office?" "Turn left on the second floor. It's the second door." "All right." Along the way, anyone who saw Zhang Ye would greet him. When they got upstairs, Zhang Ye turned left and went straight over to knock on an office door. Director Su raised his head. Boss Zhang. Zhang Ye smiled and said, just ate breakfast? Director Su set down his disposable chopsticks. Hi, it's a little late for that, isn't it? Zhang Ye pointed back at Yang Shui with a smile and said, someone's looking for you to get something done. I saw her standing outside, so I brought her in. It's just a small matter. Why don't you quickly handle it for her? Director Su smiled and said, with Boss Zhang saying so, I definitely will. Zhang Ye said, all right, it's out of my hands then. He didn't speak any further and just left Yang Shui there before proceeding upstairs himself. Since the start, Yang Shui did not even manage to get a word in. Or rather, she did not even dare to say a word ever since she stepped foot through the Sarft's entrance. She was just looking on in a daze as Zhang Ye made small talk with others along the way. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have such a strong feeling. She was so envious. This was the SARFT, the authoritative SARFT that held the most power over the entertainment industry. Yang Shui was welling up with emotions. At the moment, she only felt one thing. It was incredible. It was so incredible. In the entire entertainment industry, among the circle of celebrities, who had made it to where Zhang Ye was? Who could do what Zhang Ye had done here? Swaggering around the SARFT and treating it like his own home. Of all the Chinese celebrities, only Zhang Ye could pull this off. He was second to none. This is what you call an impressive person. Chapter 14:12, going to be a father. Chapter 14:12, going to be a father. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Upstairs, in Old Wu's office, Zhang Ye pushed the door open and went inside. Seeing no one around, he picked up a cup and poured himself some tea. Then he sat down and started sipping the tea. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Ye shouted, please come in. Bailey stepped into the office. Mr. Zhang, I heard that you were here. You're just in time. Zhang Ye took out the document. Old Wu wanted this. Bailey smiled and took it from him. All right, I'll send it over to Chief Wu. She's in a meeting right now, and I reckon it'll still take another hour. You'll have to wait a little while for her. Zhang Ye smacked his lips and said, this old Wu, why has she become so forgetful recently? Bailey thought for a moment and said worriedly, Chief Wu doesn't seem like she is feeling very well these days. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Is that so? Bailey said, she hasn't been feeling very well these past few days. Zhang Ye snorted. Why didn't I know about that? Bailey said, Chief Wu must have been afraid that you'd be worried, so she didn't tell you. Zhang Ye got a little miffed. This old Wu. Bailey said, then I'll send the documents over to her. After Secretary Bai left and the door closed behind her, Zhang Ye could not help but secretly blame himself. He had been so busy fighting and making a push for the Asian A-list rankings that he did not even notice old Wu's discomfort the past few days. As a husband, he really had been too incompetent. He definitely needed to reflect upon it. Was it a cold? Or something else? Zhang Ye was not worried at all. He still had this spring water of health item, which he had won from the lottery draw the last time. Not mentioning catching a cold or a fever, even if you were about to take your last breath, it would still be able to save you. At most, he would give the spring water of health to old Wu as a cold medication. Zhang Ye would never be stingy when it came to his wife. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang. There was a call for him. Zhang Ye took it out and had a look at the caller ID. Then he smiled. It was a call from Heavenly Queen Su Milan. Zhang Ye picked up. Hello? Sister Lan. Su Milan said. Thank you. It's settled. With you around, what matter cannot be resolved with the SARFT? It's already settled. They immediately started processing it after you intervened. You've done us a great favor this time. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to line up the movie for the critical period in these few days. If the screening had been delayed, it would have caused a huge blow to the box office earnings and reputation of the movie. We couldn't have afforded such a loss. Zhang Ye said, all right then, it's great that it's settled. As for you, was this the hesitation during the earlier call? Yes, but when I gave it some thought, I felt that I probably shouldn't bother you with it. It wasn't that big of a deal. You could have just asked. Su Milan laughed and said, I just heard from Little Yang that you looked right at home in the SARFT. Little Yang told me that she was in such awe after stepping inside that she didn't dare utter a word. She also said that you have a good standing there. and that I must definitely thank you properly for your help. Hi. It's all credit to my wife that I am so well respected here. Anyway, I owe you big time. Pick a date. I'll treat you to a meal when you're free. It's nothing. There's no need to. That won't do. It's settled then. Sure, all right then. After hanging up, he sat there and waited. Half an hour. An hour. Finally, the click-clacking of high heels came from outside the door. Wu Ziqing opened the door and came in. When she saw her husband sitting on the sofa, she smiled and said, "You're here?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "I've been here for more than an hour already." Wu Ziqing closed the door behind her. "I thought you already went back." "Why would I go back?" Zhang Ye stood up and said, "Secretary Bai told me that you haven't been feeling well these few days. What's the matter? Where do you feel unwell?" Wu Ziqing said casually, "It's nothing." Zhang Ye stared at her. "And how are you suddenly feeling all right?" Old Wu smiled. "I'm just feeling a little tired and dizzy." "How is that nothing?" Zhang Ye became anxious the moment he heard. "Hurry, let's go to the hospital to get you looked at." Old Wu waved it off. "There's no need. Why are we going to the hospital for such a small matter?" Zhang Ye said without explaining. "That won't do. You have to go. Come with me." However, Wu Ziqing said, "All right, let's wait till tomorrow. Wait for me to finish my work." Zhang Ye said loudly, "Today, right now, hurry up." Wu Ziqing gave a helpless smile. "If it were you, you would refuse to go to the hospital even if it kills you. But when someone else gets a little sick or uncomfortable, you go around shouting at them to go to the hospital. All right, I'll just have to listen to my husband and go." Zhang Ye picked up his car keys. "That's the way. Let's go." They left and drove the car straight to the hospital. On the way, Zhang Ye even called someone for help. One of Yao Jiansai's relatives was an executive at the hospital, so they managed to skip the registration process. Analysis. Checkups. A series of tests were conducted. When they received the results, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were both shocked. Old Wu was pregnant. Zhang Ye was stunned. "Ah." Wu Ziqing carefully rubbed her stomach. "Are you sure?" The doctor smiled and said, "I'm sure." "Congratulations." Zhang Ye exclaimed. "Oh wow." Wu Ziqing also laughed. "Be quiet. We're at the hospital." Zhang Ye quickly shut his mouth, but was unable to control his excitement. He kept slapping his thigh, unsure of how to express his happiness. "So my wife isn't sick or something, right?" The doctor laughed and said, "No, your wife is in good health. The signs of fatigue and dizziness are normal symptoms of any pregnancy. From now on, pay more attention to getting her enough rest and her diet." Zhang Yi grabbed the doctor's hand. Thank you, Dr. Liu." They left the hospital. Zhang Yi drove Old Wu home. On the road, he was laughing happily in the car and quickly informed his parents about the news. Old Wu was also smiling as she called her parents. Noon. At the villa, when the couple stepped through the door, both their parents immediately rushed over. All of them were looking really happy and surprised. Wu Changhe was overjoyed. "You're really pregnant?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "Dad, why would it be fake?" Li Qinxin quickly said, "Let me look at the test results. Let me look at the test results." Zhang Ye's mother grabbed the lab test results and looked through them with Li Qinxin. Then the two of them beamed and said, "It's real." Zhang Ye's father was also very excited. "Great. This is great. Great." Li Qinxin's eyes suddenly reddened and tears almost spilled out. "Our Ziqing is quite a bit older than little Yi. Considering her age, I was afraid that she wouldn't be able to conceive. But now, all that worry has poofed away. There's nothing to be worried about anymore." This news had come too suddenly for them. Zhang Yi and Wu Ziqing were not prepared at all. The parents of the two families were not mentally prepared for it either. This surprise had dropped on them from the sky, but it left them very happy. Then Old Wu was surrounded by the family. "Ziqing, you must start paying attention to what you eat. Right? Don't eat any more spicy foods. You are at an advanced maternal age, so the first trimester is very important. You have to stop working overtime from now on. Stop facing the computer every day as well. The radiation is too strong." The parents of both families surrounded Wu Ziqing and chattered away. Zhang Yi could not get a word in since he did not know anything about pregnancies, so he listened obediently and noted everything that his parents said. Wu Ziqing smiled. "Okay, I understand." His mother was still ecstatic over the news. "This is great. This is really great." Li Qinxin smiled. "Congratulations, in-law. You're going to be a grandmother." His mother said, I should be congratulating you instead. You're going to be a grandmother. Wu Ziqing sat there calmly. It was obvious that she was very happy as well. She glanced at her watch and then stood up, saying, It's already noon. I should start making lunch. Zhang Ye immediately shouted, Stay right there. Wu Ziqing looked back. Why? Zhang Ye stared. Sit down and don't move. From now on, you don't have to do any chores. Leave all of that to me. It's time for this bro to show what he can do, Wu Ziqing said, but I can still move. I'm still not that far into the pregnancy. Zhang Ye said, No, I'll do the cooking. Leave it to me. You can chat with mom and dad. Zhang Ye said, Don't you worry about it. I'll do it. Can you even cook? The two of them argued over who should do the cooking. Zhang Ye's mother exclaimed, Enough, enough, let me do it. Hearing that, Zhang Ye did not even hesitate. All right then, let my mother do the cooking. His mother nearly fainted from anger. Whoa, you're just going to throw me under the bus? Everyone laughed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 14:13. Chapter 14:13. Congratulatory messages from the entire entertainment circle. Translator, leg editor, leg. It was the weekend. An advertisement suddenly appeared on all the major television stations. It was for a well-known Korean brand. A car advertisement. The brand spokesperson, Lee Anson. The netizens in China began to ridicule. Lee Anson actually came back. Didn't he give up on developing his career in China? He was chased away back then. That incident where he knocked over a fan has made it impossible for him to survive here. He's making a comeback now after that matter has blown over? Look at the timing he's chosen. Isn't he afraid that Zhang Ye will tear straight into him? Ha ha ha. There's something for teacher Zhang to do again. He foiled the plans of the Japanese and Korean celebrities who were planning to perform in China during the next half of the year, and has just sent 3 of their celebrities packing from here as well. So why does Lee Anson still dare to come back at a time like this? Doesn't he understand how scary Lord Zhang can get? I'll be waiting to see the buzz. Yeah, there's something interesting for us to watch again. Ever since the beginning of the new year when Zhang Ye was slapped with a restriction order from the Japanese and Korean authorities, and after he had angrily chased away a wave of them from China, there were almost no signs of activity by the Japanese and Korean celebrities in China. Some of their events had been canceled, while others had not taken place yet. Thus, when a Korean celebrity suddenly appeared in an advertisement on TV, and coupled with the fact that Lee Anson, who once fought with Zhang Ye, starred in it, it naturally attracted the widespread attention of the netizens in China. Everyone was waiting for something to happen. Even the Korean car brands company was nervous. At the car brands company, in a meeting, is it really going to be fine having Lee Anson front our advertising campaign? What could possibly happen? Zhang Ye still has a lot of influence in China. Yeah, right now, he has very strong views regarding Japan and Korea. Why didn't we get a Chinese celebrity to endorse for us instead? Are you afraid of him? What a joke. In fact, I couldn't wish more for him to come up against us. Right now, our brand name is relatively unknown in China. If he really takes us on, there will be a lot more attention given to us. That's more than welcome to me. So that's how it is. Yes, I'm just afraid that he won't do it. Besides, what's the worst he can do? He can cause trouble for others or challenge them if they hold a concert. But since we are only running our ads, what trouble could he possibly stir up for us? That's true. Don't think of him like he's some kind of god. Back at home, in the villa, Wu Ziqing was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Zhang Ye was running around the house and waiting on her. Sweetie, are you thirsty? I'm not thirsty. Have some warm water. I don't want to drink. It's better if you drink more. I've already had 6 glasses since waking up this morning. Then are you hungry? That's enough. Just sit down and get some rest. I'm not tired. This bro feels so alive right now. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Ye's phone rang. It was Ha Chi-Chi from the studio. Zhang Ye answered. Hello. Ha Chi-Chi immediately said, Director Zhang, Lee Anson has an advertisement campaign running in China now. It's for a Korean car brand. I've asked around and found out that he has plans to make a comeback in China. His fan base here isn't small, and many of the younger fans are still quite infatuated with him, which is why he came back to test the waters by taking an advertisement endorsement. The endorsement fee he requested was very low, so the Korean car company immediately agreed to use him without any hesitation. Zhang Ye said, Oh, Ha Chi-Chi asked. So what are we going to do? Zhang Ye said, Ha Chi-Chi was startled. Are we going to? Zhang Ye said, going to what? Ha Chi-Chi said, never mind. I just wanted to let you know. Zhang Ye said, all right, I got it. After hanging up, Zhang Ye continued in his attempts to take care of his wife. He had not taken any of what was said to him to heart. Li Anson's advertisement was appearing more and more by now. From the initial run on just one television station, it was now playing on 3 television stations. In the end, they even bought quite a bit of the ad spaces at the bus stops and subway stations. An hour passed. 5 hours passed. The people were waiting, but there was no action at all. Everyone could not help but feel surprised. What is going on? Why isn't there a response from face-smacking Zhang? That shouldn't be happening. It isn't his style. Many of the netizens were getting anxious. This is bad. Did something happen? Zhang Ye must have fallen sick. No, he must have gotten kidnapped. Quickly call the police. Yes, call the police. For a while, all kinds of rumors were flying around. Back at home, when Zhang Ye got a call from the police, he nearly fainted. Zhang Ye said, what? Kidnapped. The police officer replied, everything is all right as long as you're fine. What and what? We received quite a few reports from the public saying that you've been kidnapped. We just wanted to perform our duties seriously, so we decided to call you to verify your current situation. I'm fine. Sorry to have troubled you all. I'm glad to hear that. On Weibo, the police also dispelled the rumors. When the netizens saw it, they were all very amused. Someone really reported it to the police? That's enough, all right. This is making me laugh like crazy. Just what kind of an image does Teacher Zhang have in your minds? You guys actually went to lodge a police report just because Teacher Zhang did not show any signs of activity for several hours after Li Anson's ad was shown. It shouldn't be like this. With that temper of Zhang Ye's, he should have already torn into him. Yeah, didn't the news from the grapevine already say that Zhang Ye has put out the word that he won't allow any of the Japanese and Korean celebrities to come to China to develop their careers? Rumors, farces, guesses. At last, the truth was unraveled. Several media outlets suddenly disclosed a major piece of news. Zhang Ye's wife is pregnant. Zhang Ye is going to be a father. This piece of news instantly caused a stir. Damn, is that for real? It's true. The news has already been verified. Someone saw Zhang Ye and his wife at the hospital 2 days ago. Face-smacking Zhang is going to become a dad. What a happy occasion. I knew it. I knew. Something must have happened to Zhang Ye recently. You're right. How could he bother with those Japanese and Korean celebrities at a time like this? Face-smacking Zhang. Are you going to become a changed man in the future? Don't say it. There might really be such a possibility. If he's going to become a father, he will definitely have to be more mature in the future. No matter what, he should set an example to his child. If he keeps on fighting and scolding other people every day, that wouldn't reflect well on him. That might not necessarily be true. Let's wait another 2 days to find out. It looks like Li Anson might have dodged a bullet there. That applies to the car brand as well. They really know how to pick the date. When the news was revealed, it also became boisterous over at Zhang Ye's side. The calls from Zhang Ye and Old Wu's family and friends started coming in. Zhang Ye's phone did not stop ringing as a group of people started calling him to offer their congratulations. Yao Jinkai, you're great. Congratulations. Haha, thanks. How many months along? She just got pregnant. Take good care of her and stop picking fights with other people. I got it. I will definitely take very good care of her. Ning Lan, why didn't you say? I even had to find out from the news. Hi. I was too engrossed in being happy and forgot to tell you all. I'll say it first. When the child is born, you have to make me a nominal kin one. Sure. Do you want to be my child's godsister then? Shut up. Ha ha ha. There was even a flurry of congratulatory voices on Weibo. This joyous news of Zhang Ye and Wu Zuqing's had shaken the entire entertainment circle. Chapter 1414. Zhang Ye smashes cars. Beginning. Chapter 1414. Zhang Ye smashes cars. Beginning. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, Sunday, the promotional activities of the Korean car brand that Li Anson was endorsing had been upgraded further. This time, they had rolled out a premium bulletproof car in an attempt to break into the Chinese market. The Li Anson advertisement that ran for the entire day yesterday was also used to promote this particular car model. However, they were even more audacious now with their promotions, coming up with a smash one, get one free car event. Anyone who could break the glass on their new bulletproof car at the event venue would walk away with a brand new bulletproof car for free. Promotions, hype, all of that was carried out in full force. The netizens were watching eagerly. They're risking that much. Are they really going to give out free cars? A bulletproof car? Li Anson is representing the brand. Is teacher Zhang really not going to take any action? Hi. I guess we won't have anything to look forward to this time. Yeah, face-smacking Zhang is no longer interested in what is happening over here. Now that he's going to be a dad, he's no longer the same. I hereby announce that face-smacking Zhang has officially retired from smacking faces. Uffed. So it was you people who were egging him on. Zhang Ye was at home trying to take care of his wife yesterday and did not make an appearance to dish out any face-smacking. And as a result, you all actually fucking lodged a police report? I can really laugh at this matter for the entire year. Ha 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 ha. I think the main reason for that is because everyone already has a mindset of this fellow's fiery temper. Elsewhere, Li Anson's team, Anson Appa, the advertisement campaign was very effective. Yes, most of the Chinese citizens are not showing much resistance to it. I think that matter from last year has blown over. We can finally settle down and restart our development in China. That's right. That Zhang Ye has gone silent as well. The team was very excited. Ever since they withdrew from the Chinese market, it had been a very tough time for them as they saw their popularity fluctuate greatly. But in the end, they managed to scrape through and survive. Because of Zhang Ye, Li Anson's career as an artist nearly came to an end. If it had continued, Li Anson would definitely have lost his current A-list position in Asia. Therefore, he needed to regain his foothold in China, this time no matter what. The first shot had been fired, and the momentum was going great. Li Anson also revealed a smile. So what if it was Zhang Ye? So what if he had a black mark in China? Wasn't he still making a comeback? In Japan and Korea, many artists whose focus was on the Chinese market also started keeping track of Li Anson's situation. They saw that the market was peaceful. They saw that the market had gone back to normal. Many of the Japanese and Korean celebrities who had been scared off by Zhang Ye were getting restless again. Noon. At a bustling location. In a private function room on the top floor of a restaurant, Zhang Ye was playing host to everyone from the studio. Even Rao Imean, who was some kind of a part-time agent to Zhang Ye, had brought along little Chunshin to join them for the meal as well. Little Wang giggled. Director Zhang, congratulations. Tong Fu asked, where's sister-in-law? Zhang Ye laughed. She went back to her parents' place today for a meal with her relatives. Chunshin looked up. Zhang Ye, when will your baby be born? Zhang Ye smiled and said, in about another 9 months' time. Oh, why? When the baby is born, I'll play with it. You want to watch my child for me? Sure. Rao Imean said nonchalantly. Look at how delighted you are, but hurry up and order the food already. I'm getting hungry. Order, order. It's my treat today, so no one has to be polite, Zhang Ye said loudly. Abalone, lobster, shark fin. Rao Imean was really not holding back. When Zhang Ye heard that, he began sweating profusely. He prodded her and whispered, that will suffice, don't go overboard with the ordering. We won't be able to finish all the food. Everyone laughed. Rao Imean kept a straight face. Chen and I haven't eaten for several days. We were just waiting for this meal of yours. She closed the menu and said to the waiter, all right, that will do. Chen clapped. Aunt, well done. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes at her. As for the others from the studio, they did not dare cheer at that. Be it at the studio or anywhere else. Only Rao Imean dared to speak with Zhang Ye like this. No one else would dare to do so. Even when they were just joking with Zhang Ye, they still could not best him. It would always be Zhang Ye who trampled on them every single time. Only Rao Imean had it different, as she always managed to trample on Zhang Ye. Furthermore, Zhang Ye would usually never talk back to her. Those who understood Zhang Ye's temperament would think that this was clearly something impossible. But those who truly knew him would know that it was all thanks to Rao Imean's support that director Zhang got through the most difficult times during his debut period. Otherwise, director Zhang would have starved to death long ago and would not have achieved the results that he had today. But of course, if it was someone who knew him even better, they would know that all of those reasons were pure nonsense. The real reason why Zhang Ye did not dare to argue with Rao Imean was that he could not outfight her. The dishes were served one by one. It was so sumptuous that it left Zhang Ye feeling a pinch in his heart. Zhang Ye said, "This meal will be everyone's bonus for this month. Everyone, eat more." When everyone heard that, they threw an uproar. E. Director Zhang is such a miser. Ha! Zhang Ye said dejectedly. It was just a joke. The bonus will still be given. Come, let's eat. As they were eating, the sound of someone speaking over the microphone could be heard coming from a distance. It was pretty loud too. The event has officially begun. Smash one, get one free car. Everyone is free to participate. Who wants to have a go first? Great. Let's have this lad come on up to the stage. Bang, bang. There was even the sound of the participants trying to smash the car. Zhang Zhe looked out the window. What is going on out there? Ha Chi said. It's coming from the public square, right? I know. Wu Yi said. It's the event that the Korean car brand is organizing. They're carrying out their activities that they had been promoting for the entire day yesterday. It has something to do with a bulletproof car. Little Wang curled her lips. That Li Anson's advertisement? Tong Fu clearly knew a little about cars. He said, this brand's reputation has always been bad. They're a big car manufacturing factory from Korea that broke into the Chinese market many years ago, but it didn't go by this name back then. At that time, there were problems with their gearboxes, and the cars were all recalled unconditionally within Korea, Japan, and America. However, there was no such recall in China, so the Chinese car buyers could only fork out their own money for the repairs. Their treatment of our market was very different, so they got criticized really badly. In the end, their sales did poorly and they exited the market altogether. In recent years, the factory has changed names and they've restarted their operations here again. That was probably an attempt to exonerate their company. It was no wonder that they invited Li Anson to endorse for them. This is a case of birds of a feather flock together. They're all in it together with their spotty track record here in China. Bang, bang. The sound of the car smashing attempts was incessant. Ha ha ha. Does anyone want to give it a try? We will provide you with the tools. As long as you can smash and break the glass, you will walk away with a free car. Zhang Ye said impatiently. Close the windows. It's too noisy. Little Wang immediately went to close the windows. Ha Chi said, come, let's eat. Zhang Zhe said, right. Don't let those people spoil our mood. Wu Yi raised his glass. Director Zhang, let me offer you another toast. As they ate, the things they talked about were all adult and work-related topics. Chen did not like hearing any of it, so she stood up and said, Aunt, I want to go to the mall. Rao Imin said, I'm not done eating yet. Chen looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, bring me to the mall. Zhang Ye waved her off. I'm chatting with them. Chen got angry. Little Wang said with a smile, Little leader, big sis will bring you. I just finished eating anyway. Little Zhou also stood up. I'll go along too. Chen nodded. Rao Imin instructed, don't let her run around. Zhang Yi added, come back quickly. If she wants to buy anything, just let her buy it. You guys can pay first and then come to her aunt for reimbursement. Little Wang and Little Zhou were tickled. Understood. The three of them went out to shop. The rest of the group continued eating and talking. 10 minutes. Half an hour. As they were happily chatting, the suite room's door was suddenly pushed open. They saw Little Zhou run and anxiously and shout. Something has happened. Something has happened. Chen smashed someone's car. They won't let her go. When the table of people heard that, they immediately stood up. What? Smashed someone's car? Where? Is she fine? Let's go? We'll go and have a look. How could something have happened so quickly when you three only just stepped out? Instantly, the group of them rushed off. Chapter 14-15. Zhang Ye smashes cars. Middle. Chapter 14-15. Zhang Ye smashes cars. Middle. Translator, leg editor, leg. The public square was not far away, and they only had to cross a long street to get there. Where is it? Right in front. At the Korean car brand's event? Yes, that. 1. Why did Chen go there? Didn't she say she wanted to go shopping at the mall? She insisted on going to watch the buzz. Rao Imin looked solemn. Zhang Yi was getting very anxious. Even though the two of them did not usually show a lot of concern for Chen, they were actually very worried about her. The group of them walked quickly towards the square. From afar, they could already see the advertisement banners and stage erected by the Korean car brand. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and 7 or 8 black bulletproof cars were parked on it. There were even some golf clubs, wooden baseball bats, and other equipment such as pliers lying around. Clearly, these were the items that were handed out to the audience for them to smash the cars. All around, a large crowd of people were watching as Chunxin and Little Wang stood in the center of the stage. The event crew and supervisor were also with them. At this moment, a quarrel was occurring on stage. Little Wang had her hands on her hips as she said, "How could it be so easily damaged?" The male employee pointed at the car door and said, "There, take a look for yourself." Little Wang said loudly, "You were the ones who allowed the child to smash it first. It was you who led her onto the stage. There were so many other people before her who tried smashing the car, so why are we not allowed to do so when it came to our turn?" The male employee said angrily, "Everyone else tried to smash the windows. Who told you that you could hit the car door? But you guys didn't make it clear to us." Beside them, a female employee said, "Could we have been any more clearer? Our cars still need to be sold. Now that the paint has been scratched, how are we going to sell it?" Little Wang yelled, "What are you shouting at us for? Look, you're scaring the child." Chunxin stood there expressionless. That supervisor and the crew nearly fainted. How is that called being scared? She's even calmer than we are, all right. Quite a few people offstage started murmuring. You guys actually didn't make it clear. Besides, you can't blame the child either. The child's frame is so small, and she doesn't know how to use her strength, so it's very normal that she would accidentally smash elsewhere on the car. The kid did not do it on purpose anyway, so surely you guys don't have to be so relentless in blaming her, right? Yeah, just forget it. You're a pretty big company. Surely you won't miss this bit of money, right? The supervisor on stage said, "It's not a matter of missing the money. This matter has to be cleared up. She should not be messing around like this, even if she's a child." Chunxin calmly said, "There's a problem with the quality of your car." The supervisor got annoyed and pointed at Chunxin, saying, "You damaged our car and still dare to make such irresponsible remarks?" Little Wang slapped his hand away like a ferocious tiger. "Who do you think you're pointing at?" A few male employees came over and surrounded her. "How dare you lay a hand on us?" By this point, things were quite clear. So it turned out that Chunxin had dragged Little Wang and Little Zhou here to have a look at the commotion. She saw that there was an event for smashing cars, so she also joined the line to give it a try. When the organizers saw that it was a child, they just let her go up towards the car with a smile. But who could have thought that a little 9-year-old girl like that could be so strong? She picked up a brick and threw it, although it missed and hit slightly below the window. The paint on the car door was chipped off and exposed a slightly dented metal base underneath. The onlookers were already a little suspicious before this. They knew that this was supposed to be a bulletproof car, and the glass seemed pretty solid too. So why did the car door get damaged so easily? In the end, with Chunxin also saying something like, "There's a problem with the quality of your car," the supervisor of the event immediately gave up on arguing and refused to let them leave. The supervisor shouted, "Where are the kids' parents at? Get her parents to come and take her away." Little Wang said angrily, "What rights do you have to hold her here?" The supervisor said, "Based on the fact that she had damaged the car, I have the rights to do so. Get her parents here." From a distance away, Zhang Ye and the others rushed over. Zhang Ye said, calmly, "I am her guardian." Everyone's attention turned to him. Then it blew up. "Oh my God, Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. So she's related to Zhang Ye? Uffed. This will be interesting to watch." It's face-smacking Zhang. People were screaming. People were snapping photos. People were taking videos. The crew from the car brand was also stunned. The supervisor said with a sunken expression, "Zhang Ye?" Little Wang finally found her backbone. "Director Zhang." Zhang Ye made his way onto the stage. Chunxin immediately came over and protested. "Zhang Ye, their car's quality is not good." Zhang Ye looked at the few members of the event crew. "Let's not say anything else first and talk about how you full-grown men have surrounded a little girl and are pointing your fingers at her and shouting. You say that the car door was damaged, that's fine. We'll pay to get it repaired since we're not unreasonable people. But why are you yelling at the child?" A male employee shouted. "She smashed our car and still made slanderous remarks about it. Even if she's a child, she cannot make up things like that." Zhang Yi looked at him. "You still want to continue shouting?" The supervisor said in a cold voice, "Teacher Zhang, are you here to intentionally make trouble?" Zhang Yi was amused. "Me? Make trouble?" Offstage, the staff of Zhang Ye's studio was angered by the situation. The onlooking crowd was finding the situation to be getting out of hand. They felt that the organizers had gone overboard in handling this little girl by not allowing her to leave. You people were the ones who came up with this smash one, get one free car event in the first place. When Zhang Ye came over, he also made it very clear that they would pay however much the damages cost. It was very reasonable. Yet why are you people doubling down by arguing with Zhang Ye after having chided the child? What the heck? Teacher Zhang, don't bother with them. They're just trying to ride on your coattails. People in the crowd shouted. Ride on my coattails? Her. That won't be easy. Zhang Ye said. Chen, go down first. Chen nodded. The supervisor was holding fast. She can't leave. We have to make things clear. From his words, there didn't seem to be any intention of trivializing the matter. Zhang Ye stared at him. Let the child leave first. I'll clear everything up with you. The supervisor hesitated for a bit. All right then. Zhang Ye turned around and walked up to that car. He lowered his head and had a look, pointing to the part where the paint had been chipped. Was this done by the child? A male employee said. That's right. Zhang Ye asked. Did she use a brick to smash it? The supervisor replied. Yes. Zhang Ye nodded and said, then my child is right. There's really an issue with the quality of your cars. The supervisor glared at him and said, are you trying to shift the blame? The male employee said, don't you spout. Bullshit, Zhang Ye said. Anyone with a bit of common sense would understand that a little 9-year-old girl could not possibly be that strong. It doesn't matter how strong she might be, or how she could have been blessed with divine strength. That's simply impossible. The people offstage laughed. Zhang Ye pointed to the side. With just a brick, that was all it took to dent the door on your so-called bulletproof car? Then where is your so-called bulletproof protection? He reached out and knocked on it. I can believe that the paint is not bulletproof, but what about the steel plating? The supervisor immediately said, what do you know? This is just the outer layer. The real bulletproof protection is underneath that. If a bullet is fired at it, it will only be able to pass through the outer layer of the car door. There is no way that it could get into the car. There are 5 levels of protection built into our car doors, and they've gone through professional, military-grade testing. Zhang Ye said, I can't see whether they really have 5 levels of protection or not, but I know that the first level has been broken by a 9-year-old girl with a brick. The people hooted. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what Teacher Zhang just said. I was also wondering about it earlier. How could it have been damaged with just a smash? Is this car really bulletproof? Although the glass does seem to be pretty sturdy. Yeah, it didn't shatter even after getting hit by more than 20 people. The supervisor was infuriated when he heard that. Teacher Zhang, I'm very sure that you're here to intentionally cause trouble for us. The inner protection linings of the car door cannot be seen without breaking it open. You're deliberately grabbing onto this issue. What do you mean to say? What are your motives? You're purposely trying to defame our brand. All those sets of eyes offstage witnessed for themselves earlier just how strong our bulletproof cars are. Using the many tools that we provided for them here, no one could even manage to break the glass on our bulletproof cars. So how could there be a problem with the quality of our cars? We're one of the top 3 car manufacturers in Korea. We promise that every one of our bulletproof cars has passed the quality test. A male employee said, You're dirtying our reputation. Another male employee shouted, What are your motives here? Their group of people spoke without a trace of politeness. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was filled with a sense of disgust. What was this? What kind of a person was Zhang Ye? He was a Peking University professor, a world-class mathematician. Even if you guys don't respect him, you should at least try to be a little polite, right? How could they speak like that? Intentionally causing trouble? Why would he intentionally make trouble? Weren't you the ones who held that little girl back and insisted on seeing her parents? Now that a guardian of hers has come, you're picking on this and that. What kind of people are you? The staff of Zhang Ye's studio were exasperated too. However, what surprised everyone was how Zhang Ye was still as calm as ever. He looked at them indifferently with no signs of emotion. Zhang Ye turned around and tapped on the car window. It's really bulletproof? The supervisor said coldly, Give it a try if you don't believe it. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Why do I somehow doubt it? An employee nearby said, We have tools here. You can use them as you wish. Pick one. The supervisor sneered. Didn't you say that there was a problem with our quality? All right then, go ahead and smash it. Any car that you successfully smash, We'll give away a free car to you. They were all waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Zhang Ye also smiled. I'm going to give it a try then. The supervisor stretched out his hand invitingly. Try as you like. Bulletproof glass. Are you joking, or what? Not even the world's strongest man could leave a scratch on it. Then, Zhang Ye raised his right hand. There was no baseball bat. There was no brick. With just some concealed power hidden within his palm, he nonchalantly slapped the bulletproof glass. A loud bang reverberated, and the entire frame of the car shook. Cracks started appearing on the glass. The supervisor was dumbfounded. The employees were dumbfounded. The crowd was dumbfounded. The staff of Zhang Ye's studio was also dumbfounded. A second later, Zhang Ye raised his hand again and slapped it down once more. Bang! A shockwave traveled through the body of the car, and the glass broke with a crash. In this very moment, no one at the venue could say a thing. Silence reigned in the huge public square. Chapter 1416, Zhang Ye smashes cars. End. Chapter 1416, Zhang Ye smashes cars. End. Translator, leg editor, leg. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crowd exploded. Heavens. It got smashed. It really fucking got smashed. Damn, what did I just see? What kind of strength is that? What the heck just happened? That can't be possible. More than 20 people have already tried smashing the bulletproof window with a baseball bat, but it didn't even crack. So how did Zhang Ye manage to smash it in just 2 hits? The key here was that he smashed it with his hand. Yes, oh my god. He used his hand to smash it. That was too godly. It was too impressive. Zhang Ye is invincible. Teacher Zhang is amazing. Those 2 strikes of his palm were so fucking cool. Everyone at the venue was exclaiming in shock. Chen shouted, Zhang Ye. Nice one. Zhang Ye. Well done. Ha Chi was dumbfounded. Zhang's was stared, his jaw dropping. Little Wang, Little Zhou, and the rest of the others were also stunned. How is that possible? Just how was that even possible? They knew that Director Zhang was very capable at fighting. Whatever the case, Zhang Ye was never at a disadvantage whenever there was a fist fight. But to say how good he was at it, they really did not have an idea. Moreover, this was no longer a fucking matter of whether he was capable at fighting. This was bulletproof glass they were talking about. Was this something that a human could break with a smash? And he even did it with his bare hands? In their understanding of this world, this was not something that a human being could achieve. It was too shocking. It was really too frightening. More importantly, Zhang Ye even turned around to look at the organizer's supervisor and crew after smashing the bulletproof glass. You were the ones who asked me to try it. The supervisor was speechless. Zhang Ye said innocently, See, I knew there was a problem with the quality of your cars. The supervisor was still speechless. Zhang Ye pointed. Does this count as successfully smashing the glass? The supervisor couldn't speak. Zhang Ye said, Smash 1, get 1 car free. Does that mean I get to drive 1 away now? The supervisor was tongue-tied. They nearly pissed their pants. They were really shocked at what had happened. At this moment, the crew members nearly couldn't stand straight. Their knees buckled, and they were screaming in their heads, Fuck! Are you fucking human? A male employee said, What the hell just happened? A female employee said, That's bulletproof glass. The supervisor was regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. He thought to himself, Have I got nothing better to do than to ride on his coattails? Even before it made any impact, our brand's reputation has already gone down the drain. He knew in his heart of hearts that this was no longer an issue of giving away a car for free. This was a matter related to the brand's image and the quality of their cars. Their high-end flagship bulletproof car had been damaged by a 9-year-old girl, then got its glass smashed by a celebrity. Was that a great big joke? If this got out, they'd become the butt of all jokes forever. The industry insiders would all laugh at this incident for a lifetime. The people were in an uproar. Give away the car. Give away the car. Give away the car. Give away the car. They were unprepared for this. There was totally no plan to give one away at all. The supervisor knew that the situation was becoming bad. Seeing the people around recording videos and taking pictures, and seeing how more and more people had gathered around and blocked off the square, he grit his teeth and made a decision on the spot. After looking around for a while, he found the keys to a brand new car and handed it over to Zhang Ye reluctantly. Zhang Ye smiled and took it from him. Then he threw it to Little Wang and said, Drive it away later. Little Wang said happily and excitedly. Got it. The supervisor immediately tried to remedy the situation. He went over and pretended to check on the broken glass before looking like he understood something. Everyone, that was an accident just now. I had a look and deduced that it wasn't a problem with the quality of our cars. You can rest assured. It was because the glass was not entirely new and had gone through a lot of stress testing before this. We had carried out a hardness test on the glass before the car left the factory, and our employees also did a series of tests and hammer strikes on it when it arrived at our showroom. Then, when we brought the same car over for the event today, it was pounded and hammered on by a lot of people as well. Although this is bulletproof glass, there are still limitations to it. For example, if it gets hit too many times in the same spot, the hardness of the glass will get degraded slowly. This is all very normal. The crowd whispered. That's not really bulletproof glass, is it? What kind of bulletproof protection is this? This is two-face smacking. I'm already feeling sorry for them. Isn't this explanation a bit far-fetched? Teacher Zhang is so skinny, yet he can still smash the glass into pieces. There must be something wrong with the quality of this car. And you're claiming it to be a bulletproof car? I'd have to swerve to avoid a brick that's being thrown at me. This explanation makes sense though. So it was because the bulletproof glass had exceeded its limitations. Zhang Ye couldn't have possibly smashed it with his bare hands. Just how much strength would that have required? That's true. Some people complained. Some people were skeptical. The supervisor quickly explained, it was just a coincidence. The bulletproof glass was not new and had been struck several hundreds of times by dozens or even hundreds of people. There were already cracks in it. It just didn't appear on the surface. When teacher Zhang Ye made his attempt, it coincided nicely as he struck the spot where cracks had started appearing. That was what resulted in the glass breaking, and it's not a matter of the quality. However, it doesn't matter. Since we said that we'll give away a free car if anyone successfully smashed the glass, we will fulfill our promise. If anyone still has any doubts, we'll bring out a brand new car that hasn't gone through any smashing attempts. We'll show everyone how strong bulletproof glass is when it isn't damaged. Absolutely no one will be able to break it. An employee drove a new car over. The supervisor laughed and said, Look, this is a brand new car, so everyone can give it a try and attempt to smash the window. It was just a coincidence that someone managed to catch a break. Actually, whoever tried to smash the glass just now would have shattered it. Our brand name is a guarantee. Please believe in our brand and believe in teacher Li Anson's endorsement. This newly brought-in bulletproof car for the event won't have any issues. Who wants to give it a try? Someone walked forward. It was a woman. Her name was Rao Min. Someone in the crowd recognized her. Ah, what an icy beauty. She's Zhang Ye's agent. I know her too. I've seen her on television before. Hachichi was taken aback. Zhang Zhe was startled too. No one expected that Zhang Ye's landlord-cum-agent would actually step forward. Tong Fu said, Director Zhang, big sis Rao she's? But Zhang Ye just laughed. That woman is being greedy again. Wu Yi did not understand what he meant. What do you mean by greedy? When the supervisor saw this, he smiled. All right, a volunteer has stepped forward. Does this pretty lady want to give it a try? Good, you can experience it for yourself. There are some tools over there. A hammer, baseball bat, anything you want. You can also try as many times as you want, but it doesn't matter how many times you try to hit it. Just don't assume that you have a chance of breaking it. This is a brand new bulletproof car that we just brought out, so it's different from before. Please experience all that you want regarding how tough our latest bulletproof glass is. Oh, by the way, please be careful and don't hurt yourself. If you do, we're not going to be. Rao Min had already walked up beside the car with an indifferent look. A lot of people were dumbfounded for a while. What was the meaning of this? Where are the items? Aren't you going to take a baseball bat or something? Then they saw Rao Min gently raise her hand before striking it down on the passenger side window. With a crash, it sounded like the earth and mountains were shaking. The entire car even looked like it was going to be flipped over by a huge force, with the tires on her side almost lifting off the ground. The palm strike landed. One strike. Just one strike. The bulletproof glass shattered. Holy fuck. Holy shit. My God. The crowd was shocked. The staff of Zhang Ye's studio were shocked. No one dared to believe their eyes. It was the same posture as Zhang Ye's. It was the same move as Zhang Ye's. The only difference was the number of strikes. The bulletproof glass had similarly shattered. The brand's employees were all stunned on the spot. The organizer's supervisor, who was still boasting about the bulletproof car over the microphone, suddenly dropped it onto the ground with a thud and a loud, piercing feedback. He slumped to the ground as though his soul had flown out of his body, staring blankly at the broken bulletproof glass that Zhang Ye's agent had shattered with a strike. Then he looked at the broken glass Zhang Ye had just shattered and thought to himself, "Fuck your sister." At this moment in time, his face was strewn in tears. Motherfucker. Is this a group of fucking animals or something? Chapter 14:17. I want to smash 10 more cars. Chapter 14:17. I want to smash 10 more cars. Translator, leg editor, leg. The venue blew up. Many people screamed. Ah, that was so cool. My eyes have been blinded. A heroine. She's a heroine. That was so amazing. Didn't they just change it to new bulletproof glass? What kind of a person is that? An animal. A pure beast. Our teacher Zhang and her human? Fuck. Are these two people made of metal? And that little girl from earlier too. Did you guys see the strength that she threw the brick with? How is that the strength of a 9-year-old girl? My child, who's already 14 years old, does not have that much strength. And he's a boy too. This family is here to slap faces. I'm genuflecting. Hachichi was also stunned. She wrenched her head to the side. Director Zhang. Zhang's was legs turned to rubber. Director Zhang, this, big sis Rao she. Little Wang and little Zhou exclaimed, Big sis Rao is so fearsome. They already couldn't accept the fact that Zhang Ye had shattered the bulletproof glass with just 2 palm strikes. But now, the usually carefree and sharp-tongued Rao had shattered the bulletproof glass with her palm too. And she only had to strike it once. They could only be described as frightened at the present moment. What was going on? What was with this situation? Are they even earthlings? Only Chun-Shun was not the least bit surprised. She shouted triumphantly, Aunt. Another one. Smash another car. Rao glanced at the slumped-over supervisor. This is a smash one, get one car free event. So where's my free car? The supervisor looked over at her blankly and subconsciously reached out to hand the keys of a brand new car to her. The other employees also stared at Rao like they had just seen a god. But at the next moment, they nearly vomited blood. They saw Rao put the keys away with a satisfied look, then hold out her hand and declare audaciously, Another one. I want to smash 10 more cars. Smash 10 more cars. 10 more. 10. The supervisor, who was just about to stand up, buckled again and slumped back to the ground with a plop. Your sister. You still want to smash more cars? You can still smash more of them? Are you getting addicted to this? We won't have enough cars left for you to smash. The expressions on the employees' faces changed. We can't do this anymore. No more smashing. Right? Each person is only entitled to winning one car. We have a written rule for that. Hearing that, Rao felt that it was rather regrettable. She went, oh, before casually walking off the stage. The supervisor and the crew all heaved sighs of relief. At this moment, a woman walked over from a short distance away. Yang Shu had arrived. Senior bro. Zhang Ye turned around and was very happy to see her. Why did you just get here? Yang Shu complained. There was a traffic jam on the way here. When I got to the restaurant, all of you had already left. The waiter said that you were making your way here to the public square. What's going on? Zhang Ye acknowledged. Oh, there's a car smashing event. It's a smash one, get one free car event. Yang Shu's eyes lit up. Did you smash one already? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Old Rao and I both successfully smashed a car each. Yang Shu jumped up eagerly. Then I'll give it a try too. She wasn't doing it for the money, and even more so, not for the car. She was purely thinking of this as a challenge. This junior sis of Zhang Ye's never had anything her mind except martial arts. When the crowd saw this, they were all tickled pink. It's her. Zhang Ye's bodyguard. That's right. Zhang Ye's bodyguard is here. Uft. Do they need to be so relentless? Did they all come here for a meeting? Upon hearing that, the supervisor and event crew were scared out of their wits. In this moment, they gave up. What? Bodyguard? Fuck your third uncle's grandma. If Zhang Ye and his agent were like that, what would his bodyguard be like? Are you trying to kill us? In the blink of an eye, the supervisor somehow found the strength to rush over to the microphone that he had dropped earlier by crawling and rolling. He grabbed it and announced loudly, the event has ended. I hereby announce that the Smash 1, Get 1 free car event has ended. It won't be going on any further. No more smashing. No more smashing. The laughter and booing from the crowd mixed together. E. They've admitted defeat. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing my ass off. But Yang Shu was unhappy to hear that. I haven't even tried to smash a car yet. The supervisor wiped away his sweat. No more attempts. The event has ended. Yang Shu said unwillingly, I don't want your car. I just want to attempt it. The supervisor almost cried. Sister, my dear sister, can the three of you please not mess with us? Zhang Ye looked at him. It's ended. The supervisor said, right, the event is over. Zhang Ye pointed at the car from earlier. Then about when my kid damaged your car door? How much do we have to pay you? The supervisor said tearfully, you don't have to compensate us. There's no need for that. This matter was not handled by us properly. We cannot blame the child for it. Don't blame the child. Stared at him. Then how did you speak to my child just now? The supervisor quickly said to Chen. Sorry, I'm sorry. Uncle's tone earlier was not right. Let me apologize to you. See, our event has ended, and there's nothing left to play with around here. Oh yes, there's also another car show at the mall. Why don't you ask your guardian to take you there to have a look? Chen said evenly. There's nothing fun to play with in there. You may be having fun, but we're not having any fun at all. We're really fucking pissing our pants. The supervisor kept on apologizing and begging until he finally managed to convince them to leave. But at heart, he knew that a storm was just starting to brew. The crowd began to act. Phone calls. Weibo. The news immediately started spreading. Over there, the two new cars placed before them were both 7-seater bulletproof cars. Zhang Ye laughed and said, looked at how this has turned out. We came out for lunch, but we somehow earned ourselves 2 cars. What good timing. Our studio needs cars right now, right? We don't have to buy them anymore. Old Zwa, take a car each. Consider it your exclusive rides from me. You may drive it home for your private use too. However, the studio staff were still caught in a state of shock. Chi quickly said, how did you do it? Zhang Ye said amusingly. Actually, old Rao and I are both martial arts masters. Do you believe that? Tisk. Everyone's lips curled when they heard that. Of course they wouldn't believe it. In their minds, it must have been some kind of a strategy or technique. Zhang Ye threw up his hands helplessly. All right, that ends the conversation. Let's go, get into the cars. Everyone was talking about what had just happened as they got in the cars. Only Yang Shu stayed still. She stood in front of the car, occasionally tapping on the glass, occasionally knocking on the car door. Zhang Ye was startled. What are you doing? They're old and old Zwa's cars, so stop you think about smashing them. But he then smiled. All right, stop looking at them. You can't smash them. Yang Shu remained unconvinced. Why can't I smash it? Zhang Ye laughed and said, that is bulletproof glass. Yang Shu said stubbornly, but I can still give it a try. Rao piped up, you can't do it. Yang Shu's face flushed red then white. If it were only her senior brother who said that, it would have been fine. But even Grandmaster Rao thought the same. That meant she definitely couldn't smash it. Thinking about it made her somewhat disgruntled. But with that, she was also able to sense the difference between her and both Zhang Ye and Rao to be too big. Chapter 1418, National Buzz. Chapter 1418, National Buzz. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, the news had spread far and wide. At Central TV, what? Zhang Ye smashed a car. The bulletproof glass got shattered? Holy shit. Hurry, line this up for the news report. At an entertainment company. What did you say? Zhang Ye went there to cause trouble? How is that possible? Face-smacking Zhang has made another move? Li Anson's team. Holy fuck, Zhang Ye. That damned hooligan. He did it on purpose. It was deliberate. He's forcing us into a corner. Bastard. He's so awful. This is bad news. It's terrible this time. The news of Li Anson's endorsed car brand having its bulletproof window smashed overwhelmed the media. On Weibo, the forums, newspapers, and television, it was getting reported everywhere. Some of them even carried videos and pictures of the scene. The public burst into an uproar. The netizens were crazily happy. I knew it. Zhang Ye still made a move in the end. Ha ha ha. I should have known that this fellow couldn't have such a good temper. Bulletproof glass. How did he manage to smash it? Who knows? He must have resorted to some kind of trickery. Yeah, that's not glass that can be broken with brute strength alone. Who's that pretty lady? That's Zhang Ye's agent. Her name is Rao I mean. She's so cool. My goddess. Are they all animals? How did they shatter bulletproof glass with their bare hands? Teacher Zhang is going to be on fire again. Who said that face-smacking Zhang is toned down just because he's going to be a father? Who said that? Stand forward now. I guarantee I won't beat you to death. Isn't he still the same as before? Ha ha ha. He's going to be like this all his life. This fellow's fearless attitude has got nothing at all to do with him becoming a father. His wickedness is ingrained in his soul. He won't change even if he has 10 children. It's another face smacking. They've all been smacked, swollen, and bruised. This car brand is really too fucking unlucky. Of all people, why did they have to get Lee Anson to endorse them? Idiots. The quality of this car is really not that good either. Face-smacking Zhang has brought smacking faces to a whole new level. I just love seeing Teacher Zhang smack faces. The clamor was still growing. Such heated discussions usually wouldn't die down so quickly after blowing up. The event was too shocking, because no one had ever encountered something like this before. It was very fresh to them. If you were to say that Zhang Ye had gone to someone's store and destroyed the place, everyone could imagine something like that. If you were to say that Zhang Ye had slashed someone's tires, everyone could also imagine that. But to shatter the bulletproof glass window of someone's car when that someone was hyping up their smash one, get one free car event with amazing claims? What normal person could do something like that? What normal person would even think of something like that? Only Zhang Ye. Only someone like him who didn't play his cards logically would do something like that. From the public, to the industry insiders, as well as the media, and even among Zhang Ye's family and friends. Each and every one of them who saw the news was shocked. Soon, the car company issued an emergency PR announcement to clarify the issue. Their car's quality was not an issue. After the incident took place, they did an emergency inspection and found that their employees had deployed the wrong vehicle model for the event. The few cars that they brought over were not their flagship bulletproof cars, but an almost identical model of it, thus causing the misunderstanding. So it was because they had brought over the wrong cars. But of course, how could face-smacking Zhang have that kind of strength? That's still very strong. 2 strikes of the palm were all he needed to shatter an ordinary pane of tempered glass. What normal person could do that? Unless they have extraordinary strength. Did they really bring the wrong vehicle model? Why am I not at all convinced? Right. Didn't they also get the other people to use baseball bats to smash the glass before that? If it was ordinary tempered glass, it would have shattered in just 1 hit. Even if not, 2 hits would suffice, wouldn't it? Who knows if they're telling the truth? This car company has a previous track record of cheating consumers in China. They've got a spotty history, so I wouldn't take their word for it. Everyone discussed and analyzed the matter for the entire day and could only come to 2 conclusions. The first was that there was definitely something wrong with the quality of the glass on the vehicles provided by the car brand. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhang Ye and his agent to smash it. The second reason was that Zhang Ye had used some trick to shatter the bulletproof glass. However, no one knew what trick it was and none of them could come up with a suitable conclusion even after studying it for a long time. China. Beijing. The Korean car brand's branch office. Everyone in the company was worried. They were so worried that their faces had turned green. At this moment, the Korean head office's staff arrived in a hurry. When they found the person in charge of this event, they started scolding him. What's going on with you? Sorry, President Kim. Do you know how greatly this matter has affected us? Do you know how much the company stands to lose as a result of this? We're likely to lose the entire Chinese market. But you what? What excuse can you still have? You can't even handle a simple event like this and mixed up the regular model for the bulletproof one. What the hell is wrong with you? That supervisor burst into tears. But I didn't get it wrong. The people from the head office were taken aback. What do you mean? The supervisor immediately brought them over to the garage where the 2 smashed cars had been shipped back to. The head office's staff went up to have a look. The interior, the outer shape of the car, the thickness of the glass windows. The regular model and the bulletproof model were different from each other. They were stunned. Isn't this the latest bulletproof car model? The supervisor said, yes, we only said that we brought in the wrong car model as an emergency PR. President Kim was stunned as he pointed at the bulletproof glass. Are you saying that those two really managed to shatter our bulletproof glass? The supervisor said. Yes, they really managed to do it. President Kim cursed like a sailor in Korean. How did they do it? Just how the fuck did they manage to do it? The outside world was in an uproar. At this moment, only the Chinese martial arts world was in a state of calm. Shaolin Monastery. Martial uncle, did you watch the video yet? I've seen it already. Zhang Ye is. Yes, he has almost fully mastered the use of his concealed power. Then he's not far from becoming a grand. I'm afraid he's almost there. How much longer? That's not a realm I can fathom. If he's fast, then 2 or 3 years. If he's slow, maybe 8 or 9 years. Who can say for sure? Many people in the Chinese martial arts world had seen the video as well. The small sects, the large sects, the non-affiliates, all of them knew better. Seeing the commoners on the internet guessing what kinds of methods Zhang Ye had used, and guessing whether there was a problem with the quality of the glass, they could only shake their heads in resignation. From the strength he applied through his hands, the shaking of the car, and many other details, they could all see that it really was bulletproof glass. Although it might not meet military standards, the lowest grade of bulletproof glass was more than enough. This had nothing to do with the glass. It was a problem with the people. This car company was really unlucky. In the world today, there were no more than 8 people who could shatter bulletproof glass with their bare hands. But Rao and Zhang Ye were 2 of them. Chapter 1419. Li Anson gets sent packing as well. Chapter 1419. Li Anson gets sent packing as well. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, on Monday morning, Zhang Ye went to work. Good morning, Director Zhang. You were on fire again yesterday. Yeah, everyone in the nation is talking about you. The headlines, the front page, you're on all of them. Li Anson is out of luck this time. That car brand is even unluckier. They've descended into a brand crisis this time. Right? Everyone's just waiting to see the outcome. Director Zhang, how did you and Big Sis Rao shatter the glass? Yeah, tell us how you did it. There's a lot of people online guessing as well. The atmosphere in the studio was very cheerful. Every employee who worked here liked this atmosphere very much and felt a special sense of belonging to the place. Very few employees would resign or jump to a job elsewhere. And there was a reason for that. In any other celebrity studio or entertainment agency, where would they get the chance to witness such entertainment and amusement happening before them every other day? The salary was good, and the work was simple. If they were to mention to anyone outside that they were an employee at Zhang Ye's studio, their industry peers and friends would double take. Zhang Ye chatted with them for quite a while. Then Ha Chi-Chi came over. Director Zhang. Zhang Ye looked at her and said with a smile, Old Ha, what's the matter? Ha Chi-Chi was nervous. There's something. Zhang Ye asked, what is it? Spit it out. Ha Chi-Chi hesitated for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She said, when I arrived at work this morning and parked my car downstairs, little Yang was already there waiting for me. She didn't say anything, just stared at my car, the bulletproof car that you gave to old Zwa and me. The way she looked at it made my hair curl. I was really terrified. Zhang Ye said, that happened. Zhang Zwa had also just arrived at work. He was looking somewhat flustered. Zhang Ye looked at him. What's the matter, old Zwa? Director Zhang. I was looking for you. Zhang Zwa said in a terrified manner. I was so scared just now. I just parked my car downstairs and happened to receive a call, so I answered it in the car. 5 minutes into the call, a silhouette appeared outside tapping on my window and touching it. I thought that someone was trying to steal the car, but the moment I stepped out of the car, I saw little Yang. I asked her what she was doing, but she didn't say anything at all. It was as though she was possessed. Zhang Ye was speechless. This junior sister of his. She was too troublesome. Zhang Ye suddenly said, okay, I know what to do. I'll criticize her. He immediately called Yang Shu and asked her to come upstairs. What were you doing downstairs? Yang Shu pouted. Nothing. Zhang Ye said with a straight face. Don't keep eyeing and circling old Ha and old Zwa's cars like that. You'll scare them. Yang Shu nodded. Zhang Ye said, can you keep that in mind? Yang Shu said, I heard you, senior bro. All right then, that's the right attitude. Only then did Zhang Ye break into a smile. When Yang Shu went off, Zhang Ye had Ha Chi-Chi. And Zhang's will come over. Okay, it's done. I've spoken to little Yang, so you don't have to worry anymore. My words still hold some weight with her. Ha Chi smiled and said, I was really afraid that she would smash my car. Zhang Ye laughed out loud. She won't. Little Yang might be a little rash, but, as he was speaking, a loud crash came from downstairs. It sounded like someone had punched something. After that, a car alarm went off. This was a sound that everyone was very familiar with. It was Zhang Ye's BMW X5's alarm. Zhang Ye's face changed immediately, and he quickly opened the window. Everyone also looked out of the window in astonishment. They saw Yang Shu holding her fist in pain as she stood beside the BMW. Zhang Ye roared, Yang Shu, get up here right now. 2 minutes later, Yang Shu was upstairs. Zhang Ye pelted her with scolding. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Didn't I tell you to stay away from old Ha and Olds was cars? Yang Shu said calmly, I didn't touch their cars. Zhang Ye nearly vomited blood. You're not supposed to touch my car either. Everyone was doubling over in laughter. Director Zhang's BMW was also a bulletproof car. Yang Shu muttered, I was just trying out something. Zhang Ye said, trying out what? I pay for your meals, I gave you a place to stay, and you still smash my car? Do you have a death wish? Why didn't you go and smash someone else's car? Yang Shu said, I'd have to compensate them if I smashed their cars. Zhang Ye nearly fainted from anger. So it wouldn't cost anything if you smash my car? This junior sis of his that he didn't ask for, why didn't she have a lick of common sense? Since Zhang Ye had nothing to do, he continued scolding Yang Shu for the entire morning and even punished her by making her do the horse stance in the office. In the end, someone went to tell Rao Imin about it, and she couldn't stand to watch it any longer, so she came over and rescued her. Otherwise, who knew how long Zhang Ye would have punished her for? In the outside world, the matter finally reached a conclusion, and this outcome ignited yet another huge ruckus. The SARFT got involved. The AXIC 1 got involved. The China Consumers Association 2 got involved. The various organizations opened a full investigation to take action against the Korean car brand for their quality problems, false advertising, false marketing, and a series of other issues. That afternoon, the television commercials, the bus stop ads, the subway ads, all of Li Anson's endorsement advertisements had been halted and taken down. At this point, Li Anson had only returned to the Chinese market via the advertisement channel for 2 days before he got sent packing to where he came from by Zhang Ye. Furthermore, due to the car brand's issues, Li Anson's image was also implicated. With this slap by Zhang Ye, it was estimated that Li Anson would not be able to return to the Chinese market again within the next few years. At the car brand's company, fuck, the Chinese market is too shady. This place is way too hostile. A conspiracy. This is all a fucking conspiracy. Li Anson's team. Did they really take it down? How did it turn out like this? How ruthless. This Zhang Ye is too ruthless. Are we really unable to get into the Chinese market now? I'm so angry that I could cry. How can there be a bastard like him around? On Weibo, the Chinese netizens were delighted. How satisfying. This car brand cheated our Chinese consumers in the past, right? Did they think that we wouldn't know who they are by taking on a new identity? Li Anson is so unlucky. Since he dared to hit a Chinese fan back then, he should have been mentally prepared that he would get chased away. This is two-face smacking. Yeah, the ads had only rolled out for 2 days, but it got taken down by face-smacking Zhang almost immediately. Very soon, the news also spread to Japan and Korea. The Korean media suddenly blew up with a lot of scolding and cursing. A Korean brand gets blocked in China. Zhang Ye stirs up trouble yet again. Zhang Ye smashes a bulletproof car with his bare hands. Zhang Ye, an inexorable hooligan. When the Korean and Japanese celebrities saw Li Anson's advertisements rolling out in China with impunity, they all had the urge to enter the Chinese market again. But when the news came out, they all gasped as though a bucket of ice water had been poured on their heads. Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye again. Why is he always picking so many fights? Why is he always able to stir up trouble? Park Jae-sang had been sent packing. Kim Ji-chan had been sent packing. Kimura Kanzuya had been sent packing. And now, Li Anson has also been sent packing. Was there anything left to play for in this case? And what made the Japanese and Koreans even more furious that night was when the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index got updated. Zhang Ye's Asian popularity was still steadily increasing. Chapter 1420. Time for the lottery. Chapter 1420. Time for the lottery. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, at old Wu's parents' house. In the courtyard, the sun was shining brightly today. When Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing came over, Li Qinxin pulled her daughter aside to chat, while Wu Changhe played Go with Zhang Ye. Sure enough, the two men started quarreling again. Dad, why are you always taking back your moves? I'm trying to let you know about the other possible moves that can be made in this game. Come off it already. How can you say that? You're putting it like I'm playing you seriously. I'm already giving you have a 4-stone handicap, and you're still not playing seriously? You're speaking like I can't beat you if I gave you a 4-stone handicap as well. You really can't beat me. Don't you dare me. Give it a try then. I think it's better if I gave you a 5-stone handicap. No need for that. I'll give you a 10-stone handicap. I'll give you 20. I'll give you 30. I'll give you 50. I'll give you 100. They stopped playing and placed stones down senselessly as they tried to outboast each other. Li Qinxin and Wu Ziqing were used to this. They laughed and chatted close by as though nothing was happening, not bothered by what was going on between the two of them. When they got tired of it, the two men finally stopped arguing. Li Qinxin laughed and said, "Little Yi, do you really have such great strength?" Zhang Ye said happily, "Of course. With my physique and body, can't you tell?" Wu Changhe mocked. It really doesn't show at all. Li Qinxin asked, "But that's bulletproof glass. Even if they said that they took the wrong car, that's still tempered glass, isn't it? How could it be shattered with a smash just like that?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Aren't you underestimating me? To put it into context, is a steel plate thick? But I can put a dent in it with a strike of my palm all the same. It's imbued with martial arts, and not even 30 to 50 people could get close to me. Back then, when there was conflict in the martial arts community, a dozen or so of the large sects were trying to find trouble with me. This bro went knocking on their doors one by one and sent them packing. I smashed their sect's plaques and beat up their sect leaders, and they ended up avoiding me. They did not even dare make a sound. When I learned that the Huashan sect's plaque was made of some pretty solid wood, I took it and made it into beaded bracelets and sold them. They got so angry about it, yet there was nothing they could do to me. How strong would I have to be to do that? So let's not mention some car's glass window. Martial arts community? Large sects? Smashing plaques? Making them into beaded bracelets? How good are you at bragging? You might as well say that you've ascended into the heavens." Wu Changhe smirked at the words, while Li Qinxin covered her mouth in laughter. Since Zhang Ye had put it to them jokingly, they listened and took it in jest. However, unbeknownst to them, everything that Zhang Ye had just said was the truth. Noon. After lunch, Wu Changhe went out to play Go. Li Qinxin insisted on having Wu Ziqing rest for a while, so she dragged her back to the house to take a nap. This left Zhang Ye alone with nothing to do, so he went back into the west wing to lie down. He took out his cell phone and started browsing online for news related to himself. The current situation was a stalemate. Zhang Ye could not get into the Japanese and Korean markets, while their artists were becoming anxious with all their worries. Zhang Ye had already sent 4 of them packing back to their countries. At a time like this, it wasn't likely that anyone would want to be the next person to stick their necks out. They were all hesitating and waiting to see how things would develop. On the other hand, Zhang Ye was still thriving. Although he was scolded badly and his reputation was tarnished, his popularity on the Asian celebrity rankings was still rising steadily. His days were indeed quite beautiful. However, Zhang Ye was not satisfied with such a situation. This was not a long-term plan. He was going to become a father soon, so his motivation and enthusiasm had increased. He wanted to try to compete for the Asian S-list rankings no matter what. Thus, he set himself a goal. Before his child was born, he would have to become an Asian heavenly king at the least, and make it to the top of the Asian stage before setting his eyes on the world stage. Otherwise, everything else would be for naught. But where could he make a breach? How could he fend off the restrictions that were set upon him by the Japanese and Koreans? How could he quickly increase his popularity in Asia? He thought about Zhang Yuanqi, Su Milan, and the others who were at the top of the Chinese entertainment circle with him. All of them were also heavenly kings and queens in Asia, with the only exception being Zhang Ye. Although the influence of Korea's entertainment industry was still the greatest in Asia, with many of their variety shows, dramas, and movies easily breaking into the Chinese market, and earning buckets of money while winning over many fans at the same time. China's own movies, TV dramas, and variety shows found it harder to get into the Japanese and Korean markets. However, with the Chinese population already there and the market so big, those who could reach the top of the Chinese entertainment industry were basically also at the top of the Asian entertainment industry. At least, they didn't have much of a problem becoming an Asian S-lister. So why was Zhang Ye the exception? This was because the path he walked was different from the other 6 heavenly kings and queens. They were all popular, good-looking, idolized, starred in films, TV shows, or sang. All of them were mainstream idols, while Zhang Ye had never been associated with the mainstream, nor an idol, for that matter. This was the essential difference. So regardless of whether it was Zhang Yuanqi or Su Milan, their paths were not something that Zhang Ye could copy. If he wanted to reach the top in Asia, then he would have to find his own way, a path that was different from everyone else's. After pondering for half an hour and drinking 3 cups of strong tea, Zhang Ye still did not come up with any constructive thoughts, so he decided to take a look at the lottery system. With so many reputation points accumulated, it was time to use it again. Otherwise, all the points would all be sitting in there for nothing. He opened up the game rings interface and tapped on the merchant shop. He activated the lucky halo, upgraded, and then opened up the lottery draw and placed in the additional stakes. He did a series of manipulations with great familiarity. This time, he still chose to stick with the lottery draw, too. The items from the medium-sized treasure chests were good and of a higher level as well, although they were more expensive to get. Each attempt cost 10 million reputation points, with every additional stake requiring another 10 million as well. However, what Zhang Ye did not lack was reputation points. He still had not used many of the reputation points he had earned this year, while he continued gaining more as his popularity grew, with an endless amount of reputation points being added with each passing day. That was to say, as long as he stayed in the entertainment industry, his reputation points would never stop growing. Therefore, Zhang Ye was extremely generous in spending it this time. He immediately placed 9 additional stakes for his first attempt, totaling 10 stakes altogether. The sum of the reputation points required was 100 million, and this did not even include the high consumption rate per second by the lucky halo, upgraded. The lottery draw began. The slot machine was activated. 1 cycle, 3 cycles, 5 cycles. Ding! The prize was dispensed. Zhang Ye immediately looked at it in anticipation. The familiar treasure chest, medium, was lying there in the game ring's inventory. He carefully took it out and opened it to look inside. He heaved a sigh of relief when he learned that it wasn't empty. All those reputation points didn't go to waste. It was all experience books inside the treasure chests. They were the higher tier experience books. Drawing skill experience book 10 increases the drawing skill experience of the player. Every one of these types of higher tier skill experience books from Lottery Draw 2 was equivalent to 100 of the same skill experience books that were dispensed through Lottery Draw 1. Moreover, Zhang Ye had yet to discover any upper limit to them and could eat them endlessly. This was the reason why he preferred playing in the Lottery Draw 2. Sometimes, if he played the Lottery Draw 1 too many times, the skills or stats attained would reach a cap, and any more of the skills or stats category items would go to waste if he won more of them. Meanwhile, the higher tier experience books did not have such a problem. So, with the current circumstances where many of Zhang Ye's attributes and skills were already at the max level, such as his strength, agility, calligraphy, mathematics, and Go, it was obvious that Lottery Draw 2 was the more suitable option to play. This was because he could still continue increasing his skill experience even after he reached the cap that the lower tier books could not surpass. Drawing? Alright then, it was always better to have another skill set after all. Zhang Ye did not pay much attention to it and continued playing the lottery. The slot machine started moving again. It spun and spun, and spun and spun. He deliberately turned his head away and did not look. This was because he realized that it would not affect the results whether he looked at it or not. So he might as well not look and wonder. He heard a ding, and the prize was dispensed. It was another 10 medium-sized treasure chests. But when he saw what was in it, Zhang Ye was taken aback. Japanese language skill experience book 10 increases the player's Japanese language skill. Japanese language? Drawing? Something dawned on Zhang Ye. Perhaps heaven is implying something to me. Chapter 1421, Zhang Ye's Rotten Idea. Chapter 1421, Zhang Ye's Rotten Idea. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye returned to the studio. Everyone was working and was rather surprised to see him. Director Zhang? What are you doing here? Didn't you say that you were taking 2 days off? Yeah, it's only been half a day. Ah, did something happen again? Is someone trying to challenge you again? If it were any other celebrity studio, how could there always be so many things happening on a daily basis? Besides, no one could bear that much of it either. If something big happened once every 6 months, that would be more than enough trouble for them to handle. But it was different at Zhang Ye's studio. Here, if there wasn't a major incident or 2 per week, they wouldn't be known as Zhang Ye's studio anymore. This was the epicenter of the Asian entertainment industry's problems. Zhang Ye smiled. Nothing bad happened. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. You gave us such a fright. Zhang Ye immediately said, Come, let's have a meeting. In the conference room, everyone took their seats. Zhang Ye asked, Old Zhua, how are recent developments? Zhang Zhua smiled and said, Although Japan and Korea have introduced the restrictions, we're actually still doing great. Our popularity in Asia rose again yesterday. Ha Chi-Chi laughed and said, The more we get scolded, the more popular we become. Little Wang flattered, Director Zhang is mighty. Director Zhang is powerful. Zhang Ye said in amusement, Enough, enough. It doesn't sound like a good thing no matter how I hear it. Zhang Zhua said, If this continues, even if Japan and Korea maintain their restrictions on us, we'll still be able to hold our ground in the Asian celebrity rankings. We might even be able to keep moving up bit by bit. But if we want to reach the summit of Asia, that could prove to be very difficult, and it also would take a long time to achieve. Zhang Ye acknowledged, That's why this is still not enough. We mustn't be satisfied with the status quo. Ha Chi-Chi looked at him. What do you mean? Zhang Ye said, Since things have come to this, there's no way we can resolve it. So let's just take it all the way with them. But we can't keep on fighting like this. It doesn't mean anything and doesn't answer the problem. Yes, it does increase our popularity. But if we want to reach the summit in Asia, this bit of increase is too negligible. We need a greater spurt of popularity increase by doing something impactful. So I think there's a need to change our strategy. We can't wait for them to come over. We have to take the initiative and take it to them. Can't be passive or wait to get attacked. This thinking made sense, but Wu Yi said startled, We're going to attack first. Tong Fu also said, But how do we fight? Zhang Zhua said, Aren't the restrictions already in place over there? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Then let's circumvent the restrictions. They explicitly restricted me by name, but what if I changed my name? Who would know that it is me? Nobody understood what he meant. Change names. How are you going to change it? Use a pseudonym? Ha Chi-Chi said, Then where are we going to take the fight to? Zhang Ye laughed. We have 2 choices. One is Japan and the other is Korea. Which country should we begin with? Everyone, give me your opinion. Wu Yi said, If you really want to do it, then I guess we should target Korea. Tong Fu nodded. We're more familiar with them since we've been fighting with them for so long. Zhang Zhua added, Yeah, we're more familiar with Korea. Then Zhang Ye said, All right then, I've decided. Let's target Japan first. Everyone was floored. Uffed. Then why did you ask us? Aren't our opinions redundant? Ha Chi-Chi asked, Then how are we going to do it? Previously, Zhang Ye wasn't sure of how to proceed either. However, the lottery draw that he played at noon had given him a completely new train of thought. It had broadened his horizons and opened his eyes. Since he had always been taking the unconventional path, then he might as well continue taking it. The paths of other celebrities didn't fit him, so he would just have to find his own way forward. Japanese language? Drawing? The answer was obvious. Zhang Ye smiled mysteriously. If we're going to do it, we have to go big. We're not going to sweat the small stuff since that won't help us get much popularity anyway. Think about it. What is the most popular in Japan, captures the most attention from people, has a lead on any other country by far, has their products sold throughout Asia, and is the most watched industry of all? Zhang Zhua was startled. Are you saying? Zhang Ye grinned and said, Yes. Ha Chi-Chi was gobsmacked. Are you intending to? Zhang Ye nodded with a smile. That's right. Little Wang said in shock. Are you going to star in an adult video? Flop. Zhang Ye nearly fell off his chair. He roared, Me? Star in an adult video? Your sister. Little Wang said. Didn't you say that it's an industry that catches the most attention from people? Zhang Ye nearly fainted from anger. Is that the only one you can think of? I'm telling you, you had better watch less of those videos from now on. Little Wang looked really embarrassed. Her face had turned all red. I've never watched it before. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the meeting was laughing hard. Little Wang said anxiously. Then what are you talking about? Ha Chi-Chi clutched her stomach and laughed. Director Zhang was talking about Comics 1, right? Zhang Ye banged the table and said, Look at old Ha. Just look at her. It's comics. Comics, my dear comrades. I want to use this as an entry point for all Japanese people to learn about me. I want to turn everything upside down. It's decided. We'll go ahead with the comics. Starting from today, we'll be doing this. Zhang's was said nervously. You aren't joking, right? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Do I look like I'm joking? Little Wang said, But you don't even know how to speak Japanese. Zhang Yi opened his mouth and spoke what sounded like gibberish to the team. Little Zhou was startled. Is that Japanese? Tong Fu cussed. Damn, when did you learn it? Zhang Yi smiled. I just picked it up. I'm good at studying, and the Japanese language is considerably simpler among languages. It's not too hard to pick up. Not too hard to pick up? But you still couldn't have picked it up that fast. Everyone was skeptical. Little Wang wiped at her sweat. But I've never seen you draw before. Zhang Yi said, There are many things that you don't know about me. Anyway, the direction is set. Within the year, we will definitely achieve the status of becoming an Asian S-lister. I know that we've never done anything related to the field of comics before, but it doesn't matter. After all, practice makes perfect. Everyone, I need you to make use of your channels to get in touch with your contacts and prepare for the big plan after this. By the way, keep it a secret and don't let anyone know about it. When we contact the Japanese publishing studios, we must also ensure that our identity does not get revealed. Otherwise, there will be nothing left to play for. He kept going on for a while. Only then did everyone gasp to themselves. Is he serious? Is he really serious? But does director Zhang know how to draw comics? Isn't this field mainly dominated by the Japanese? However, seeing how confident Zhang Ye looked, no one said anything else about it. If he could actually rely on comics to break into the Japanese market and gain the popularity from their entire population, that would really be another way of doing things. When that happened, their popularity would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. All right then, let's take a shot at it. However, Zhang Ye's next line left everyone on the verge of collapse. Zhang Ye was about to leave the meeting room when he suddenly turned around. What kinds of tools do we need to make comics? Oh, you mean you don't know? Dear God. Chapter 1422. The first comic series is decided. Chapter 1422. The first comic series is decided. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the studio, some people went to get in touch with their contacts in Japan. Meanwhile, the remaining people were giving advice and suggestions to Zhang Ye. They were discussing the necessary tools required for making comics. As the saying goes, two heads are better than one, so they held a brainstorming session together. Ha Chi-Chi said, They use fountain pens, right? Someone said, I think it should be drawn with pencils. Zhang Ye shook his head. It cannot be pencils. Little Zhou suddenly said, I know. I've heard someone say that they draw with dip pens one. That's what they use specifically in Japan to draw comics. I think there are even many types that are used too. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Yes, there's such a thing. There's such a thing. I've heard of it before. Good one, Little Zhou. Dip pens. Quickly, make a note to procure them. Little Wang was sitting next to him and taking minutes in all seriousness. Zhang's was said, We need A4 paper too. Zhang Yi smacked his thigh and said, That's right. That's needed as well. Wu Yi said, A ruler, don't forget a ruler. Right, a ruler. Zhang Yi nodded. Little Wang raised her head and asked, What if you make a mistake while drawing? What will you do about that? You surely need some whiteout too. Zhang Yi pointed at her. Look at how meticulous Little Wang is. Right, we need whiteout too. Little Wang was very happy to get praised. It's all because of Director Zhang's good leadership. A bunch of laymen were enthusiastically conversing, and the list of items to be procured kept growing longer. At a desk in the corner of the studio, a rookie who had just joined the studio was dumbfounded. He looked at Zhang Ye, Ha Chi-Chi, and the others in a daze as countless grass mud horses rampaged across his heart. Many of the words that were coming out from their mouths had seemingly brought him back to his childhood. Ruler? A four-paper? And even whiteout. The fuck? What year are those antiques from? Why the fucking hell was whiteout even mentioned? Why don't you use artist tape too instead if you make an error while drawing? Little Sun was hesitant to speak, but he slowly raised his hand. Director Zhang, about that. Everyone looked over at him. Hachichi asked, "What's the matter, Little Sun?" Little Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The way they draw comics in Japan these days don't require those tools anymore. They've long since switched to using computers and specialized professional drawing software. Zhang Ye said, huh? Hachichi said, Zhang's was said, damn, is that so? Little Sun wiped off his sweat. What you all just mentioned were drawing tools from many years ago. They don't use them anymore these days. I have a relative who settled in Japan, so I'm pretty familiar with the scene over there. Besides, I occasionally draw comics as well, so I've come across these things too. There's really no need for something like whiteout. The few upper management staff of the studio reddened in embarrassment. Zhang Ye immediately said, "Look at you guys, always blindly suggesting ideas like that. Little Sun is a professional at drawing, so we should listen to his professional opinion on this matter." Us? Blindly suggesting ideas? You were the one who agreed with everything we just said. Everyone rolled their eyes. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "All right, Little Sun, I'll let you handle this matter. Just let Little Wong know what kind of equipment and software we need, and she'll get it set up." Little Sun immediately received the order. "I'll ensure that the task gets complete." On that same night, the equipment, tools, and even specialized tables and chairs were set up. Zhang Ye had requested 2 sets, one to be placed at home in the villa and another to be placed in the studio. The computer was the latest touchscreen model from this world's leading tech company. He could operate and draw right on screen. It did not require any other external input. The software could be downloaded from the internet, and there were all kinds of them for him to choose from. There wasn't anything unusual about this anymore. Back at home, a call from Wu Ziqing came in. "You're home already?" "I had something to deal with." "Do you want to go to my parents' place for dinner tonight?" "No, you guys can go ahead. Then I'll go back and prepare dinner for you." There's no need. I can just order takeout." "What's going on at home?" "Oh, I'm setting up a drawing studio, so there's a lot of moving to get done." "Isn't that small study of yours hardly used?" "I'll be converting it into a drawing studio, okay?" Sure. All right then. This was the good thing about old Wu. She didn't mind whatever Zhang Yi wanted to do. Since old Wu was going to stay over at her parents' house tonight, Zhang Yi planned on drawing a little and making a decision on the series. As a result, he ordered some takeout and ate it for dinner. When the workers finished setting up the studio, he finished eating. After they left, he soaked in a hot bath for half an hour to sort out his thoughts before getting ready to start work. 8:30 a.m. In the drawing studio, Zhang Yi went over to sit on his new ergonomic chair and immediately got into the zone. He powered on his computer, then clicked on the professional drawing software and began trying his hand at drawing. It wasn't supposed to be serious, but he ended up getting shocked. Fish, birds, houses, cars. As long as it was something that he could imagine, he could replicate it in its most intact form. There was nothing stopping him, and the feeling was beyond amazing. Based on his form, he wouldn't have any trouble drawing any of the comics that he had read in his previous world. The only thing that he wasn't too familiar with was the software. So Zhang Yi spent an hour exploring and familiarizing himself on how to operate it, such as filling in the colors, making alterations, or saving the files. An hour later, he was all set. He didn't have any problems with his drawing techniques either. All that was missing now was a series. Zhang Yi opened up the Game Rings interface and immediately clicked into the merchant shop, where he crazily bought a lot of memory search capsules. He ate them one by one and then closed his eyes. Immediately, he started recalling all of the comics that he had ever read in his previous world. He carved every single detail of every chapter from the different comics deep into his mind. In his previous world, Zhang Yi was also a comics and animation fan. He watched cartoons when he was young, but started reading comics as he grew older. Although he was not a fanatical comic fan and did not come across many of the other works, he still had the pleasure of reading some of the most famous Japanese comics. Which one should he choose? Which series should he use first? Zhang Yi pondered it and could not make a decision. That one. That one was quite good. How about this one? This one is not bad either. Which one should he use to fire the first shot? However, after much hesitation, Zhang Ye broke out into laughter. Damn, wouldn't any of them be the same? The comics that he had in mind did not exist in this world, so whichever one he brought out would impress no matter what. All right then, let's try it out with that one first. With a decision in mind, Zhang Ye immediately got down to drawing. One Piece. Chapter 1, Romance Dawn. Gold, Roger, the king of the pirates, had achieved it all. Wealth, fame, and power had all been his. His last words before he died inspired people all across the world to head for the seas. You want my treasure? It's yours if you can find it. I left everything in the world there. You just have to find it. The world is about to witness a great age of piracy. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. There was only the sound of the stylus brushing against the screen in the drawing studio. An hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. He spent the entire night drawing. From the unfamiliarity at the beginning, he slowly got the hang of it and got faster at drawing. Zhang Ye lost track of time as he became engrossed. When he got down to work, it was always like this. He did not care about eating, drinking, or sleeping. No one could stop him until he was satisfied or until he was unable to move. 1 chapter, 2 chapters. When dawn broke, he managed to finish drawing 2 full chapters. After Zhang Ye filled in the background of the second chapter's last panel with black, he took a look at the hard work that he had put in all night. He was shocked with himself. Isn't this speed way too fast? He had finished drawing 2 chapters in just one night of work? He heard before that some of those cartoonists living the miserable life would either publish their work weekly or monthly. That would mean that the fastest they needed to submit their work was once per week, and it was only 1 chapter each time? And they would have to tire themselves out just to reach this target? But why do I not feel tired? This bro is not exhausted at all. Only then did Zhang Ye put down the stylus and head out in high spirits for breakfast. He wasn't tired at all. He did draw very quickly, but that's because his mind was already filled with the final product of other people's work. He didn't even need to come up with a draft, or a plot, or character designs. All he had to do was draw them as he knew it, coupled with all those fruits of agility and fruits of stamina. How the fuck could he not be quick? Chapter 1423, The Debut of One Piece. Chapter 1423, The Debut of One Piece. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, at the studio, Zhang Ye did not look tired at all after taking a 2-hour nap at home. Instead, he seemed very fresh and even arrived at work humming a little ditty. Director Zhang. Morning. Good morning. Director Zhang, you're here? Everyone greeted him with a smile. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Is everyone busy? Did you manage to link up with your contacts? Hachichi said, We're doing that right now. Thanks to Little Sun's relative who settled down in Japan, a lot of matters became much easier and convenient to deal with. Little Sun scratched his head in embarrassment. It's what I should do. Zhang Ye patted him on the shoulder. Well done, Little Sunday. When the time comes, we might have to ask your relative to help represent us regarding some things. After all, everyone, including the media, knows the identities of our studio's staff. If any of us were to reveal ourselves, we would get exposed. And besides, no one else here understands Japanese other than me. Little Sun immediately said, That won't be a problem. Zhang Ye smiled and said, All right then, I'll be troubling you. Little Sun quickly said, Director Zhang, you're welcome. Oh right, your drawing studio has been set up. Little Wang shouted from upstairs, Director Zhang, everything has been prepared. You can start drawing anytime you wish. Zhang Ye said, Start drawing what? I've finished drawing 2 chapters already. Little Wang nearly tumbled downstairs. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Finished drawing? 2 chapters? What the heck? Do you have to be this quick? When it comes to work productivity, I really freaking have to give it to you. This difference between people was too great. Thinking about the other celebrities and their studios, they were all working in the same industry and would often interact with one another. In their private conversations, they discovered that everyone was always complaining about things like how this celebrity had quit on some project, that celebrity not wanting to take on certain work, some new song getting delayed by a month, or how there was conflict in a drama crew that made the celebrities refuse to rejoin the filming. A lot of people who worked at a studio would often have to painstakingly coax their celebrities on such matters. But at their studio, it was completely not the case. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Before the subordinates were even prepared or warmed up yet, they discovered that Director Zhang had already completed it. What kind of an experience was this? It was an unimaginable situation that no one would understand unless they had worked at Zhang Ye's studio before. Ha Chi-Chi smiled wryly. You're too fast. Zhang's was said happily. Director Zhang has always been impatient like that. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Of course. Come, I've already emailed the final copy to everyone. Everyone, have a look at it and give me your opinion. Instantly, everyone surrounded a computer to read it. Ah, it really is a comic. Looks like it's really what it is. Wow, it's in Japanese. Director Zhang really knows Japanese. Everyone was exclaiming in amazement. Zhang Ye smiled as he saw everyone's reaction. He was feeling really satisfied with this. A few minutes later, everyone was done reading it. Zhang Ye said happily, So how is it? What do you guys think? Ha Chi-Chi said, About that. Zhang Zhua also balked and did not dare speak. Zhang Ye smacked his lips and said, Don't worry, be brave and speak up. Tell me what you think. Ha Chi-Chi was the first to speak. So then, I'm not very into comics and have not read that many of them before. But at first glance, it does feel a little offbeat. Pirates? Is that suitable as subject matter? Isn't that basically about robbing? If we're to gain popularity in Japan, surely we should be a little more mainstream, right? But I don't think I've ever heard of such alternative comics in the Japanese comic industry. Maybe you should. Well, isn't this a little too niche? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Any other opinions? Little Wong coughed. About this character's design, why does he look a little? Zhang Yi asked, A little what? Little Wong said, A little ugly. Little Zhou wiped away his sweat. It's indeed a little unacceptable. This character's design is too simple. Little Sun looked at Director Zhang's expression before saying, I've read a lot of comics. The characteristics and spirit of a character are reflected in their eyes. But for this character that you drew, why are his eyes only represented by dots? I assent this as good as having no eyes. Will that work? The background, the character design, the plot. Everyone started complaining about it. Director Zhang, surely this won't work, right? Why don't we change it to something else? After Zhang Yi heard them out, he smiled and said, Listening to your opinions, I'm rather relieved. All right then, we'll go ahead with this. I'll draw a few more chapters over the next few days and send them over to Japan. Everyone was speechless. They could not understand what Zhang Yi was talking about. Only he knew what was going on. Why was he relieved? Because in his previous world, that was also the assessment from everyone when One Piece first debuted. Weird, ugly, strange character designs. Good. Both of the worlds seemed to have the same aesthetic appreciation of comics. Then all is well. One Piece is definitely going to be popular. Everyone was cautiously trying to persuade Zhang Yi, but they gave up after realizing there was no effect on him. Ha Chi-Chi asked, Then what pen name are you going to use? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Oh yes, what name should I use? Zhang Yi definitely could not use his own name, nor a name that was similar to any Chinese names. He couldn't let anyone guess his identity, so he had to think of a name that was obviously Japanese in order to blend in. What should he call himself? The first name that floated up in his mind belonged to a famous Japanese person, so he immediately blurted out, I shall call myself Sora. Sora? What kind of a name was that? The studio staff did not understand. Ha Chi-Chi said, All right, then let's just call you Sora. As they were speaking, ring, ring, ring. A phone call came in. Zhang Yi answered it. It turned out that it was a call from someone at the Asian Charity Association. It was a Chinese person named Chu Huahua, and she was one of their managers. Teacher Zhang. Hey, Sister Chu, hello. We'll be holding a charity event in Japan next week, so we would like to invite you to join us. Do you have time to attend? In Japan. That's correct. What kind of an event is it? It's the Asian Public Service Announcements Awards Ceremony. I'm included? Absolutely. Didn't they restrict me from entering the country? It's for our charity's awards ceremony. They wouldn't dare stop you. Got it. All right then, I'll go. Okay, then can you please send me a photo of your passport? I'll help you make the arrangements. Sure, thanks. After hanging up, Zhang Yi went to inform Ha Chi-Chi and the others about it. Ha Chi-Chi immediately made a note of it. Okay, I'll follow up on it. Little Wong blinked and said, Are you really going to Japan? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Why not? We intended to take the fight to them this time anyway, so we have to get a feel of the mood over there and check out the situation. He had just returned from Korea, and now he was headed to Japan? Everyone was trembling a little with fear. Director Zhang had always managed to get into conflicts with other people without having to step out of his house, to say nothing of if he did go out, and even more so if he did go abroad. When had he not caused earth-shattering chaos before? As a result, all of them shivered when they heard that Zhang Ye was heading abroad again. Chapter 1424, The Incident with the Japanese Hotels Magazines. Chapter 1424, The Incident with the Japanese Hotels Magazines. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the evening, in his home drawing studio, Zhang Ye buried himself in work and was drawing the third chapter of One Piece, looking focused. He wanted to complete at least 10 chapters before heading to Japan. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. The characters came to life on the canvas one by one. When he suddenly looked up, Zhang Ye realized another person was inside the small drawing studio. Zhang Ye put the stylus down. Whoa, when did you come in? Wu Zuqing, who was standing behind him, smiled and said, I've been here for a while now. Did you set up this new drawing studio because you wanted to make comics? Zhang Ye said, Yeah. He turned back. Here, read it. Old Wu said with a smile, I read it already. It's pretty good. Zhang Ye said helplessly, You always say the same thing for everything I do. Old Wu said, but it's really pretty good. Zhang Ye said, Oh yes, I'll be going to Japan next week to receive an award. Old Wu asked, All right, for how many days? Zhang Ye said, I'm thinking of staying a little longer to get a sense of the market there. Old Wu said, Okay, but the people there aren't that welcoming of you. So just be careful, all right? Zhang Ye smiled. I will. I'm going to continue drawing then. Old Wu said gently. I'll go make you a cup of coffee. Thanks, honey. Zhang Ye acknowledged before getting back to work. An hour. 3 hours. The third chapter was finally completed. When he checked his watch, it was 12 a.m. Zhang Ye did not go to sleep and continued drawing the fourth chapter. If any Japanese cartoonists would have present, they would definitely have been shocked by Zhang Ye's speed. Zhang Ye did not even blink as he started drawing the moment he held the stylus. Swish, swish, swish. His hands seemed to produce afterimages at the speed he drew. He did not even stumble at any point in time while drawing the comics. There was no erasing, no alterations, and no errors. This had nothing to do with speed. Reaction, agility, strength, and stamina, all of it was indispensable. No one could draw as quickly as he did. Only a martial arts master who had knowledge of his previous world's completed comics, like Zhang Ye, could do it. 1 day, 2 days. The final copy was building up page by page. Eventually, 10 chapters of the final copy were completed. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Ye returned to the studio and showed everyone the final copy. The studio staff could no longer express how they felt at this moment. 10 chapters. You drew up 8 chapters in the last 2 days? Jesus, you're too fast. Director Zhang, you must take care of your health. Yeah, don't tire yourself out. However, Zhang Ye said in a relaxed manner, What about me tiring out? What's the big deal with just this bit of workload? He wasn't bragging. He really didn't feel tired at all. When he left the house with Old Wu this morning, he even jogged 3 laps around their neighborhood before driving over to work without breaking a sweat. Everyone was speechless. They sometimes wondered if Director Zhang was made of metal. They really wanted to take off his clothes to see if there were steel plates underneath. Hachichi said at this moment, Oh right, Director Zhang, the itinerary for the Japan trip is out. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Okay, let me have a look. Here. Hachichi passed it to him. It's from the Asian Charity Association. Schedule. Next Monday. Plane arrives in Tokyo. Check into the Asakusa Hotel. And so on. Zhang Ye read over it. All right, we'll travel according to their itinerary. But for the return trip, there's no need to rush it. Let's stay for a few more days. Hachichi nodded. All right, I'll go and liaise with them. Zhang Zwe asked, Who will be in the entourage this time? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Who wants to go? Little Wang raised her hand and shouted, Me. Little Zhou also raised her hand. I've never been to Japan before either. Hachichi laughed and said, It's not like we're letting you guys go there to have fun. We're going to be handling important matters. However, Zhang Ye was not that particular. Haha, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a work and our trip. All right, little Wang and little Zhou will be coming with me. And little Sun too. You'll definitely have to come along as well. Little Sun smiled. Okay. Zhang Ye looked at Ha Qiqi. Old Ha, why don't you go too? Ha Qiqi said, I will definitely be going. Zhang Ye nodded. So, then that's about it. Zhang Zhe felt a little uneasy and immediately said, Director Zhang, why don't you bring little Yang along as well? Ha Qiqi quickly added, That's right, that's right. We weren't prepared when we went to Korea the last time, so we nearly got into trouble when we hit a snag. It won't work if we don't have a bodyguard with us while we're abroad. Moreover, the Japanese are always scolding you nowadays, so we definitely have to bring little Yang along with us. Safety first. Across the office, Yang Shu was leaning on the windowsill and staring at the BMW X5 parked downstairs. Upon hearing that, she slowly turned her head in a daze and asked, What's the matter? Where are we going? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Ha Qiqi said, We're going to Japan. We'll be depending on you for protection. Yang Shu nodded and said, All right. Zhang Ye lectured her. Don't cause any trouble when you're there. Yang Shu replied, Okay. Zhang Ye said, and stop setting your sights on other people's car windows. Yang Shu said, Uh-huh. Zhang Ye harumphed. If you get into trouble while we're there, we'll leave you behind in Japan. Don't think about coming back here either. Do you hear me? Yang Shu said, Okay. Nobody knew whether to laugh or cry. Director Zhang, how can you be so thick-skinned to lecture others? You're obviously the one who is always getting into trouble. Every one of those words that you said was referring to yourself, all right? The itinerary was finalized, and the entourage was determined as well. The remaining item to take care of was the paperwork, getting passports, booking the plane tickets, making the hotel reservations. The Asian Charity Association had only invited Zhang Ye, but they did say that they would reimburse and make arrangements for his entourage as well. After all, they knew that for a celebrity of Zhang Ye's level, he could not possibly travel alone for a trip like that. However, since Zhang Ye was planning to bring a lot of people with him, he didn't want to trouble the charity to arrange all that. Zhang Ye was a fair and just person, so he decided that he would fork out the money himself. There were 3 more days to go. Everyone was looking forward to this trip to Japan. But just before they set off, an incident that would cause a heated discussion throughout Asia happened. On this morning, the news came completely out of the blue. A Korean journalist brought to light the in-house magazines in a hotel in Tokyo, Japan that were provided to their guests. The articles in it were extremely harsh, whitewashing history, tampering with history, denying past military atrocities, and even using language in an obviously insulting tone to the Chinese and Koreans. It was terrible and horrible. Most importantly, this hotel was even quite a famous one. It was called the Asakusa Hotel, and many of the accommodation needs of large conferences attendees and foreign athletes during important competitions were handled here. It was also a corporate partner to many travel agencies, and a lot of Chinese tour groups would arrange for their guests to stay with them. However, those magazines were all published in the Japanese language, so it managed to stay undiscovered until now. In the history of this world, there were also quite a lot of similarities to that of Zhang Ye's previous world. There were differences, but the general development of both universes did not vary by too much. As such, many of the countries in Asia were having none of it this time. China, Korea, the media, the people, all of them immediately started criticizing. Chapter 1425, I will stay at the Asakusa Hotel. Chapter 1425, I will stay at the Asakusa Hotel. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The Chinese netizens. Damn, they're purposely trying to pick a fight. This is clearly a provocation. This hotel is too arrogant. The Asakusa Hotel? I stayed there when I took a vacation to Japan last year. Fuck. What's the meaning of this? Apologize. They have to apologize. This is bullying. If it were some smaller hotel, it might not matter. But this is the Asakusa Hotel we're talking about. Fuck. How can they do something like that? So many organizations and travel agencies work with them too. Oh, they're secretly placing some right-wing mags in the hotel while making money off of our Chinese citizens? Motherfucker. They must make an explanation for that. Right, this is too disgusting. The Korean netizens asked the hotel manager to step forward. Does anyone care about this? Actions like these are despicable. I can't believe it. There's actually a hotel like that. Apologize. Boycott staying in the hotel. I suggest that us Koreans should permanently cut all corporate ties with the Asakusa Hotel. Those magazines must be destroyed. This kind of talk cannot be forgiven by Providence. History is not something that you can erase just because you want to. Many of the Asian countries' peoples came forward to curse at this. They had long forgotten about the boycott of Zhang Ye. When it came to such major national issues, there was absolutely no room for negotiation. So everyone's attention was diverted to the Japanese in an instant. Similarly, a lot of Asian celebrities came forward to protest. Su Milan posted on Weibo, "Despicable." Zhang Yuanxi posted on Weibo with a remark, "Let's see how long it'll take for your hotel to be done in." Zhang Hanwei Studios Weibo, "Respect should be mutual. Don't overstep your limits." Another heavenly king. To all the Chinese people, please remember the name of this hotel. Even if you're going to throw your money away, don't let them earn it. The people were firing shots. The celebrities were firing shots. The media was firing shots. This incident grew in intensity at once. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone here also saw the news. Hachichi was stunned. The Asakusa Hotel? Isn't that the hotel where director Zhang will be staying? Wu Yi cursed. Those fucking Japanese. Fuck their grandpas. Zhang's was said. They're trying to cause trouble. Little Wang said, the main issue is, who knows how long those problematic magazines have been on display for? It was intentional. They're intentionally provoking us. Everyone was scolding. This was indeed a bit too much. If you weren't looking to earn the Chinese and Korean people's money in the first place, then fine. You could have shown that attitude right from the start. You didn't have to accept the Chinese tourists or corporate bookings of the other countries' travel agencies and the accommodation of the foreign athletes. They wouldn't have wanted to stay at your hotel either. But no, the hotel actively sought out many corporate deals and managed to get a lot of Chinese and Korean tourists to stay at the hotel. Yet they still secretly placed all these problematic reading materials inside of everyone's rooms, deliberately mocking them for not understanding what was written in them. Moreover, the other Japanese guests and hotel employees who could understand Japanese would secretly laugh at them without bringing the matter to their attention. What was that supposed to mean? Are you taking us to be idiots? Everyone was furious, except for Zhang Ye, who remained rather stoic. This was because he found this news rather familiar. It had happened before in his previous world as well. The incident also happened in Japan, and it was also an issue with the in-house reading materials. The only difference was that the hotel was different. It seemed like some incidents were simply inevitable even after the world was now a different one. There would always be idiots with no idea of the stupid things they were doing. The situation kept getting worse. The voices of protest were getting louder and louder. Sports organizations, charities, travel agencies, and many other corporate partners of the Asakusa Hotel put forward their requests to have the hotel take away their problematic reading materials. The Chinese authorities also protested. The Japanese media was also highly concerned about this incident. But in an interview that was leaked out, a Japanese official gave a statement. "Hello, yes. Can we ask you what you think about the Asakusa Hotel incident? That is a matter for the hotel to handle. We have no authority to interfere. But many countries in Asia have raised serious protests. As I said, the hotel has its own way of managing its operations, so we won't be interfering." After a few hours, the Asakusa Hotel held a press conference. Many reporters from China, Korea, and Japan showed up at the venue. In the end, the hotel owner's first response was, "We will not be taking away the reading materials in question. Those magazines will always be placed in every one of our hotel rooms." Arrogant. Too arrogant. The Chinese and Korean reporters were enraged. A female Korean reporter said loudly, "Aren't you afraid of losing the foreign tourists as your customers?" But the hotel owner looked at her and said, "Our hotel will always welcome every guest. If you don't wish to stay here, don't come. We can't force you to stay here either. We have our own way of doing business, and as long as we keep our real customers happy, the hotel won't suffer any losses. On the contrary, we're doing great every year, and the hotel is even thinking of expanding its operations. This matter won't affect us at all." The Japanese authorities were indifferent. The Asakusa Hotel's attitude was terrible. This was the answer they had given. The Chinese and Koreans cursed like crazy. Fuck, what kind of people are those? Can't we curb them? Quickly take away the problematic magazines. Motherfucker. The matter blew up even more. Many Chinese and Korean travel agencies immediately announced the termination of all future cooperation with the Asakusa Hotel, and many travel service sites also announced that they would immediately blacklist the Asakusa Hotel from their search results and reservation services. 1 day, 2 days, furious scolding, denouncements, cancellations of cooperation. Wave after wave of attacks were aimed at them. But it was all in vain, as the Asakusa Hotel stood firm no matter what the outside world did. They refused to take away the reading materials and continued behaving however they wanted. They even used this matter as a way to attract more right-wing Japanese guests to their hotel. No one could do anything about them. It seemed like the matter was going to carry on unanswered like this. At the studio, Zhang Ye still did not make any comments about the incident. The netizens were scolding and the celebrities were all calling for a boycott, but only Zhang Ye did not make a response. This left everyone in Zhang Ye's studio extremely surprised. Little Wang blinked. Director Zhang, let's express our stand as well. Ha Chi-Chi also suggested. Yeah, we have to at least scold them a little as well. However, Zhang Ye smiled and said, there are already so many people scolding them. I won't be missed. Little Wang was getting a little anxious. But that's not the same. We have to express our stand. Otherwise, how will people view us? Every time something like this happens, haven't we always been obliged to say something about it? Zhang Ye shrugged. What does it matter what others think of me? You've already seen the attitude of those people at the Asakusa Hotel. What's the use in scolding them further? They won't give a damn. Ha Chi-Chi said, but what was going on with Director Zhang? Why was he so low-key this time? They could not understand. At this moment, the Asian Charity Association called because tomorrow was the day of departure to Japan. The call connected. Chu Huahua said, Teacher. Zhang. Zhang Ye said, Hello, Sister Chu. Chu Huahua said, Too many things have happened over the past few days, so we didn't have the time to contact you until now. We've already held many discussions with the Asakusa Hotel, but nothing conclusive came out of it. We've decided to terminate our corporate agreement with them, so we'll be switching you to another hotel. Why don't you see if there's any other place that you'd like to stay at, and we'll arrange it for you. However, Zhang Ye's reply was shocking. Zhang Ye laughed for a bit. I think that the Asakusa Hotel should be pretty good. Chu Huahua was stunned. Ah. Zhang Ye chuckled and said, Just go ahead with them. There's no need to change the accommodation. Chu Huahua gasped, but no Chinese citizen dares stay at their hotel anymore. Don't you know about the incident with their problematic magazines? This, Zhang Ye said. No one dares to stay there anymore? Well, I do. Chu Huahua was speechless, as was the staff of Zhang Ye's studio. Zhang Ye said happily, Sister Chu, I have decided to stay there. Chu Huahua said in a speechless manner, Since you say so, then all right. But have you thought it through? Zhang Ye. I've thought it through. Don't dare to stay? Why would I not dare to stay there? You should instead be worried about whether they dare to let me stay there. Chapter 1426. Big News. Chapter 1426. Big News. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, on the morning of departure, Wu Ziqing was making breakfast while Zhang Ye's mother was helping him with his luggage. Are you bringing your toothbrush? They have one over there. I don't need to bring one. Bring a towel. The ones at the hotel are not clean. There's no need to. Why do you have to go there for so many days? I just want to go there and hang out. You must watch out when you get there. I know, Mom. Don't you know how skilled I am at fighting? Who's talking about you? I was talking about watching out for other people's safety. Don't create any more trouble when you're over there. Otherwise, how are you going to come back if you get arrested by the police? I won't, don't worry. Like I could possibly not worry about that temper of yours. Just help me take care of old Wu over here. Need you ask? Just go on your trip. The luggage was packed. After breakfast, Zhang Ye pulled the suitcase behind him and left the house. At the entrance, Yang Shu had already driven Ha Chi-Chi, Little Wang, and the others over and were waiting outside. Little Sun quickly got out of the car to help him load the luggage into the car. Zhang Ye pulled open the door and got inside. The car drove away. Ha Chi-Chi said with a wry smile, You didn't tell your family where you would be staying, right? Zhang Ye shrugged. I didn't mention it. Little Wang said, Why do you insist on staying at the Asakusa Hotel? Little Zhou said, yeah, that place is on everyone's tongue right now, and everyone is avoiding it. Zhang Ye laughed. That hotel feels pretty good to me. Little Wang laughed. And where did you get the idea that it's pretty good from? However, Zhang Ye did not explain anything to them. They drove to the airport, got out, checked in, went through security, and boarded the plane. On the plane, everyone started to discuss the comic series. How to submit the final copy. How to go about the workflow. How to keep their identity secret. After all, that was the real purpose of their trip. The plane landed. At the airport in Tokyo, Little Wang and Little Zhou were both traveling out of the country for the first time. They looked around curiously inside the airport. Suddenly, Little Wang pointed. They're here to pick us up, right? Everyone looked over. Indeed, there was a welcome sign with their names on it. Someone from the Asian Charity Association had come to pick Zhang Ye and his team up from the airport, and that person happened to be Chu Huahua, whom Zhang Ye had met once. Chu Huahua was a woman in her 30s. She was slightly plump and looked extremely friendly. If you said she wasn't involved in charity work, people would actually find it hard to believe that. Chu Huahua stretched out her hand. Teacher Zhang, how have you been? Zhang Ye shook hands with her. Sister Chu, you needn't have come personally. Chu Huahua smiled and said, a lot of people have found out about your schedule. I came here personally because I was worried. Ha Chi-Chi was taken aback, as though she did not understand why being worried had anything to do with Zhang Ye's schedule getting found out by other people. However, the next moment, all of them understood. Not far away, several dozen Japanese people suddenly started shouting, Zhang Ye, over there. It's him, that hooligan. Get out of Japan. Get out of Japan. We don't welcome you here. Tui, whoever said that you could come here. Fuck off back to China. The group was making a scene. Some people even held up signs in Chinese with swear words on them. With the uproar over here, quite a few passengers turned to look. Is that really Zhang Ye? So that's him. Damn, he still dares to come here? That bastard. In the end, a lot of Japanese passengers who were not here for Zhang Ye followed suit and started scolding him. Unlike the other countries in Asia, the Japanese people did not really care about the Asakusa Hotel incident. Many of them did not even know about it, as the matter did not cause much of a sensation here. Their sentiments were still focused on the boycott of Zhang Ye. Be it the video of Zhang Ye's scolding incident at Peking University, the Rivers Run Red scolding incident, or the matter of Kimura Kinzuya getting sent back to Japan from China, everyone had accumulated a belly full of anger. In the past month, which day did they not spend cursing at Zhang Ye? Yet this fellow's Asian popularity score continued rising by the day, nearly driving them to their graves. Now that Zhang Ye had come to Japan, many of the Japanese people came over and started cursing at him. Ha Chi-Chi and the others stayed very vigilant. Little Wang and Little Zhou also stood closer to Yang Shu, feeling a little safer that way. Chu Huahua said helplessly, There, your popularity over here is rather high. Zhang Ye laughed as he calmly said, There aren't even this many people welcoming me back in China. I hadn't expected such a reception here in Japan. When the Charity Association staff who came to welcome them heard this, they gave Zhang Ye another look. So this was their newly appointed philanthropic ambassador? Most of them were only seeing Zhang Ye in person for the first time. What a legend indeed. This teacher Zhang is really big-hearted. In the face of all this scolding by everyone, he could still banter? Chu Huahua said, Shall we go then? Zhang Ye said, Sure. The airport also deployed the police to escort them out. It wasn't because the Japanese police were willing to do so, but that they had their duties to perform. In the car, Chu Huahua said, It's still not too late to change hotels. Zhang Ye smiled and said, There's no need for that. Chu Huahua spread her hands. All right then, I really don't understand what you're thinking though. Along the way, everyone was treated to a simple taste of the Japanese scenery. When the car reached the hotel, it was already afternoon. After they came to a stop, Chu Huahua said, All right, I'll be dropping you all off here and leaving the rest to Little Yin to help you check in. But Zhang Ye said, There's no need. I can handle it myself. Chu Huahua gave it some thought. Okay, but there are a lot of reporters around, and the controversy is not minor. Do be careful and immediately notify me by phone if anything happens. Zhang Ye smiled. Great job, Sister Chu. Chu Huahua said, No worries. Zhang Ye and the others got out, and watched as their ride drove off. Hachichi looked across the road at the Asakusa Hotel. So that's the place? Little Wang snorted. It looks like a rather big hotel. Little Sun said, Director Zhang, so do we? Zhang Ye smiled and said, you guys go ahead and check in. Little Zhou said, don't. Let us accompany you. Zhang Ye said, there's no need for that. I intend to rest up for the next few days at the hotel. Do whatever you guys need to. Don't worry about me. There's no need to come over to look for me either. We can keep in contact via cell. Hachichi said, ah. Zhang Ye said, that will be all. Little Wang said, but. Little Yang, take care of everyone's safety, said Zhang Ye. Yangshu nodded. Don't worry, senior bro. After that, Zhang Ye pulled his suitcase along and crossed the road. Little Zhou said in a terrified manner, will Director Zhang be able to handle it by himself? Hachichi gave a bitter laugh and said, whatever, let's not worry about that. I'm sure he has a plan. They did not book their accommodations at the Asakusa Hotel and were instead staying at a hotel opposite it. As it was just across the road, they just needed to turn around and enter the hotel to process their check-ins. As for what Zhang Ye was really up to, they did not know nor could they guess. The Asakusa Hotel. In the main lobby, Zhang Ye slowly strolled inside and discovered that there was a rather long line at the counter. It seemed like business was rather brisk here and was completely unaffected by the scolding from the Chinese. He went over and joined a line. 2 or 3 minutes later, it was finally his turn, and he placed his documentation and passport onto the front desk. The female receptionist greeted him with a smile. Hello. Are you checking into your room? MHM. Please wait. When the female receptionist finished speaking, she gave him a few more looks as she found him rather familiar looking. However, she did not think too much about it. But when she flipped open Zhang Ye's passport, she got a shock. What? Zhang Ye? That Chinese heavenly king? The female receptionist looked up and asked in English, do you really want to check in? Zhang Ye said with a smile, yes. The female receptionist was dumbfounded. Are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place? This is the Asakusa Hotel. Zhang Ye said, I know. This is where I'm staying. The female receptionist checked the reservation list and received an even greater shock. Zhang Ye's freaking name was really there. What is the meaning of this? Why are you staying at our hotel? Don't you watch the news? However, she did not stop and quickly processed Zhang Ye's check-in. She also informed the president at the same time. Upstairs, in the office, the hotel owner received the news soon after. Zhang Ye checked into our hotel. Yes, President. Why is he here? It's a corporate booking from the Charity Association. Didn't they cancel it? They did. They canceled all of them except for Zhang Ye's booking. He's the only one who's going to stay here. Yes. For how many days? The booking is for 10 days. Is he crazy or what? President, his reputation in Japan is very poor and everyone is cursing him these days. Should we reject his booking? Haha, just let him stay? I was just worrying about how to hype up the publicity further. After the incident blew up, he still chooses to stay at our Asakusa Hotel? He must have so much trust in our hotel. This will show those people in China and Korea. Weren't they trying to boycott us? Weren't they going to cancel their bookings? Look, there will still be people coming here to stay. And it's even a big name in Asia. This is free publicity for us. That's right. Zhang Ye's stay was quickly processed. Unbeknownst to him, he had been recognized by quite a few foreign correspondents the moment he walked in. I sent that Zhang Ye. What's he doing here? Is it for the Public Service Announcements Award ceremony? But why is he staying here? Hurry, write a report on it. This is big news. Chapter 1427, Zhang Ye's 2 Demands. Chapter 1427, Zhang Ye's 2 Demands. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the hotel. Upstairs. The elevator came to a stop with a ding. There was the occasional chatter from the nearby Japanese guests. Did you read the magazines? I read them. Haha, the hotel president really dares to speak out. I like him. Me too. That's why I chose to stay at this place. Yeah, many others also think the same. To dare to say such things, I hope that the hotel president will continue to stand firm in his views. Yeah, many organizations and people in the country have sent in words of support too. The Asakusa Hotel is going to become so popular. In the past, Zhang Ye would definitely not understand any of these conversations. However, After eating the Japanese language skill experience books, he could even understand accented Japanese. He smiled as he dragged his luggage along and found his room. There, he unlocked the door. He swept his eyes over the place. This hotel's layout was similar to the average star hotels back at home. The decorations were more or less the same, except it was a little small. Although he had booked a larger suite, the space still felt rather cramped. He wasn't picky about it, though. He closed the door behind him and placed his luggage aside. Then he started wandering through the suite, the bathroom, the living room, the bedroom. Finally, at a very conspicuous spot on the nightstand, Zhang Ye saw a book. He bent over to pick it up and casually flipped through a few pages of it. This was it. The content was ugly. A bunch of nonsense. After Zhang Ye verified this, he went over to sort out his luggage. Towel, clothes, shoes, he took them out one at a time. Throughout it all, he was just like any other guest who checked into a hotel. In fact, he was even more normal than the average hotel guest. Across the sea, in China, at this moment, a great disturbance was stirring. Asakusa Hotel president makes another snide comment. Many Japanese government officials express their support. The Japanese citizens send out thousands and thousands of support letters. The latest update, Zhang Ye checks into the Asakusa Hotel. Zhang Ye travels to Japan and stays at the problematic hotel. Reporters at the scene send in their reports. The person's identity has been verified as Zhang Ye. Why did Zhang Ye choose to stay there at this time? When the news came out, an uproar burst in China. Zhang Ye's cell phone immediately exploded with calls. His mother called. "Mom, I've arrived. I've disembarked from the plane and checked into my hotel already. Haha, I forgot to inform you. Where are you staying? Why are you staying? At the Asakusa Hotel. Your news is quite up to date. Up to date, my ass. It's all over the news in China. Really? Why are you staying there? I was reminding you a few hours ago not to get into any trouble, but look at you now. You immediately came up with this stunt the moment you arrived." Zhang Xia called. "Grandma Zhang, what are you trying to do?" "Haha, nothing at all. If it's nothing, then why are you staying at the Asakusa Hotel? That place is the source of all current trouble. Aren't you trying to invite gossip by staying there right now? It'll be fine." "Oh, you're too bold." Ning Long called. "Old Ning, what's the matter? Quickly check out now." "I only just checked in." "Why would I check out? Didn't you see the news before you went over?" "I did." "Then why do you still dare to stay there?" "Haha, why can't I stay here?" Su Milan called. "Zhang, what are you up to?" "I'm not up to anything. Everyone is calling for a boycott of the hotel, yet you still stayed there? Was it a booking by the charity association? Couldn't you have just canceled it and book another place yourself? That's too troublesome. You." The Koreans began scolding as well. Voices of denouncement resounded all over the internet against Zhang Ye. That idiot. Why did he still stay there? This is pissing me off. What is he trying to do? It's blown up over in China too. The celebrities there are all stepping forward to call for a boycott and expressing their stand. But he's the only one who didn't do so, and he even stayed there. Asterisk faints asterisk, what a dipshit. The Chinese netizens were also rather speechless. "Teacher Zhang, your sister. What has gotten into Lord Zhang this time? Who knows? That fellow often relapses into fits like this every once in a while. I really have to take my hat off to Zhang Ye. How does he always manage to get into all this trouble? Can you not take your hat off to him? At a time like this, which Chinese celebrity wouldn't avoid that place like plague? But for him, not only does he not avoid the place, he's even stepping right through their doors and took up occupancy as well. Zhang Ye has never done things according to common sense. But this is still too illogical. What is he trying to achieve by staying there? When it comes to causing trouble, if Zhang Ye claims that he is number 2, no one would fucking dare to say that they're number 1. He only just caused a ruckus over in Korea, but he's already making the news in Japan? He really can't settle down peacefully wherever he goes. This fellow is a born troublemaker. The entire world is in chaos, all because of him. Teacher Zhang, please stop messing around. Teacher Zhang, your grandpa. Hurry up and check out of there. We can still get along after that. No one knew what Zhang Ye was trying to do. No one knew what he was playing at. Even Zhang Ye's relatives and friends were stunned when they heard about this. They all knew that this was not somebody else, but Zhang Ye they were talking about. He was a nationalistic young man who often fought with others every other day and could start a mess from nothing. Further, It was such a big incident this time. Yet, Zhang Ye didn't even say a single word or scold anyone on the internet, nor did he take to calling out the other party. In fact, he even went there to stay at the hotel. This was too abnormal. This was too illogical. Surely this fellow wasn't planning to kick up some earth-shattering trouble, was he? Tokyo. The Asakusa Hotel. In the cafeteria on the second floor, a lot of Japanese people were eating. The hotel's president dropped by at this moment, and a group of people were looking at him with smiles while making conversation with him. President, we support you. Well done. Right? You must stand firm on this. We'll be cheering you on. You're a national hero. They even went as far as calling him a national hero. There was even a spring in the president's footsteps. At this moment, a young man came strolling into the cafeteria. He found a spot and took a seat, then ordered and ate his meal. Everyone noticed him. Doesn't that guy look familiar? Could he be Zhang Ye? Damn, it's really him. What? He actually dares to stay here. What on earth is going on? Why is he here? They were all stunned. The president looked at Zhang Ye and was prepared to ignore him. He continued chatting with everyone else as he went from table to table. But when he passed Zhang Ye's table, a line in Japanese astonished him and stopped him in his tracks. Zhang Ye did not raise his head. There are two things. The president was so shocked his jaw dropped. You can speak Japanese? Zhang Ye took a bite of his food and chewed as he spoke. First, destroy all of the problematic reading material. The president's face sank. Zhang Ye took another bite. Second, make a public apology. The president looked at him with a dark expression. Only then did Zhang Ye look up with a smile. Simple, right? The president sneered and said, impossible. But Zhang Ye calmly said, consider it. I'll give you a day's time. If I don't see any response by the deadline, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Consequences? What consequences can there be? You're even giving me a day's time? Who do you think you are? The president was not having any of it. The Japanese celebrities only cared about Zhang Ye because they were artists too, because they were interested in developing their careers in the Chinese market. But their hotel had no plans to expand into China, so what was the use of threatening him? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think you're someone important? And besides, shouldn't you know where you are right now? This is not China. This is not your territory. This is Japan. This is the Asakusa Hotel. The president stared, daggers, and said, well, I'll be waiting then. Zhang Ye glanced at him. I personally suggest that you think about this carefully first. The president found it ridiculous. There's no need to. Zhang Ye smiled and went back to eating. All right then. Nobody heard the conversation between the two of them. Everyone else only saw the two of them talking about something. After the meal, Zhang Ye wiped his mouth and slipped out of the cafeteria. He took the elevator and returned upstairs. Why did he come to the Asakusa Hotel? Of course he wasn't here to travel. Not scolding anyone. Not saying a word. Not expressing his stand. That was because Zhang Ye did not have to do any of that. Because he had always been one to let his actions speak for themselves. Chapter 1428. Zhang Ye's Underhanded Tactics. Chapter 1428. Zhang Ye's Underhanded Tactics. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, morning, the Charity Association's car arrived at the hotel to pick him up. Zhang Ye packed his luggage and headed to the venue of the awards ceremony. It was an internal awards ceremony, so there wasn't even anyone from the media present. After that, an appreciation event was held, followed by a luncheon. About 2 hours later, the events finished up. The business done, Zhang Ye returned to where he came from. In the afternoon, the Asakusa Hotel. Zhang Ye had just returned when Hachichi's call arrived. Director Zhang. Yes. Is the event over? It's done. Did it go well? Haha, of course it went well. Did you see the news from back home? I've seen it. Everyone knows that you're staying at the Asakusa Hotel, so what do we do now? There's nothing we need to do about that. By the way, old Ha, have you completed the certification that I requested? It's already done. The certification has been passed. Okay, what are you using it for? I have grand plans for it. After hanging up, Zhang Ye looked around the hotel room. When he walked back into the bedroom, the sheets were folded and that magazine had reappeared at its original position. They still did not remove it. Zhang Ye smiled and was not surprised. After a glance, he continued to the bathroom where he filled the bathtub up before taking off his clothes and getting in. He closed his eyes and luxuriously soaked in the warm bath while humming a little ditty. Meanwhile, upstairs in the hotel, several executives were holding a meeting. Did he really say that, President? This Chinese celebrity is too arrogant. Haha, how can we be afraid of him? I would like to see just what kinds of consequences he's talking about. A day's time is almost up, but he still hasn't acted. What could he possibly do? Does he think that he can tear down our hotel? What is he bragging about? If he even dares to try, the police will take him away immediately. The Asian entertainment circle's people are always saying this and that about him, about how amazing he is. It looks like they've deified him too much and made him sound more impressive than he really is. He's only an artist, and he's even in Japan, which is our territory, so how does he plan on taking us on? Isn't that just a fantasy? If this were China, he might be able to gather the people to surround our hotel or boycott us with just a shout. That I believe. I believe he does have that influence. I would apologize immediately if that were the case. But this is Japan. He can try all he wants to gather forces. I don't believe that anyone will respond to him. Haha. If even 10 people respond to him, I'll be convinced. Not even 10, even 5 will impress me. Ha 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 ha. Just 3 is enough for me. What 3 or 5 people are you two talking about? I'd consider him capable if even one person shows up. The hotel's top brass started laughing as they discussed the matter. But at this moment, in the room downstairs, Zhang Ye had finished bathing. He went over to the sofa to sit down and took out his laptop. Crossing his legs, he started doing something that was unimaginable to anyone else. He did not tear down the hotel, nor did he not haggle with the hotel staff. All he did was log on to a website with his verified account and inject himself into Japan's own social network that wasn't unlike China's Weibo. A lot of celebrities and government officials would also post their updates on this platform. On it, a lot of Japanese people were still scolding him. This kind of denunciation had been going on for many days. I heard that he came to Japan. Yeah, he even won a prize. It makes me so angry. Who allowed a notorious artist like him to come to our shores? And he was even awarded a prize. Don't let me find out where he stays. Otherwise, I'll definitely avenge Kimura Kanzuya-sensei. Right? We won't take it lying down. This man is as good as a tumor in the Asian entertainment industry. It's just too bad that we can't locate him. Otherwise, everyone could spit on him and drown him. Over here, Zhang Ye was basically the most wanted man alive. There was scolding all around as the Japanese people remained immersed in a wave of deep anger over Zhang Ye. His popularity over here was very high. Zhang Ye started typing. Yamashita Takaneo, an A-list celebrity in Japan. At this moment, he posted the promotional activities for a new movie he was starring in. The people were eagerly waiting and wishing for him to have a box office sellout for his new film. There was a very celebratory atmosphere around. Then, an extremely dissonant voice appeared. Zhang Ye commented, "Are you insane? Sent from the Asakusa Hotel, Tokyo. What the hell? Who's he calling insane? Who is this person? Ah, Zhang Ye. Is that a fake account? Look at the verification. It's Zhang Ye himself. Fuck, it really is him. Motherfucker. What does he mean by that?" Yamashita Takaneo was hopping mad. Koizumi Misumi, a Japanese S-list superstar. Her new song had just been released, and she was currently chatting happily with the netizens. That voice appeared again. Zhang Ye commented, "Are you insane? Sent from the Asakusa Hotel, Tokyo. Holy shit, Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. You're the insane one. Your whole family is insane. Fuck, this fellow is too arrogant." Koizumi Misumi was also exasperated. Komatsu Ryu, a Japanese A-list star. The latest Japanese drama that he starred in had won a major domestic award. Komatsu Ryu had just posted a message of thanks online, but it was met with that voice yet again. "Zhang Ye, are you insane? Sent from the Asakusa Hotel, Tokyo. Zhang Ye, it's him again. This is pissing me off. Ah, how can there be such a shameless person? Why is he taking the fight here? What is he trying to do?" When Komatsu Ryu saw this, he nearly fainted from anger. B-listers, A-listers, S-listers. More than 30 Japanese celebrities were greeted by this message of Zhang Ye's. Of these people, all were actively involved in the denouncement of Zhang Ye in recent days. They had their fair share of scolding him online and expressing their stance in public. But in the end, Zhang Ye came looking for them one by one. This stunned a lot of people who were watching. No one expected Zhang Ye to be so bold. This is Japan. You're in Japan now, but you came here looking for trouble with them? Do you have a fucking death wish? At this moment, the Japanese entertainment industry was enraged. At this moment, the Japanese media turned furious. At this moment, the Japanese people blew their tops. How infuriating. I can't take this anymore. Brothers, get him. Fuck, kill him. Look, he didn't turn off his location reporting. That dumbass exposed his address. Where is he? He's in Tokyo, the Asakusa Hotel. Let's get him. We found him. He won't be able to get away this time. Everyone, let's go together. Make him get out of Japan. Let him have a taste of our anger. Who's coming? Count me in. And me too. Damn, I'm going as well. Everyone calm down. He's the Asian philanthropic ambassador and is protected by the authorities as well as the charities. Fucking philanthropic ambassador, my ass. Have you seen anyone with an attitude like his become a philanthropic ambassador before? He's gone mad. Everyone, let's get him. Chapter 1429. The Asakusa Hotel gets besieged. Chapter 1429. The Asakusa Hotel gets besieged. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, Tokyo. Outside the Asakusa Hotel, a crowd started gathering in all directions. Some people were scolding angrily, some looked enraged, and some had sullen faces. There was a mix of men and women, young and old. We're here. It's the Asakusa Hotel. This is the place. Motherfucker. Zhang Ye is in there. 10 people. 50 people. 100 people. More and more people were gathering. Within a short period of time, the crowd grew to over 1,000 people. The front, sides, and back entrances of the hotel had all been clogged up by angry crowds of people. Upstairs, in the president's office, several of the hotel's top brass were talking and laughing. At this moment, the hotel's lobby manager ran in a panic. This is bad. President, something bad has happened. What's going on? What happened? The hotel has been surrounded by crowds of people. What? People from where? I don't know. How big is the crowd? Uncountable. Totally uncountable. How is that possible? Hurry, go out and look. The top brass were shocked and started panicking. They jumped to their feet and ran outside to see for themselves. But when they saw the surrounding area of their hotel jam-packed with people, they nearly pissed themselves. Why? What is this? Is Zhang Ye the one behind all this? But it's impossible. This is Japan, not China. How can that Zhang fella possibly have such a great influence? These executives were mocking Zhang Ye a while ago for being unable to gather anyone to the hotel. But when they saw this scene in front of them, when they saw the densely packed crowd of people, they were all dumbfounded. This was too fucking outrageous. The crowd's numbers were still increasing. The crowd was still growing larger. In the blink of an eye, another 100-odd people had joined in. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hand Zhang Ye over! Hand Zhang Ye over! Hand Zhang Ye over!" Countless people were shouting in unison. The leading voice roared, "Get out of Japan! Get out of Japan! Get out of Japan! Get out of Japan! Get rid of the tumor! Get rid of the tumor!" The roads had been blocked off. The passers-by looked over in shock. The hotel president paled. He finally understood what was going on. When the hotel's top brass heard that, they also understood what was happening. They nearly jumped and started cursing at this. Many of the hotel staff got so scared that they did not dare show themselves. Shit. This is bad. Zhang, you're too fucking evil. At the hotel across the road, Hachichi and the others were holding a meeting in the room. Everyone was discussing the comic series that Zhang Ye had delegated to them. As they were talking, thunderous shouts and screams came from outside. They jumped with fright and immediately felt that something big had happened. They ran over to the window in a panic and looked down. When they saw it, Hachichi and the others all gasped in shock. Little Wang shouted, "Damn!" Little Zhou shouted, "Damn!" Little Sun shouted, "Damn!" Hachichi anxiously said, "Are they shouting Zhang Ye's name?" Little Sun, who understood a little Japanese, said, "Yes." Hachichi said, "This is bad. Something has happened." She quickly called Zhang Ye, who was staying at the hotel across the road. Do, it went through. Hachichi said, "Director Zhang." Zhang Ye asked, "Old huh? What's the matter? What's going on over there?" "Nothing is happening." Hachichi nearly vomited blood. "How can you call that nothing is happening? Zhang Ye laughed and said, "It's fine. Just carry on with whatever you all are doing. Didn't I already say not to look for me these few days? I have some matters to handle, so I'll go look for you all after I'm done over here." After hanging up, Hachichi and the rest were all shaking in fear. They only understood now what Director Zhang was planning. They only understood now why Director Zhang had insisted on staying at the Asakusa Hotel. Little Wang slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew that Director Zhang would surely start something big the moment he came abroad. Look at that. Will you all just look at that?" Little Sun was almost in tears. What are we going to do now? Little Sun had only joined Zhang Ye's studio for a short period of time, and this was his first time going out for work with Zhang Ye. Although he had heard many stories about Zhang Ye, now that he was experiencing it firsthand for the first time, he finally understood why his colleagues at the studio got so terrified the moment they heard that Zhang Ye was going abroad. He finally had a taste of this feeling and thought that it wasn't something that most people could bear. Their hearts wouldn't be able to take all of this stress. At the hotel, Zhang Ye's room, the shouting outside grew louder. However, Zhang Ye did not even have a frown on his face. Instead, he was relaxing on the sofa with his legs crossed and checking out the comics and animation of this world on his cell phone. 1 page, 5 pages, 10 pages. This comic was pretty good. Zhang Ye was reading it with relish. Downstairs, the crowd was howling. "Get out of Japan. Hand Zhang Ye over." Some people made a dash for the hotel. The Asakusa Hotel security team rushed to stop them, while the hotel staff were crying over the situation. They braced themselves into a human wall to keep the crowd at bay. "Don't squeeze through. You're not allowed inside. Manager, quickly call the police." "I've already done that." "What do we do now?" "Block them. Stop them from entering. Go and close the back entrance." "Hurry, hurry, hurry." The hotel was full of guests, so they couldn't possibly allow the protesters to get inside. If the guests complained, the hotel couldn't bear it. Moreover, these people were all so angered, so who knew what they might do if they got in? If they were to thrash the place, none of them could suffer the losses. A few minutes. In just a few short minutes, the Asakusa Hotel was plunged into chaos. The hotel president stepped forward to speak up. "Everyone, please calm down. Listen to what I have to say." The crowd was enraged and wasn't going to listen to any explanations. "Hand Zhang Ye over. We know that he's inside," the hotel president said loudly. "I don't know where you all got your information from, but we really don't know anything about Zhang Ye staying with us. We did not receive any news about it. So could everyone please go back? Hurry up and go back. Zhang Ye isn't at our hotel. You can all go elsewhere to look for him." The crowd shouted, "Impossible," the hotel president said. "He's really not here." An executive of the hotel said, "Right, there's no such person staying here." For a moment, the crowd fell silent and hesitated a little. But right at this moment, a hotel window upstairs was pushed open from the inside. The figure of a young man appeared at the window with his elbows resting on the windowsill and a cell phone in his hand. He was reading comics on it with a smile while basking in the warmth of the sun. Someone looked up. Someone pointed upstairs. "Quick, look up there. It's Zhang Ye." "Fuck. It's him. He's really in there. There he is. The hotel is in cahoots with him. Damn. So they banded together to lie to us." With this, the people became even more enraged. The hotel president and staff also looked up at that window. They were so enraged they nearly burst into tears. They had never come across someone as despicable as this. This bastard was doing it on purpose. "Zhang Ye, fuck your grandpa. Are you fucking trying to do us in?" Chapter 1430. Inviting the devil in is easier than sending him away. Chapter 1430. Inviting the devil in is easier than sending him away. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The people downstairs were furiously cursing and scolding. It was chaos inside and outside of the hotel. The police hastily arrived at this moment. Zhang Ye, scram back to China. The hotel has associated themselves with this scourge. Get back, all of you. We're the police. Who's causing trouble here? Arrest them. Who is the hotel manager? What is going on here? Me, I'm the manager. Get back, all of you. No loitering around here. With the 3 groups of people caught in the mix, it couldn't get messier than this. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was standing absolutely still at the window. He had a smile on his face as he concentrated on his cell phone. It was as though he wasn't the target of scolding by the people downstairs, and that the matter did not involve him at all. Further, he even began singing happily. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. / let me do what it takes to have you stay. Have you stay below. When a Japanese police officer who understood Chinese heard that, his legs gave way and he nearly fell face first onto the floor. Have you stay? Have you stay your sister? The police officer shouted to the rioting crowd. Disperse immediately. 3 groups of people. 3 squads of officers. Everyone was gnashing their teeth in hatred. But Zhang Ye was happily humming a song upstairs. What kind of a scene was this? When Ha Chi-Chi, little son, and the others saw this heroic air of Director Zhang's through their window, they were greatly touched for a moment. Ha Chi-Chi sighed. Little Wang gave a wry smile. Little Zhou's eyes lit up in awe. Little Sun was stunned and suddenly overcome by a sense of fascination. This was Zhang Ye. This was their boss. In all of heaven and earth, there wasn't another like him. An hour later, the farce came to an end. The situation was barely brought under control after 3 squads of police officers got deployed to the scene. The complaints at the hotel blew up instantly as the front desk and lobby got swarmed by the hotel guests. I want to cancel my booking. Refund me my money. But you only just checked in? How can I still stay here? Sir, we are sorry. I was discussing a contract with my friends just now, but the shouting downstairs totally drowned out our voices. So tell me, how can I continue staying here? Cancel the booking. I have to consult with my manager first. You can consult with whoever you want. I'm still going to cancel the booking. I want to cancel my booking too. Me too. What kind of a hotel is this? Is there a war going on? I was woken up by all that noise after managing to fall asleep. There's no way I can stay here anymore. I had a booking for 3 nights, but just cancel the remaining days of my stay. Right? Refund our money. We don't care what kind of unexpected situation your hotel has encountered, but it cannot affect us. A fight nearly broke out today. When I was downstairs observing things earlier, I nearly tumbled over from the pushing. It's too dangerous, so it doesn't matter what you all try to say now. I just want a full refund. The hotel guests started kicking up a fuss. Many of the guests who were supposed to check in today also left when they saw the commotion outside the hotel's entrance. Meanwhile, more than half of the guests who were already staying at the hotel were now haggling for a refund. Before this, many of these people were shouting their support for the Asakusa Hotel's president, claiming he was a national hero and asking him to stand firm in his views. But when trouble started to affect them directly, none of them cared about what had been said. We just want a place to stay at. Surely you don't expect us to put our lives in danger, do you? The crowd of over 1,000 people that had surrounded the hotel earlier had frightened them terribly. For a moment, a wave of unrest stirred again. The hotel was struggling to deal with all the requests as the hotel president and executives came forward personally to deal with the situation. They reassured the guests one by one and offered them their apologies. They brought along the service staff and went from room to apologize and promise that the room rates would be halved for the day. They even presented the guests with some small gifts and fruits, and in doing so, managed to convince some of them to continue staying with them. But even so, a third of the checked-in guests still insisted on getting a full refund as they dared not stay here any longer. At around 2 p.m., peace finally returned to the hotel again. The hotel staff looked at one another with a sense of lingering fear, then at the mess of a place within the hotel. An exterior wall had been vandalized by the rioting crowd with some unknown substances on it that could not be washed off no matter what. The hotel had suffered a heavy loss. Looking at this sight, the hotel president's heart was dripping with blood. This was too painful even for him. All of this had fucking cost him so much money, yet even now, he was unsure of what had actually happened. Why had so many people come to the hotel? How did everyone know that Zhang Ye was staying with them? Why was everyone who came to make a scene so full of rage? They were all busy dealing with the mess earlier, so there wasn't any time to check the news. A female employee said, "What the heck is this?" The president said angrily, "Who can tell me what just happened?" Someone said, "It's Zhang Ye. He launched a tirade at more than 20 of our top Japanese celebrities on the social network. What's more, he didn't hide his location, and it was shown on those posts that he was scolding them from our hotel." The president said startled, "What?" An executive was stunned. He scolded more than 20 celebrities? Another executive, "Fuck. Is he not afraid of dying?" An executive said, I knew it must have been him. That son of a bitch. A manager said, we got screwed over this time. An executive said, President, we cannot allow a person like him to continue staying here. He might not be afraid to die, but we cannot stand it any longer. Another executive yelled, he's a fucking madman. The hotel president said with a dark look, the charity association booked his room for 10 days? Cancel it. Cancel it immediately. A service employee responded, yes, I'll get it done right away. With the chaos that happened today, the president also became a little fearful. You're great. You're impressive. I will not let you stay here anymore, all right? Hurry up and get out of here immediately. However, the development of the situation was entirely different from what they had in mind. When the Asakusa Hotel went to cancel the Charity Association's room booking, they alarmed an important person at the Asian Charity Association. It was Director Chun. The call was somehow routed to him. The hotel employee said dumbfoundedly, Director Chun. Director Chun said, who's canceling our booking? The employee hurriedly said, it's just that something has suddenly come up on our side, so. The money has already been paid, right? It has been paid. And you all have accepted the booking, right? We did accept the booking, but since the money was paid, the booking was accepted, and the guest is already checked in as well, then a contract has been established. How can you chase away the guest as you wish? Can you simply not accept the booking? You can just handle it any way you want? You can just back your way out of the contract? Do you all want to die? Do we want to die? That employee was dumbfounded. She could never have expected that such an important person from the Asian Charity Association would speak like that. What the hell? Is this how you people from charities act and speak? Director Chun said in anger. If Teacher Zhang says that he doesn't want to stay at the hotel, then you all can process his checkout for him. But if he wishes to continue staying, then I'd like to see which one of you dare make him check out. It's a 10-day booking, any day less, and I'll bring my people down personally to find you. Hear that? After he said that, the call ended with a loud click. The employee turned around to look at the president. The president blanched. The Asakusa Hotel staff were also stunned. It was only now that they remembered that Zhang Ye was the one and only philanthropic ambassador of Asia. It was only now that they remembered that all the charities in Asia were backing Zhang Ye. In Asia, one could offend the common folk, the business people, or the celebrities, but no one would dare to offend anyone from the charities. There was really no one who'd dare to do that. This wasn't just some ordinary organization they were talking about. Such organizations usually had great influence and credibility among the people and were not comparable to any other organization in the world. They were basically an organization that no one would dare offend, nor want to offend. This organization and its people had always been committed to philanthropy and rarely took part in any other matters. But that did not mean that they had no temper. Just some days ago, when Japan and Korea joined hands to get Zhang Ye banned and restricted him from entering their countries, several major figures of the association collectively protested against the action. They made calls to the highest levels of authority and wrote letters of protest that were placed onto the desks of the highest executives. And for the outcome that was now known by everyone, the Japanese and Korean governments modified their restriction order to allow Zhang Ye to freely enter their countries when there were charity events taking place. Also avoiding the ban were Zhang Ye's PSAs and his participation in those charity events. Even the Japanese and Korean governments had to give in, much less any other organization, much less the Asakusa Hotel, a small private hotel, who had now attracted the personal denouncement of a major figure from the Asian Charity Association. They wouldn't dare unless they were crazy. President, that Zhang Ye. The booking could not be canceled. They could not chase him away. Either. The hotel president's face sank as he grit his teeth and said, all right. Isn't it only for 10 days? No, there are only 9 days left. I'll just have to accept it this time. Surely he can't keep staying here all his life, can he? If he wishes to stay here, then let him stay. The police have already come and handled the matter anyway. And we only lost a few guests, didn't we? We can stand these few losses. There will still be another wave of tour groups arriving tomorrow and the day after. Everyone, pay attention and service the tour groups well. We'll make up what we lost, so don't get affected by what happened today. From tomorrow onwards, business will resume as usual. This bit of setback is no big deal. Yes. Understood. Got it, President. Everyone responded to his speech and then went back to their work. However, each time they passed by the room that Zhang Ye was staying in, everyone could not help but steer clear of it. Chapter 1431. The Asakusa Hotel gets besieged again. Chapter 1431. The Asakusa Hotel gets besieged again. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. On the same night, China. The news had spread back to China. A lot of people found out about the news from the Japanese media, and many of them were stunned by it. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the floor. On the internet, Weibo, moments. At this instant, the news blew up everywhere. What? Zhang Ye launched a tirade at over 20 Japanese celebrities? His location was exposed. The Asakusa Hotel got besieged by the Japanese citizens. Over 30 police officers were dispatched to the scene. Holy shit. Our Zhang is so impressive. This. Ha 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 ha, well played. Lord Zhang is so awesome. My idol. How ruthless. Motherfucking hell. I knew it. I knew that a nationalistic young man and professional face slapper like Zhang Ye wouldn't possibly have checked into that Asakusa hotel that's on everyone's tongue for no good reason. I should have thought of it. That fellow clearly went there to make trouble. Ha ha ha. This is going to be really interesting to watch. Everyone, forward this piece of news. There's something exciting to watch again. Lord Zhang has made his move. This really came without any warning at all. Face-smacking Zhang did not even say a word prior to this, so this is such a great turnaround. When I read that he had checked into the Asakusa Hotel previously, I even criticized him for being unpatriotic. This is who Zhang Ye is. If he can prove something with his actions, there isn't a need to pay lip service at all. What's the situation like over there? I don't know. Let's wait for the news. Back at home, Zhang Ye's mother was floored. His father was speechless. When Wu Ziqing saw the news, she chuckled. At old Yao's house, Yao Jiankai was dumbfounded. Yao Mi was at a loss for words. Yao Jiansai's wife facepalmed and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At Zhang Ye's studio, Zhang Zuo was sweating profusely. Wu Yi hurriedly called Ha Qiqi to find out about the situation. The other staff who had stayed behind in the office were also panicking. Some of them were used to this, while some of them were not used to it yet. Whenever Zhang Ye traveled for work, there would always be trouble. If he went on a short trip, there would be a minor incident. If it was a longer trip, there would be a major incident. The further he went, the more trouble there would be. This was the usual practice over here, and no exception had ever been made. There were truly no exceptions. The next day, Tokyo, Japan. An uneventful night passed. In the morning, Zhang Ye got up before 8 a.m. He stretched lazily and had a look at his watch before getting out from bed to wash his face. Then he headed down to the hotel's cafeteria for his free breakfast. Significantly fewer people were in the cafeteria now that many of them had checked out yesterday. Zhang Ye found a table with no one around and ate by himself. At this moment, the guests who were eating breakfast and the hotel staff also noticed him. Zhang Ye, that's him. The people who came and caused a commotion yesterday were all here for him. This fellow is so awful. Yeah, I've seen the things that he said on the social network as well. I've met people who are offensive, but I've never come across anyone as offensive as him. He has made enemies out of those 20 celebrities. This fellow is horrible. Why is he still staying here? Why hasn't the hotel chased him away yet? At this moment, the president arrived with his people. When he saw Zhang Ye, his expression changed as he shot a dark look at him. He didn't say anything, conversing with the other guests instead. President, what's going on? Why hasn't he left yet? How many more days will he be staying here? Cancel his booking. Right? He was the one who started that mess. Everyone was expressing their views. The president could only think to himself how he would have liked to chase him away as well, but the issue was that he couldn't do so. This fellow had really strong backing. However, he could not say that aloud. We always try our best to serve any guest who comes to stay at our hotel. That has always been the motto of our hotel. Not long after, the president led his people and left the cafeteria. As the president walked past Zhang Ye, who was lowering his head to eat, Zhang Ye spoke again. About the two demands. Have you thought them over? The faces of the president and his followers sank. Zhang Ye said as he ate, if you haven't made a decision yet, think it over again. The president sneered and said, do you think that we're afraid of you just because of this little stunt that you pulled? Aren't you underestimating us a little too much that way? Don't mention that small crowd of people from yesterday. Even if a crowd that is 5 or 10 times larger came, I could still bear it. At most, I'll lose a few more customers, no? That bit of loss won't count for much at all. Huh. If we even care about this bit of money, that would be the real joke here. The hotel staff stole a glance at the president. Hey, this wasn't what you said yesterday. Your reaction was the biggest for yesterday's losses. But they understood that the president was just saying this so that he could continue portraying an imposing manner. Zhang Ye nodded and said, "Good." Then he continued eating breakfast. The president snorted and led his people away with a swagger. After breakfast, Zhang Ye sauntered over to the elevator and went upstairs. He went back to his room and filled the bathtub with hot water before getting in to take a hot bath. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Zhang Ye dried himself off and then brewed a cup of tea. After that, he sat himself down in front of the computer. In the president's office. Has the tour group arrived yet? They're almost here. Okay, take extra care to serve them well. We understand. Don't worry about that Zhang Ye anymore. He did not really affect us too much even after causing that mess yesterday. He's probably going to behave himself over the next few days. After having a look at the sky outside, the president broke into a smile. It was rare to have such good weather with the sun shining so brightly, so their business would surely be quite good today as well. All of a sudden, someone pushed the door open. "President, they're here. What are you shouting for? Isn't it just a tour group? They're already here. It's not the tour group. Come and see this." Everyone in the room was startled. The president and several of the executives' hearts skipped a beat as they ran to the window and opened it to look down. When they saw it, they nearly slumped to the ground. 100 people. 1,000 people. 2,000 people. The enraged crowd was converging in from all directions. The president froze. Didn't the police already handle things yesterday? An executive was shocked silly from the sight. What the fuck? Why are they here again? Then someone pointed at the computer and shouted, "Oh my God, look at this. It's on the internet." The president and the others all leaned over to have a look and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yamada Akira's social network. Zhang Ye commented, "Are you crazy or what?" Sent from the Asakusa Hotel, Tokyo. Fujiwara's social network. Zhang Ye commented, "Are you crazy or what?" Sent from the Asakusa Hotel, Tokyo. It was all Zhang Ye. The Japanese social network was covered with Zhang Ye's fingerprints again. This time, it wasn't just 10 or 20 celebrities. This time, on this day, Zhang Ye had launched his tirade on 100 Japanese celebrities. Loud, cursing voices suddenly boomed from the president's office. "Your grandpa, Zhang. You motherfucker. This is crazy. That Zhang fellow is a madman. Oh my God. Quick, close the doors. Hurry, call the police. Call the police first. Zhang Ye, fuck your sister. You may fucking wish to die, but don't drag us into it." Outside, the crowd was growing larger and larger. A lot of people were standing in front of the hotel and cursing at them. In the end, it grew to a crowd of several thousand people, which was 5 to 10 times the amount of yesterday's crowd. The executives looked resentfully at the president. Why did you have to say those words to spite Zhang Ye? You wouldn't be afraid even if it was a crowd that was 5 times larger? It would be fine even if it was a crowd that was 10 times larger? Damn, he actually managed to gather that many people today? Chapter 1432, The Hotel Gets Wrecked. Chapter 1432, The Hotel Gets Wrecked. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The scolding voices on the streets thundered. The shouting was so loud that even the guests in the hotel across the road could hear it. When Little Wong leaned out the window to have a look, she paled. "This is bad. They're here again. Oh my fucking heavens. Why are there so many more people today? What? This is bad. What should we do? What has Director Zhang done this time? Check out the internet." Director Zhang went to direct his scolding at over 100 Japanese celebrities. What did you say? Over 100? Holy shit. What is Director Zhang trying to do? Hachichi was looking very anxious. Zhang Ye had told them not to worry about him, and to just concentrate on their work and not look for him. But as the external communications manager at Zhang Ye's studio, how could she possibly just sit around and do nothing? At a time like this, everything else was secondary. The only thing that mattered was the safety of Director Zhang. Who could guarantee that he would be fine? As such, Hachichi immediately told Yang Shu, "Little Yang, Hurry over to where Director Zhang is. But Yang Shu said, Senior Bro instructed me to take care of you all and told me not to leave your side. Little Wang yelled, Aya, look at the current situation. What's there to protect us from? Little Sun added anxiously, Yeah, Director Zhang's safety is the priority. If those people manage to get inside, who will be responsible for Director Zhang's safety? Sister Yang, hurry up and go. Senior Bro's safety? Yang Shu glanced out of the window and curled her lips. She dismissed. Just with those people, they could never get near my Senior Bro. Everyone rolled their eyes. Why are you still bragging on behalf of Director Zhang at this time? There are several thousand people out there, so how is it impossible that they can't get near Director Zhang? Do you think he's a sorcerer with an AoE attack? However, only Yang Shu knew that at the level of Zhang Ye's and Rao Aimin's martial arts, it was no longer a matter of being outnumbered. It didn't matter how many people there were since. Her senior brother could take care of 3 of such ordinary attackers with just a single slap. Once he sent 20 to 30 of them flying, no one else would dare go against him. Having the numbers and using the ordinary way of piling up to overpower her senior brother was a possibility that only existed in theory. However, that was all bullshit in a practical situation. The Asakusa Hotel. Back upstairs, Zhang Ye pushed open the windows and sat down at them looking all calm and relaxed. He picked up his cell phone and started reading comics, as well as sipping on his tea. Meanwhile, the situation downstairs had boiled over. Zhang Ye, he's over there. It's him. Damn, we finally found him. He didn't leave yet. That bastard. Get out here. Who were you calling crazy? You're the crazy one. You've gone mad. This is infuriating. He's pissing me off. You had better get out of Japan. Not many people had experienced getting scolded by several thousand people before, and a scene like this was very difficult to put into words. At the front and back entrances of the hotel, and up to 3 streets away, it was densely packed with people everywhere. The police arrived very quickly as 5 police vehicles reached the scene in succession. However, when the dozen-odd police officers alighted from their vehicles, they were stunned by what they saw. All of them drew in a sharp breath as they stood among the rioting crowd. They could not even hear their own shouting voices as the raging crowd's scolding voices drowned them out immediately. There were simply too many people. They immediately called for more support. Even the police officers were panicking, much less those in the hotel. The 2 groups of tourists who had just arrived were petrified by the scene. Their tour bus could not even get to the entrance of the hotel as it got stuck in traffic 3 streets away. The tour guide was pissing his pants. The driver nearly fainted from fright. What's going on? Is there a riot going on? How can we still stay at such a place? Let's cancel the booking. Right? We don't want to stay here. We're here on vacation. We won't be risking our lives like this. The few buses immediately turned around and went back the way they came. Inside the hotel, the telephone lines were bursting with calls. President, the tour group has canceled the hotel bookings. President, the tour group from the UK has also canceled their bookings. President, we're getting a load of complaint calls. What do we do now? What should we do? The president shouted with a dark look. Calm down. All of you, calm down. Don't worry, the police are already here. The situation will be brought under control, so quickly go and close the doors and get a few young and strong employees to hold down the gates. We mustn't allow anyone to get in. Those people are just scolding to vent their anger and wouldn't dare be rash. The situation was in a deadlock. 1 minute. 5 minutes. People were still arriving in waves. Some came by themselves, while others brought along their whole family to denounce Zhang Ye. The media and television stations' vehicles were also parked all over the place. The reporters got out of the vehicles in shock as they took in the view before them. Having lived for so long and worked as a reporter for so many years, this was also the first time that they'd witnessed a scene like this. Some of the reporters looked up at where Zhang Ye was staying and started scolding as well. In Japan, Zhang Ye had become the target of everyone's criticisms. The Japanese media, the Japanese celebrities, the Japanese public. Everyone was gnashing their teeth in hatred. How dare you scold our celebrities in our country? You scolded them one after another? And didn't stop after scolding them for 1 day? And then carried on scolding them for a second day? You're back to scold them having already scolded them yesterday? This is unacceptable. No one behaves in the way that you did. But the people outside could not make their way into the hotel. The police were standing guard at the doorways and the hotel staff had already blocked off the entrances. Although it was a large turnout and there were a lot of rioters, it seemed like the matter was going to end in the same way it did yesterday. However, at this moment, Zhang Ye, who was sitting at the window upstairs, suddenly put away his cell phone and looked down for the first time. Then he said something. He said it in Japanese. Zhang Ye said, "If you have a problem, come at me. Don't wreck the hotel." Hearing that, the president nearly faceplanted. Zhang Ye, fuck your ancestors. There was nothing wrong with what he had just said. Everyone was only here because of Zhang Ye and had no intentions of wrecking the hotel. But when these well-intentioned words came out of Zhang Ye's mouth, it sparked something in the raging crowd gathered outside the hotel. All of them cried out in anger. Bang! A loud crash boomed. A rock smashed into the hotel's glass window. It had been aimed at the window Zhang Ye was at, but as that was so high up that nobody could reach it with a throw, it resulted in a glass window on the third floor getting smashed instead. Someone was inside the room when the glass window shattered, and the sound of the guests' shocked screams instantly rang out from inside. The police were dumbfounded. Stop! Stop that! With someone leading by example, a second person and third person followed suit. Crush him! Crush! Everybody get him! Bang! A second crash boomed. A third crash. A fourth crash. Many people were picking up items from around them and throwing them upwards. Some people threw eggs. Some people threw bricks. Some people threw instant noodles. What Zhang Ye spoke was too devious. It was simply too evil. A lot of people had never thought about wrecking the hotel, but the moment he mentioned it, everyone erupted into action. Crash. Thud. Plunk. The hotel turned into a war zone. The people outside were calling for an execution. Inside the hotel, chaos ensued among the guests. Holy fuck, who threw a slipper in? The fuck? Why did a sanitary pad get thrown in here? Motherfucker, why are you all throwing things at me for? All hell broke loose. Everything descended into chaos. The hotel staff lost their spirit. The president slumped to the floor with a thump and a stunned look. It's over. Everything's finished. Chapter 1433, A Champion of Communism. Chapter 1433, A Champion of Communism. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 2 hours later. At a room in the hotel across the road. Little Wang wiped away her sweat. They're gone. Little Zhou said with lingering fear. Oh, my heart. Little Sun had nearly pissed his pants. I wouldn't have come if I'd known this would happen. Ha Chi-Chi smiled wryly. When we get back, I'll have to talk to HR about the recruitment process for our new staff. The criteria for all new hires should be for them to have strong mental fortitude. Else, if we encounter such situations again in the future, not everyone will be able to withstand the stress. Little Wang did not know whether to laugh or cry. That mouth of Director Zhang's, there's really no one else like him. The Asakusa Hotel. The crowd had dispersed, leaving behind shambles. The Asakusa Hotel had gone through turmoil and was barely recognizable. Its outer walls were all vandalized with swear words, and there were even traces of rotten eggs on it. The majority of the glass windows from the 5th floor and down were also shattered, leaving many of the rooms unprotected from the elements. The hotel lobby's glass and revolving doors were also spat on by many of the rioters while the floor was in an even worse state. Rocks, plastic bags, glass fragments, sanitary pads, wooden staves, thermos flasks, and basically anything that you could find in a supermarket were strewn all over the place. The president was crying. The hotel staff were crying. How much had they lost? This had probably cost them more than several million in damages. If they had known that this would happen, they wouldn't have allowed him to stay here. If they had known, they would never have agreed to let Zhang Ye check into the hotel no matter what. They'd heard of Zhang Ye's notoriety before, but until they witnessed it with their own eyes, they had always believed that the rumors were exaggerated. So it turned out that Zhang Ye's notoriety was even more notorious than it was reported in the news. He had only said a few words, but it was precisely because of those few words that their hotel was in such a state. What kind of a person was this? What kind of a hooligan was this? They had finally learned to be afraid of him. This time, they were truly scared of him. If anyone had told them in the past that Zhang Ye could set off an earth-shattering storm with just his mouth alone, without having to lift a finger, they would never have believed it even if their lives depended on it. But now that they'd witnessed it for themselves, They were finally convinced. That wicked mouth of Zhang Ye's could fucking kill someone. The president roared. I'll fight it out with him. Everyone rushed over to hold him back. President, calm down. Don't do something stupid. The president shouted. My hotel. Look at my hotel. An executive howled. Why haven't the police arrested him? Someone else said. Yeah, he was the one who got the rioters to wreck our hotel. Someone hesitated for a bit before saying, I think he said to not wreck the hotel. Everyone was speechless. What a bastard. He was intentionally messing with us. How are we supposed to carry on doing business like this? The bookings have all been canceled. There's no business left for us to do. President, is it because of those magazines? President, why don't we? Those magazines. The moment someone brought it up, the president angrily cut them off. Impossible. The magazines must not be touched. Zhang, I'm going to take it all the way with him. At the Asakusa Hotel, only the staff were still around. After the rioters had dispersed, all of the hotel's guests packed their luggage and checked out en masse. Some of them had only just checked in, but they were already asking to check out. Without even wanting a refund, all of them took their luggage and left the hotel in a panic, not wanting to stay around for even a minute longer. Who could take this? With all that fighting and rioting happening, they would be putting their lives at risk if they continued to stay. Which of these guests would want a sanitary pad or instant noodles flying through their windows while they slept in their rooms? All of the guests left, except for one. Only Zhang Ye remained behind. He continued to stay without a care as the sole remaining guest of this large hotel. Noon. It was lunchtime. Zhang Ye strolled downstairs and came to the cafeteria. It was deserted. Not only was it devoid of guests, no meals were being served. The staff all turned to look at him, wishing they could go up and bite him. Zhang Ye wondered out loud. Where's the food? Where's the buffet? Everyone nearly vomited blood. You still want the buffet? There isn't a guest in the hotel other than you. Even the cooks have gone home. Besides, this entire farce was started by you, and all of those people came for your head. You were the one who caused our hotel to be in this state. So how dare you come down and ask to eat? Why don't you just die? Zhang Ye said. Hurry up and get the food ready. The service staff broke down into tears. They'd rather choose to have 10 years cut from their lifespans instead of talking to Zhang Ye. Over there. The president stalked over in a rage. Zhang Ye said, Yo, if it isn't the boss. The president pointed at him and said, Don't think that I'll be afraid of you. I'm not done with you. Let me tell you, Zhang Ye, this isn't over. I won't remove the magazines. Not only that, I'll even place 2 magazines in every room starting from today. No, I'll put 3 magazines. Continue to stay here. Stay as you wish. I want to see how long you can stay here for. I'll see if you don't return to your country. Since the hotel was already wrecked, the president no longer held in his anger and took it up with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Sure then, I have nothing to do anyway. The president sneered. I'll see how long you can do nothing for. Don't leave if you're so capable. He was expecting that an Asian big name like Zhang Ye would have a long schedule planned and be much busier than people like them. The Charity Association's event had finished up, and Zhang Ye should be returning home any moment now. So how could he stay at the hotel forever? Wouldn't he have to attend to other matters? However, he did not seem to understand Zhang Ye's temper. Don't leave if you're so capable. Zhang Ye was truly capable of that. To him, work was just a triviality. He could drop everything work-related, but he couldn't miss out on any fights. If there was a fight, he would join in. If he fought, he would definitely win. This had always been Zhang Ye's principle. Everyone knew that the president had been forced to the precipice and was afraid that something would happen. 2 of the staff went over to hold him back, not because they were afraid that the president would take it out on Zhang Ye, but because they were afraid that Zhang Ye would make a move on him. The video of Zhang Ye smashing the Korean car brand's bulletproof cars from several days ago had also made its way around Japan, so they were terrified that their president would get shredded by a single slap from him. Soon after, Zhang Ye placed his hands behind his back and sauntered out of the hotel to get some food. The president was so angry that he was panting heavily. He said loudly, Go and clean his room, then place 3 magazines. No, place 5 magazines in there. 1 at the bedside, 1 on the study desk, 1 in the bathroom. Put them everywhere. And also, cut off the internet access to his room. Shut off his power. And shut off the water supply for him as well. I'll see how long he can continue staying here. Okay. Yes. Understood. A group of service staff puffed off. In the afternoon, when Zhang Ye returned to the room, he was amused. There were the problematic reading materials everywhere on the study desk and bed. The bathroom was not cleaned, and a lot of areas were not tidied up either. When he tried connecting to the internet, he realized that the connection was dead. When he turned on the tap, there was no water either. Fine. Not bad. This is what will make things interesting. This is what will add some spice to the fight. If it were anyone else that had their internet, water supply, and power cut off, they would have flared up long ago. However, Zhang Ye was different. This fellow was totally enjoying it. This was the mark of a true warrior. He was a champion of communism deep down inside and enjoyed fighting. Chapter 1434. I'll admit defeat, alright? Chapter 1434. I'll admit defeat, alright? Translator, leg editor, leg. On the third day of his stay. In the morning, Zhang Ye called Ha Chi-Chi. Old Ha, what's the Wi-Fi password over there? Ah, the password. 12345. Okay, got it. You don't have a connection over there? Nope. Then why are you still staying there? It's precisely because of this that I gotta stay here. After hanging up, Zhang Ye tried connecting to the Wi-Fi network. But because it was across the street, the signal wasn't great and was quite intermittent, although it could still be used. He took out a high-capacity portable charger and connected it to his cell phone. Then he leaned back on the sofa and continued reading comics. Everything carried on as usual. Zhang Ye was enjoying his stay here. On top of that, he didn't go online to scold Japanese celebrities either. Upstairs, in the president's office, everyone had gathered for a meeting with their guards up. Is Zhang Ye up yet? I think he's awake. He didn't post anything, did he? Not today, he didn't. Haha, that's great then. President, are we going to open for business as usual? Of course. We've already cleaned up the place downstairs. Even though many of the rooms below the 5th floor can't be used for the guests, the ones on the upper floors are all fine. The room's windows are all undamaged, and we can still accept bookings as usual. We'll see if that can make up for the losses. When that jinx of a Zhang Ye is gone, we will carry on with the hotel operations while we redecorate the rooms on the 5th floor and below. This is the best plan that I thought up yesterday to recoup our losses. As they were speaking, clang. A sound made everyone jump in fright. What's the matter? What's happening? Damn, who threw that? Why are they at it again? But Zhang Ye didn't scold anyone today. My God, another 100-odd people have gathered out there. Clang. Bang. There was a flurry of scolding voices outside. Get out of Japan. Zhang Ye, come out. I'll come here every day as long as you're here. Denouncing Zhang Ye. Denouncing Zhang Ye. The shouts were deafening. This affair had turned all Japan upside down. Zhang Ye had torn a hole in the sky here, and all eyes in Japan were now looking at the Asakusa Hotel in anger. There was no need for Zhang Ye to continue provoking anyone. It just wasn't necessary anymore. Zhang Ye didn't have to say anything to make the rioters descend upon the hotel. Moreover, the people who came here were clearly organized groups now, with some people leading others. When the hotel called the police, they would immediately turn around and disappear without a trace. The Asakusa Hotel had another dozen of its glass windows smashed. The president was cursing and swearing at this in his office. On the 4th day of Zhang Ye's stay, around 4 a.m. when it was still dark, the president and hotel staff were all fast asleep. Bang! Thud! The Asakusa Hotel's personnel awoken in fright. Then they heard thunderous scoldings from outside again. Get out of Japan, Zhang Ye. Denouncing Zhang Ye. Everyone, let's stand united and boycott him. Make Zhang Ye scram back to China. This time, the hotel's revolving door was destroyed as well. The president and the hotel staff only dared to come out when the police arrived and the rioting crowd dispersed. Seeing this sorry sight, they were all going crazy with hatred. Zhang, why hasn't he left yet? Who knows? He'll be leaving. It should be soon, right? He has so much work to handle. Surely he won't stay for much longer. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, who was upstairs in his room, did not wake up. He was still sleeping like a log in his room. Come to think of it, it was really strange because Zhang Ye often did not sleep well when everything was going well. However, it seemed like he could get a really good night's sleep now that he was caught in conflict with other people. He felt extremely at peace with himself and did not even get awoken by the commotion outside. On the 5th day of Zhang Ye's stay, the hotel's personnel did not see any rioters come on this fearful day. Just as they were about to heave a sigh of relief and turn in, the rioters came. This wave of people arrived at 11 p.m. It was clearly a different group of people this time. They did not wreck the place, but stood downstairs cursing and swearing. They scolded Zhang Ye. They scolded the hotel. They scolded everything. They kept at it until the latter half of the night. The hotel president was already in the wrong state of mind. For the past 2 days, he had not had any shut-eye and stood angrily at the window while looking at the people down below in fear. The staff around him had bags under their eyes and looked like they were in a trance. It has been 5 days. 5 days already. Why hasn't he left yet? This bastard. When on earth is he planning to leave? Soon. It will definitely be soon. Hold on for a bit longer. He definitely wouldn't stay here for the full 10 days. President, this is my resignation letter. What? I can't take it anymore. Me too. I haven't slept for 2 days. On this day, 7 staff members resigned from the hotel. On the 6th day of Zhang Ye's stay, all of the Asakusa Hotel staff were wandering around, muttering some strange and incomprehensible incantations to themselves. Leave quickly. Lord have mercy. Make him leave quickly. He will definitely check out today. He will definitely check out today. The scolding outside the hotel was still going on. The current state of the Asakusa Hotel looked like a landfill. It was a terrible sight, and the paint on the walls was peeling as well. The glass windows were all shattered. Anyone passing by stopped to take a look at the hotel. Some people even took their wives and children there in a taxi cab to watch the commotion as they explained to their children what had happened. It was as though the place had become a tourist destination. Right now in Japan, the Asakusa Hotel was a place that everyone knew about. Zhang Ye is coming out. Get out of Japan. This was the 4th wave of people to come today. It was the 6th day. There were a total of 10 waves of people. The president's face had gone numb. Someone came into the room. President. The president looked at him with a dull face. Has Zhang Ye left yet? That person said despondently, not yet. I just passed by his room and think I heard him listening to songs inside. Listening to songs? He was in the mood to listen to songs? The president was furious and banged his fist on the table. He said, why isn't he leaving yet? Just how much longer does he want to stay? It's already been 6 days. We haven't received a single booking. There isn't any more business for us to do. He's trying to kill us. Then he roared, close the business. We'll stop business operations starting today. Cancel his booking. That person said, I've already made a call. The charity association's coordinator said that they made the hotel booking, so we aren't allowed to shortchange them for even a day. The president was disheartened. That person said, there are still 4 days left. The president pointed outside and said angrily, 4 days? Look for yourself. Can our hotel last another 4 days? In just 2 more days, our building is going to collapse. At this moment, a service staffer rushed in excitedly. President, we've received a booking. The president said happily. Oh. The service staffer said, we just received it. It's a booking for half a year. Half a year? That long? Yes, it's a long-term booking. The president said, good, good. This is a good sign. There's still someone who wants to stay at our hotel at this time. And that shows that our unyielding attitude has been chiseled into the minds of the people, and they've recognized us for it. Our reputation is out there, so all we need now is to make Zhang Ye leave. After he's gone, our hotel will be redecorated and upgraded to an even better one. The service staff said, that's right. The president said, tell everyone to stand firm for a little longer. Victory is right before our eyes. But at this time, another staff member suddenly came running into the room. She panted, that's not it. Something bad has happened. The president was taken aback. What happened this time? The staff said, it's that booking. The president quickly asked, what's wrong with that booking? The staff said anxiously, that booking came from someone by the name of Chu Huahua at the Charity Association. It was an extension for Zhang Ye's stay. He's going to extend his stay to half a year. What? Half a year? Zhang Ye wants to stay here for half a year. Fuck you, motherfucker. Upon hearing that, the entire room of people were stunned. The president lost his balance and fell to the ground. Look at what this jinx has caused our hotel to become after staying here for just 6 days. And he wants to stay for half a year? Won't that level our entire building to the ground then? The president was having a mental breakdown. Everyone in the hotel nearly collapsed when they heard this news. At this moment, they finally knew what kind of an asshole they had offended. The president had to admit defeat. He really had to admit defeat this time. He didn't know if Zhang Ye would really dare to stay here for half a year more, but he didn't want to find out either. My brother. You're my dear brother. I can't afford to mess with you. I'll admit defeat. I'll fucking admit defeat, alright? Chapter 1435. The evil can only be subdued by the evil. Chapter 1435. The evil can only be subdued by the evil. Translator, leg editor, leg. At the hotel. In the room. An elegant piece of music was drifting within as Zhang Ye sat on the sofa, slowly humming along to it. He was really enjoying the relaxing mood from these several days of rare break that he had gotten in over a year. Yes, to Zhang Ye, this was indeed a break. It was a vacation for him because he didn't have to do anything, nor was he bothered by all the fighting and rioting happening outside. All of a sudden, the lights came on. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. The power was back on. The water supply had come back. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. After Zhang Ye answered the door, he saw the hotel president and several executives standing outside. He calmly said, "Yo, what are all of you doing here?" The president said, "We came here to have a look. There have been too many incidents happening in the past few days, so we didn't have time to take care of many things. We only just found out that the power had been cut and the water supply was stopped." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm a man who can make do with whatever is given. I was born into a poor family, so I'm not picky about such things. It's fine as long as there's somewhere for me to sleep." The hotel's top brass rolled their eyes. The president coughed and said, "It's been so noisy for the past few days with so many waves of people gathering outside every day. Even if you could sleep, I doubt that you would sleep well. Isn't that so?" Zhang Ye said in surprise, "No?" Zhang Ye said, "I think I slept rather well." The president and the executives were speechless. "Are you allowing for a discussion to take place? Tell us. Are you allowing for a discussion to take place? You slept well? But we didn't sleep well." The president said angrily, "Teacher Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. Just say it. What do we have to do to make you leave?" Zhang Ye said calmly, "I've already told you about my 2 demands, and I don't wish to repeat myself again." The president had a ghastly look on his face. "I know that you have the Asian Charity Association backing you. We cannot afford to offend them. But if we were to just stop running the hotel altogether, there's nothing they can say or do about it." Zhang Ye looked at him. "Then go ahead and do it." The president didn't expect him to say this and was taken back. Zhang Ye said, "But when you finish redecorating and resume business, give me a heads up. I rather like your place, so I'll make sure to come back here to stay again. I can be quite free with nothing to do when I go back to my country, so I think I will come here to stay for a few days each time whenever my yearly schedule allows. Oh yes, do you have a membership program? You do offer discounts to your loyal customers, right? Membership program? You still want a fucking membership card? Have you enjoyed staying here? Get out of here. Hurry up and get out of here." The president was sweating profusely. He couldn't imagine that scene that Zhang Ye had just described a moment ago. "Come here to stay a few times a year? For a few days each time? We wouldn't have enough floors to get wrecked if that was the fucking case." The president was scared shitless. He said, "All right, don't say any more. Just stop. You're more ruthless than I am. I give up. I thoroughly give up." Zhang Ye said, "The 2 demands." The president was crying. "I'll get them done. I'll get them done immediately." Zhang Ye pouted for some reason. "Hey, why are you agreeing to it so easily? I haven't even shown you what I am truly capable of yet." Since Zhang Ye was here, he would surely get the matter settled. Before he came here, he had already devised a plan with more than 10 different ways of causing trouble for them. But unexpectedly, he had only used one method so far, and the Asakusa Hotel's personnel were already left genuflecting. This gave Zhang Ye no sense of accomplishment at all. Across the sea, China, the Asakusa Hotel was all over the news and the internet in recent days. The commotion in Japan, as well as the latest updates on Zhang Ye, were all setting off unending laughter back at home. "The Asakusa Hotel has been wrecked again. Quickly, come and see this." There's a picture spreading showing the latest appearance of the Asakusa Hotel. They've been given a fresh coat of paint again. Beautifully done. How many times is this today? It's already the third time today. Uff, I'm doubling over in laughter. They're really down on their luck. Ha 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 ha, Lord. Zhang is so awesome. What a goddamn great way to blow off steam. Yeah, face-smacking Zhang is too cruel. Zhang Ye is still staying there. Of course, he's still staying there. I heard that they cut off his power and water. These past few days have been too fucking funny for me. Yeah, Zhang Ye is merciless. There's news. What news? Go and watch. It's broadcasting on TV. Damn, Central TV News Channel is broadcasting live. On TV, the Asakusa Hotel had called a press conference. Many Asian reporters and media outlets were in attendance. It was extremely chaotic, and it could be seen on camera that many other reporters did not manage to get into the venue. Meanwhile, some of the other reporters could not get a seat after getting inside, and had to stand in the aisles where the cameras were set up. When the hotel president appeared, countless reporters immediately shoved their cameras and microphones at him. The president sat down on stage. After a moment of silence, he announced 3 matters. 1. The Asakusa Hotel would be closed for business for 3 months with immediate effect. 2. The Asakusa Hotel would remove all problematic reading materials permanently. 3. The Asakusa Hotel formally apologized to China, Korea, and the other Asian countries. After saying all that, the president stood up. The other executives of the hotel also stood up. Facing the camera, the president and the others bowed deeply. The press conference ended. Immediately, there was a jubilant mood across Asia. China. They've apologized. Quickly watch the news on Central TV. They've finally apologized. The problematic mags have been removed. There's finally a conclusion to the matter. Lord Zhang. Well done. Damn, Zhang Ye was so cool in the way he resolved things. He's so dashing. I love him to death. I didn't used to chase after celebrities, but I'm going to follow Zhang Ye closely from now on. I've never liked a celebrity so much before. I've got to apologize to Zhang Ye as well. When I learned that he had checked into the Asakusa Hotel, I totally misunderstood him. I should have known better. When has Teacher Zhang ever disappointed us? Teacher Zhang, you did well. I'm so excited. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this turn of events. Fucking hell. We still have to depend on Zhang Ye when push comes to shove. When this matter was first exposed, so many people were criticizing the Asakusa Hotel. Even the Chinese and Korean celebrities expressed their stance on the matter and brought more attention to it. They also denounced the hotel, but so what? The hotel simply ignored all their criticisms, and the issue remained unsolved. And what can they do about that? The situation just remained as was, didn't it? But look at Teacher Zhang. He managed to get things done. Only he is capable of doing something like that. We have to cherish Teacher Zhang. It really wasn't easy for a celebrity like him to come out of China. Meanwhile, Korea was actually praising this as well. Several days ago, the Koreans were scolding him together with the Japanese. But just a few days later, the Koreans and Chinese banded together against a new common enemy. We won't be scolding Zhang Ye today. Right? We won't be scolding him today. Even if we are, we'll leave it until tomorrow to scold him. The reason why this matter has been resolved is all thanks to that fellow. This matter was really well handled. There's a Chinese saying, the evil can only be subdued by the evil. Zhang Ye might be evil, but when people like those from the Asakusa Hotel exist, we still have to depend on a villain like Zhang Ye to subdue them. This is truly the biggest hooligan of our Asian entertainment industry. A vermin that only appears once every 10,000 years is indeed a worthy title for him. On this day, China, Korea, and many other Asian countries were praising Zhang Ye. With that, Zhang Ye's name became even more well-known across Asia. Chapter 1436. Never has there been a celebrity who grows their popularity this way. Chapter 1436. Never has there been a celebrity who grows their popularity this way. Translator, leg editor, leg. Noon. Packing the luggage. Taking the suitcase. Zhang Ye took the elevator downstairs. When he stepped out, he realized that all of the Asakusa Hotel staff were standing there looking at him. He walked to the front desk and took out some documents. Zhang Ye said, checking out. Immediately, the receptionist took it from him. In the next second, the receptionist handed the passport back to him. She said speedily, it's done. Zhang Ye said, that fast. The receptionist said, wiping off her sweat. Yes, that's right. Zhang Ye nodded and turned around to leave. Many of the staff watched him as he made his way out. Zhang Ye said, "It's fine. You guys don't have to see me out." The staff were surprised. "Oh," Zhang Ye said, "go back to work, y'all. Who's seeing you out? Which of your eyes are telling you that we're seeing you out?" When Zhang Ye exited the hotel, he stood outside on the sidewalk and stretched himself. Then he flipped open his bag and took out a face mask and sunglasses to put them on. When it was time to stand out, he would stand out. Now that the Asakusa Hotel incident was handled, it was time to keep a low profile again. He crossed the road and came to the hotel opposite. Upstairs, he knocked on the door. The door was opened by Little Wang. Little Wang was taken aback. "Director Zhang?" Little Zhou came running out. "Ah, Director Zhang is back. Are you all right?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "What could possibly happen to me?" Little Sun said loudly, "Teacher Zhang, you were amazing." Little Wang said, "Yeah, and the issue has been resolved too." Zhang Yi chuckled. All right. Since that issue has been handled, let's get down to business here. I didn't exactly come to Japan for them anyway. It was just a by-the-by thing." Hachichi laughed and said, "The comic series is currently being handled." "All right, then let's get me a room," Zhang Yi said. Little Wang said happily, "Okay, I'll go and process it." Little Wang took Zhang Ye's passport and headed downstairs without a second thought. About 5 to 6 minutes later, Little Wang came back to the room with a look of speechlessness. She was followed by several of the hotel's managers who looked horrified. A female manager hurriedly said, "Teacher Zhang, we don't have any rooms left. There's really no more rooms left." Little Zhou said, "But that's impossible. Aren't there still a lot of empty rooms?" A male manager wiped at his sweat and said, "There really aren't any left, none at all. Can you find somewhere else to stay at, please? Thank you in advance. How about this? We'll foot the bill at this hotel. Let us pay for it." The few of them looked alarmed and jittery. Later that afternoon, they switched to a different hotel. When the receptionist took their passports from them, they were shocked. "Ah, Zhang Yi, we'd like to check in. There are no more rooms. They've all been booked. Weren't you checking in other guests just a moment ago? There are really no rooms left. We don't mind a standard room. The standard rooms are also not available anymore." They switched to yet another hotel. The receptionist at this hotel had the same expression as the one at the previous hotel and immediately made a call to the hotel manager. When the manager learned about this, they nearly pissed their pants. "Don't accept his booking. You must not accept it. Just tell them that our hotel is full. If that doesn't work, stop all business operations. Don't process any more bookings from any customers." The hotel was in turmoil. They got so scared that they nearly wanted to stop their business operations. In the end, a hotel that had a Chinese owner ended up hosting Zhang Yi. Although the hotel was not big and the place a little out of the way, the environment was pretty good. The owner was a fat man who was very warm and welcoming. Hachichi smiled and said, "We finally found a place to stay at." The fat boss laughed heartily. "Don't worry, just stay here as you like. You don't have to pay, and I welcome you all to stay for as long as you want. Just do as you please and make yourselves at home." Zhang Yi said, "That won't do. We still have to pay what is due." But the fat owner said, "I would ask to get paid if it were anyone other than you. You would be insulting me if you insisted. If you want to pay me, then I don't welcome you here, haha. I guarantee you that no other hotel in Tokyo will take your booking. They're in a state of panic right now." Not long after the Asakusa Hotel ended their press conference, I heard that many of the hotels in Tokyo started adopting stricter measures when processing new bookings. As long as it's a room booking from a charity or China, the managers will make sure to screen the bookings personally. They're all doing so because they're afraid that you'll somehow end up staying at their place. They're assuming you're like a ticking time bomb. Little Wang and Little Zhou laughed, but did not say anything. A time bomb? With that mouth of Director Zhang's, he's definitely much worse than a time bomb. Finally, everyone settled down. After Zhang Yi returned to his room, he charged his phone. Only now did he realize he had missed a lot of calls. Just as he was about to return some of them, a call came in. "Hello, Mom. Why couldn't I get through for so long?" "Hi. I just charged my cell phone. Did you get hurt?" "No, I'm fine." "You rascal. You're such a troublemaker. I should have known that nothing good would come out of your overseas trip." "Haha, how's old Wu?" "She's pretty good. I go over every day to prepare meals for Ziqing. It's been hard on you, Mom. I'll be going home in another 2 days. Come home quickly. Zhang Xia, Yao Jinkai, Shen Guang, Su Milan. The calls from his friends and relatives were coming in one after another. Zhang Ye answered them all. When evening fell, everyone gathered in the room and had a meeting. Ha Chi said, Director Zhang, if you're going to do something next time, can you please inform us in advance? Let us be mentally prepared so that we don't have to be so shocked. Do you know how terrified we were during these past several days when the hotel you were staying at got surrounded by all those people? We couldn't even sleep well. However, Zhang Yi brushed it off. It's no big deal. Little Zhou gave a bitter laugh. It might not be a big deal to you, but it affected us greatly. Coming out on a business trip with you nearly gave me a heart attack this time. Director Zhang, please don't take me along the next time you go on any business trips. This one time is more than enough for me. Pausing, she sighed and then said, but I've also benefited from this. Having gone through all these major incidents with you on this trip, I won't have anything to be afraid of if I ever encounter another major incident in the future. This is such good training. Little Wang giggled and said, right, if you've worked with Director Zhang, you've seen it all. Little Sun asked, is our Asian popularity going to go up again? Ha Chi looked at her watch. We'll find out in a while. But Zhang Yi didn't seem to have thought about this. He hadn't checked the rankings either in these past several days. Did it go up again? Ha Chi smiled and said, after reaching the middle of the Asian A-list rankings, your position didn't really move. But during these past several days, it went up by a little again. After all, the fallout from the Asakusa Hotel incident was quite widespread. Who in the whole of Asia does not know about it? With that issue now settled, there will surely be another outbreak of popularity. Just have a look at the internet and the news. For the entire day today, besides in China, many of the other Asian countries, including Korea and Japan, are talking about you and discussing this matter. This time, even the Koreans are praising you. So let's hope that there will be a pleasant surprise later. Zhang Yi said, all right, let's wait and see then. An hour, 2 hours. Everyone sat in the room and chatted while drinking tea. Similarly, many people and industry insiders from China, Japan, Korea, and other countries were also waiting for the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index to be updated. They were also curious to see Zhang Ye's ranking. When it was time, they saw it. 1 spot, 2 spots. On the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index, Zhang Ye's name had actually advanced by 2 spots. China. What the heck? Quick, look at the Asian Celebrity Rankings. It's risen again. Zhang Ye's popularity has risen again. He can even increase his popularity like this? Amazing, my Lord Zhang. Japan. What? Why has his popularity gone up again? That damned hooligan. Why does his popularity get higher the more he scolds people? Who knows? How infuriating. After scolding so many of our Japanese celebrities, his popularity can still rise? Korea. He advanced by 2 spots. This fellow has gotten closer to reaching the summit of Asia again. Surely not, right? How much more ironic can it get? Yeah, I've never come across something like this before. How could his popularity have gone up by so much this time? 2 rankings. That might not be a lot if it were the Asian C-list rankings. It would still be acceptable if it was on the Asian B-list rankings. But the Asian A-list rankings were different. In this list, every position change required a huge amount of popularity to be earned. If that was even the case for 1 position change, then it was all the more so for 2 position changes. Countless people were dumbfounded. A lot of them were at a loss. You can even do that? Are you seriously considering fighting your way to becoming an Asian heavenly king? In all of history, never had there been a celebrity who grew their popularity in such a way. Chapter 1437, The Serialization of One Piece. Chapter 1437, The Serialization of One Piece. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, Tokyo. At Shonen Publishing. The number of comic publishers in Japan was as many as the amount of hair on a cow. However, of all the comic magazines out there were always 3 publishers who led the circulation, one of such weekly serialized magazines targeted at teenage boys. Shonen Publishing 2. Shikansha. PO Studios 3. And Shonen Publishing was the one with the highest circulation figures. Number 1 in Japan, number 1 in Asia, number 1 in the industry. In the editorial department, Sito Kyoko looked down at a comic manuscript with a Complicated expression. She had been thinking over it for several days. Her breakfast placed on the side had already turned cold. She hadn't even taken a bite from it yet. Beside her, an editor said, "What's the matter, Kyoko?" Kyoko gave a wry smile. "I don't know whether to submit a manuscript I have for approval." The editor said, "Just submit it if you think it's good. Otherwise, axe it." Kyoko said, scratching her head, "The plot is fine. It's just that the art style and character designs are so weird that it's unlike anything that I've seen in all my years as an editor." "Oh, let me have a look. Here. Uft. Right? Right. It's indeed a little odd. Forget it. I'll just submit it and see how it goes." Across the room, someone shouted, "The meeting with the editor-in-chief is starting." Everyone in the editorial department stood up silently and proceeded to the innermost conference room. 13 people sat around a long table. They were the key leaders of Shonen Publishing's editorial department. The editor-in-chief spoke. "Today, we'll discuss the serializations for the upcoming issue." The deputy editor pushed up his spectacles and said, "We freed up 2 slots since One-ichan's daily life has ended, and with Monster's Revenge coming in last place for the past 3 weeks in the reader polls, we've decided that we will cut it from serialization. We have to decide which other titles will take their places today." The editor-in-chief said, "Let's have a look then." All the recommended works had already been placed onto the table by the various editors. Everyone lowered their heads and scanned through them as the recommending editor explained their work. "This won't do. Yeah, it's definitely not going to work. The plot moves too slowly. Next, this one is not bad, but it'll require some editing. The story setting is not so good." Next, they went through the manuscripts one by one. It finally came to Sito Kyoko's recommended manuscript. Kyoko said, "This work was submitted by a rookie, someone by the pen name of Aoi. I find the story and plot to be very good, so I submitted it for the meeting." An editor frowned. "Someone who hasn't debuted?" Kyoko said, "That's right, a pure newcomer." Another editor said, "In principle, we would never go straight to serialization with a newcomer's work." Kyoko said, "I know that, but the other party has submitted 10 chapters of the manuscript in one shot. I've gone through the work and find the continuity to be very strong. Furthermore, it really suits the style of our shonen publishing." So everyone lowered their heads to read it and were dumbfounded. "What is this? What kind of artistic style is this?" The deputy editor looked at her. "What's with the character design?" Another editor facepalmed. "This character design is done too casually." A male editor said, "Surely this won't do, right? The story's about pirates." A female editor said, "I think it's quite good. The plot is interesting, although the character design is really ugly. Why are the eyes drawn like this?" Everyone got into a heated debate. Kyoko said, "I think we can forget it if it's not good enough." The editor-in-chief said calmly, "Let's move on to the next one." In the end, after going through a dozen different manuscripts, only one of them was unanimously approved. There was still a spot left for the serialization that no one could seem to agree on. Are there any more submissions? There are no other ones. This is all we have for the coming issue. We're still short one title. Any other works that the editors would like to recommend? Nothing. Everything is here. Then let's go through them from the beginning again. The dozen manuscripts made their way around the table again. Half an hour. An hour. After a series of intense debates, and with no other good works left to choose from, the editor-in-chief picked up the manuscript of One Piece again and went through it twice in detail. "All right, we'll use this. But what about its character design? This work will surely be cut even if it gets serialized. But there's really no other work that meets our criteria." "That's true. There aren't many precedents of a newcomer's work being serialized either. We can only give it a try." Elsewhere, in the morning, Zhang Ye and company were having breakfast together. At the dining table, Hachichi asked, "They haven't replied yet?" Little Sun said anxiously, "No, not yet." Zhang Ye said, "Who submitted the manuscript?" Little Sun said, "My older sister." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right, we'll have to thank you, sister, when the time comes." Little Sun hurriedly said, "There's no need, Director Zhang. My sister is a die-hard fan of you. When she heard that she would be submitting the final copy on your behalf, she reacted like she had been shot up with adrenaline." With a pause, he said, "It's been sent in for 3 days, but I still haven't heard anything from my sister. It must be because there isn't any news from Shonen Publishing." Zhang Yi said, Just wait a bit. There's no hurry. Little Wang said worriedly. The comics industry here is too advanced. In the streets, everyone can be seen walking around with a comic in their hands. Sister Ha and I even spotted quite a few aunties and uncles reading comics. We don't know or understand anything about this industry. So could that one-piece comic of ours really work here? They were starting to get the feeling that Zhang Ye's decision was made too hastily. Using a comic to circumvent the restriction order? Using comics and animation to break into the Japanese market and extend that reach towards Asia? It sounded like a really good plan, and if it were successful, their popularity would surely jump by leaps and bounds. But they were laymen when it came to this, and it was even a case of being utterly inexperienced. So how could they possibly fight it out with the local, homegrown cartoonists of Japan? By depending on those weird character designs of Zhang Ye's? That weird art style? Would it really work? At Zhang Ye's studio, they've been slapping people's faces for the entirety of their existence. What if they got slapped this time around? How humiliating would that be? But Zhang Ye was firm as a rock. He didn't while away his days at the Asakusa Hotel. Over there, he took a cursory glance at some of the most popular comic series in Japan over the past decades and analyzed them a little. He discovered that this world's comics and animation styles were very similar to his previous world. The subject matter, genres, art styles, and many things were different, but the core was more or less the same, with a common selling point behind them. Thus, he didn't see any problems with his plan. At this moment, a call arrived. Little Son was startled. "It's from my big sister." Little Wang urged him. "Quickly, take the call." When he answered, Little Son's sister could be heard yelling excitedly in such a loud voice that anyone within 3 meters of the phone could hear. His sister said excitedly, "It went through. It went through." Little Son was taken aback. "Sis, what went through?" His sister shouted. "Shonen Publishing's editor just called me. The manuscript was passed. One Piece is going to be serialized in the new issue of their weekly magazine." Little Son said in surprise, "That's great." Little Wang nearly sprang out of her seat. "Damn, it really went through." Zhang Ye said in amusement. "What do you mean by that? Were you hoping that it wouldn't go through?" Little Wang said repeatedly. No. I just didn't expect it." This news was exhilarating to hear. Although they didn't know what kind of result One Piece could achieve, the first step had been taken. Chapter 1438, The Astonishing One Piece. Chapter 1438, The Astonishing One Piece. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On this day, Friday, Shonen Publishing's new issue of their weekly magazine went on sale. In the morning, Zhang Ye's mother called again. This was already the second day that she was nagging him. "Are you coming back or not?" "I will be going back soon." "When are you coming home?" Tomorrow." "Have you gotten so comfortable in Japan that you don't wish to come home?" "I have serious business to attend to over here." "Who are you fighting with again?" "Yeah, why does it always have to be a fight with others? Hasn't fighting become your main job these days?" "Goodbye, Mom." After hanging up and eating breakfast, Zhang Yi brought Hachichi, Little Wang, and the others out. They strolled on the streets and went into a huge bookstore. Such bookstores were very common in Japan. The size of the comics industry here was not something that any other country could compare with. Be it the bookstores or small shops, and even in many of the supermarkets, many comics were on sale. Moreover, they were all placed in very prominent, large zones in the stores. Standalone volumes, one of comics and comic magazines could be seen at every turn. This was a country of comics and animation. The Comics and Animation Center of Asia. Little Wang looked all around her. "There are so many comic series here." Little Zhou asked, "Which ones are from Shonen Publishing?" Little Son immediately spotted it. "It's over there." Everyone went over and picked up a copy. Zhang Yi flipped open a magazine and found One Piece in an inconspicuous location. It was placed very far back in the magazine and could only be seen after flipping through many pages. The magazine was quite thick and had roughly 10 serialized comics in it. Actually, as a Chinese citizen, Zhang Yi found this sort of serialization method quite difficult to accept. At least, he wouldn't have the energy to keep buying the magazine week in and week out, especially if he missed an issue, which would result in a break in the continuity of the content. But in Japan, the reading habits of the people were deeply ingrained. This was the result of cultivating it for several decades and the national sentiments being different. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. The group of them were discussing as they read. Around them, streams of people kept coming over and taking the magazines. In the blink of an eye, they watched several dozen copies of the magazine getting sold. The sales volume was alarming. Little Wang asked, "How do we know if a comic is popular?" Ha Chi-Chi replied, "By the sales volume?" Little Zhou said, "But aren't there a lot of different comics in one magazine?" Little Sun said, "It will be based on a popularity poll, the most direct way of learning the statistics. Of course, the sales volume of the magazine will still be looked at. For example, a phenomenal national cartoon could increase a comic magazine's sales by several times. That is to say, without a hint of doubt, there aren't too many comic magazines out there that can depend on just a single comic to carry the publication. Also, the sales of a comic's standalone volumes are also important. But since our series has only just had its first chapter released, there's no chance of us getting a standalone volume published yet." Little Wang asked, Why didn't we just go straight to releasing a standalone volume?" Little Zhou clapped. "Yeah, that would have been so great. We could have released 10 or 20 chapters at once." Ha Chi-Chi said, "With director Zhang's speed, it wouldn't be a problem releasing 2 chapters a day. When it comes to update speed, no one is a match for director Zhang." Zhang Ye bragged, 2 chapters a day? I can do 3 chapters a day." Little Wang said, "Yeah. Are there any comic magazines that are sold daily? The weeklies are too slow. This business model is problematic. It's too immature. Daily updates? 3 chapters a day? Do you think that everyone is as abnormal as director Zhang?" When Little Sun heard this bunch of laypeople discussing the matter so seriously, he was overcome by a sense of exhaustion. At a school. "Hey, have you read it yet? This week's issue of Shonen magazine. I just finished reading it. Marshall King is still padding the story with filler. This issue's Dark Souls is quite good. It was really hot-blooded. I like One Piece." "Ah, I know that one. It's the newly serialized comic. Yeah, the first chapter's not bad. I'm looking forward to reading it. It's great, but the character designs are a little strange." On the light rail. One Piece. It's a new series. The character design is so strange. Why are the eyes so small? It's a good read. Try it. Yeah, I couldn't really get into it at first either. But once I got past the weird character design, the plot and setting pleasantly surprised me. I like this comic too. At a company. Oi, a pure greenhorn? I've never heard of this person before. It could even get serialized with character design like this? Motherfucker. But why can't I seem to get enough of it? Luffy is so cute. Yup, I like him. I like Luffy too, although his eyes are a little small. How is that just a little small? It's basically just a dot. Noon. In the editorial department of Shonen Publishing, Sito Kyoko and her colleagues came back from lunch. "Kyoko, the comic that you're in charge of has been serialized already." "Yup, One Piece. Is it that one with the really ugly character design?" "Don't call it that. Every cartoonist has their own style after all. This drawing style is actually quite unique. It leaves a deep impression on people." "All right, if you say so. The popularity rankings should be coming out soon, right? The first batch of statistics should be out soon. Let's see how the rankings are for this issue. Who do you all think will get first place?" "I don't have a chance. One Piece was included as a stopgap for this issue. If there were any other comic worth choosing from during the editor's meeting, I wouldn't have been in the running. The deputy editor has already put it clearly that if One Piece does not perform well within 10 issues, it will be canceled. Hi, heavens, why can't you just give me a good comic series to handle?" Haha, Kyoko has such bad luck. "Yeah, Kyoko, you're a veteran editor, but you've never had any of the comics under you get first place. Hey, can you people not bring that up?" The group was teasing her. Sito Kyoko was very disappointed. On a drawing board that was hung on the wall, the result of the rankings was displayed. A lot of editors surrounded it to take a look and were very concerned about the comics they were managing. If the titles under them consistently ranked at the bottom for too long, it would be possible for the comic to get its serialization run stopped. Kyoko also wanted to look, but she was not brave enough to do so. "Please, oh please, don't let me be in last place again this time." Close by, a lot of people were starting to exclaim, "Ah, quick, look at this. Kyoko, come here, Kyoko." Everyone was shouting for her. Kyoko was startled. "What's the matter?" She stood up and went over. Then she looked up at the drawing board. Number 1, One Piece, 1023 votes. Number 2, Martial King, 986 votes. Number 3, Dark Souls, 922 votes. Kyoko was dumbfounded. The entire editorial department of Shonen Publishing was also dumbfounded. At some point in time, the editor-in-chief arrived, along with his 2 deputy editors, behind the crowd. They were all staring with hanging jaws at the drawing board, disbelief on their faces. What? One Piece got first place? That weird comic that they used to fill in a spot for the comic magazine? It had taken first place in the popularity rankings right on the first day of serialization? Was this some kind of a mistake? A second later, a lot of the editors looked at Kyoko in envy. Congratulations, Kyoko. That comic is a dark horse. You've hit the jackpot this time. Congrats on getting first. Sito Kyoko was so happy that she almost cried. A good comic? A good series? I've finally gotten one after waiting for so long. Chapter 1439, Old Wu Breaks Her Leg. Chapter 1439, Old Wu Breaks Her Leg. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, later that morning, Zhang Ye and his entourage returned to China. When they left, everyone was still feeling a little perturbed over how they did not really understand the comics industry. But when they arrived back at home, everyone looked exhilarated. After they got off the plane, they drove back to the studio. Zhang Zhua and the others were waiting for them. Director Zhang. Io, you're finally back? You're not hurt, are you? Don't go abroad anymore. You gave everyone such a fright. Fortunately, nothing bad happened this time. Buffed, and your Asian popularity has grown further too. Zhang Ye's popularity was getting higher and higher by the day as he got closer to becoming an Asian S-lister. As such, their studio naturally became more popular as well, with countless invitations to work on projects all over the country. Zhang Ye had been away for 10 days, so the work was also piling up. A lot of it had to be personally looked through by Zhang Ye. Wu Yi anxiously asked. Oh yes, how did the comic go? Ha Chi-Chi said happily. It was a great success. Zhang's eyes lit up as he said, really? Little Wang said excitedly. Director Zhang's comic has been serialized. Furthermore, it received a very enthusiastic response as soon as the first chapter was released. It was ranked first in Shonen Magazine's popularity poll. Seeing how no one reacted to that, Little Wang added, perhaps you guys don't grasp what all of that meant, so let's put it this way instead. You all know about Martial King, right? Wu Yi blinked. I've watched the cartoon. Little Wang said, yes, it's that extremely popular cartoon. Martial King's comic was ranked second place behind One Piece. Everyone was shaken. He really did it? Director Zhang's comic had really become popular? Ha Chi-Chi said, only one chapter has been released so far, but Shonen Publishing's editorial department is placing a lot of importance on it. The editor has already given us several calls, so it seems like they're already handling this comic series with a lot of priority. Who knows? We might even get to see One Piece getting an animated adaptation soon. If that happens, it will even be able to propagate to the rest of Asia. We can only observe how popular One Piece can become for now. This is not something that anyone can guarantee at the moment, so we'll have to see how it performs. A comic series also had many levels of popularity. Becoming a little popular, becoming very popular, or even becoming popular on a national level. The degrees of popularity were all different. One Piece had only just started, so everything was still unknown. Zhang's was said, Director Zhang, quite a lot of work piled up over the past 10 days. Zhang Yi laughed. Put it aside. I have to go home right now. My mom has been nagging me for the past few days, so I'd better go back and report to her first. I'll come back to handle these business matters at a later time. Zhang's was said. All right, quickly head home. Then, he took his luggage and drove back home. Back at home, in the villa, Zhang Yi took out his key to open the door. When he went inside, he called out cheerfully, this bro's finally back. However, he realized there was something wrong with the atmosphere. It turned out that his parents were here. Furthermore, Old Wu's parents were also here. Then he saw his wife. She was sitting on the sofa with one of her legs perched up. It was wrapped in a white cloth, and a cast seemed to be on it. There was even a pair of crutches next to her. His mother harumphed and said, you still know to come back. Zhang Yi was horrified. Oh, my dear wife. What's going on here? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, it's nothing. I just fell down. Zhang Yi bounded over to Old Wu and crouched down beside her. He touched her leg lightly. How did you fall? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, I wasn't paying attention while walking, so I fell. The baby is fine, don't worry. Zhang Ye stared hard and said, It's not fine if you're not alright either. Wu Ziqing said, I'm fine, can't be better. You're like this, so how can you not be better? Zhang Ye's heart was aching badly. He turned around and groused to his mother. Hey, how could you have kept this from me? His mother rolled her eyes. Didn't I keep asking you to hurry back home? Zhang Ye remembered that. So it was because of this that you kept bugging me with your phone calls. Then you should have said so. If you told me directly, I would have returned 2 days ago. His father said. Ziqing insisted on not letting us tell you. Zhang Ye said angrily. How many days has it been since the fall? His mother curled her lips. 2 days. Li Qinxin said. Her ankle is fractured, but everything else is all right. Wu Changhe also said. They've set her bones and placed a cast on it, but she has to recuperate for the next few months. Then he looked at his daughter and said, Why didn't you be more careful when taking the stairs? Zhang Ye immediately said, Which stairs did you fall down? His mother was amused. Why? Are you going to chip them? Zhang Ye clenched his teeth and said, I'll break them apart. Everyone laughed at that. Zhang Ye checked on his wife for a long time, showing concern for her injury at times and checking the X-ray film from the hospital at times. He suddenly remembered that he still had the spring water of health that he received from the lottery draw. If he let old Wu drink it, it should be able to heal her injury easily. But after considering and hesitating for a long time, Zhang Ye knew that he couldn't use it on her. He had used it on old Rao before to cure her of her internal injuries. But as internal injuries were not something that could be seen, and coupled with the fact that Rao had also been recuperating for a long time before that, it didn't seem strange when she suddenly recovered from it. Meanwhile, old Wu's fracture was a different matter as she had only just broken her ankle 2 days ago. The hospital x-rays were right there. So how would it look if she could suddenly skip around or run a marathon when she was still walking with the aid of crutches a while ago? How could he explain something like that? Noon. They started eating. Everyone began discussing how to take care of Wu Ziqing during this period. Li Qinxin suggested, Changhe and I will bring Ziqing home with us. This place has 2 floors, so it will be very inconvenient for her to move around. It's better if she stays with us so that we can take care of her. Wu Ziqing smiled. There's no need for that. I can handle myself. Li Qinxin shook her head. You definitely can't take care of yourself alone. Zhang Ye's mother objected. Leave it to little Ye's dad and me to take care of her. Haven't we been doing so for the past 2 days already? Wu Changhe said. The 2 of you are not young anymore. If you keep traveling to and fro every day, cooking and doing the chores, that's definitely not feasible. Why don't you just leave it to us? Both families argued over the matter for a long time. In the end, it was still Zhang Ye who made the decision. Zhang Ye put down his chopsticks. Stop arguing. She's my wife, so I'll be the one taking care of her, of course. His mother glanced at him. Son, it's not that Mom doesn't believe in you. I trust that you are capable of caring for her in normal times when she is uninjured. But the problem is that it takes Ziqing a lot of effort to even go up and down the stairs, to say nothing of doing the laundry and cooking. Let you take care of her? With that culinary skill of yours? Even Pigsy would starve until the skin on his stomach became loose one. His father also said, Ziqing is carrying a child. Fast food is full of MSG, so she mustn't eat too much of it. She can't take a lot of medications either, so she will have to recuperate her injury by herself. You don't even know how to cook or make tonic soups for her to strengthen her body, so you should just forget about that idea of yours. At worst, your mother and I will come by daily to help out. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. There's no need for that. In any case, don't bother yourselves with this matter. Li Qinxin said, That won't do. You already have so much work to attend to every day, so where would you find time? But Zhang Ye said, I'll push a way back. Starting today, for the next few months, I'll stay at home and take care of my wife. I won't be going anywhere, so that's that. Nobody say any more. Doing the laundry? I'll learn. Cleaning the house? I'll learn. Cooking? I'll learn. This is my wife. I won't have anyone taking care of her but me. Chapter 1440. Zhang Ye turns house husband. Chapter 1440. Zhang Ye turns house husband. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, Zhang Ye's studio made an announcement. Effective immediately, due to family reasons, Teacher Zhang Ye will be halting all Business activities for a period of 3 months. We seek your kind understanding. Interviews? They were turned down. Projects? They were turned down. Advertisements? They were turned down. All activities were stopped. Zhang Ye had always worked in this way. If he wanted to do something, he would take it to the extreme. Otherwise, he would not do it at all. This news created a buzz. The reporters were naturally well informed of what had happened. Zhang Ye halts all business activities. The latest update. Zhang Ye's wife suffers a leg fracture. Zhang Ye's wife injured in an accidental fall. Teacher Zhang to turn into a house husband? On Weibo. This came out of the blue? I hope it's nothing serious. I think it's not serious, just a regular fracture. I'm glad to hear that. Get well soon. Teacher Zhang, good one. You should be at home accompanying your wife at this time. Right? Don't worry about your job, fighting, for now, and just take good care of your wife. Right? You can work, fight, at any other time. The parentheses in the previous posts made me LOL. Every time face-smacking Zhang takes a leave of absence from work, his popularity soars. Meanwhile, other people experience a drop in their popularity when they go on a break from work. To a celebrity, being in the limelight is the source of their life. But this increase in popularity is exactly what makes Teacher Zhang an oddity of the industry. So I really can't help but laugh. Whenever I see him say that he'll be taking a break from work. Back at home, his friends started ringing him. Although a fracture wasn't too serious, it wasn't trivial either. Zhang Xia asked in concern, "Is she all right?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "It's not that bad." Zhang Xia said, "Speak up if you need any help." Zhang Ye said, "Sure, Grandma Zhang. I'm currently learning how to cook." Zhang Xia said, That's great. You can make use of these few months for some spiritual cultivation to curb that fiery temper of yours." Zhang Ye smiled. "Forget about my temper. What I need to get in order first is to make sure my wife gets taken care of. I've never realized how difficult it is since I've never done it before. When I went to the market to buy groceries this morning, I was at a complete loss. I don't even know what a jibble carp one looks like. In fact, I got it wrong even though I was buying the ingredients off of the shopping list. It was only then that I understood how difficult it was for my wife to do all of that. I've really not done enough as a husband." Zhang Xia laughed, then sighed. "In the entire world, only your wife has the ability to subdue you." It was almost noon. Wu Ziqing was still busy working in the bedroom. Although she had applied to recuperate at home for the next few months, a lot of work at the SARFD still required her attention. She was a government official, after all, so she couldn't possibly just willfully drop everything like Zhang Ye and stop working when she wanted. She still had to handle a lot of work from home. Zhang Ye was making lunch downstairs. "This is soy sauce." "Then what is this?" He had a taste. "Oh, this is salt." He cooked the rice while checking recipes on his phone. Right at this time, a call came in. This time, it was from Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai asked, "I just heard about your wife. How is she? Is she all right?" Zhang Ye said, "She's not too bad. It's just that she requires more effort to get around." Yao Jiankai said, "Did you drop all your work?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Don't talk to me about work. Talk to me about cooking." "Whoa." Yao Jiankai was amused. "Are you for real, kid? Talk about cooking." Zhang Ye chuckled and said, "By the way, is sister-in-law around you now? Hand the phone to her. I want to ask her how to make silver carp soup. There are too many different ways of cooking it that I found on the internet. A simple soup like that has more than a dozen different ways of preparing it. Everyone comes up with their own different styles, so I don't know whose recipe I should follow. I've had the silver carp soup that sister-in-law made and found to be really tasty." Yao Jiankai couldn't be more amused. Okay, I'll get her to the phone." The person on the other end of the line changed. "Hello, little Zhang. Hi, sister-in-law. I'd like to learn your recipe." He managed to stew the soup. Next, he wanted to prepare some pork trotters. Who knows how? To cook pig's feet? Zhang Yi thought for a while before calling Spring Garden's Li Shaoxian. "Shaoxian, how should pork trotters be prepared?" "What? Pork trotters? Didn't Sister Dong and Amy always used to say that the braised pork trotters that you made were good?" "Ah, you're cooking?" "Yes." "Uft. I'm recording for a TV show at the moment." "What are you recording? Teach me first." Okay. Director, sorry, please excuse me for 5 minutes." After a busy hour, the dishes were done. The soup was finished stewing as well. Zhang Yi shouted upstairs, "Old Wu, it's time to eat." Then he went up to help his wife down. Slowly, watch your step. Wu Ziqing smiled. What did you cook? It smells so good. Zhang Ye said proudly. A delicious meal, of course. Wu Ziqing said, I'm really hungry. He wasn't very good at taking care of people. Just going down the stairs was taking them a very long time. The staircase was too narrow for him to support and help her down, but if he gave her a piggyback ride, he was afraid that he would accidentally touch her ankle. And with Zhang Ye's quick temper, he decided to lift old Wu by her waist. Then he took large strides down the staircase to the lower floor. Old Wu quickly said, I can walk on my own. Zhang Ye insisted, there's no need to. His mother opened the door with her key at this moment, just in time to see this frightening sight. She ran over as she shouted, Stop right there. Stop right there. Zhang Ye let go of old Wu and said, There we go. His mother said in a speechless manner, Who goes down the stairs the way you did? Zhang Ye said confidently, I'm strong, so I won't fall. What are you doing here? Did you follow the aroma? There's more than enough food, so why don't you join us? I wasn't sure that you could take care of Ziqing by yourself, so I came to have a look. If my daughter-in-law gets hurt in any way, you can be certain that I'll get you taken care of. His mother harumphed. She looked to the dining table. What is all of this? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Silver carp soup, pork trotters, and stir-fried vegetables. His mother said, It doesn't look half bad, but I wonder how it tastes. Zhang Ye invited, Have a taste, give it a try. Considering everything up to now, this should be the first time that Zhang Ye had seriously whipped up a meal other than making instant noodles. The three of them sat down and started eating. Wu Ziqing gracefully tasted the soup. Her beautiful eyes closed as she said gently, This is really quite nice. His mother had a taste too. She smacked her lips and said, It's not too bad, although it's nothing compared to the soup that I make. But based on your skill, it's exceeded my expectations by a lot. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes at her. You don't say? It's just because I haven't drawn the culinary skills experience book yet. If this bro had maxed out on that skill, I'd be whipping up the entire Manchu Han Imperial feast for you. Eating lunch, washing the dishes, cleaning up the kitchen. His mother might have spoken quite harshly of him, but she still doted on him. She said, all right, just leave the dishes for me to do. I've never made you do the chores in all these years. But Zhang Ye stopped her. Don't move. I won't let anyone do my chores for me. Hey, old Wu, sit down. Who said you can stand up? You want water? I'll get it for you. I'm done here. Is there any laundry to be done? Where's the detergent? Oh, found it. In the house. Zhang Ye was bouncing around to get all the chores done. Although the meal that he made wasn't that great. Although he wasted a lot of water washing the dishes. Although he didn't handle the laundry too well, every task at hand was taken seriously by Zhang Ye, who put in his best effort as he performed them. When his mother saw this, she finally put her mind at ease. After his mother left, Wu Ziqing said, Little Yi, stop already. Zhang Ye came over to her with a smile. What's the matter? Old Wu reached out to wipe off the detergent foam on his wrist. Oh, you work hard on your own work. I only had a fracture, that's all. Do you think that I can't take care of myself? I'm not as delicate as you think. Zhang Ye said, My work now is to make sure you're taken care of. You don't have to. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't fall behind on my work. How's that? Didn't I tell you? Haha, this bro has already infiltrated the enemy's camp. It's just that no one knows about it yet. Comics are much more flexible to work with since I can draw them wherever I am. It's nice that I can finally work on them in the next few months. When the time comes to reveal the truth, I'll gain a huge amount of popularity within Asia. This is not hindering my work, so you just worry about recuperating from your injury. There's no need for any pretense between the two of us. Old Wu said, Well, all right then. I guess I'll just have to enjoy being taken care of by my husband for the next few months. Chapter 1441. The comic gets very popular. Chapter 1441. The comic gets very popular. Translator, leg editor, leg. Doing the laundry, making dinner, drawing comics. The days passed. Most people would do nothing when they got a break from work. But for Zhang Ye, he couldn't be busier. This fellow could never stay idle for long. Even if he had nothing to do, he would still find something to be busy with. Just look at how this fellow had become so fascinated with cooking, coming up with new dishes every day to surprise his wife. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's friends and family were the ones bearing the brunt of it. On set, at a filming location, the director said. Okay, let's get ready to roll the cameras. The assistant director said. Everyone, silence your phones. Everyone turned off their cell phones, only to hear Yao Jinkai shout, Wait, 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 I have to take a call. Then he answered the phone in a speechless manner. What is it? On the other end of the line, Zhang Ye said, How do I stir-fry eggplants? You're already calling me for the third time today. I don't know how to make it. Just put in some oil and fry it. It doesn't work. The oil disappears the moment I add it in, and the eggplant dries. Aya, why are you so stupid? Since eggplants soak up oil really fast, you can just add more oil. Damn, you should have said so earlier. I'm hanging up then. After hanging up, everyone in the film crew looked at him. Yao Jinkai helplessly waved the phone in his hand. It was Zhang Ye. That fella is learning how to cook. Everyone chuckled at that. Shanghai, backstage at a concert. Teachers, please get ready to go on stage. Xiaodong and Amy were both ready. Only Li Shaoxian was still on the phone. Teacher Zhang, I have to get on stage. Zhang Yi said anxiously. Tell me first. The pan is already hot. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Shaoxian could only say. You'll have to blanch it first to remove the blood. I still have to blanch it. Of course. Otherwise, it won't taste good. Xiaodong rolled her eyes. Amy pressed. Shaoxian, hurry up. We have to go on stage. Ignore Teacher Zhang. He's called you 8 times over the past few days. He's just not the type who can learn how to cook. Beijing. At the venue of a commercial performance. Fan Wenli had just finished performing her song and did not even have a sip of water yet when the call came in. Old Fan, how do you make sweet and sour mandarin fish one? Huh? Hurry up and tell me. I've already slaughtered the mandarin fish too. Come off it. You can't even cook stir-fried tomato and scrambled eggs properly, and you want to make sweet and sour mandarin fish? How can you learn to run if you haven't even learned to walk? Don't underestimate this bro, alright? Li Shaoxian, Zhang Xia, Fan Wenli, and so on. As long as they were his friends and knew how to cook, Zhang Yi harassed them an ungodly amount over the past few days. Their phones would ring nearly every time mealtime approached. This annoyed and upset everyone. Further, you couldn't get impatient and say things to spite Zhang Yi either, because once you did that, he would become even more eager to prove you wrong. So how were they supposed to handle this? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was having lots of fun himself. He would prepare several dishes each day and wait for old Wu to praise him after eating. Whenever that happened, Zhang Yi would always feel a sense of accomplishment and be overjoyed. Of course, he did not forget about his proper work either. Zhang Yi was going after a spot among the Asian S-listers. After all, each night after Wu Ziqing turned in, he would head to the newly set-up drawing studio and drink a cup of coffee or strong tea to charge up before starting to draw. Once he got started, he would draw into the wee hours of the night. When he felt normal or got too tired, he would just draw 1 chapter a day. If he was in better condition, he could draw up 2 to 3 chapters a day. The stockpile of One Piece's chapters was increasing. However, the release rate of the serialization in Japan was still too slow at 1 chapter per week. Finally, when Zhang Yi felt that he had too many chapters stockpiled, he got his studio to liaise with the publisher to see if he could up his release rate to 2 or 3 chapters per week by releasing joint chapters. Across the sea, Japan, a new issue of Shonen magazine had gone on sale. One Piece's 2nd chapter had landed. If the first chapter was an introduction of the backstory with memories serving to lead the readers into the main plot, then the 2nd chapter was the official start of the story. Wow, they've started fighting. He's a rubber man. This is fun. This is so fun. Luffy is so cute. There's a new character. It's getting better. This comic is not bad. I think it's worth reading. This new serialization brings about a very refreshing feeling. I've already recommended it to my friends. Hi. It's just that the character design is too ugly. A week later, the 3rd chapter of One Piece was released. What a good read. I'm starting to anticipate it more and more. I'm gonna die. I suddenly find the character design to be very nice. Me too. I've actually gotten used to it. This character design is too unique. I'm still going to vote for it in this issue's popularity poll. Shonen Publishing. In the editorial department, the results of the new issue's popularity poll were released. All of the editors, including Sito Kyoko, had gathered in anticipation to have a look. When they saw it, all of the editors guffawed. It's One Piece again. It's in 1st place again? It's gotten first place for 3 consecutive issues now. This must be this year's biggest black horse. Kyoko, treat us. Kyoko was all smiles at heart. However, she said, what treat? I'm worried to death. Teacher Always representative has called to nag me several times already. They said that releasing 1 chapter per week isn't enough, and we're hoping that we could increase our pages for them to have 2 or 3 chapters released per week instead. There has never been a precedent like this. The editors nearly vomited blood. What? He finds it not enough? 3 chapters a week. Kyoko, you've made it big. Hey, why don't I have such a dedicated cartoonist under me? I'm so envious of you, Kyoko. The cartoonists under me are all experts at procrastinating till the deadlines for their submissions. They'd never make any progress at all if it weren't for the deadlines. I always have to nag every one of them for their work. Sometimes, I even have to lose my temper with them. Why? Why can't I meet a cartoonist as dedicated as yours? It's really such torture to compare people with one another. Kyoko, you're going to cause a big upset this year. One Piece already has the makings of an extremely popular comic series. It's almost definite that it'll get a standalone release. If those sales are good, it will surely be animated too. At this moment, the editor-in-chief arrived. Kyoko anxiously said, Editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief acknowledged her and said, It's in first place again? Kyoko said with a smile, Yes. The editor-in-chief thought for a bit. How many chapters of One Piece have been submitted thus far? Kyoko said, I've received 30 chapters so far. I don't know how many assistants Teacher Alway has hired, but his work rate is too fast. Furthermore, I looked through the work many times. The quality of every one of them is top-notch. The editor-in-chief nodded and said, About that matter you brought up previously, let's have a meeting to discuss it. There might not be any precedents, but it doesn't mean that we can't do it. Kyoko said in surprise, Are you saying we can give it a try? The editor-in-chief said, There's a comic series that just ended this week, so we can allocate its spot to One Piece. We'll see if 2 chapters a week will work out well. If it doesn't, then we can always cut it back down to 1 chapter a week. And with that, One Piece began to release 2 chapters a week. The popularity of One Piece also swept across the whole of Japan with lightning speed. Chapter 1442, A stunning sales figure for the standalone volume release. Chapter 1442, a stunning sales figure for the standalone volume release. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Japan. Online, on the streets, on public transport, in the schools. The discussions about One Piece could be heard everywhere. Today's issue has 2 chapters in it. It was so enjoyable to read it. My Luffy. He's so cute. The fighting is so hot-blooded. This is the best comic I've read in recent years. I want to buy the standalone volume of it. Me too. When will it get released? I've already read it 4 times. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The serialization of One Piece continued. Furthermore, because of the double chapters released per week, the number of pages for One Piece very quickly reached the necessary requirements of a standalone volume. The regular 32mo format one was also known in Japan as a new edition and was around 180 pages in length. So Shonen Publishing had no choice but to bring forward the plans for a standalone volume of One Piece. Promotions, printing, cover design. The quantity for the first print was also being discussed. In one of the meetings at Shonen Publishing, everyone had differing opinions. Let's talk about it. What numbers should we go with for the initial print run? I think we should try with 100,000 copies first. Isn't 100,000 copies too few? Based on the current popularity of One Piece, I think we should have at least 200,000 copies as a minimum requirement. It could go higher than that too. 200,000? Impossible. It's only the first volume. 200,000 copies would be too much. Besides, only the top cartoonists get such treatment. But One Piece is the most popular comic series in the whole of Japan right now. The standalone volume has not even been released yet, so we still don't know how the sales will do. It's too early to say for sure whether the comic is really the most popular or not. Let's go for a compromise. I suggest we run a print of 150,000 copies. Some people were optimistic, but others, not so. One Piece was ranked very high in the popularity polls and had been continuously getting first place for many weeks in a row. However, a claim was just a claim, while sales figures were sales figures. They had to be looked at separately. It wasn't like there weren't any comics that received critical acclaim, but were immediately knocked off their perch the moment their standalone volumes were released. Acclaim was just one part of the equation, while sales figures accounted for the final results. Zhang Ye Studio sent its personnel to Japan. On this day, in the morning, Beijing time, 6 a.m., Tokyo time, 7 a.m. The time difference was an hour. Zhang Ye was in the kitchen making breakfast. With his other hand, he was taking a video call from Hachichi on his cell phone. In the call, little son was talking to his sister while Hachichi was exuberant. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "You've arrived?" Hachichi said, "Little son and I have reached Japan. Today is the release date of the first standalone volume of One Piece, and it'll be going on sale very soon. You might not know this, but if we didn't come here and see for ourselves, we really wouldn't know how hot One Piece has become. I'll put it this way. I can understand how One Piece is pronounced in Japanese. On the way here, little son and I heard other people bring up the name at least 4 or 5 times. Haha, that's pretty good." Hachichi smiled happily and said, "Little son and I will head to the bookstore first. We'll update you again in a while." Zhang Ye said, "Okay, thanks for the hard work." Hachichi said, "It's no big deal. This is what we should be doing. You can draw more and take good care of Chief Wu. Leave the rest to us." All right. After ending the video call, Hachichi and little son immediately set off. But when they walked up to one of the larger bookstores nearby, the two of them were dumbfounded. They saw that the line extended outwards by more than 100 meters. One Piece. One Piece. They kept hearing the same words being repeated. Little son was stunned. They're all here to buy One Piece. Hachichi was also a little doubtful. Surely not, right? They weren't sure and dared not assume so. They turned around and went to another, smaller bookstore. They found the same thing happening here. Everyone was lining up. What is this all about? What are they? Here to buy? At this moment, it was time. When that bookstore opened its doors for business, the people in the line rushed inside. Although they were orderly and unlike the chaos that was often seen back in China, everyone was fast walking. They were all rushing in one direction, towards the comics section. One Piece. I want a copy of it. Give me one. Has One Piece arrived yet? Little son was shocked. Hachichi was enraptured. They weren't full of themselves. Everyone was truly here to buy One Piece. Osaka. At a point of sale. Do you have One Piece? Can I have a copy of One Piece's standalone volume? Thank you. Is Volume 8 of Martial King out yet? No? Oh, then give me a copy of One Piece. Hokkaido. At a bookstore. What? You're out of it. Why don't you have any left? I've been lining up since early morning. Kyoto. At a supermarket. Where's One Piece? Isn't the standalone volume going on sale today? It's been sold out. So quickly, there isn't even one copy left. Ah, I came too late. Meanwhile, in the editorial department of Shonen Publishing, someone from the marketing department suddenly came running in. He was panting and shouted loudly, "One Piece is selling like crazy. Who is the editor in charge of One Piece?" Sito Kyoko stood up dumbfoundedly. "That would be me." The person from the marketing department said, "Quick, get ready. We're going for an additional print run." The other editors were stunned. Additional print run? But it was just released. Why is it getting an additional print run so quickly? What kind of results did it achieve? They couldn't understand what was going on. Getting an additional print run was a big deal. Usually, the standalone volumes would have to sell out before they could use the figures to decide on how many more copies to print. So why did the additional print run get brought up just 2 hours after it went on sale? Everyone had confused expressions on their faces. The person from the marketing department said, "What do you all know? The 150,000 copies from the initial print run of One Piece sold out within 2 hours of release." Kyoko was stunned. All of the others in the editorial department were stunned. It was sold out? All of it? 150,000 copies? The deputy editor shouted, "Holy shit." A male editor was floored. "Does it have to be that ridiculous?" Someone shouted, "Quick, quick, inform the editor-in-chief." Everyone understood that something big had happened. This was no longer just a big deal for Shonen Publishing. This was a big deal that affected the entire Japanese comic world. How many years? How many years had it been since Japan had had a comic that could achieve such results? 2 days later, One Piece received an additional print run for 150,000 copies. It sold out within 3 hours. A few days later, One Piece was given another print run for 200,000 copies. The 200,000 copies were snapped up again. Additional print run. Sold out. Additional print run. Sold out. In the end, the sales figures of the first volume of One Piece reached an astonishing 1.01 million copies to break the record of the sales for the first volume of a comic series. Shonen Publishing went crazy. The other comic publishers also went crazy. All of Japan went crazy. Thinking back to around 6 years ago when the national comic The Awakening of the Races ended, there hadn't been another comic series that caused such a craze in the Japanese comics industry. The explosive popularity of One Piece had come about so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. Many of the Japanese were caught off guard by its appearance. 6 years. It had been 6 years. And now, the new national cartoon they had been waiting for finally arrived. Chapter 1443, the animated version, gets released. Chapter 1443, the animated version, gets released. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The Japanese media blew up. The birth of a new national comic. One Piece breaks sales records for first volume debuts. Teacher Aoi becomes the most sought-after cartoonist in Japan. Teacher Aoi's identity a mystery. One Piece creates phenomenal buzz on the Japanese internet. This is amazing. 1.01 million copies sold. My God, where did this cartoonist pop out from? Yeah, I can't believe that this was drawn by a rookie artist. I can imagine One Piece leading the entire comic scene for the next few years. With these sales figures and popularity, there's no other series in the comics industry that can compete with it. Moreover, this series looks like it can probably go on for at least 3 to 5 years. What was a national cartoon? It meant that it was liked by people of all ages, regardless of their age. Although One Piece was still very young, it had already achieved this. And those who had read One Piece knew that this was actually a comic that gradually became popular. It was the type that would get much more exciting and interesting later on. So even though not a lot of time had passed, the title of being a national cartoon was bestowed upon it. Furthermore, there was hardly anyone who raised an objection to that. A lot of people had very high hopes for One Piece. There was a flurry of heated discussions. The sales figures were off the charts. However, at this moment, another exciting piece of news came through. Shonen Publishing announced then and there that they would be partnering with an animation studio to start production work. One Piece's animation would soon be released. The Japanese people were anticipating this greatly. It's finally coming. This is great. The cartoon. The cartoon. I want to watch it so badly. On this day, in China, early in the morning, Zhang Ye had gone out to the market to shop for groceries. A stall owner smiled and said, "Teacher Zhang, you're here again?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Yes." The female owner asked, "What are you getting today? Do you have ground pork? I'd like to buy some to make dumplings." "Sure, I'll chop some up for you. I won't use the machine, so it's guaranteed to be fresh." As soon as he left the market after buying groceries, he saw a few middle school students in their school uniforms walking past him in laughter. The school was close by. "Cece, let me recommend a comic to you." "What comic?" "One Piece." "Ah, I've heard of it before. It seems like it's really popular." "Is it good?" "It's amazingly good. Go read it for yourself when you get home. The cartoon will be airing soon as well." "Then I'll just wait for the cartoon. It's too tiring following the comics." "What do you know? The comics are where the essence is." "Are you serious?" "You'll know when you read them. I've recommended it to a lot of people, and they say that it's good too." "All right, I'll have a look then." Zhang Ye was slightly taken aback as he gazed around. He smiled and gave them a few more glances. This was the first time that he heard anyone talking about One Piece back in his own country. After reaching home, he placed the groceries down in the kitchen and took his laptop out to the yard. There, he sat down on the bench, basking in the sun, while checking the internet. When Zhang Ye saw it, even he was shocked. At some point in time, a tieba for One Piece had been set up. Moreover, the extent of the bar was huge too. He did a detailed search, comic resources, scanlations for download, story discussions. All sorts of One Piece related information was everywhere. Online, a lot of people were chasing updates. Is the latest chapter out yet? It's been released. Link please. Translations please. This comic is like a drug. When I first started reading it, I felt that the character design was atrocious. But the further I read, the more interesting it became. Right? Comics like this rarely appear in Japan in recent years. It's such a joy to read. I started reading since the 5th chapter and have been catching up to the latest chapter. The crucial thing is that this Aoi updates really quickly. Other authors do a weekly release, but this fellow actually does double releases every week. He's unflappable. I believe he should be hailed as a model worker of the comic world. The animation will also be released soon. It's going to start showing next week. I'm looking forward to it. Fucking awesome. Release more chapters. Zhang Ye couldn't help but roll his eyes at that. However, he was smiling at the same time. This is great. The comic's influence has spread to China? Oh yes, what about the other Asian countries? Korea was also going through the same situation. The discussions regarding One Piece were increasing. This is a really good comic. It's rare that we can get such a new and unique setting. Yeah, it's no wonder that it became so popular. This comic has already been labeled as the new generation of national comics in Japan. I like to read this. I hope that the animated version won't let me down. With the great anticipation of the masses. On this day, the first episode of One Piece's animation was broadcast. In Japan, a lot of people were waiting at their televisions. The atmosphere at Shonen Publishing was like one of celebrating the new year. The editors were all in the office with their eyes glued to the screen. They were all waiting to witness this important moment. Online. It's starting. Wow, it's not bad. It's just as I imagined. Great. It doesn't deviate from the comic's storyline. I find Luffy even more adorable now. The voice talents are all top class. That's Aiko's voice. Luffy is voiced by a woman. What an extravagant lineup. It matches the expectations really well. The reception from the Japanese viewers was fantastic. Across the sea, netizens from the rest of the Asian countries were also waiting. Is it out yet? I need a link. Requesting a download link, requesting subs. Hurry up, I can't wait. Where can we download it? Where's the subbing team? The results of One Piece's first episode were revealed very quickly. When the television station announced the viewership ratings, the industry blew up once again. It exploded. Another record had been broken again. The viewership ratings for the first episode of One Piece had steamrolled all the other popular Japanese dramas and variety shows during the same time period. It took the top spot for that day's time slot viewership ratings. In China, if the ratings of a cartoon had outnumbered that of other television shows, such a scenario was simply unthinkable. But in Japan, where the comics and animation industry was extremely advanced, such a thing was very possible. At least, One Piece managed to do it. And not only that, not only in Japan. If the comic helped One Piece make a name for itself in other Asian countries, then the animation was what truly lifted One Piece up onto the altar. Outside of Japan, it was clear that the animation's influence and spread were much quicker and wider. China, Korea, India. The downloads of One Piece's animation continued to soar. 10 million, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million. A lot of people had been captivated by it. More and more people started joining the camps that kept chasing updates. One Piece was becoming extremely popular all across Asia at an astonishing rate. After the build-up from the comic serialization, One Piece had blown up almost overnight. No one expected that One Piece would become so popular in Asia. Remember, this comic was almost dropped by the editorial department at Shonen Publishing right at the beginning. Shonen Publishing did not expect it. Zhang Ye's studio did not expect it. Zhang Ye himself also did not expect it. A lot of people were shocked silly by the explosiveness of this comic series. Chapter 1444. Come on out, Naruto. Chapter 1444. Come on out, Naruto. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. One Piece continued its explosive breakout. The comic, the cartoon, the merchandise. They were so popular it was terrifying. Zhang Ye's plan to break into the enemy ranks was proceeding smoothly and quietly. But perhaps because it was too quiet, the people and media at home could not get used to it. On Weibo, has Teacher Zhang really gone on break? Yeah, there's really no activities from him this time. I'm so not used to it. Lord Zhang, come out and show your face. Face-smacking Zhang has not been smacking faces for so many days, and it's leaving me with no gossip to read about. There might always be major incidents happening in the entertainment industry, but when compared to having Zhang Ye around, all of that is no big deal. Isn't teacher Zhang trying to reach the status of Asian S-lister? Is it really okay to rest for so many days? His Asian popularity hasn't dropped yet, but it's also not moved for some time as well. Isn't that so? At this rate, his goal of reaching the summit of Asia will get further and further away. At the very least, he can't do it within this year. I don't think that Zhang Ye will ascend to the summit of Asia. Although I like him a lot, compared to those celebrities who are already at the top of Asia, teacher Zhang is still too eccentric. He can't possibly be thinking of reaching the top with scolding, can he? It might sound interesting, but there's no way he can deliver on that. On the Asian celebrity rankings, the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. It's already a miracle that he advanced to this point with his fighting. Right now, Lord Zhang has got a terrible reputation in Asia. Although his way of earning popularity was very effective in the past, that is such a fucking self-damaging strategy to execute. I feel that Lord Zhang is already at his limit. Zhang Ye, stop cooking. Hurry up and make your comeback. Do you still wish to get to the top of Asia? Come back already. The people were discussing. The experts joined in. This topic was discussed with great relish by everyone. In the Asian S-list rankings, there were a total of 15 spots. 5 Chinese celebrities were on it, while Japan had 1 representative. The other 9 spots were taken by Korean celebrities. This was the ceiling of the Asian entertainment industry. Those who could reach the top were people with the best reputations, with influential works, and had a large and wide-spanning fan base. Historically, these 3 factors were indispensable when one was making an attempt at the top. But what about Zhang Ye? He wasn't too bad in China, but be it his reputation, his works, or his fans in the Asian region, none of them were good enough. He could not account for any of these 3 factors, and you could even say that he had nothing on it at all. If he could still reach the top this way, then how many people would vomit blood over it? But for some reason, despite knowing that it was unrealistic and impossible, many Chinese citizens still felt a hint of unexplainable anticipation deep in their hearts. They truly hoped that Zhang Ye would surprise everyone. Perhaps this was because everyone just wanted to have something to look forward to, especially when it didn't affect them at all. The media was also joined in the buzz. When will Zhang Ye return? Chinese citizens looking forward to Zhang Ye's return. Asian S-list rankings this year may not see any changes. Who will be the next Chinese celebrity to ascend to the top of Asia as a heavenly king, heavenly queen? Later that afternoon, at home, Old Wu went to take a nap. Zhang Ye was in the study holding a video conference call with his studio's staff. At the other end of the call, Ha Chi-Chi said, "Director Zhang, we've received the money. It's the payment from the comic series, animation, and merchandise of figurines and illustrations. I didn't dare to give them our bank details in case they find out who we are, so we routed the payment through little son's elder sister and another person's bank accounts before we transferred the money back to China." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Is it a lot of money?" Ha Chi-Chi said happily, "Now that you mention it, it's quite a bit." Zhang Ye joked, "It's time to hand out bonuses, Director Zhang." "That's of course." Zhang Ye approved. Little Wang suddenly asked, "Director Zhang, have you gone online yet? There's a lot of talk today about whether you stand a chance of reaching the summit of Asia. A lot of people are not optimistic about your chances." Little Zhou giggled and said, "That's because they don't know how amazing Director Zhang is. Who would have thought that during this time, while Director Zhang is on a break from work, he has actually taken hold of Japan silently?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "What do you mean by silently? This is called attacking when they least expect it." Ha Chi-Chi thought about it and said, "The problem right now is that they don't know that One Piece was drawn by you. We had a glance earlier and saw that our Asian popularity is no longer growing. It's stuck in the middle of the Asian A-list rankings. Now that One Piece is on fire, don't you think that it's time we make the announcement? Shouldn't we quickly redirect this wave of popularity back to us? It's accumulated by quite a bit," Zhang Ye said. "But the restriction orders have not been lifted yet." Ha Chi-Chi said helplessly. "That's true," Zhang Ye said. "With the restriction order still in place, if we were to announce that the comic was drawn by Director Zhang, who knows what actions the Japanese authorities would take against us? They might just halt our comic series indefinitely." Everyone expressed their views. There were those who agreed with announcing it, while others objected to that course of action. Zhang Ye did not participate at all. When they finished talking, he laughed. "It's not the right time to announce it. We aren't even close to doing that. Everyone was stunned. What do you mean? Zhang Ye smiled. This is just the beginning. Nobody understood. Just the beginning? After the video conference ended, Zhang Ye sat in the study room and sipped on his tea. Everyone at the studio thought that having One Piece become popular throughout Asia was the ultimate goal. But in reality, no one knew that this was only the first step of Zhang Ye's plan. How much popularity could a comic get him? Enough to advance 2 places on the Asian A-list? 3 places? That wasn't minor at all, but it was still far from enough. His goal was to reach the top of Asia, one of the 15 spots at the summit of Asia. Causing such a small stir was obviously not enough to satisfy him. Furthermore, with the restriction order still in place, if they were to announce the truth at this time, he might be able to gain a huge increase in his popularity, but there would be nothing left for him to achieve after that. He had to do something greater, something that would astonish and shake the world. One Piece was on the right track, and many chapters were stockpiled. He didn't have to worry about any other things. So then, he could now move on to the second step of the plan. Through his observations and understanding in recent days, Zhang Ye had become much more familiar with the Japanese comics industry. He also read many of their classic works and discovered many things through them. Actually, the One Piece in his previous world was not a comic that took off as soon as it appeared and became super popular everywhere. It only slowly became popular as it went on, and Zhang Ye was quite sure that he didn't remember this detail wrong. However, in this world, One Piece had garnered a shocking amount of praise and enthusiasm right off the bat. It was only after he gained an understanding of the industry here that he discovered that this world had much worse comics and cartoons. It wasn't that there weren't enough comics, but rather, there weren't enough quality works to speak of. To find a publicly acknowledged national cartoon, one had to go back to 6 years ago to identify it. So as long as you could come up with a quality work in this market that was hungry for a successful series to appear, there was practically no need for any reputation buildup. It would immediately stand out from the rest of the series. What a time! What a market! If he didn't try to pull off a big one here, how could he forgive himself? One Piece's popularity was guaranteed, and it wouldn't fade easily. In fact, it would grow even further, so he could cash in on the popularity from it at any time. What Zhang Ye needed to do now was to release as many comics as possible to round up as much of the popularity that he could muster from them. He needed to cause the biggest wave that he could before collecting all of the popularity at once. What sort of a concept was that? What kind of a situation would it be like? Just thinking about it, Zhang Ye was almost unable to get a hold of himself. As for what would happen at that time, Zhang Ye did not care about it. This fellow was still thinking that the commotion would not be loud enough. How the situation would be wrapped up at that time was none of his concern. What should he draw? Which comic series should he bring out this time? Zhang Ye naturally did not bother with the average comic series that he knew about. He only wanted something that was among the most popular ones. In the drawing studio, Zhang Ye circled around the room with his hands behind him. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. All right, I choose you. Suddenly, with an idea in mind, he went over to the computer and sat down. Then he took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes before picking up the stylus and slowing drawing on screen. Come on out. Naruto. Chapter 1445, POO Studios gets a surprise. Chapter 1445, POO Studios gets a surprise. Translator, leg editor, leg. Drawing. Cooking dinner. Washing the dishes. Drawing again into the night. Within a day's time, Zhang Ye had already churned out 3 chapters. Only he could do this. He had the stamina, the speed, and could bear the loneliness of it. If it were anyone else, they might get crazy tired from just drawing 1 chapter in 2 days. Back at home, Zhang Ye started a video conference call. Chi and the others were already waiting on the other end. Everyone asked, "Director Zhang, is something the matter?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Check your emails. I've sent something to everyone." Chi was taken aback. "What's the email about?" Zhang Ye said, "The comics, of course. I just drew another series. Get someone to submit it immediately. Remember not to expose your identity." Zhang Zhuo was stunned. "What? Another series?" Little Wang stared with wide eyes. "Ah." Little Sun was dumbfounded. "You have the energy to do another series?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I have nothing to do at home anyway." When Chi heard that, she got all excited. She finally understood what Director Zhang meant when he said those words yesterday. This was the real deal. All right, I'll see to it immediately. Don't worry about it, Director Zhang. Zhang Ye told her. Little Sun's sister has represented us before. Don't let her do it again, or she'll get found out. Oh right, is Little Sun's brother-in-law free to do it? Little Sun said. Ah, he's free, Zhang Ye replied. All right, then I'll be troubling your brother-in-law for his help? Hachichi asked. Then what pen name will you use this time? Zhang Ye thought for a bit. Let's go with Ozawa. Everyone looked at one another suspiciously. Ozawa. Oi, what kind of names are those? The next day, Tokyo, Japan. Pyo Studios. This was one of the top 3 publishing studios for weekly comic magazines in Japan. The mood in the editorial department was very gloomy. The editor-in-chief pointed at everyone and said, Why aren't there any good comics out there? Huh, I don't believe it. At a huge publishing studio like ours that employs so many cartoonists, how can there not even be one comic series that can compete with Shonen Publishing's comics? Find it. All of you find it, even if you have to dig 3 feet underground. Find it no matter what. One Piece had become too popular, and Shonen Publishing was now ferociously leading the industry. A gap had always existed between Pyo Studios and Shonen Publishing. Whether it was their sales figures or influence, Shonen Publishing was always ahead in first place while they placed second. So now that a national cartoon like One Piece had appeared, that lead was extended even longer. They were already finding it difficult to keep up with the pace of Shonen Publishing. With just One Piece alone, Shonen Magazine sales figures had spiked by 30%. What was there still left to compete on? How could they still chase after them? This crisis of their survivability was imminent. After the meeting, the editors were also looking downtrodden. What should we do now? Shonen Publishing is so lucky. That's right. It's a national cartoon that only appears once every few years. But somehow, those series always end up with Shonen Publishing. There's no justice in that. Stop talking. Hurry up and go through the manuscripts. Go through them for what? There are too few good comics around. Titles on the level of a series like One Piece might not even appear once every 5 years. The telephone on the desk rang. Fujiwara Koji picked it up listlessly. Hello. Fujiwara, someone wants to submit a manuscript. Is it by a newcomer? Yes, they're downstairs. All right, I'll go down to meet them. After hanging up, Fujiwara wasn't really looking forward to meeting the person and proceeded downstairs without haste. He was an idler who was an insignificant member of the editorial department. The truly experienced editors all had big authors under them, while he was still in charge of the newcomers' submissions after having worked here for several years. Every day, there would be these newcomers coming to submit their manuscripts. These newcomers were always unknowns who had not debuted yet, so their works were usually not very professional. The quality of their manuscripts was uneven and could not even claim to have met the criteria. There were always a lot of flow errors and mistakes that he had to point out to them one by one. It was always such a headache for him every day. A good comic. Where is the good comic that I am looking for? Downstairs. In the reception room. In one of the partitions, Fujiwara spotted the person. Editor, nice to meet you. Please take a seat. This is the manuscript. All right, let me have a look. Fujiwara was not really interested and flipped through the manuscript without a care like he usually did. However, when he flipped to the 5th page, he was stunned. He sat bolt upright and breathed in deeply. Then he hurriedly flipped backwards to read it again from the beginning. 1 page, 5 pages, 10 pages. Fujiwara was dumbfounded. He became a little excited and was somewhat in disbelief. Then, he reread it again. 10 minutes later, upstairs at the editorial department, Fujiwara ran back here at full speed and shouted, I found it. I found it. All the editors turned to look at him. Fujiwara, what's going on? What did you find? Look at how excited you are. What just happened? Fujiwara said loudly. Quick, come and read this manuscript. An editor said, Aren't you in charge of the manuscripts submitted by newcomers? How good of a comic can a newcomer possibly create? Aya, Fujiwara anxiously said. Read it before you speak further. At this moment, the editor-in-chief also came over. Let me see it. All the other editors stood up and came over as well. Ozawa, Naruto, what sort of an art style is this? It's indeed by a newcomer. The supporting characters are all designed pretty well, but what's with the main character? Yeah, Uzumaki Naruto. Why does he have whiskers? The whiskers are so ugly. Fujiwara, is this the good comic that you were talking about? At the beginning, everyone was talking as they went through the manuscript, but the more they read, the quieter they became. In the end, the entire editorial department had fallen unexpectedly silent. They finished reading it. All the editors were shocked. The editor-in-chief said dumbfoundedly, "Was this really submitted by a newcomer?" Fujiwara hurriedly said, "Couldn't be truer." The editor-in-chief said, "How did you reply to him?" Fujiwara said, "When I told him that his manuscript was quite good, he said that he was looking to serialize it. So I told him to go back and wait for the news while I discussed it with you first. I've gotten his contact details, though it didn't seem like the other party was the author himself. He should be the author's representative instead. He sounded like he was unwilling to reveal the author's identity. So perhaps it might not be a newcomer, but some well-known cartoonist who wishes to change their pen name? That could be a possibility, I don't know." The editor-in-chief patted him on the shoulder, then took a deep breath and said, "Well done. From now on, you will be in charge of this cartoonist. Contact him immediately to discuss the contract. We'll start publishing the serialization of Naruto under PO Studios this week. Tell him that we'll give him the best recommendation and treatment. Just don't let him go to any other magazine publisher." Fujiwara said excitedly, "Understood." The editor-in-chief looked at the other people and said, "About this serialization, I don't think there's a need to have any discussion about it, right? There's no need for that. It's very good. If this doesn't get serialized, that wouldn't do it justice. With it, we've finally got something on our hands to compete with One Piece. Can it really compete with that? Of course, this comic is definitely no worse than One Piece. And Naruto does the pacing of the lead-in to the main plot even faster than One Piece. Our patience has finally paid off now that this work has come to us. Ha ha, luck is on our side this time. We're gonna make a comeback with this." Chapter 1446. Why has another national cartoon appeared? Chapter 1446. Why has another national cartoon appeared? Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. A few days later, the new issue of PO Studios comic magazine went on sale. The newly serialized comic had officially landed. Naruto. Chapter 1. Uzumaki Naruto. Once upon a time, there lived a fox spirit with 9 tails who was so powerful that a shake of the tails resulted in landslides and tsunamis. The suffering people gathered the greatest shinobi clans to fight this menace. One ninja risked his life to imprison the demon's soul. In doing so, he laid down his life. That shinobi was the 4th Hokage. Lord Hokage. What's wrong? Some new outrage by Naruto, I presume. That young devil is graffitiing the mountainside images of all the heroes of our village, your honored forebears. In paint. Online. Have you read One Piece yet? I read it yesterday. It was really exciting. It's getting better and better. I'm only reading Shonen Magazine now. I no longer buy the other comic magazines. Me too. It's all about One Piece now. I read a very amazing comic today. Which one? It's called Naruto. I've never heard of that before. It's a new serialization by PO Studios. The first chapter was just released, and it's fantastic. If you haven't read it yet, hurry up and go read it. You definitely won't regret it. It's as good as One Piece. I've read it too. It's so damn good. Yeah, there are so many hot-blooded scenes in the first chapter. There's comedy, emotion, and hot-bloodedness. It's awesome. I have a feeling that Naruto will be popular. This new serialization from PO Studios is too strong. Are you serious? I'll go have a look. On this day, PO Studios released the popularity poll results for their serializations. The newly serialized Naruto actually crushed all of the other titles by an overwhelming margin to take first place in the poll. What did an overwhelming margin mean? It meant that it had gotten 3 times as many votes as the title that came in at second place. This sort of crushing was almost never seen before at the level of the large-scale comic publishers. Even One Piece did not manage such a result at Shonen Publishing. For a moment, the entire industry turned its attention to them. However, it was just their attention. No one at this time believed that a new serialization like Naruto could possibly compete with One Piece. PO Studios. The editorial department was a scene of elation. It's on fire. I knew it. But it's still not enough. Yeah, it needs a further push. Hi. If only Teacher Ozawa can match the 2 chapters a week release rate by Teacher Aoi. The rapid explosion in One Piece's popularity also has a lot to do with his update speed. Forget it, how many crazy people like Teacher Aoi can there be in the world? True. Other than him, no other cartoonist can update at a speed of 2 or 3 chapters a week. Everyone felt a tinge of regret. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Koji, who was taking a call close by, froze. When he put down the phone and heard the conversation between everyone and the editor-in-chief, he couldn't help but cough. Then he said dumbfoundedly, Teacher Ozawa's representative just called to say that he can update 2 or 3 chapters a week. His stockpile is already at over a dozen chapters. Everyone was stunned. Then they were pleasantly surprised. What? Is that true? Holy shit. God is on our side. This is great. This is the best. There's actually someone else who can do 3 chapters a week. Oh my god, are the rookie cartoonists these days all so aggressive? Teacher Ozawa is mighty. Down with Shonen Publishing. Take down One Piece. With another boost from this news, PO Studios no longer had any worries. Elsewhere, in the editorial department of Shonen Publishing, they were very concerned about their competitors' moves. After the emergence of Naruto, they also went to read it for research. What the heck? Yeah, in so many years of reading comics, this is the first time I've come across a youthful main character with whiskers. What kind of character design is this? It can't do well. This is bad. I've just received some news. What news? Naruto is going to be updated with 2 chapters a week as well. Holy shit. They can release 2 chapters a week too? Isn't Teacher Aoi the only person capable of doing that? Who is this Ozawa person? They're trying to provoke us. Motherfucker, they're coming straight for us. It's just a new serialization. How can it possibly compete with us? Is there going to be a battle soon? Alright then. We're up for it. And just like this, the 2 biggest comic publishers in Japan began their war. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days. One Piece was still as popular as ever. Meanwhile, Naruto's results were gradually climbing upwards. A lot of Japanese people were also divided into 2 camps and taking each other on. Naruto is such a fun read. Yeah, I never expected that PO Studios could bring out such a good series this year. Supporting Naruto. Get lost, One Piece is the best. I love One Piece to death. I'll only support Naruto. Those who like Naruto are dumbass. Those who like One Piece are fools. Fuck, stop arguing. They're both very good series. But in the end, it was still the results that spoke. The sales figure of 1 million copies of One Piece's standalone volume had broken countless records and laid the foundations for it to be labeled as a national cartoon. No matter how good the word of mouth on Naruto was, the foe they had in front of them was just too great. Even with so many people supporting it, it was still unable to be mentioned in the same breath as One Piece. What dictated this was always the market itself. And on this day, Naruto finally reached enough chapters to get released as a standalone volume. The first volume of Naruto went on sale. The industry insiders turned their attention to it. The media was reporting about it. Shonen Publishing was waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. But on this day, an unbelievable event occurred. The same scene from the time One Piece attracted tens of thousands of people to line up and make a mad rush to buy its standalone volume happened once more. Tokyo. At a bookstore. Give me a copy of Naruto. Naruto. I want one too. Nagoya. Do you have Naruto? It's sold out. How did it run out of stock so quickly when it only just got released? Osaka. Oh my god. It's been sold out. I've been in line since 6 in the morning. These scenes were taking place all over Japan concurrently. The employees at PO Studios were shocked by this. Shonen Publishing and the entire comics industry were shocked silly as well. It was insane. This wasn't just about buying comics anymore. This was a fucking stampede to get the comics. Additional print run. Additional print run. And another additional print run. The machines at the printers kept spinning without stop. In the end, 2 of the printing machines even had to be scrapped. It was only through this that they could manage to keep up with the demand of the fans' intense buying. Finally, the sales figures were released. This was a number that stunned the entire comic world. Sales of the first standalone volume of Naruto, 1.09 million copies. It had actually done better by some tens of thousands of copies than the first volume of One Piece. Although it didn't do better than the 1.2 million copies sold for the second volume of One Piece, Naruto still set the record for the most copies of the first volume of a comic series sold in Japan by knocking One Piece aside. PO Studios. The editorial department went crazy. Heavens, it's on fire. It's really on fire this time. This is too frightening. 1.09 million copies. This isn't a dream, right? Immediately, PO Studios announced their plans for an animated version of Naruto. Shonen Publishing. The people here were trembling with anger. How is that possible? They really caught up? Where the heck did this comic pop out of? It's so well drawn, and it can even match Teacher Always. Crazy release speed? Damn them. Where did PO Studios find a cartoonist like this? The industry blew up. Unbelievable. Why has another national cartoon appeared? We're in the golden age of comics. A national cartoon has not even appeared once in the past 6 years. But look at what we have now. 2 such series have popped up one after another within a span of a few months, and they were both created by rookies. Yeah, and they're both young adult comics one too. What's more, the quality is very high, and it's really difficult to say which is better. The comics world is experiencing the birth of a genius generation right now. Naruto, One Piece. The whole of Japan had been taken over by these 2 comics. All of Asia was turned upside down by these 2 comics. This was a matter that shocked and excited everyone at the same time. Since when did national cartoons become so freely available like cabbages in the market, popping up every now and then? Chapter 1447. I Choose You, Detective Conan. Chapter 1447. I Choose You, Detective Conan. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was the weekend. In China. Have you watched Naruto yet? I watched it. It's awesome. I've downloaded it and started following the series. I'm watching both One Piece and Naruto. They've both captured my attention. What's the big deal? The cartoon's progress is too slow. I've already caught up to the latest developments in the comics. Want some spoilers? It gets even better later on. Spoil sport, get lost. Ha ha ha. Korea. I can't stop reading. I love Naruto. I love One Piece as well. They're both good works that rarely appear these days. Right? I've heard that the whole of Asia has had their attention captured by these 2 cartoons. I'm looking forward to how the plot unfolds. Back at home, it was a school holiday today, and Zhang Ye's younger sisters had come to visit. His eldest younger sister, Chao Dan, was the most sensible of the 3. The moment she came in, she asked her sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, how's your leg? Are you getting better?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "It's much better already." His second sister, Chao Tong, blinked. "Sister-in-law, can I listen to the baby?" "Sure." Wu Ziqing smiled and beckoned her over. "Come here." His third sister, Chao Ming, yelled excitedly, "I want to listen too." And so, the 2 of them carefully placed their ears onto old Wu's belly and listened to it for a long time. No one was certain if they really heard anything, but their expressions of shock and bewilderment seemed to suggest so. Zhang Ye started chatting with Chao Dan. "So how are the short videos coming along?" Chao Dan gave a wry smile. "I'm still practicing. It's really not easy to make them." Zhang Ye nodded and said, "You haven't graduated yet, so there's no rush." Chao Dan said, "I've recently gotten quite into cartoons. I've been watching them almost every day." Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. "Oh, what do you watch?" Chao Dan said, "One Piece and Naruto." She suddenly remembered that her brother was a nationalistic young man and was fighting against Japan and Korea, so she immediately shut her mouth. However, Zhang Ye didn't seem bothered by it and said with a chuckle, "What do you think of them?" Chao Dan said, "They're fine, but they don't really suit us girls. There's too much hot-bloodedness and fighting in them." The 2 of them chatted for quite a while. The speaker spoke casually, while the listener was all ears. It was time for lunch. "Wow, brother, your cooking is pretty good." "Yeah, it's quite tasty." "Brother, you really know how to cook?" His 3 sisters were very surprised. Zhang Yi was amused. "Of course, after cooking for so many days, even a fool would learn how to do it. But my skill is limited. I still have a lot to learn from my wife." Wu Ziqing smiled. "It's pretty good. You're better at cooking than I am." After lunch, his 3 sisters left. They were only here to scrounge a free meal. When old Wu went to take a nap, Zhang Yi returned to the drawing studio and thought about what Chao Dan had said. She was indeed right. China could not compare to Japan. For example, in China, comics were still not as widely accepted as they were in Japan. They still preferred watching the animation over reading the comics. and the genres they liked were also different. One Piece and Naruto were both considered hot-blooded hero types, but were loved all the same by everyone in Japan. However, in the other Asian regions, it wasn't as appealing to most of the female audience. This was something that he needed to consider. He was intending to use the comics to make a wave, so there couldn't be any flaws in his plan. He couldn't walk forward with just one leg, so it was natural to want to have as wide an appeal as possible. It would only work if a lot of people were reading them. Thus, Zhang Ye sank into deep thought. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Suddenly, the drawing studio was filled by Zhang Ye's shouting. I choose you. Detective Conan 1. On the same night, Zhang Ye created 2 chapters of the comic. The next morning, he held a video conference call with the studio staff. The studio staff had only just arrived at work when they got a scare from Zhang Ye's voice over the conference call. Hachichi was stunned. What? Little Wong was floored. Another series? Little Zhou yelled. You want to do 3 comic series? Wu Yi said. Are you an Iron Man or something? Zhang Zhe wiped off his sweat and said, Director Zhang, surely that's already enough? One Piece and Naruto have become so popular all over Asia. The popularity from them should be more than enough, right? Zhang Yi laughed and said, No way. We have only just begun. This is still far from what I want. Hurry up and get it done. I've already sent the final copy to your inboxes. Little Son said anxiously, but my sister and brother-in-law are all ready. Zhang Yi blinked. Is your uncle free? Little Son was dumbfounded. Ah. Little Wong laughed. Uffed. Little Zhou also burst out laughing. Is there some kind of enmity between you and Little Son's family? Do you have to rip off their whole family like this? Hachichi asked. What will you be called this time? Zhang Yi answered. Call me Hitano. Japan. Shonen Publishing and POO Studios were both in the midst of a furious competition with each other. The sales of the Naruto comic had set a new high. Very quickly, One Piece broke that record again. Later on, Naruto caught back up again. It was the same case for the cartoons. Finally, the battle escalated even further. The 2 comics started competing on their release rates. One Piece started updating at 3 chapters a week. This was an update speed that had never been seen before in comics, and it came as a huge shock to many people. But to no one's expectations, Naruto followed up closely and started updating at 3 chapters a week as well. Many of the cartoonists in Japan sobbed. Holy shit, do you 2 really have to be like this? How do you expect us to go on? Those 2 freaks. Fuck, if you 2 are so great, make it 4 chapters a week instead. 4 chapters a week, I dare you. Similarly left in tears was Shueisha. As one of the top 3 publishing studios for such weekly comic magazines, Shueisha was feeling non-existent. The editors who came to work every day had nothing to look forward to and might as well knit. Faced with the intense competition from the other 2 comic magazines, they could do nothing about it. The office was idle. In the editorial department, everyone was busy doing their own thing. Right now, the sales figures of their comic magazine were decreasing with each passing week. Down by 2%, down by 3%. The sales figures dropped to a new low. The editor-in-chief was nearly going insane. He sat there mumbling to himself every day. Heavens, why can't you bless me with a national cartoon as well? At this moment, an editor came running over, crying out in surprise. It's here. A good comic has arrived. What? Where? All the editors reacted as though they had been shot with adrenaline. That editor waved a manuscript about in his hand and shouted, It's a manuscript submitted by a newcomer. It's spectacular. Let me have a look. Bring it over here, quick. Everyone gathered around to read it. When they were done reading it, all of them started screaming excitedly. Holy fuck, it's finally here. The wheels of fortune keep on turning. It's finally our turn. Fuck, it's finally our fucking turn. Detective Conan, you're exactly what we've been waiting for. Then that editor added something that made everyone cry in joy. Furthermore, teacher Hitano mentioned that he can also release 3 chapters a week. That won't be a problem at all. At this moment, the editorial department of Shueisha celebrated like it was the new year. We've gotten exactly what we wanted. We're going to be so popular. Listen to what he said. That won't be a problem at all. Domineering. I have to admire cartoonists with a temper like that. Soon, Detective Conan was officially serialized. Chapter 1448. This doesn't make any sense at all. Chapter 1448. This doesn't make any sense at all. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Detective Conan's serialization. File 1. At night. In a mansion. That's right. The perpetrator made his escape by moving from window to window before anybody who heard the victim's screams had a chance to rush over here. That's why there aren't any footprints outside the window. How is that possible? There's 5 meters between the 2 windows. But it's not even 2 meters if you climb up the walls to the roof. However, that wouldn't occur to you unless you knew the unique construction of this mansion. And there's only one person who could have moved around inside the house without arousing any suspicion at that hour. Who did it? Who killed my wife? It was her husband, you. The Japanese people were shocked. It's yet another good comic. A detective comic? I like it. Why have there been so many good comics recently? Who knows? Why are there so many pages? Why is 1 chapter of this comic equivalent to 3 chapters of the other comics? What do you know? They're updating 3 chapters at one go. 3 chapters a week. What? Aren't Teacher Ozawa and Teacher Aoi the only ones who can achieve that speed? Fuck, another freak who does 3 chapters a week has shown up. Another one? Heavens. What kinds of animals are they? Shikansha, always the bridesmaid, had burst onto the scene without any warning. PO Studios and Shonen Publishing both trembled in fright. Many of the editors were stunned by it as well. One Piece and Naruto might be updating at 3 chapters a week and still competing for more, but there was still a lead-in to that release rate prior to this. They had both started from 1 chapter a week, followed by 2 chapters a week, before edging upwards to 3 chapters a week. Fuck, you're starting off with 3 chapters a week? Do you have a death wish? You might as well ascend straight to the heavens. When they finished reading the comic, the editors of both publishing studios were so frightened they broke out in cold sweat. It was too good. It was so wonderful to read. This was the pinnacle of detective comics. Surely it couldn't be, right? Did they really have another competitor? There was going to be another national cartoon joining them? No, it was still too early to say. The days passed. Detective Conan continued its fiery run. It managed to forcefully grab a piece of the market from under Naruto and One Piece's noses. It had developed into a 3-horse race. The Japanese public had high praise for it. It's good. It's very suitable for girls to read. Right, my boyfriend is always following the updates. Is the new chapter out yet? Who's gonna die this week? The reception from the people was very enthusiastic. However, the title of national cartoon wasn't so easily given by the industry insiders. This was because they were still waiting for the comic to be market tested. To say anything now would be too early. Moreover, they couldn't give out the titles so recklessly. One Piece had already been named a national cartoon. Naruto was also named a national cartoon. And now, they had to confer the title upon another comic again? Wouldn't that dilute the number of national cartoons around? So if there weren't any results to show for this time, a lot of people wouldn't even dare to utter the words national cartoon. They didn't dare give it out so easily anymore. They couldn't afford to. But on this day, the results came out. The sales figures of Detective Conan's first standalone volume was astonishing. Tokyo, Hokkaido, Osaka. Long lines could be seen appearing in many regions. Moreover, it was obvious that the majority of the people in line were female. Do you have Detective Conan? I want a copy of Detective Conan. How much for Detective Conan? Additional print run. And another additional print run. Fortunately, Shikansha was well prepared this time and did not get caught panicking. The final sales figures for Detective Conan stopped at 680,000 copies. It was nothing compared to One Piece and Naruto's results, but was leagues ahead many other comics. Usually, this figure would have been more than impressive. In any other year, this result would have taken the top honors as well. But it was different this year in that the comics industry had too many sparks. It was flourishing. First, there was One Piece. It was followed by Naruto. Both series' first standalone volumes had achieved over 1 million copies in sales each, so that took the shine off of Detective Conan's sales figures. It was also an excellent series, but it wasn't the best out there. Shikansha was a little disappointed. It didn't surpass 1 million copies? Is it because the release rate is too fast? Hi, detective comics are indeed not as popular as those hot-blooded comics. We really can't outdo them? PO Studios and Shonen Publishing also heaved sighs of relief. They did worse than us by quite a bit. Fortunately for us. I got such a scare. It probably can't be considered a national cartoon yet, right? Yeah, it was just a false alarm. I knew it. How could there be such an abundance of national cartoons everywhere? Yeah, it's already a miracle that 2 appeared this year. If there was another, that would be insane. This was what a lot of people were thinking as well. Even Shikantia themselves were finding it regrettable. However, as things would have it, the development of things sometimes did not go according to expectations. Detective Conan naturally went the way of getting an animated adaptation as well. With an elite lineup of voice talents and a top-tier soundtrack, many people had high hopes for it. Everything related to it was made according to the most sophisticated standards. And when the first episode of Detective Conan's cartoon was broadcast, when the viewership ratings of this week was revealed, everyone was shocked to find out that something big had occurred in the comics and animation industry. No one could have expected it. No one predicted it. The viewership ratings for the premiere episode of Detective Conan's animation had absolutely crushed that of both One Piece and Naruto's. Yes, it was a crushing of several magnitudes. And what was even more worth mentioning was the performance of Detective Conan in the other Asian countries. It attracted even more eyeballs than One Piece and Naruto. Children, boys, girls, all of them acknowledged Detective Conan. Detective Conan had a very wide audience base as it attracted all kinds of people. China. I like Kudo Shinichi so much. How handsome. This is the first time I'm watching a cartoon. It's really good. My boyfriend is always watching that Naruto or One Piece, whatever you call them. I couldn't even make myself finish one episode of them. I still prefer a cartoon like Detective Conan. Me too. I don't like all that fighting and killing. Damn. Don't people die as well in Detective Conan? They do, but that's different. Korea. Wow, it's a new animation. I like detective shows. This one's interesting. What's going on in Japan these days? I don't know. Why have so many good cartoons appeared? Haha. The more the merrier, of course. Detective Conan took Asia by storm. All of Asia was enveloped in the wave of Detective Conan. And right at this moment, the industry in Japan was forced to admit a shocking fact. Detective Conan, yet another national cartoon, had appeared. Shikantia was dumbfounded. PO Studios was stunned. Shonen Publishing was shocked. The industry insiders went crazy. One Piece, Naruto, and now Detective Conan. Each was more popular than the other. Each was more influential than the other. 6 years ago, only one national cartoon existed. But they were only 6 months into the year, and there were already 3 of them? What the hell? This doesn't make any sense at all. Chapter 1449. There can't be a 4th lunatic. Chapter 1449. There can't be a 4th lunatic. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The Japanese comics world was in disarray. The entire industry had been shaken up. At a small comics magazine publisher, a rookie cartoonist had come for an interview to submit his manuscript. Editor, please have a look at this. All right, let me see. Is it okay? It's not too bad. Then can my work get serialized? How many chapters can you update per week? Can you update it 3 chapters a week? Nanny, if you can't do 3 chapters, how about 2? In the end, the rookie cartoonist walked out of the comic publishing studio in tears. Update 3 chapters a week. 2 chapters? Even 1 chapter a week is already asking for my life. Who can fucking do 3 chapters a week? Other than those 3 lunatics. Those 3 cartoonists are simply not human. Aoi, Ozawa, Hatano. Their blazing speed of release every week had whetted the readers' appetites and disrupted the rhythm of all the comics magazine publishers. It had muddied the waters of the Japanese comics world. Many of the comics magazine publishers these days were adding all kinds of new regulations when taking in submissions of manuscripts. They wouldn't accept cartoonists who drew too slowly and were looking for them to hit at least 2 or 3 chapters per week to qualify. It was easy to set these rules, but how many people in the entire comics world could fucking draw 2 chapters a week, much less 3? The readers were raising a ruckus. Hurry up and update the chapters. This is so slow. Marshall King, can you make it? There's only 1 chapter per week. Are you sleeping or what? To the author of Yuki-chan's Dormitory, don't you feel embarrassed publishing just 1 chapter per week? Can you not be so lazy? Of course, there were some who didn't think that they couldn't do it. For example, There was an author from PO Studios who clenched his teeth and increased his speed to 2 chapters a week. During the first week, everything still seemed pretty normal. But by the second week, that author was hospitalized and remained undischarged as of now. Then, there was a cartoonist from Shonen Publishing who also tried to keep up with the pace of the times. Envious of One Piece, Naruto, and Detective Conan's success, he set off on a path of no return by releasing 2 chapters per week. By the second week, his comic's plot had fallen apart. It fell apart so badly that it became unrecognizable. It was such an earth-shattering failure that the protagonist's development had been written into a corner. Chaos. The entire industry could only be described as chaotic. A lot of cartoonists started coming forward to denounce this trend. It was all started by them. The readers have all gone crazy because of them. We cannot allow such disruptive behavior to continue and mess up the industry any further. Everyone, let's boycott this trend together. Right? How can you demand speed when it comes to drawing comics? Those 3 people are exceptions. No one else can do what they're doing. That's right, there can't be another 4th person who can do 3 chapters a week. Bring the comics industry back on track. Many cartoonists joined the cause. Some cartoonists and rookies even held up signs in demonstration outside the entrances of the comics magazine publishers. On this day, the readers and cartoonists went to war. The 2 groups of people were quarreling over their disagreements regarding whether a comic should have more releases per week and whether it was possible to do so. Everyone was trying to debate this to reach a conclusion. Finally, the industry insiders and editors calmed down a little and joined in the discussions. Everyone brought up a lot of examples, like the production process of a comic series, the time required to do it, the number of assistants required to work on it, the ideas, the drafts, etc., all of which were to support the argument that drawing comics was not a task that could be rushed. It was a very time-consuming job, and it was impossible to finish drawing without putting in the effort to do so. Meanwhile, they claimed that those 3 crazy cartoonists were just an exception. People like them had never appeared in the past, and they were not likely to appear in the future. It was just a coincidence that these 3 speedy types had somehow gotten their comics serialized at almost the same time. So what they could do was not really something that any other cartoonist could achieve. Only then did the readers reluctantly accept their reasoning. The Japanese cartoonists could finally heave a sigh of relief. The unhealthy obsession with increasing the weekly release rate finally began to ease off. But right at this critical juncture, China, in Zhang Ye's neighborhood, Zhang Ye, who was coming back from grocery shopping, heard the neighbors talking. They were 2 housewives. I've got nothing to do at home recently, so I got into watching cartoons. Me too, I watched Detective Conan. It's pretty good, but I always have to wait for the kids to go to bed before watching. Yeah, I'm the same. My child is only 7 years old, so I dare not let him watch a cartoon where there's always someone dying. I don't feel that's a good influence on kids. Yeah, that's right. Zhang Ye listened and took it to heart. Right, there are children to consider as well. Whoever said that children cannot contribute to his popularity? Don't look down on these young kids. In an Asian family, the children are the ones who enjoy the most elevated status in a family unit. Every parent sees their child as the center of their world. If your children liked watching something, would you as the parent not watch it together with them? He had to win the hearts of the children and at the same time capture the hearts of their parents. He returned home. In the drawing studio, he let out a shout. Come on out, Doryman. That same night, old Wu's parents came over. While chatting, Li Qinxin laughed and said, It seems that cartoons are getting pretty popular these days. There are so many people I know watching them. Wu Ziqing smiled and looked at Zhang Ye. Then she said to her parents, Did the 2 of you watch any? Wu Changhe. Harumphed. Those things are full of Japanese elements. Who wants to watch it? Li Qinxin added. Right, we still prefer something with our Chinese elements in it. Right, Chinese elements. Zhang Yi stood up and walked off. The 2 elders were taken aback. But soon after, a shout came from the drawing studio upstairs. Come on out. Dragon Ball 1. Li Qinxin was dumbfounded. What happened to him? Wu Changhe was bewildered. Has that kid gone crazy? Wu Ziqing just smiled. The next day, in the morning, Zhang Yi was woken up by a sound outside. Pass it to me, pass it to me. Catch. Shoot it. Ha ha ha. Several kids were outside playing basketball. Zhang Ye's sleepiness instantly disappeared as his eyes lit up. Oh yes, How could I have forgotten about sports comics? The upcoming wave needed the greatest potential, so no details could be missed. In the drawing studio, Zhang Ye shouted, "Come on out." Slam dunk. In the bedroom, the sound of the basketball game outside did not wake Wu Ziqing up. The sound of Zhang Ye getting out of bed did not wake Wu Ziqing up, but this loud shout of Zhang Ye's woke Wu Ziqing right up. Noon. It was time for lunch. Zhang Ye and old Wu were chatting as they watched television. The topic on TV was touching on the recent wave of cartoons in Japan. The host was saying, Japanese cartoons are moving fast and furious these days as the past 2 months saw the emergence of many exciting works. In the past, almost every genre of Japanese cartoons has had a representative title to call its own, except for the sci-fi genre. The cartoon's influence in the Asian region is widespread and has already triggered a phenomenal amount of discussions. Zhang Ye raised his head, startled. Except for the sci-fi genre? There wasn't a national cartoon to represent sci-fi comics in this world? Hey, how could that be allowed? This bro has them. However many you guys want. Without even finishing lunch, Zhang Ye threw down his chopsticks and hurried upstairs to the drawing studio. Wu Ziqing knew that he was busy with work, so she didn't stop him. Soon after, Zhang Ye's loud voice reverberated from upstairs. Come on out. Gundam. Chapter 1450, Zhang Ye's Law. Chapter 1450, Zhang Ye's Law. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's studio, the video conference call was in session, but the entire conference room was silent. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, Wu Yi, Little Wang, Little Sun, and everyone else was staring in shock at Zhang Ye, who was grinning in the video call. What? What did you say? You drew another 4 new comic series? I'm gonna faint, 4. You're playing with fire with so many of them. You already have 3 titles serialized. Director Zhang, that's enough already. Enough. Having woken up this morning, they found 4 newly drawn comics waiting in their inboxes. Could you imagine just how shocked these people from Zhang Ye's studio were? All of them were floored. There were 3 titles before this. And now, another 4 titles are going to be added? That's a fucking total of 7 titles. Just how big of a ruckus are you planning? You've come up with comics for all the different demographics. Sports, high action, teenage boys, teenage girls, children, young men. You're truly carrying out a strategic bombing with no intention of leaving any room for the people to escape. But Zhang Ye just smiled and said, We'll do it the usual way. Ha Chi-Chi gave a bitter smile. All right. Zhang Ye looked at Little Sun. Little Sun, your uncle. Oh, your uncle represented us the previous time. Then, is your aunt free? Little Sun nearly broke down in tears. She's free. Zhang Ye blinked. Your sister-in-law's brother and sister also settled down in Japan, didn't they? Little Sun knew deep down in his heart that none of his family members were going to be spared, so he might as well answer him. They're all free. Free? My ass, they're free. Who stays at home all day and doesn't go to work? Zhang Ye nodded and said with a smile. Great then, I'll be troubling them. Little Sun, thank your family for their contributions to the comics industry. The Asian people will forever remember them. Everyone at the studio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Please don't flatter other people like that. Their whole family has basically allowed you to scam them over and over again. If you come up with another 2 more titles, Little Sun would have to dig up his ancestral grave already. Japan. At a small comics magazine publisher, a scream rang out in the editorial department. Ah, it's here. It's arrived. It's time for our turn. The heavens have not forsaken us. At a mid-sized comics publisher. Holy fuck, this is it. This is the one. We're gonna prosper. Quickly get that serialized. Several days later, at a restaurant, quite a few well-known Japanese cartoonists had gathered today, with more than 30 of them attending the gathering. All of them were respected teachers within the comics industry. Marshall King's author was present, and also a few authors from the slightly smaller publishers. Come, let's eat. We can finally take a breather. Yeah, that Aoi, Ozawa, and Hitano are really too unruly. They've totally messed up the industry and misled the readers into thinking that it's very easy to draw comics. I can't help but get angry when I hear that. How is it easy? Why don't they come and try it for themselves? It's easier said than done. That's right. That sort of an atmosphere was really unhealthy. We've finally managed to explain it to them now. Yeah, it was all thanks to the editors of the comics publishers backing us up. That's right. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to clarify it. Hi, where did those 3 rookies pop out from? They're really too uninformed of the industry rules. They're so rude and don't give us seniors any respect at all. So what if they're doing well? Even so, they still have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, with the industry messed up, would we still have the capacity to create proper works? I'm so uncomfortable just thinking of it. Everyone else is on a 1-chapter-a-week schedule, but look at them. They just have to make it 2 or 3 chapters a week. It's like they're trying to show that they're better. My guess is that they've got a lot of chapters stockpiled. They couldn't do that if they really had to draw 3 chapters every week. That would be bullshit. No one can possibly do it. That's right. But at this moment, a cartoonist received a call. Everyone was toasting and eating. Eventually, they saw that person with a dumbfounded look on his face. After hanging up, that person said angrily, "My God." Everyone quickly asked, "What is it?" That person was cursing. "Fucking hell." Everyone said, "What happened?" That person was turning green with anger. Another 4 titles have fucking appeared and are on a release rate of 3 chapters per week. What? What did you say? 3 chapters per week? 4 titles? Holy motherfucking shit. Do they want to die? Motherfucker. Where the hell did all these people pop out from? The cartoonists got such a fright that they nearly sprayed blood. Everyone in the restaurant could hear the group cursing and scolding. What was face smacking? This was a face smacking. This group of cartoonists had just banded together to explain that the creative process of drawing comics was not easy, and they had been backed up by the well-known editors of the industry as well. After a full week of arguing and debating, they barely managed to convince the readers that Ozawa, Aoi, and Hitano were just one-off cases with a crazy work pace. They also guaranteed that a 4th such person would not appear again in the future. But in the end, not only did the 4th such person appear, the 5th, 6th, and 7th persons also appeared. 4 of them appeared all at once. At this moment, the comics world in Japan broke down. At this time, those cartoonists even started doubting themselves. Was it really because they were too slow at drawing? They were all getting anxious. The readers in Japan also blew up. Holy shit, those liars. Who said that there wouldn't be a 4th person? Yeah, who said it? Look, open your eyes and see. Other than Teacher Aoi, Teacher Ozawa, and Teacher Hitano, there's now Teacher Muto, Teacher Iijima, Teacher Nishino, and Teacher Takagi. If there were only 1 or 2 such cases, then we might be convinced. But what about now? There are 7. 7 such cases are happening right before our very eyes. So many of these teachers don't seem to have any trouble updating at 3 chapters a week. So what explanation do you all have now? You're just finding excuses for your own laziness. Those lazy bastards. That's right. The editors have ganged up with the cartoonists and lied to us. You all better hurry up and release more chapters. You lazy bastards. Hurry up and update. The readers were rebelling. Eventually, even the publishers couldn't bear it anymore. This was the voice of the people. The pressure was enormous. Immediately, the comics publishers started to change their serialization format. They started urging the capable cartoonists to follow the examples of those 7 teachers. As such, many of the cartoonists could only follow suit and add more pages and chapters. Thus, tragedy ensued. Some people screwed up their comics within the first week. Some people started doubting their own speed and pondered how they could draw even faster. From that, they embarked on another path altogether. The entire Japanese comics world was plunged into an appalling situation. Almost all of the serialized comics had become unworthy of reading. There was mourning all around. The pages of the failed comics were strewn all over the place. A well-run comics industry had somehow collapsed. China. When the staff of Zhang Ye's studio saw this, they face-bombed in speechlessness. At this moment, they suddenly remembered Zhang Ye's other nickname, Shit Stirrer, a shit stirrer that only appears once in 10,000 years. Indeed, director Zhang always brought misfortune to whichever industry he went to. For this reason, a lot of Chinese people had named the phenomenon as Zhang Ye's Law 1. Just look, this law had been proven true once again. Chapter 1451. You can really fucking put out 4 chapters a week? Chapter 1451. You can really fucking put out 4 chapters a week? Japan. For many days in a row, the cartoonists were in a state of disorder. The serialized comics were now full of plot holes. It was supposed to be a great situation, a time when the industry should be booming. Yet the comics industry was somehow headed for an unprecedented crisis. In the past, they did not encounter such a disaster even when there were no signs of a national cartoon appearing. But now that 3 national cartoons had appeared, why did the industry start moving backwards instead? They were teetering in the balance? Comics and animation was a mainstay industry of Japan. What the heck was this? Was there even any logic in this? Finally, even the Japanese authorities were alarmed, and they quickly intervened. Many comics magazine publishers hurriedly adjusted their strategies and no longer dared to request their cartoonists to submit more chapters. The situation was complete chaos. Yet those 7 cartoonists who sparked this mess were still as composed as ever. It felt like this had nothing to do with them at all. Free chapters. Free chapters. It continued like this week in, week out. Moreover, the quality remained very high with a good quantity as well. And it was precisely because of this contrast that the other 4 newly serialized comics became popular quickly. The first one to become popular was Dragon Ball. When the sales figures of the standalone volume of Dragon Ball were released, it created an uproar in the industry. 1.3 million copies. It did even better than One Piece's and Naruto's first standalone volume sales. Wow, how cool. This is amazing. Heavens, I can't believe this. I love Son Goku. He's so freaking cute. Right. This comic is a great read. It has a wide range of readers as well. This comic was published by a small publisher. Before this, the publisher was a complete unknown, but they became very famous after its sales soared. Raising the sales of a comic magazine by many times over with just one title was only possible if it was a national cartoon. Nothing else could achieve the same effect. And thus, another national cartoon was born. The second one to become popular was Doraemon. The charm of the robot cat also conquered the readers of this world. It was different from all the fighting and killing scenes of the other national cartoons, with Doraemon possessing an entirely different style of its own. It was relaxing, family-oriented, and a good casual read. There might be some who disliked the art style of One Piece, the pulling of the heartstrings of Naruto, or the loose plot of Detective Conan. But for a comic like Doraemon, almost everyone enjoyed and loved it very much. It's such a nice read. It's suitable for everyone in the family to read. This fat cat is so funny. It's the first time I've seen such a kind of comic. I feel so happy reading it. 600,000 copies. The sales figures of the first standalone volume blew up. However, what truly placed Doraemon onto the altar was its animated version. When the animation was broadcast, the industry was dumbfounded again. Doraemon's viewership ratings actually surpassed Detective Conan, however small, as it knocked off its predecessor at the top, where it had been the viewership ratings champion for several weeks in a row. It was yet another national cartoon. Another one. At the same time, along with the robot cat, Slam Dunk became very popular across Asia. That was awesome. I love this series to death. Rukawa Kid. Rukawa Kid. This is the pinnacle of sports comics. I get such a kick from reading it. The character designs are so handsome. I knew I would be spending money again when I laid my eyes on this comic. There are too many good comics these days. I'm going broke. I must buy it even if I go broke. Buy. The comic. The cartoon. Slam Dunk had become a hot-selling title. Another national cartoon had arrived. The final one was Gundam. This cartoon was the final one to become popular. At the beginning, Gundam did not really catch the attention of too many people, especially in the wake of One Piece, Naruto, Detective Conan, and other national cartoons. Gundam being a sci-fi comic did not really seem that attractive. That was because in this world's Japanese comics industry, there weren't any science fiction works that qualified as a national cartoon yet. This genre was simply just too niche. But as time went by, with the accumulation of more and more readers, Gundam blew up. It came out of the blue, yet it was expected. I recommend it. This is a great work that has nearly been forgotten. How awesome. This comic is great. There's finally a representative piece in the sci-fi genre. The mobile suit designs are so damn cool. Those who miss out on this cartoon will surely regret it for the rest of their lives. This is my most recommended cartoon of the year. There were rave reviews all around. The word-of-mouth recommendations for Gundam had totally exceeded any other past Japanese comic series. There had never been such high praise for a cartoon before. Someone did a poll and found that the reputation and die-hard fans of Gundam actually outnumbered those of One Piece's and Naruto's combined. Just what kind of a concept was that? Everyone in the industry found this incredulous. The comic sales blew up. The cartoon's viewership ratings blew up. Together with that large number of die-hard fans, it sent Gundam up onto the altar. It was another series. Another national cartoon had appeared. The industry was so shocked that they didn't know how else to be shocked anymore. Everyone felt as though they were dreaming. What the heck is going on? Who knows? Have national cartoons become like cabbages in the market? Did someone fucking tear a hole in the sky? Let me calm down first. I'm feeling a little dizzy. Who isn't? Don't you realize that the entire comics world is in shock? I've never seen something like that before. I've never seen a flood of national cartoons being created in this way before. This is too fucking many of them. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. The Japanese cartoonists could only turn to the heavens for an answer in their speechlessness. The continued emergence of these national cartoons had left their comics with almost no room for survival. The most crucial factor was that these 7 beasts were all capable of continuously releasing their comics at 3 chapters a week without rest. God knows just how many cartoonists had cursed and sworn at them and their 18 generations of ancestors by now. Later on, they even began feeling despair. They've gone too far. These people are too much. Freaks. A bunch of freaks. Motherfucker, if you're all so capable, I dare you to do 4 chapters a week. Huh. Come on. Do 4 a week if you're all so capable. Ha ha. Yeah, aren't you all amazing? Aren't you all cocky? Show me 4 chapters a week then. Having been forced into a corner, the cartoonists started clamoring to no end. It was as though they'd snapped. Coincidentally, a piece of news came out the very next day. Shonen Publishing was organizing an event for its anniversary and would be printing a thicker version of its weekly magazine. One Piece was going to have 4 chapters published this week. PFFFFFFT. In this moment, all of the cartoonists in Japan were devastated. You can really fucking put out 4 chapters a week. Great. We take our hats off to you. We're convinced, all right. 7 titles. In the span of just a few months, 7 national cartoons were born. The 7 works had become very popular across Japan, China, Korea, and the rest of Asia without any exception. Everywhere they went, no one was spared. Countless people had turned into fans of the works. Countless people were now closely following the new releases. Countless people had gone crazy for them. Chapter 1452. Zhang Ye returns. Chapter 1452. Zhang Ye returns. Translator, leg editor, leg. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The praise from China, Japan, Korea, and the rest of Asia flooded in. Especially in Japan. Almost everyone was mesmerized by the works. How satisfying. It's a feast of cartoons. Good cartoons are piling up by the heaps. I've become obsessed as well. These 7 teachers are amazing. Hurry up and publish the chapters. Within Asia, a lot of those who did not used to watch cartoons were attacked by this wave of Japanese comics and got pulled into the army of followers. They were no longer capable of getting a hold of themselves. The 7 cartoons were competing with each other, frequently breaking records in the Japanese comics world. Sometimes, it would be this series, and other times, it would be another series. All of the other cartoons had no business in this competition. In the current Asian market, it had become a performance by these 7 cartoons with no others involved. Throughout the history of Japan, throughout the history of cartoons, there had never been such a feast before. At Zhang Ye's studio, coming to work in the morning, everyone's morale was soaring high. Director Ha, morning. Brothers Wa, good morning. How are the results? The new standalone volume of Dragon Ball has broken another record. That's great. It's the same for the animations too. Detective Conan has surpassed Doraemon's viewership ratings. It's our own record anyway, haha. Yeah, no matter how the fight goes, they're all Director Zhang's works. What new works will Director Zhang come up with next time? I don't know. We haven't heard from him for several days. Let's hold a video conference meeting with him and find out then. All right. When everyone had gathered, they went into the conference room. Hachichi turned on the software and connected to Director Zhang. Do. The video call connected. But when they saw Zhang Ye on the other end, everyone in the studio was dumbfounded. They gasped endlessly. The video feed showed Zhang Ye, who looked like he had just escaped from a refugee camp. His hair was disheveled, and he was unshaven as well. Meanwhile, his clothes were still the same as when they held their last video conference call with him. His entire person looked listless and dispirited, and his eyelids were drooping. It was as if he were going to collapse at any moment, and a gust of wind could blow him away. Little Wang exclaimed in heartache. Ha Chi-Chi immediately shouted, "Director Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Zhuo was also scared. "What's with you? Did you come up with a new work again?" Little Wang asked. "How many new series have you drawn this time?" "New work? How many series?" Hearing that, Zhang Ye nearly vomited blood. Zhang Ye said angrily, "Why would I draw any more new series? I've already got 7 series on my hands, and there are only 7 days in a week. With each series updating at 3 chapters a week, I have to finish 3 chapters a day on average. When this bro's in good shape, I can only draw that many chapters. But now, I have to draw 3 chapters every day? I haven't slept in 2 days already. Do you all really think that I'm made of steel? Haven't you always been made of steel?" But of course, they didn't dare say that out loud. Ha Chi-Chi quickly said, "Aya, quickly go and rest. Quickly go and rest." Zhang was said, Yes, don't draw anymore." Zhang Ye said dejectedly, "I finished drawing after burning the midnight oil. They've been sent out to your inboxes, so go and check them. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to catch up on some sleep." Ha Chi-Chi urged, Go on quickly." After ending the video conference call, Zhang Ye returned to his bedroom and laid down. He didn't even have the energy to lift a finger. This fellow only brought out these 7 comic series in a fit of excitement without thinking of the commitments. In the end, he got entangled, having to draw 3 chapters every day and occasionally even 4. Even Zhang Ye could not take such a punishing schedule. He used to actually be quite happy to see the comics doing great and even bragged to old Wu about it. But when this fellow heard the word comics now, he trembled. Persist a bit more. Victory is right before my eyes. An hour, 3 hours. He fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Zhang Ye checked his watch in a daze and immediately got up from bed. I forgot to prepare lunch." He hurried out of bed and headed downstairs. The aroma of cooking was overflowing, as well as the fragrance of cooked rice. Zhang Ye was startled and increased his pace to rush downstairs. On the lower floor, all his family had come. His parents, Li Qinqin, and Wu Changhe were all here. Over in the open kitchen, it was actually Wu Ziqing doing the cooking. "Dad, Mom, AI, little Yi is awake. What are you all doing here?" Ziqing called us over. Zhang Ye turned around and said angrily, "What are you doing, old Wu?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "Making lunch." Zhang Ye complained. "Who said that you could move around?" "I already said that I'll make the meals." His mother said, "I said the same thing, but she insisted on doing it herself. For today's meal, I have to be the one preparing it." Wu Ziqing smiled and then moved her leg a little. She said, "See, my ankle has healed. I've been bored out of my mind these past few months. If I don't start moving, I'll have forgotten how to walk. Little Yi, wash your hands and get ready to eat." Zhang Yi went over and crouched down to have a feel. "Have you really recovered?" Wu Ziqing said gently. "Yes, I've been feeling fine since about 2 days ago." Lunch was ready. Everyone was seated together. Wu Ziqing suddenly raised her glass and said with a smile, "Before we start, let me offer my husband a toast first." Zhang Yi smiled and said, There's no need for that." But Wu Changhe said, "It's a must." Li Qinqin sighed and said, "It's really been hard on little Yi these past few months. He has thrown aside all his work and stopped going to the office just so that he could take care of Ziqing. It really wasn't easy at all." His mother said, "It's his wife, so how could he not?" His father said, "Ziqing has always been the one taking care of him in the past, so it's about time he did his part." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Mom and Dad are right. It's my responsibility, my responsibility." Though she had an injured leg for almost 100 days, old Wu did not dare take any medication as she was pregnant. As such, her recovery speed was much slower than most people's. During these several months, there had been many changes in the entertainment industry. Some newcomers shot to fame, while other veterans dropped in their popularity rankings. There were new movies that led the trend, and also some famous movie stars encountering their Waterloos. A lot had happened during this time, but Zhang Ye remained indifferent to it. He single-mindedly stayed at home to take care of his wife and did not step out of the house except for grocery shopping. With Zhang Ye being someone who could never stay idle, it was indeed not easy. He learned to cook. He learned to do the laundry. He learned to handle many of the household chores. During these several months, Zhang Ye had also grown by quite a bit. Wu Ziqing said, "Go back to work starting tomorrow." Zhang Ye blinked. "Have you really recovered?" His mother rolled her eyes. "Are you hoping that Ziqing won't recover?" "Hey, I was just asking," Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. Everyone laughed. Wu Ziqing said, "Go and sleep a bit more after lunch. Rest well, so that you'll have the energy to work tomorrow. There are still a lot of things waiting for you." Zhang Ye smiled. "Sure, I'll listen to my wife." After lunch, Zhang Ye went upstairs and went back to bed. It was time to recharge. After bidding the entertainment industry farewell for so many months, I wonder if anyone misses me? Haha. I, Hu Han-san, am back again. Chapter 1453, Return of the Jinx. Chapter 1453, Return of the Jinx. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the morning. It was a gloomy day. The fog stretched as far as the eye could see. Perhaps the heavens were giving him face, as there hadn't been a single gloomy or foggy day all week until today. Perhaps it somehow knew that this was the day that Zhang Ye was making a comeback. However, this did not affect Zhang Ye's feelings of excitement. After taking a shower at home and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he put on his leather shoes and stood in front of the mirror admiring himself for a long time. Only then did he spiritedly leave and drive out of the villa. Jiamen. In the neighborhood. When the car turned in, quite a few neighbors who got up early spotted it. When they saw Zhang Ye get out of the car, the uncles and aunties immediately surrounded him. "Io, little Zhang is back. Auntie Zhou, how's your wife doing?" "Thanks to you, she's recovered." "Ah, little Zhang has come to work." "Grandpa Hu, good morning. I haven't seen you in a few months." "Yeah, I'll be returning to work officially today. And I was wondering why it was such a gloomy day today." "Ah, you mean it's because of me?" "Ha ha, just kidding." The neighbors in the neighborhood had rather missed him and kept him there as they stood there chattering. They did not allow him to leave for a very long time. Over here, Zhang Ye was very well liked by the people. Upstairs, he arrived at the studio. Everyone was very surprised to see him. Ha Chi-Chi said, "Yo, Director Zhang." Little Wang said, "What are you doing out today?" Little Zhou asked, "Has sister-in-law recovered?" "She's recovered." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "So I'll be returning to work today." Everyone was taken aback for a moment before breaking out into applause. Zhang's was shouted, "We must celebrate this." Wu Yi smiled and said, "You're finally back." Zhang Ye said, "It's been hard on everyone these past few months. I'll just say this, don't go anywhere this afternoon. It's my treat. Let's enjoy a good meal together." Little Wang put her hands up in celebration and giggled. "I want to have lobsters." Zhang Ye said in amusement, "You're always eating lobsters that you're starting to look like one." Little Wang protested. Everyone laughed. With Director Zhang returning, they were at ease. After several months, there were indeed big changes in the entertainment circle. On the Asian and Chinese celebrity rankings indices, the rankings had been reshuffled. If Zhang Ye did not make a comeback soon, his fans would probably start forgetting about him. It was a good thing that he had already built up a foundation, or more appropriately, his social status was bad. There were many people scolding him, and the scolding got even worse after the Asakusa Hotel incident. So with this foundation supporting him, Zhang Ye managed to maintain his popularity level. The media was naturally well informed. Zhang Ye had just arrived at the studio when the news came out. Zhang Ye returns. Eyewitnesses spot Zhang Ye. After months, Zhang Ye finally returns to the entertainment circle. Is the industry going to be stirred up again? Zhang Ye has come back. The calls from his friends came. "Yao Jinkai, you're back." "Yeah, that's right. You know, I really wasn't used to missing you these past few months." "Haha. Did anyone get into any fights during the time I was gone?" "Without you around, who would be so free to pick fights with anyone? Now that this bro's back, it's time they get ready for a fight again." "Yes, we're just waiting for you to stir up trouble." "Zhang Xia, has your wife recovered?" "Yes, I've returned to work." "How's the baby?" "It's about 6 months and doing well." "That's great to hear. Work hard then. Your Asian popularity has dropped." "Sure, I'll go and pull it back up." Su Milan. After several months of delay, it's time to quickly get back and catch up on your work. Sure, but I'll take it slowly from here. Being away for a few months without news and not experiencing any drop in the Asian and domestic popularity rankings. Only you are capable of such a feat. I can't compare to you all. You peaked in your Asian popularity at the same time you reached the summit of the domestic market. But I didn't manage that, so I definitely have to find a different way from the rest of you. This path of mine indeed makes it difficult for me to gain more popularity. But similarly, it's not that easy for it to drop either. Oh, you're starting to brag the moment you come back? Haha. On this day, the winds were howling and the world was changing. The entire Asian entertainment industry was stirred up again because of a name. Because that jinx had returned to work, the entertainment circle was alive and buzzing again. The netizens in China had the most direct reactions to this news. Some were celebrating, some had headaches, and then there were those who gloated. Face-smacking Zhang has been reinstated to his post. Congrats, congrats. After disappearing for so long, this fellow has finally reappeared. Showbiz without him is truly boring. Haha, the jinx has returned. Trouble will be brewing again in the industry. The Korean netizens. The news has been taken over by this plague of a person again. Why does he get so much attention in Asia? Who knows? I have to admit, even though this guy did a wonderful job in Japan, he still deserves to be scolded. Right? Let's continue scolding him. The Japanese netizens were the most triggered by this news. This bastard hasn't died yet. This fellow still dares to make a comeback. He should disappear forever. Yeah, I get so angry at the sight of him. I wonder what incidents he's going to stir up this time by coming back. Some people were delighted, while others continued scolding him. All across Asia, the opinion of Zhang Ye varied from place to place. But to highlight a place that had the most consistent opinions of Zhang Ye, it had to be the media reporters. When these people heard that Zhang Ye had made his comeback, all of them celebrated like it was the new year. Especially the entertainment reporters. They were even more ecstatic about the news. They cried tears of joy and nearly set off firecrackers to celebrate. At a newspaper firm, he's finally returned. That guy is finally coming back. If he still didn't return, we'd be out of a job. I have a feeling that something is going to happen again. Ha ha ha, that's great. A lot of entertainment reporters greatly depended on reporting the news to make a living. Without Zhang Ye, without anyone fighting, where would they bring home their dough from? Sometimes, one would only know that something was precious after losing it. In the past, they didn't think much of Zhang Ye and would even participate in scolding him for a bit too. But after Zhang Ye disappeared from public view, they finally realized who was the most adorable person in this world. Fighting every day, scolding every day, and creating big news every day. Where else could they find a person as good as him? Where else? Perhaps in their excitement. The news of Zhang Ye fully occupied the front page of the entertainment sections. The entertainment reporters kept publishing news report after news report of him like it didn't cost a thing. A lot of people were guessing what the first thing Zhang Ye would do after returning. Fighting? Scolding? Or just working normally? After all, Zhang Ye had been away for too long, so no one really knew what the situation with him was like at the moment. Could his character have toned down after all these months of being a house husband, doing the laundry and cooking every day? Could he have become a much more composed person? Was he not going to be like the old him? His current state? Zhang Ye was probably only the person who knew. In fact, Zhang Ye couldn't hold himself back in this very moment. Not only did those household chores not tone him down, it even caused him to become much more eager. He was really itching to do something about it. Zhang Ye was still the same old Zhang Ye. Face-smacking Zhang was still the same old face-smacking Zhang. A mind set upon dishing out face-smacking. It would forever soar proudly as such. Chapter 1454, Castrad Ed. Chapter 1454, Castrad Ed. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Shanghai. The team of a Japanese singer. Zhang Ye came back. Damn, why does he have to choose this time of all times? Then about our concert? Why don't we wait a little before holding it? Guangzhou. The team of a Korean celebrity. This. Everyone, be very careful. Yeah, let's keep a low profile over the next few days. Right, we better stay far away from this hooligan. On Weibo, a lot of people started analyzing and discussing this news. Zhang Ye's restriction order hasn't been lifted yet. Not yet. The Japanese and Korean authorities don't seem to have any plans of doing so either. I thought that teacher Zhang would only come back after the restriction order got lifted. Yeah, the situation he's in right now is a little complicated. Fighting might bring him some popularity, but if he wants to use that to get to the top of Asia, he'll still have a long way to go. He deserves it for taking such a long break. He was away for a few months, so all the food is cold. Didn't some news outlets report that Zhang Ye was preparing to make a push into the Asian S list before the end of the year? Which month are we in now? If he keeps going on such long breaks, he won't even get there by next year. Face-smacking Zhang always manages to stir up some trouble whenever he goes on a break. But who'd have thought that he didn't do so this time? Did that fellow really take a proper break this time? That can't be. I find it unusual too. Lord Zhang, quickly show us your power. Yeah, we're pinning our hopes on you to take down another Asian S-list spot for China. You're the only person who is closest to one right now. Without getting the restriction order rescinded, don't even think that Zhang Ye will ascend to the top. He's totally incapable of penetrating into the Japanese and Korean markets. Uft, did you guys really think that he could achieve that? It's already a miracle that his popularity didn't drop. Let's observe and see what actions teacher Zhang will take. Haha, I'm also waiting for it. You guys can wait all you want, but I'm off to watch my animation. Has One Piece been released? The latest episode just came out. Wow, I'll go and watch it as well. Same here. Has the new chapter of Detective Conan's comic been published yet? Not yet. The people were waiting. The media was waiting. The industry was waiting. Countless people across Asia were all waiting to see what actions Zhang Ye and his studio would take. And Zhang Ye could indeed live up to those nicknames of his. He did not disappoint and made an earth-shattering move on the very first day of his return. This move was not only unexpected by the people, the media, and the industry, even the staff of Zhang Ye's studio were caught unawares by it. Noon. In the private room of a restaurant, Zhang Ye was treating everyone today, and the entire studio was present. Come. Cheers. Everyone, let's toast. Cheers. They ate and drank. All of a sudden, Hachichi said with a light smile, "Oh yes, Director Zhang. Detective Conan's new chapters are due tomorrow. Have you sent in the manuscript yet?" Zhang Ye was taken aback. What manuscript? Hachichi was also startled. The comic manuscript for Detective Conan, of course. Little Wang exclaimed, "Don't tell us you haven't finished drawing it yet." Little Zhou was getting anxious. "Oh, then what should we do? The manuscript is due tomorrow. Director Zhang, why don't we stop eating so that you can go back quickly and rush out the drawings? Let's not delay the proper business." Zhang Ye was stunned. "Why would I draw it?" Zhang Zhou was dumbfounded. "Then how are we going to submit the manuscript? The other side is already rushing us." Zhang Ye said, "Submit the manuscript? Why would you still submit the manuscript?" These three answers of his had dumbfounded everyone. Little Sun said, horrified, What do you mean by that?" Zhang Ye looked at everyone. I thought that you guys understood what I meant. What is our purpose in doing all of what we did this time? It's to take the initiative and attack. To get behind enemy lines." Hachichi said in a stunned manner. "Yeah, we understood that. We have successfully broken into the Japanese market and even spread that out towards the whole of Asia. So what's left is to draw the comics well and accumulate our popularity before waiting to announce that you're actually the author behind them on the day the restriction order gets lifted. Or if we're afraid that something might change midway, we can also wait until the comics have ended to announce it. It's all the same anyway, isn't it?" Zhang Ye shot back. "I can only draw 3 chapters a day if I have nothing to do all day. Now that I've returned to work, where would I find time to draw them every day? Be it One Piece, Naruto, or Detective Conan. How could any of them be completed without taking several years to a decade at least?" Little Wang was stupefied. "That's right. So what do we do?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "When did I say that I was going to finish drawing them?" Uft. Rice spewed out of Little Zhou's mouth. Zhang Ye laughed. "Do you guys know what it means to cause a wave?" Everyone dropped their chopsticks and stood up in shock. Director Zhang. Damn it. Can you not cause such a big stir? Heavens, my heart can't take this, Director Zhang. Surely you're not right. They felt like they were about to crazy. They all knew that something big was going to happen this time. What did it mean to cause a wave? They did hear Zhang Ye mention this since the beginning, that they were going behind enemy lines and infiltrate the comics industry to cause a wave, to gather the popularity there. When they heard that phrase being mentioned, They didn't find anything wrong with it at first. It wasn't until this moment that they finally understood what Zhang Ye's causing a wave truly meant. Causing a wave meant causing a wave. There wasn't going to be a second wave, nor a third wave. Nothing else would come after it. Japan. Shonen Publishing. The editorial department was in a jubilant mood. One Piece's sales figures have set anew. Hi. Well done. Let's bring Naruto down. We'll definitely bring them down. What is Naruto and Dragon Ball to us? How dare they try to compete with us? Everyone was chatting. Then, Kyoko Sito suddenly came running in. This is bad. Something bad has happened. All the editors looked at her and said with a laugh, "What is bad? Did Dragon Ball's standalone volume sales figures surpass ours?" Kyoko said with a stunned look, "It's One Piece. One Piece has been placed on indefinite hiatus." The editorial department blew up in an instant. What? Holy fuck. PO Studios. In the office of the editorial department, someone suddenly yelled, "I just received some news. It's all over for Shonen Publishing." What happened? One Piece's serialization has stopped. What did you say? Ha ha ha. Well done. This is awesome. This is so awesome. Aoi, that freak, finally can't persist. I'm dying of laughter. For chapters a week? He might as well just go and die. Then Fujiwara Koji received a call. Afterwards, he stood up dumbfoundedly and said to the cheering editors, "Naruto has been stopped too." With that, the group of celebrating editors fainted in shock. Shikansha, something big has happened. What happened? Puffed ha ha ha. I just heard that Naruto and One Piece have both stopped updating. Is that true? This is a cause for celebration. Well done. Well done. We're going to be on fire. Who can compete with our Detective Conan in the future? Outside, the overseeing editor for Detective Conan ran in. Because he was running too fast, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Even so, he didn't seem to feel the pain, nor did he get up. He simply shouted angrily while lying on the floor. Fuck his sister. Teacher Hitano says that he won't continue drawing Detective Conan. He's going on an indefinite hiatus starting today. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. They gasped and nearly vomited blood. Similar scenes were happening within many of the comics magazine publishers. At Dragon Ball's comics publisher. At Gundam's comics publishers. At Slam Dunk's comics publishers. At Doraemon's comics publishers. Countless editors were cursing and swearing loudly. Aoi, fuck your grandma. Ozawa, your grandpa. Go. Quickly go. I want everyone to find that Muto, even if you have to dig 3 feet underground to get him. What happened? What the fuck happened? Why? How could the 7 of them suddenly stop publishing their chapters all at once? The comics publishers were in chaos. The comics world was in chaos. Indefinite hiatus. What did that mean? In Japan, it meant that the series was going to be taken out of serialization. In China, it was what the netizens affectionately described as castrated. Chapter 1455. A hole has been torn in the sky this time. Chapter 1455. A hole has been torn in the sky this time. Translator, leg editor, leg. An earthquake rattled through the Japanese comics world. It was an unprecedented magnitude of an earthquake. Ever since the inception of comics, there had never been such an earth-shattering event before. If it were one national cartoon that got canceled, that would have been fine. The loss of a national cartoon might affect them greatly, but it was still somewhat bearable. That was something that could be healed over time. If it were 2 national cartoons, they couldn't possibly accept it. If it were 3, then that was something they couldn't even fathom. 7 titles. A good 7 titles. A full 7 titles. They were collectively canceled on the same day and at the same time. The Japanese comics world at this moment could only be described as having 10,000 grass mud horses galloping across, then galloping back towards it, and then galloping across again. It was just that kind of a feeling. These scammers. We must not reveal this. We have to keep it a secret. Right? We can't let this news be leaked. If word gets out, this will be a devastating blow to Japanese comics. Quick, go and look for them. Locate the author. Damn, I can't get through to their phone. This is bad. Something fucking bad has happened. The industry was in tears. Many editors jumped in anger. This cannot be. You all cannot do something like that. In the end, the matter could not be kept under wraps. With something so big happening, it would be impossible to expect that no news would leak. Very soon, the Japanese media found out about it. Then the Japanese public found out about it. Following that, the Korean people, the Chinese people, and all of the other Asian people found out about it as well. It blew up in Japan. The people were so shocked, they vomited blood. What? Not drawing anymore? One Piece, Naruto, Detective Conan, Gundam, all of their serializations will be stopped. Fuck your sister. Are you fucking kidding me? Motherfucker. Aren't all of you Iron Men? Didn't you all claim that you could do 3 chapters a week with no problems? Publish more. Hurry up and publish more. The Korean comics and animation fans also went crazy. Where are they? Where are they at? Stand forward right now. Damn, can you people not be like this? Heavens, I'm following all 7 of the cartoons. This can't be true. It must all be a dream. This is outrageous. How could you all cancel the comics at their most crucial moments? The Chinese people were also stunned. Those bastards were still on a release rate of 3 and 4 chapters the past week. Why does it have to be like this? Fuck. Evil. This is too fucking evil. This is such a scam. I'm already addicted to reading them. How can you all fucking castrate them? Who is it? Don't let me find out where you guys live. Oh, I'm going crazy. I've never come across such sinister cartoonists before. All of the Asian people were having. None of it. This was making trouble on purpose. This was arousing the public's anger. These 7 people were evil as fuck. If it was because the comics were not doing well, that would have been fine. If it was because the plot had fallen apart, that would have been fine too. Or if it was because you were really so slow at drawing that you could no longer draw, we could have let that slide as well. But no, it was none of those reasons. Did they perform badly? They were already fucking recognized as national cartoons. Did the plots fall apart? The plots of all 7 cartoons were at the most exciting moments of their stories. Was it slow in getting published? The 7 of you are all freaks of nature competing with each other on release speed. Some of you could even update at 4 chapters a week. If you were considered slow, then all of the other Japanese cartoonists might as well just die. Yet all of you actually canceled your series. How utterly inhuman. Currently, there was great discontent among the public. All across Asia, people's hatreds were peaking at these cases of castration. They were gritting their teeth in anger and hopping mad. The media, the industry, the people, everyone was crying. All of a sudden, quite a few voices started emerging from the anger. Say, do you guys think that it could be just one person behind this? With these guesses coming out, many people received such shocks that they broke out in cold sweats. One person? Could these 7 people be the same person? The media was stunned. The editors of the comics publishers were stunned. The people gasped. Without thinking about it, they didn't realize. But the moment they gave it some thought, it gave them a huge scare. Starting off with the quality of the comics. The 7 comic series art styles and genres were completely different. But what was common between them were their heaven-defying quality. All of them were at the level of a national cartoon. In the past, there wasn't even a full-length national cartoon appearing once in 6 years. But now, 7 of them had appeared one after another in the space of just several months. This point in itself was very suspicious. How could there be so many national cartoons? And then there was the release speed. The 7 comics were published at an unheard of speed. Releasing 2 chapters a week was shocking enough, yet they could manage a stable release speed of 3 chapters a week. At times when there was an increase in speed, it could even hit 4 chapters a week. It wasn't just one of them, but all 7 of them. This was really too coincidental. And then there were the authors. Every one of the authors never revealed their identities. All of the comic magazine's editors had only met with the author's representatives. At first, everyone did not know about this. Only when it was gradually revealed later on did the various comics publishers realize that the others had also only met with the author's representatives. That would mean that whatever these 7 people's names were, their true identities, or even which country they were from were all unknown to them. This was also one of the suspicious points. Finally, the most crucial point was also the one that aroused the most suspicion. The 7 cartoonists and the 7 comic series had all been placed on indefinite hiatus at exactly the same time. Even the announcements were worded in the exact same manner. How could it be that great of a coincidence? This was no longer a matter that could be fucking explained with coincidence. In fact, many people had previously speculated on the possibility of this. After all, there were too many doubts about it. However, a lot of them quickly dismissed it after giving some brief thought. They did not dwell on it further. Which was the part that stopped them from doing so? It was the release rate. A comic series that released 3 chapters a week was unheard of within the industry. It would basically require the authors to draw at an impossible speed. If this was the case for 1 series, what would it be like for 7 series? In the minds of many, if those 7 people were really just 1 person, that would mean that person would have to draw at least 3 chapters of content in a single day. The release rate of all the comics would have to be at least 20 chapters per week. Other people could only do 1 chapter at most. But he could draw 20? How could there be such a person? How could there possibly be a freak like this? But right now, countless facts and logic had been presented to their eyes. It made them believe that Aoi, Ozawa, Muto, Hitano, and the rest of the 7 cartoonists might really just be 1 person. This discovery sent shivers down everyone's spines. 1 person. That must be it. There isn't any other explanation that makes sense. There can't be such coincidences in the world. That's unbelievable. Fuck. So it turns out that it was actually drawn by only 1 person? Where did such a godly person come from? Drawing more than 20 chapters a week. Which crazy person could draw that quickly? Who could this person be? Motherfucker, show yourself. Right? Quickly show yourself. This is a conspiracy. A grand conspiracy. Your sister. Which immoral bastard is trying to scam us? It's not too late to step forward. We'll consider it your surrender. On this day, countless Asians were clenching their teeth in hatred as they sought that person's identity. Chapter 1456. The world's #1 eunuch is exposed. Chapter 1456. The world's #1 eunuch is exposed. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The news was overwhelming. Public resentment boils over. Big happenings in the comics industry. The 7 national cartoons are the handiwork of 1 person? Who is the mastermind? The people's cry. We hope the person will turn themselves in. Speculation in the industry. Who on earth can it be? Whatever new movies were screening, whatever new songs were released, whatever gossip there was, all of that instantly lost its newsworthiness after the comics industry's biggest case of castration was revealed. No one was interested in any of that anymore, and even the news of Zhang Ye's return was swept aside. Movies? MOV, your sister. Gossip? Goes your sister. Compared to that most despicable great eunuch in the entirety of history, none of the other news mattered anymore. At this moment, all eyes in Asia were focused on the comics industry, on that person behind those 7 national cartoons. One by one, names were being tossed out. Could it be Yamamoto Takagi? It's possible. Right, Yamamoto can draw really fast. That's right. The retired Yamamoto Takagi's social network was flooded with comments. 1 page, 10 pages, 100 pages. From the first comment to the 10,000th comment. All of them were the scoldings of people. Yamamoto Takagi was stunned. He quickly wrote a post in explanation. But the people did not believe him and insisted that it was him. In the end, they only let him go after Yamamoto Takagi swore on his life that it wasn't him. Could it be Haruai Nishi? Oh yes, Haruai. Teacher Haruai is known for her diverse style. That's right. She's perfectly capable of drawing 7 different genres of comics. Damn, Haruai, come forward and show yourself. Say it, is it you or not? Haruai Nishi was flooded by the seething voices of the people. Haruai Nishi nearly passed out. What and what? What makes you think that it was me? What has all of this got anything to do with me? If I can draw at a speed of 20 chapters a week, would I still have to be hounded by my editor every week on submission day? I am not going to take the rap for this. She hurriedly appeared to deny it. I know. Who? It's Muto Ogawa. Why him? Because his wife's maiden name is Aoi, and his mother's maiden name is Hitano. Damn, could it be any more coincidental? It's him. It has to be. Muto Ogawa, come out. Muto Ogawa was the next to be under siege. The people were getting really mad and were latching on to whoever they could think of. One by one, these cartoonists were implicated. One by one, these cartoonists were made to take the blame. Some cartoonists swore on their lives or purely denied their involvement. Someone even produced evidence of them being in surgery during a certain date and getting hospitalized after that for more than 2 weeks, so it was impossible that they could have published the comics during that time. Examples of such responses were countless. This was too big of an incident to be a scapegoat for. This wasn't something that any of the cartoonists in Japan dared to take the rap for, nor could they fucking afford to. They could only distance themselves as far from it as possible. But the people were relentless in their pursuit. The people of Asia joined hands and vowed to dig up the identity of the mastermind. They analyzed. They guessed. They studied the situation. They sought for evidence. The people even started checking on almost every active and retired Japanese cartoonist impatiently and ruling them out one by one until there was no one left that matched the traits of the suspect. The people were raging mad. Who is it? Who the hell could it be? Why can't we find the person? I don't know. No one seems to be a major suspect. Heavens, which crevasse did that person pop out from? There must be some clues to the identity of that person. There has to be. Keep looking. Motherfucker, we must root out this person even if we have to go outside the country. This damned eunuch. The outside world was in chaos. The whole of Asia had been affected by this. The staff of Zhang Ye's studio started to panic. Little Sun exclaimed, "Everyone, take a look at the internet." Little Wang covered her face. "We're done for." Little Zhou was crying. "We've gone too far this time. This matter has blown up beyond our control." Hachichi looked at Zhang Ye. "Director Zhang?" Zhang's was said anxiously. "You've poked the hornet's nest this time." Zhang Ye was also checking the news and comments on the internet. When he saw the public sentiment and anger, he started feeling a little guilty as well. Then he coughed and said, "Their reaction has gone overboard, right? Mastermind? Who are they talking about? And there was even a mention of surrendering? They're speaking as though I'm a criminal or something. What kind of phrasing are they even using? Criminal? You're even more hated than a criminal." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. They heard Zhang Ye saying with conviction, "What do they know? Creative work is a very difficult process. How can everyone be so inconsiderate? Hi, who can ever guarantee that a comic series will always be smooth sailing? Do they expect everything to always be perfect? No one can guarantee such a thing. Authors are humans too, and there will be times when they encounter writer's block or fall sick. Isn't canceling a story very normal? They can't just scold us like this. Everyone should be more understanding. That's how it should be. Creative work really isn't easy." Everyone rolled their eyes at him again. Other people only did one comic series, but you had 7. Other people only published 1 chapter a week, but you can publish more than 20 chapters. Creative work isn't easy? Why can't we see that that's the case for you? You are clearly doing this on purpose. Hachichi asked, Then what should we do now? How are we going to explain it to everyone?" Zhang Zhuo also asked. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment before saying in an awe-inspiring manner, "Forget it. Hi. I should just explain it properly to everyone. They are all reasonable people, so they will surely understand." Hachichi was speechless. Zhang Zhuo was speechless. Thus, in the midst of the chaos that was going on in the outside world, while everyone was going out of their way to seek out the mastermind, Zhang Ye made a post on Weibo. Zhang Ye posted, "After several months of rest, my wife has finally made a full recovery. Thank you to everyone for your concern. I will be officially returning back to work starting today and serving the people. Thank you for your support." The people responding to this were few and far between. They were completely unconcerned with this announcement. Some people even started chatting under Zhang Ye's Weibo post. "We know about this already. We've already seen it in the news. Hi. All we want to know now is who that damned eunuch is. Yeah, this is so infuriating. These Japanese cartoonists are so wicked. That's right. I used to think that Zhang Ye was the evilest person in the world, but who knew that someone more sinister would appear? That damned eunuch. The most horrible eunuch in history. Don't let me find out who it is. We have to find this person no matter what." A while later, Zhang Ye added another Weibo post. Zhang Ye. "By the way, in these several months that I was away, I started drawing comics since I had nothing to do. Surprisingly, the results turned out pretty good, so I'd like to thank everyone for their support. But due to the restriction orders in Japan and Korea, and because of my own work, I can't continue updating them. Sorry about that, but I'll be castrating them." The netizens replied, Zhang Ye tried his hand at comics too? Haha, why did you switch fields again? You're castrating your series too? Even if you did that, you couldn't have outdone that great eunuch. That person actually, it fell silent. It was absolutely quiet. The next moment, everyone screamed and jumped in shock. Chapter 1457, Scoldings from All Over Asia. Chapter 1457, Scoldings from All Over Asia. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The netizens were stunned. What do you mean? What did you mean by that? Zhang Ye. Comics? Eunuch? Holy shit. Surely not, right? How can that be? Please tell me that it isn't what I'm thinking. Motherfucker, it might exactly be what you're thinking. Lord Buddha, dear God. The comments on Weibo exploded. The people blew up. This Weibo post by Zhang Ye had set off a shockwave all across Asia. At the beginning, when they saw that Weibo post, no one dared to make anything further of it. This was because it wasn't only them, but all of Asia's citizens whose first impressions were that the mastermind of those 7 comics was a Japanese person. It had to be Japanese because Japan was the country of comics and animation. It was where this whole industry thrived the most in the entire world, while those 7 cartoons had originated from Japan as well. Therefore, everyone's first thought was that the person must have been Japanese, and so they had besieged them. Even when they saw this post by Zhang Ye, they still believed it to be a different matter. Zhang Ye also started drawing comics, and he coincidentally castrated his series as well. If it were anyone else, any other celebrity, the people would not have possibly given it any further thought. Even if other people went to make a movie, and you followed suit by making a movie, that in itself wouldn't really have much relevance with the other. But it was different when it came to Zhang Ye. The things that this name represented were entirely different. When they remembered that this person was Zhang Ye, when they remembered his temperament, they took another look at his Weibo post, and finally started trembling. One after another, everyone's eyes widened in shock as though they had seen a ghost. Who was Zhang Ye? A singer, a host, a director, a calligrapher, a novelist. He was a freak of nature that practically knew everything. If you said that other celebrities could draw comics, they definitely wouldn't believe it. But if someone said that Zhang Ye could draw comics, no one would dare to not believe it. This fellow could even fly a plane, so what was so unbelievable about him drawing comics? And to add on, did Zhang Ye have the time to draw them? He did. He really did. When the first chapter of One Piece was serialized, that was also the time Zhang Ye's wife fractured her leg. At that time, Zhang Ye dropped all of his work and took time off to stay at home as a caregiver. When those 7 comics were castrated, it coincided with the time his wife recovered and the first day of his return to the entertainment circle. Not only did the timing match, but it matched so well that it was scary. It was eerie how there wasn't even a difference of a day. And wasn't Zhang Ye also known for his speed? His wit? He was the fastest in Asia. His talking speed? He was the fastest in Asia. Zhang Ye's shocking display during the advertising messages in The Voice had left all the hosts in Asia in awe of him. And there was even the history of him spending an entire night recording 10 episodes of his talk show. This speed, this efficiency, this record, they were all still unbroken by anyone in Asia. If it was claimed that Zhang Ye had the fastest hands in Asia, if it was said that Zhang Ye's drawing speed was also the fastest in Asia, there really was such a possibility. Fuck. Finally, moving on to Zhang Ye's temperament. Was Zhang Ye capable of such a devious act and roguish behavior? Would he really dare to do something like that? The answer was obvious. He would. This fellow would really fucking do something like that. Further, this fellow had always been fond of committing such heinous acts. He couldn't be more happy doing them. It was a match. It was a match. All of the conditions had been met. So when the official Weibo of Zhang Ye's studio made the next post, the people were not very surprised to see it. The studio posted a picture. It was the original manuscripts for One Piece, Naruto, and the other comics. The original manuscripts were basically the first drafts that originated from the author. They weren't edited and did not have any watermarks on them. It was just a clean manuscript that only the author and the publisher would have access to. Therefore, from this picture alone, it had confirmed more than what words could explain. Zhang Ye's studio hurriedly explained. Teacher Zhang did not mean to do this on purpose. The main issue is the restriction order that's in place. All of Teacher Zhang's work in Japan and Korea has been severely affected by the strict enforcement of it. Since Teacher Zhang has revealed his identity, there is no way for him to continue drawing. On top of that, Teacher Zhang has just returned to work, so he will be very busy. There isn't any time or energy that he can spare to finish these 7 works, so we seek everyone's kind understanding on this matter. However, those words were completely ineffective. When the identity of that great eunuch was revealed, It became pointless to make any further explanations. They had found the person in question. They had finally found the mastermind. In the schools, in the offices, the media, the people, the entertainment circle, the comics world. A shocking storm had been set off across Asia because of this Weibo post. The news seemingly grew a pair of wings as it speedily made its rounds all over Asia. Japan. In the editorial department of Shonen Publishing, many editors came together and started cursing. Have we found out who it is yet? We've checked with every cartoonist in Japan, but it's not any of them. Where did this person come from? Then the deputy editor walked in angrily. We've found out who it is. Kyoko Sito stood up immediately. What? Who is it? The deputy editor clenched his teeth and said, It's someone we've been scolding almost every day. A male editor was stunned. That can't be. Someone we've been scolding every day? There's only Zhang Ye that we've scolded, nobody else. Ah, Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. Oh my god. How could it be him? Kyoko Sito fainted. The entire editorial department vomited blood at this. Korea. Lee Anson's team. That Zhang fellow is back again. Yeah, I wonder what trouble he'll be starting this time. In any case, he can forget about coming to Korea. If he wants to make trouble, do it in China. We're not going to entertain his nonsense anymore. Hi. I'm just frustrated over why One Piece has been cancelled. Anson Appa, you read it too? Yeah. At this moment, an assistant scampered in. Something has happened. Zhang Ye has started something again. One Piece was drawn by him. Naruto was drawn by him. Everything was fucking drawn by him. What did you say? Impossible, the assistant said loudly. It's really Zhang Ye. He admitted to it. Lee. Anson nearly fell out of his chair. China. At Yao Jinsai's house. Yaomi was at home cursing and swearing. Don't let me find out where you live. You scammer. How can you be so irresponsible? My slam dunk. My beloved Rukawa Kid. Her mother walked over from behind. She said, Hey, Mimi, it looks like there's news of your Uncle Zhang. Yaomi didn't even turn around as she answered uninterestedly, What news? Her mother read from her cell phone. Let me see. It says here that Slam Dunk and Gundam, as well as the rest of the 7 national cartoons were all drawn by him. What cartoons are they talking about? Are they referring to comics? Yaomi was dumbfounded. Uffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, it's my Uncle Zhang. At a school, Chao Mingming's class had just ended. When the bell sounded, the students gathered and let off their steam by cursing and swearing. A female student shouted, How can there be such an evil person? A male student sobbed, My Gundam. It got castrated just like that. Chao Mingming said, Damned eunuch. Awful eunuch. This is so infuriating. At this moment, a female classmate dumbfoundedly shoved her phone into Chao Mingming's face. Mingming, stop cursing. Chao Mingming said angrily. Why should I stop scolding that person? The female classmate did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because that person is your brother. When she said that, all of their classmates spewed blood. Chao Mingming was stupefied. What? The female classmate waved the phone in her hand. See for yourself. It's the latest news. After she read it, Chao Mingming broke down and facepalmed. She suddenly yelled, Damn, you guys can't swear at him anymore. You should be studying hard instead of following those cartoons. Everyone was exasperated. Hey, that wasn't what you were saying a moment ago. The female classmate said, Yeah, I won't scold him anymore. Chao Mingming hugged her. You're still the best, my dear friend. The female classmate said in a speechless manner, Because there's no need for me to scold him. Just see for yourself. Everyone else in Asia is scolding him. Chao Mingming was speechless. She was in deep grief and despair. She wondered why she had to have a cousin who would always get into all sorts of trouble. Chapter 1458, Face-smacking Zhang gets besieged. Chapter 1458, Face-smacking Zhang gets besieged. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Japan. The citizens broke down. Detective Conan was drawn by him. They were all fucking drawn by him. Zhang Ye. Fuck your sister. You scoundrel. You fucking scoundrel. He's doing it on purpose. This is pissing me off. I'm going crazy. This is so despicable. Damn it. I've never encountered a person like that before. He scammed all of us. When did he learn how to draw comics? And he can even draw so well. Heavens, tell me this isn't true. The Japanese couldn't accept it as Zhang Ye was such a hated figure in Japan. Be it rivers run red, or the destruction of the Asakusa Hotel, they made Zhang Ye countless enemies. He was almost considered a public enemy of all Japanese people. As such, no one had expected that this fellow would sneak into their backyard and swindle them using comics and animation, the biggest industry and pride of their country, and beating them hands down with it. And he even castrated the works, canceling every series on a whim just like that. At this moment, the Japanese citizens even had an urge to kill him. Korea. The situation here was the same. Zhang Ye? Zhang Ye. It can't be him. It's just not possible. It's impossible. No, this can't be true. Why don't he just die? And I was wondering why the Japanese comics world had descended into such chaos recently. So it was all because of him. So it was because Zhang Ye had infiltrated into their market. We should have known that it was him. I've heard that the bastard always causes chaos in whichever industry he goes to. This fellow is really the #1 shit stirrer of the world. My One Piece. My Naruto. My Doraemon. You fucking publish more. China. The citizens here were also raising a ruckus. It's teacher Zhang again. Oh my god. Face-smacking Zhang has fucking made a move again. Zhang Ye, your sister. You fucking scammer. Japan and Korea have been slapped ruthlessly this time. They clearly hated Zhang Ye to the core, but then they had to discover that their most beloved comics and animations were actually all created by him. Just how embarrassing is that? This is such a ruthless face-smacking. Teacher Zhang, we don't really care about you smacking other people's faces, but can you not drag us into it as well? Damn it. We're also readers of One Piece, Detective Conan, and the other comics as well. Fuck. We've suffered collateral damage from Zhang Ye's face-smacking. I can understand how the Japanese and Koreans are feeling right now. I'm a hardcore fan of Zhang Ye, but damn, even I have a fucking urge to kill Zhang Ye right now. So not to mention the others. This fellow seems to have been born with the ability to taunt others. He can absolutely get away with driving people to their graves. What did I say? What did I say? Every time Zhang Ye goes on a long break, he stirs up some trouble. I was still wondering why Zhang Ye managed to keep such a low profile this time and not cause any incidents. I thought that he was seriously taking a break this time. Take a break, my ass. So it turns out that he had actually gone to the comics industry and turned the place upside down. And on his first day back at work, he has immediately caused such a big commotion. I knew he couldn't stay idle for long. Either he does not make a move, or he causes a wave when he does something. How is this causing a wave? This is fucking scamming people. Zhang Ye has torn a hole in the sky this time. I wonder how he'll clear this up. I was just saying, when did Japan also have someone as sinister as Zhang Ye in their country? How could they also have a scourge like that? But damn, I've only realized now that these two are actually the same person. So it has always fucking been Zhang Ye causing all those incidents. I should have known. How could there possibly be another scourge like Zhang Ye who only appears once every 10,000 years? It doesn't make sense that there would be a second one. Zhang Ye, you're done for. You fucking tricked us as well. The news spread everywhere. All the Asian media outlets were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Zhang Ye verified to be the original author. The mastermind gets exposed. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye steps into the comics and animation world. Zhang Ye's shocking response to the Japanese and Korean restriction order. Zhang Ye gets besieged by all of Asia. Zhang Ye provokes public anger. How will the situation be resolved? A new kind of evil. Its name is Zhang Ye. The truth behind the greatest castration in history. Meanwhile, at the studio, Zhang Ye's cell phone was exploding with calls. His mother, his cousins, Zhang Xia, Yao Jiankai, Ning Lan, Xiaodong, Amy, all of them called him in panic. Teacher Zhang, have you gone crazy? Amy, calm down, calm down. Calm down, your sister. I was following Detective Conan. You were reading it too. Of course I read it. And sister, Dong follows One Piece. Why did you cancel them? It doesn't matter whether it gets finished or not. What's important is the journey. The key takeaway is the enjoyment of that. What enjoyment? I want to know the ending. Do you know it's driving me crazy wanting to find out what happens next? You gotta at least tell us the ending to Detective Conan and One Piece. Ending? When Zhang Ye heard that, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tell you about what? I didn't fucking get to see their endings either. When he was done taking the calls here, Zhang Ye, who was at the studio, was startled by shouts from outside. The studio staff were also startled by them. They ran over to the window and took a cautious peek downstairs. They saw a shocking scene outside. Countless people appeared from all directions and had gathered below their studio. Teacher Zhang, get out here. Stop working. Go and publish chapters. You better hurry up and publish chapters. Publish them. Publish them. Your grandpa. Your grandpa. Hand over your stockpile and we'll spare your life. Hand over your stockpile and we'll spare your life. Hand over your stockpile and we'll spare your life. The shouting became more and more in unison as a huge crowd gathered. It was a really grand sight to behold. Ha Chi-Chi was floored. Why did they all come here? Zhang Zhe was also getting anxious. Why are they here so fast? Little Wang wiped off her sweat. We have really poked the hornet's nest. Little Zhou and Little Sun looked at the scene downstairs and felt their legs trembling. The other studio staff looked at one another with expressions of helplessness. This was the trouble that Director Zhang had stirred up. The face smacking this time had been dealt too severely. The citizens of Asia had been attacked, all the same by Zhang Ye regardless of where they were from. The wave that Zhang Ye had wanted to cause this time had succeeded. But perhaps it had succeeded too well. They had initially banked on this wave to boost their popularity, but could that still happen? Could their popularity still increase after getting scolded to such a state? This matter had blown up by too much, and it had better not overturn the car that they were in. On this day, all of the internet, all of China, all of Japan, all of Asia, visiting any random forum, website, tieba, or social network, a spectacular scene of scolding could be seen happening on any of them. All of these scoldings were directed at Zhang Ye. A scolding battle with such a grand formation, on such a large scale, and with so much unity. Throughout the ages, there had only been one case. Throughout the ages, it had only happened to one person. Chapter 1459, a continuation for One Piece? Chapter 1459, a continuation for One Piece? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The scolding lasted an entire day. It was still going on into the night and the wee hours of the morning. After a full day of scolding, not only did the emotions not subside, the feelings of the people intensified even further. The next day, in the morning, Zhang Ye drove to work today. After he parked his car and headed upstairs to the office, a young couple who lived in the neighborhood walked over. The two of them had a big brown dog with them and were probably walking their dog together after breakfast. Somehow, they ended up in front of Zhang Ye's BMW. The dog wanted to pee. The young man quickly said, "Brownie, don't be a bad dog." But his girlfriend said, "Brownie, pee right where you are." The young man said anxiously, "But this is Teacher Zhang's car." His girlfriend harumphed, "I know it's his car. That's why I want him to pee here. Pee as much as you can, Brownie." The young man was speechless. After the dog was done peeing, the young man's girlfriend urged, "Brownie, pee some more." The young man was still speechless. His girlfriend snorted and said, "You're done? Then let's go and get you some more water to drink. Mommy will continue walking you until you're ready to come back here to pee." The young man couldn't think of anything to say. Upstairs, in the studio, when Zhang Ye came into the office, he saw that some guests had arrived. Xiaodong and Amy were both rummaging through the cabinets and drawers. Li Xiaoxian had a bitter smile on her face as she tried to hold them back. "Aya, what are the two of you doing?" Amy said, "The stockpile of chapters. I'm looking for the stockpile of Detective Conan's chapters." Xiaodong also said loudly, "Where's the manuscript of One Piece?" Ha Chi-Chi said helplessly, "Director Zhang really didn't draw them. That's impossible. It's definitely around here somewhere." Amy was having none of it. Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh and say, "What's this? Are you raiding my place?" Xiaodong turned her head. "You're finally here. Hurry up and hand over the stockpile of chapters. Even if you're not giving them to others, you have to give it to me." Zhang Ye threw up his hands. "I really don't have them. I'm no longer drawing them." Amy said angrily, "Teacher Zhang, you're such a terrible person. Do you know you won't have any friends if you keep up with that attitude?" "Won't have any friends." Xiaodong rolled her eyes. "You're a public enemy to all Asian people. Do you know that? Why did you have to cancel the comics now of all times? Why are you so heartless? Please, publish more. Right? Quickly publish them. Quickly go and draw some more chapters." The two of them kept bugging Zhang Ye and went on and on. However, Zhang Ye was completely unaffected by it. which made Xiaodong and Amy so angry that they could do nothing about it. They really had no way of dealing with this fellow. From across the room, little Wang called out, "Ah, Director Zhang." Little Zhou pointed downstairs. "There's a dog pissing on your car tires." Little Wang said, "Ah, another dog has come to pee on your car." Zhang Ye shrugged and remarked, "Let them pee all they want. It's no big deal. Which family doesn't own a pet these days? If they're feeling so urgent and want to pee, surely we can't stop them from doing so, right? That would be too much. We cannot be that unreasonable. Let's be considerate of one another since we're all friends." He patted his chest. "We have to be big-hearted." Xiaodong and Amy were both speechless. The two of them gazed at this fellow who was so shameless that his skin was thicker than city walls. They knew that there was nothing they could say to make him change his mind. Starting to feel annoyed with him, they left the place while cursing and swearing as they walked off. It was the same situation online. Countless netizens joined hands in solidarity at this common enemy. "Everybody get him. I can't stand it anymore. This damned eunuch. It makes me so mad. So mad. Detective Conan stopped publication today. One Piece is also probably going to stop publication tomorrow. Everyone, let's scold this fellow together. He's such a bastard. We mustn't let him off so lightly." Right. The louder our voices, the greater the pressure will be on Zhang Ye. When he can't take it anymore, he will have to bow down and start publishing chapters again. That's right, let's go. Let's pile the pressure on him. Zhang, show yourself. Are you going to continue drawing or not? Zhang Ye's Weibo, his fan club's Tieba, and his studio's blog. As long as there was a platform related to Zhang Ye that the netizens could find, the enraged masses occupied them. One after another, everyone scolded Zhang Ye like clockwork. How they wished that there were 25 hours in a day for them to scold him. Everyone was hoping that this would put some pressure on Zhang Ye so that he would resume publication. After all, this wasn't just about one or two people, nor was it just one or two countries. It was all of the comics and animation fans from all over Asia who were involved. It was tens of millions of people. It was hundreds of millions of people. Who could withstand such great pressure? No one could bear that. This was the voice of the people. This was the power of the masses. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ye was truly able to bear it. 3 days. 3 full days. The Asian citizens scolded Zhang Ye for 3 full days. If it were anyone else, if it were any other celebrity, if it were any other studio, they would have caved in from this vast scolding by the people. The celebrities would have also long since broken down in the face of such great pressure. Even if they did not break down, they would definitely be panicking and would have to step forward to give an explanation at least. But as for Zhang Ye's studio, nothing. There was no response from them at all. Zhang Ye continued working, totally unmoved by everything that was going on. Business went on as usual though nothing had happened. What sort of person was Zhang Ye? If he had to go to the hospital, he would be very afraid. If he had to get a shot, he would be scared to death. But if he was to bear the brunt from other people scolding, this fellow was an expert at scolding others, so he was naturally very good at bearing the brunt of being scolded. No matter how terrible the scolding, no matter how many people were scolding him, he could endure all of that without a change in expression. What was a hooligan? This was a hooligan. He wouldn't bend no matter what. Nothing could affect him at all. The Asian citizens were enraged. Fucking hell. This guy is too shameless. Our scoldings aren't working? Damn it, this guy is too thick-skinned. Your sister. He doesn't even budge after so many people have scolded him. Motherfucker, this fellow is really pissing me off. Puffed. The thing about Zhang Ye that leaves people speechless is, sometimes he can get so detestable, yet there's nothing we can do about that. Yeah, I finally understand. It's absolutely useless to keep on scolding him. That's true. How could Zhang Ye be afraid of being scolded? He's always being scolded by people throughout the years, but does it look like he has ever cared? This fellow just can't be bothered by such things. I give up. I really give up. There's no one who can deal with a person like Zhang Ye. Chief Wu, rein in your husband. This fellow is getting too arrogant. At Wu Ziqing stopped Zhang Ye from going to work and make him stay at home to finish drawing the comics. Quickly lift the restriction order on Zhang Ye. Right? Fucking shit. Stop it with those restriction orders and stuff. Quickly lift his ban and let him continue drawing. However, the Japanese authorities did not give any responses to the matter. After learning that Zhang Ye was the author of the comics, They should have banned those 7 comics on the basis of the restriction order and restricted their sales. This was because Zhang Ye was not allowed to have any of his non-charity works appear in the Japanese market. Yet now, after this matter was exposed, the relevant departments in Japan were still staying silent. They did not dare to ban the works, nor say that they were going to lift the restriction order. Their attitude towards the matter remained very ambiguous. There was no effect at all. Everyone was finally getting tired of scolding. But at this moment, a piece of news that shocked all of Asia was released. Shonen Publishing announced that they were going to get someone else to continue the serialization of One Piece. The Asian citizens screamed. In particular, the Japanese were the most excited. Goddamn. Well done. Continue writing it. Quickly continue writing it. Although it won't be drawn by Zhang Ye, and even if it might not feel the same, it's still better than being fucking cancelled. Haha, well done. I give a thumbs up to this decision. I'm just afraid that One Piece will get ruined if someone else takes over. That won't happen. Our Japan is the glorious country of comics and animation. The cartoonists here are all very professional. If an amateur like Zhang Ye can do it, why can't our professional cartoonists do it? Moreover, One Piece's main plot and general content have already been more or less laid out. The character designs are there too, so there isn't going to be much difficulty for someone to take over and continue the series. Motherfucker. As long as the story continues, I will read it regardless of who's drawing it. Just hurry up and publish chapters already. It's just a pity that we won't be getting 4 chapters per week anymore. Hi. Don't think about having 4 chapters. I would be satisfied with just 1 fucking chapter a week now. There was a heated discussion about this throughout Asia. The outside world was getting very excited about it. At the same time, Zhang Ye's studio received this news. Hachichi was dumbfounded. Does the contract allow that? Little Wong let out a curse. They can even find someone to continue the series? Zhang's was said. They're pulling out all the stops. Little Zhou said. Then what should we do now? Zhang Ye harumphed at this. Continue the series? I'll see which of you are capable of doing something like that. Chapter 1460. Zhang Ye's Dead Cat Bounce. Chapter 1460. Zhang Ye's Dead Cat Bounce. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, Japan. Shonen Publishing's comic magazine went on sale. All the staff of Shonen Publishing's editorial department were here. Teacher Tanaka. We're depending on you. Good luck. Everything depends on today. The whole of Asia is watching us right now. Right, there won't be any problems. Everyone here has seen Teacher Tanaka's continuation of the comic. Haha, I find his artwork to be much better than Zhang Ye's. That's right. Teacher Tanaka is a professional cartoonist while Zhang Ye is at most an amateur hobbyist. How can they compare? What does he have to compare with our Teacher Tanaka? Everyone was cheering each other on. They were a little anxious and felt some anticipation as well. The most excited person would definitely have to be Tanaka Kintaro. He was the cartoonist Shonen Publishing had invited to continue the serialization for One Piece. In the Japanese comics world, Tanaka Kintaro wasn't exactly the most well-known cartoonist, nor had he published any top comic series before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to take this job. However, Tanaka was recognized as a top cartoonist when it came to his drawing techniques and experience. On top of that, he was especially good at mimicking the art styles of others. In the past, his works did not get popular because he did not have a distinct style of his own and wasn't that good creatively. From his works, one could always see a hint of similarity to the outstanding works of other people. But this time, it was different. To do a continuation for One Piece, it required someone who could exactly imitate the style of others. It had to be similar, the closer, the better. As such, there was perhaps no one more suitable for this job than Teacher Tanaka in the entire comics industry. Tanaka himself was also very willing to accept this project. To him, this was a chance. It was a great opportunity for him to ascend to the heavens. What sort of a project was this? It was One Piece. A national cartoon. He knew that if he could draw it well, his name would go down in the annals of history. Tanaka was in a jubilant mood at this moment. Zhang Ye, since you've canceled your series, don't blame me for taking over. Haha. I, Tanaka Kintaro, will be picking up this bargain. Later that morning, Shonen Publishing's comic magazine went on sale. All of Asia's citizens were waiting in anticipation. Japan. It's out. I've gotten my hands on a copy of it. Let me take a look at One Piece first. Wow, it's pretty good. Yeah, it looks really similar to the original. Is this really a continuation? It's not bad. Ha ha ha, well done. Teacher Tanaka is so impressive. Just keep on drawing like this. We'll be relying on you from now on. Korea. Haha, how well drawn. There's no need for Zhang Ye anymore. Right? Naruto and Slam Dunk can also continue getting serialized this way. They definitely have to get a continuation. If One Piece's continuation gets a good response, the other 6 cartoons will follow suit. I've heard that they're already searching for cartoonists to take over the projects. Haha, Zhang Ye must be dumbfounded. It's okay if you don't want to draw. There will be others more than willing to do it. Go. China. Teacher Zhang must be stunned by this. He definitely is. Haha, this is so delightful. Honestly speaking, Tanaka's drawing is quite acceptable. It's good as long as I can read it. Let's just forget about that damned eunuch. Teacher Zhang, you can leave now. We don't need you anymore. Hehe. There was a heated discussion about this throughout Asia. The people were cheering. The continuation of One Piece's serialization had attracted huge attention. The authorities, the media, and the public's evaluation of it were all pretty good. Although some places weren't perfect, since this was not Zhang Ye's original work, the continuation was still an acceptable version. At the least, it was above a passing grade, so everyone's evaluation of it was rather high. Shonen Publishing was elated. The crisis had been resolved. They were finally back on track. Tanaka was also overjoyed. It's on fire. This bro is on fire. This bro has finally made a name for himself. Immediately, Tanaka's fame received a huge boost. The news started to spread. One Piece's continuation a success. The people are convinced. According to sources, the search for a cartoonist to continue Detective Conan has begun. Rumors spread of Gundam getting a continuation. Is the greatest castration in history subsiding? The matter was gradually showing signs of improvement. Everyone thought that this was the end of it. One Piece would keep getting published, and the story of Luffy and his friends would continue. The other comics would get their own continuations. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ye's studio, which had been quiet for several days, made a post at this time. Zhang Ye had made his move, and with this move, the waters were even more muddied. The studio's post was nothing but a new chapter of One Piece. Zhang Ye, who had castrated the series, was actually bringing it back. It blew up all over Asia. Everyone was stunned, their jaws dropping. Holy fuck, what is this I'm seeing? Zhang Ye has posted a new chapter. One Piece has been updated. Damn, didn't you say that you weren't going to draw it anymore? Didn't you say that you couldn't draw it anymore because you were busy with work? Your grandpa. Who are you trying to fool? Why did it get updated, damn it? Motherfucker, it's so well drawn. I finished reading it. It's really touching. Indeed, it's so much better than Tanaka's version. Moreover, the plot developed in a completely different direction. Isn't this such a face-smacking? Yeah, and I thought that Tanaka's continuation was pretty good at first, but it's nothing compared to the original version. The storyline was different as well. I still find Zhang Ye's version to be better. This fellow's character and temperament are not good, but his abilities are very real. They were still drumming up how professional a cartoonist Tanaka is over in Japan and how his continuation would surely be more professional than Zhang Ye's, who is just an amateur. In fact, anyone would know that it was just self-deception to convince the people. One Piece is Zhang Ye's original creation, after all, so who could possibly draw it better than him? Wouldn't that be nonsense? Hurry up and publish more. Quickly write more. Japan, Korea, China. One Piece's latest chapter spread like wildfire. Countless people had their hopes raised as they screamed excitedly. And then, there were no more and thence. One Piece was just updated with one chapter before getting canceled again. Zhang Ye and his studio went quiet once more without any signs of activity. Only at this moment did everyone understand Zhang Ye's intention. They were all so angry that they wanted to tear Zhang Ye to pieces. Shonen Publishing. The editorial department staff were dumbfounded. When Tanaka dumbfoundedly finished reading the latest chapter of the original version, he nearly spat blood. That jerk. Bastard. That guy is an absolute bastard. That fellow is so horrible. Zhang, just die already. Fuck your sister. Teacher Tanaka. Ignore him. Right? Just keep drawing as you would. In fact, Tanaka had already started writing the second chapter. But now, He couldn't carry on drawing the comic. Draw? My ass. He had already planned the storyline and got into his rhythm of drawing. But who could have fucking expected that Zhang Ye would actually do a dead cat bounce? This fellow updated the story with a new chapter, and it was even done in an entirely different direction from Tanaka's storyline. Zhang Ye's original version was spreading, and the Japanese citizens all went to read the pirated Chinese version of it. If Tanaka ignored Zhang Ye and continued writing and drawing his own version of the story, how many people would be convinced by it? The basis of a continuation depended on the original story, but he had already deviated from it. But if Tanaka followed the direction of Zhang Ye's latest chapter to continue drawing, then the chapter that he drew before this would have to get retconned. Moreover, God knows when Zhang Ye would perform another dead cat bounce when that happens. Even if Zhang Ye did not do that every day, all he had to do was pull this stunt every now and then, which would be enough to make it unbearable for Tanaka. He could do it. He was fully capable of something like that. This was why Tanaka was in tears. He could no longer continue drawing this. How could he? At PO Studios. The phone rang. Teacher Izurai. About the comics. Continuation. Maybe you all should find someone else. But why? Didn't you agree to do it? Just forget it. Shikansha. Teacher Yoshida. You can't do that. Please find someone better. But we've already come to an agreement. Hi, can't you all see? No matter who you get to do the continuation for any of Zhang Ye's comics, he'll find a way to stop you from doing it. On the same day, Tanaka quit from working on the continuation of One Piece. Concurrently, the cartoonists who had agreed to take on the continuation projects for Naruto, Gundam, Detective Conan, and all of the other comic series also ended up turning down this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There was no way they could do it. Just based on this dead cat bounce stunt by Zhang Ye, none of them would want to draw for these comic series. Only now did they get a thorough understanding of how great a hooligan Zhang Ye was, and how his shamelessness had reached a point that even the heavens could not tolerate. You don't want to draw them anymore, but you're not letting anyone else continue drawing them either? And you're even making trouble to ensure that? We've never seen anyone like that before. We've really never seen anyone like that before. The plans for the continuation of the comics were all left hanging. The continuation of the 7 cartoons were placed on indefinite hiatus. The people were scolding like crazy. It was done on purpose. He's doing all of this on purpose. Zhang Ye, you're so wicked. I'll curse him to get into an accident sooner rather than later. You can't find another person like him in the whole of Asia. It's over. There's nothing for us to read again. Motherfucker, everything has been messed up by Zhang Ye. This fellow is so infuriating. It makes me so mad. Oh, this time, it has really been canceled. There won't even be a continuation. The scolding that had died down exploded once again. Furthermore, it blew up 10 times greater this time. Zhang Ye was once again getting besieged by all of Asia's people. Chapter 1461. Zhang Ye's latest popularity ranking. Chapter 1461. Zhang Ye's latest popularity ranking. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On this day, in the morning, from the day Zhang Ye announced that all 7 of his comic series were canceled, the crusade against this great eunuch continued for a whole week. The people of China, Japan, Korea, and many other countries all volunteered to join the campaign, launching a devastating personal attack on him. According to incomplete statistics, Zhang Ye was scolded 20 million times on China's Weibo. Zhang Ye was scolded 32 million times by those in Japan. Zhang Ye's studio was surrounded 11 times. Zhang Ye's car was soaked with the urine of dogs peeing on it a total of 53 times. Right now, his BMW was emitting such a pungent smell that it could be smelled from 10 meters away. Castrating. Dead cat bounce. Castrating again. Everything. This fellow did cause the people to grind their teeth in hatred. There had never been a celebrity who got scolded by so many people. Furthermore, it was a denunciation that lasted an entire week like a bombing run. This was truly unprecedented and unheard of. Online. Hi, stop scolding already. I'm getting tired too. Save your energy, everyone. This fellow will never update the comics again. This fellow's skin is too thick, and he's totally unaffected by our scolding. I really want to cry. My One Piece, my Naruto, my Detective Conan. Wash up and get some sleep. I know this Zhang Ye fellow too well. Who knows? He might find his conscience someday and get back to drawing the comics. It's impossible right now because he's challenging the Japanese and Korean authorities on the restriction order. Since they've banned him over there, he's even more unwilling to publish any new chapters. This fellow has always had such a temper. Oh yes, how's his Asian popularity doing? Let me see. Why isn't he there? His name isn't there? Haha, could his popularity have dropped? He deserves it. Let him die. What's going on? Is his name really no longer on the rankings? Did you guys just notice? This has been the case for several days. Could he have gotten banned on the rankings index? Could it be that he is no longer on the rankings because of the wrath of the people? There were all sorts of differing opinions. Everyone was coming up with all kinds of wild guesses. Elsewhere, at Zhang Ye's studio, everyone had been really busy with this matter for the past few days. Where's the contract? Where's the contract for One Piece? It's here. Aya, who left it in the drawer. Is Detective Conan's contract there too? It's with me. The original manuscript is here as well. All right, send it over to them then. A few days ago, they received a call from the staff overseeing the Asian celebrity rankings, requesting that they present evidence proving that Zhang Ye was Aoi, Ozawa, and all of the other cartoonists. They also informed them that Zhang Ye's Asian popularity ranking would temporarily be suspended. Only after the verification process could they recalculate and reinstate his popularity score on the rankings index. The studio staff naturally understood this. Were the comics done by you as long as you claimed so? That wouldn't do. It had to be backed up with evidence. Only after the verification process finished could the accumulated popularity of those 7 cartoonists be redirected to Zhang Ye's popularity score. Zhang Ye asked, "Will it be settled by today?" Hachichi said, "It should be. It's more or less done." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right then, let's keep a lookout for tonight's rankings." Little Wong was a little nervous. Will this really work? Little Sun was also unsure about this. I'm just afraid that our reputation is not too good, and it might affect the popularity score. How is it only not too good? Little Zhou corrected. We have no reputation left at all. Zhang Ye was amused to hear this. In reality, he had estimated his popularity score, but there were still too many uncertain factors, so he couldn't be sure of it either. He had caused the wave he wanted to, so they would have to see today's results to know how successful it was. A little more. Let's increase our popularity a little more this time. At the very least, let us get closer to the top 10 of the Asian A-list rankings. If we can't even make it into the top 10, then all these months of hard work would have gone to waste. Not only Zhang Ye, China, Japan, Korea, the industry, the media, everyone was extremely concerned about the changes in his Asian popularity. Has Zhang Ye's Asian popularity gone up or down? According to a report, Zhang Ye's popularity score is currently being evaluated. Zhang Ye's popularity ranking to be revealed tonight. Would he ascend to the altar or he fall from grace? According to industry insiders, Zhang Ye's popularity score is impossible to predict. An unprecedented example in history. There were those who were bullish. There were those who were bearish. Everyone was debating this to no end. Japan. Let him fucking drop from the rankings. Yeah, let him drop out of the A-list rankings. What are you saying? He should fall off the B-list too. That's right. This fellow is too hateful. Hopefully, he won't even earn a place on the Asian C-list. Ha ha. Let's wait to see Zhang Ye's impending doom tonight. Drop, drop, drop. Let him understand what will become of him when he incurs our wrath. China. I've already bought the firecrackers. Hee hee, we're waiting to celebrate tonight. Here's wishing Lord Zhang a great failure. He will definitely fail. Otherwise, the heavens will be outraged. Since Teacher Zhang is trying so hard to fail, it wouldn't be justified if he doesn't at least drop down to the C-list rankings. We're in for a show. Korea. Go on, cancel the comics. Let's see if he can still smile after tonight. Keep being arrogant. You'll be crying soon. Ahem, what if this fellow's popularity goes up instead? Fuck, surely not, right? There are so many people scolding him. How can it rise? But hasn't it always been this way? Lee Anson's team. What will happen tonight? I don't know. Let's wait and see then. It will definitely drop, that's for sure. At Yao Jinsai's house. Dad, is Uncle Zhang's Asian popularity score going to be updated soon? I think so. Will it drop? Who can predict that? Common sense can never be applied when it comes to that kid. In China, at a gathering of several celebrities, Anyone wants to make a guess about the changes to Zhang Ye's popularity ranking? This is really hard to put a finger on. Yeah, we can make a guess for anyone but Zhang Ye. His popularity ranking is fucking impossible to guess. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It was finally midnight. Countless Asian media outlets, industry insiders, celebrities, and citizens started checking the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. Everyone was refreshing the rankings index. It wasn't that they had nothing better to do, but that everyone was very curious about Zhang Ye's current popularity ranking. They refreshed it once. Nothing. They refreshed it again. Still nothing. When most of the people refreshed it for the third time, the rankings index was finally updated. Several days prior, Zhang Ye was last seen at around the middle of the Asian A-list rankings. It wasn't considered the front, but it was slightly ahead of those ranked in the middle. But upon seeing this latest Asian Celebrity Rankings Index today, many people were stunned. A lot of them were so shocked that they nearly vomited blood. They were all tongue-tied. Holy fuck, how could this be? This can't be, damn it. How does this make any sense? How could it be like this? This great eunuch is too heaven-defying. It doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Zhang Ye's name had impressively appeared on the rankings index. It did not drop down to the B or C list rankings. Zhang Ye's popularity ranking was still in the A list. Not only that, he had actually advanced from his middle ranking. It advanced by a lot. It was really a lot. The Asian people couldn't believe their eyes. They saw Zhang Ye's name appear at 4th place on the Asian A list. 4th place. This couldn't even be considered the front anymore. This was the fucking top of the Asian A list. Compared to his previous place in the middle of the rankings, he had advanced by 16 or 17 spots. This was skyrocketing. Japan was dumbfounded. Korea was dumbfounded. Zhang Ye's studio staff were dumbfounded. The Asian media outlets were dumbfounded. The Asian entertainment industry was dumbfounded. All the Asian people were dumbfounded. At the moment the popularity rankings index was revealed, all of Asia blew up. Does it have to be so ridiculous? Does it have to be so unexpected? Fuck your sister. It can even be fucking achieved this way. Not only did his ranking not drop, it even rose. And it even rose by so much. My titanium dog eyes are blinded. Chapter 1462. Moving up the Reach the Summit Plan. Chapter 1462. Moving up the Reach the Summit Plan. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, it was a weekend. Zhang Ye drove his BMW to a nearby car wash. Yo, teacher Zhang, you came here? Yes. Washing your car again. Wash it a few extra times. Sure, I'll definitely get rid of the pungent smell for you. Thanks. You're welcome. Hi. Dog owners these days are too inconsiderate. While the car was being washed, Zhang Ye strolled over to the newspaper stand and bought a few copies of newspapers. Traditional paper media was on the decline these days, but Zhang Ye still had the habit of reading a physical copy of a newspaper. Compared to online media, paper media was more official and the news was more factual. At least he wouldn't have to worry about seeing too much fake news and rumors. Today's front page was taken up by news of him again. Zhang Ye's popularity skyrockets. An unexpected outbreak of popularity. Zhang Ye's path to the Asian summit. Will Zhang Ye become the next Chinese artist to step up to the summit of Asia? Zhang Ye is promoted to a top Asian A-list celebrity. Zhang Ye may be only a step away from becoming an Asian heavenly king. Will Zhang Ye be able to reach the summit of Asia within a year? Zhang Ye smiled as he flipped through the papers. He was in a very good mood. His foray into the comics industry went even more successfully than expected. Not only did it meet Zhang Ye's expectations, it went way beyond that. He had initially just hoped to get a place within the top 10 of the Asian A-list rankings. But who could have thought that he would end up heading straight to the top in 4th place? This was indeed an unexpected gain. The sleepless nights and hard work these several months had not been for nothing. Thinking about those days when he had to release 3 or 4 chapters a day, it felt so unbearable and tiring. The car was washed. Zhang Ye drove back to the studio. When he got upstairs, he discovered that quite a few of his friends had come to visit. Yao Jinkai, Amy, and Li Shaoxian. Grandma Zhang Xia was here as well. Li Shaoxian waved and greeted. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "You're all here? Where's Sister Dong?" Sister Dong went on a date. Since the two of us had nothing better to do, we dropped by to visit. Amy harumphed, probably because Slam Dunk was still on her mind. Zhang Xiao was looking around. Your place looks pretty good. Zhang Ye smiled. It's Grandma Zhang's first time here, right? Please, take a seat. He turned his head and said, Little Wang, quickly make some tea. Coming. Little Wang went to brew the tea with a giggle. Yao Jinkai laughed and said, Kid, you're on fire again. So how about it? Your treat this afternoon. Zhang Yi said, So you guys are here only because you want to scrounge a meal off me? Amy said, Of course, we're only here for the free meal from you. Zhang Yi said in amusement, Sure, I'll treat. Zhang Xia said with a grin, Your Asian popularity score has increased by a lot this time. This wasn't expected by many people, but even those who did couldn't have imagined that it would increase by this much. What's crucial is still how you fought your way up there. Amy said dispiritedly, gaining an increase in popularity through fighting and scolding. Our Lord Zhang has really had easy when it comes to being a celebrity. Yao Jinkai laughed. Yeah, it looks like I have to. Head in this direction as well. I won't have to act anymore in the future, nor perform crosstalks. All I need to do is stay at home and practice scolding people. I'll just lie down in bed and do nothing other than scolding everyone once over. Then I can become an Asian superstar as well. Where else can I find such a good thing? Everyone laughed. The staff at Zhang Ye's studio were also amused to hear that. Of course, everyone knew that this was just a joke. Zhang Ye had indeed relied on scolding and fighting others to advance in the rankings. All this while, his popularity had increased every time he scolded or fought someone. But even though it sounded simple, to scold and fight others in the way that Zhang Ye did, how many people could do what he did? He was the only person in the world who could do it. No others could copy this style of his, absolutely no one. In all of Asia, and even in the entire world, this was a highly difficult skill that was unique to Zhang Ye. Only he could pull it off. Anyone else who attempted it would die trying. Zhang Ye chuckled and said, It was just a coincidence this time. Who could have thought that comics would have such a big impact? Those 7 comics of mine mainly received maximum exposure in Japan. I wasn't really popular or even popular at all over there in the past, so there is naturally some room for growth. It's still a little bad over in Korea, though. Even if they are always fiercely vocal about the comics, there aren't that many Koreans who actually read them. So the popularity that I gained this time was still mainly from Japan. Li Shaoxian grinned and said, There's quite a bit from the other Asian countries as well. Amy said, That's right, I was following Slam Dunk as well. Who could have thought that you would stop drawing it? With the comic cancelled, the cartoon has also stopped showing. Just thinking about it makes me so depressed. Zhang Xiao looked at Zhang Ye and said with a smile, You're not playing nice. Zhang Ye laughed. I really don't have the time to draw them. Zhang Xia asked, Judging by this momentum of yours, are you really thinking about taking a place amongst the Asian heavenly kings this year? Zhang Ye smiled and replied, If I can reach the top, that would be for the best, of course. Your popularity is growing so fast that it's like you're riding on a rocket. Amy said, Take it slow and consolidate your position. What's the rush? But Zhang Ye said, That won't do. My child will be born in another few months. When the time comes, I'll definitely have to divert my attention back to my family. I can't just leave everything to my wife to take care of. I'll definitely have to play a part too. Then there's the issue of raising my child, so I won't have much time left for anything else. I'm already prepared to take 2 or 3 years off work for that. From my debut until now, other than those scattered few days, I have basically not taken any time off to rest. It's about time I do so as well, so I would like to ascend to the top of Asia before my child is born. If I can achieve that, I won't have too much to worry about in the future. I can go on a break for a few years before coming back to challenge the international entertainment circle. International? When they heard this, it sounded far away. Zhang Xia said with a sigh, The international arena is a stage we don't stand a chance on in our lifetime. Amy also said, Right, it's not somewhere we can dream of. You might be the only one who can challenge it. It's still too early to say. I'm not confident either. Zhang Ye said with a laugh. I better think about reaching the summit in Asia before anything else. I'm still quite a bit a ways from achieving that. Yao Jinkai said, It's not far anymore. Zhang Ye shook his head. It might look very close, but it's actually very difficult to move up. There were still several more months to go. He was still 4 places away. On the Asian A list, it got harder to advance the higher up you were. There was just too much competition up there. Back when Zhang Ye was promoted from the Chinese A list to the Chinese S list, it looked like he just needed to advance one spot. But in reality, how long did it take him to achieve it? It took him several months, working on variety shows and directing the Spring Festival Gala, before he barely overtook the person in front and moved up the rankings. Meanwhile, the competition in the Asian rankings was clearly more intense. To move up in the rankings was conceptually easy. It was in fact a very large step to take. At this moment, calls from Zhang Ye's family and friends arrived. Chen Guang, Zhang Yuanqi, Su Milan, Zhao Wuyo, and so on. Everyone was congratulating him. So Zhang Ye decided to gather all his friends and book a restaurant to treat everyone. They haven't had a gathering in a long time, so it was time they had one to enjoy themselves. At the dinner table, everyone was giving toasts. Congratulations, Zhang. Cheers. Come, we won't go home until we're drunk today. Zhang, I wish you an early ascent to the summit of Asia. Chapter 1463. Zhang Ye wants to create a Chinese cartoon. Chapter 1463. Zhang Ye wants to create a Chinese cartoon. Translator, editor, In the following few days, the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was updated several more times. Zhang Ye's popularity had risen again, but he still remained in 4th place on the Asian A list. There wasn't any change in that since all the popularity he received recently was accumulated from before. From the looks of it, Zhang Ye's Asian popularity ranking had stabilized by now. It wouldn't be easy for him to advance further, but it was also impossible for him to experience a drop in ranking in the short term. In the morning, at the studio, after dropping Wu Zuqing off at the Sarf's compound, Zhang Ye came to work. He was the first person to arrive today since the other staff were not here yet. As there was nothing to do, he paced around the office. Seeing old Wu's stomach growing bigger and bigger by the day, his sense of urgency grew stronger. Popularity. Where else could he earn more popularity from? He was thinking of making a push for the top, so he started flipping through the work proposals that had been sent recently. Commercial appearances? No. Variety shows? Not going to take them for now. Hi. Isn't there any suitable work that I can do? All of a sudden, he saw a document that startled him for a bit. This is... Soon after, the staff arrived at the office. Everyone sat down for a meeting to discuss the upcoming workflow. Ha Chi said, Director Zhang, the rankings index has been updated again. Zhang Ye smiled. I've seen it. Ha Chi said, your popularity score has increased by a little bit. But I also took a look and realized that we're not that far from the Japanese celebrity who's in 3rd place on the Asian A list. Zhang Zui added, right, I've noticed it as well. When we shot up to 4th place overnight, we started pulling far ahead of the Korean celebrity who is now in 5th place. As a result, we closed in on the Japanese movie star who is in 3rd place. I think we should be able to surpass him if we make a greater push this time. Little Wang urged, right, let's get him. Little Zhou also said, bring him down. Zhang Ye said, sure. There's only a few more months left to do it. When my child is born, I won't have any time for this, so I'll have to speed up the ascension process. Since I'm in 4th place on the A-list rankings, let's set our next goal a little shorter term. We'll aim to surpass the person in 3rd place before we make our next move. One was in 4th place. The other was in the top 3. The values of the rankings were on entirely different levels. But for now, there were still some problems. Ha Chi rubbed her forehead and said, the restraining order is still in place, and all the tricks and strategies that we had have already been used. We don't have many ways left to increase our popularity. The popularity that we can get from Japan has been maxed out, and we won't be able to penetrate the Korean market for a while, so let's not think about that either. No matter how I think about it, if we want to make a push in the short term to advance our ranking, we can only look to return to the domestic market. Zhang Ye smiled. Wherever we go to, there's still no place like home. Ha Chi laughed. That's right. Our homeland is always going to have our back. No matter where we go, we still have to come back here in the end. This is where home truly is. Zhang Ye nodded. Well said. Zhang Zui said. Then how are we fighting our next battle? Zhang Ye looked at everyone and said with a smile, why don't we do something to repay our homeland? Repay our homeland? How are we going to repay it? Nobody understood what he meant. This was also a spontaneous decision by Zhang Ye. He started flipping through the documents on the table in front of him. Finally, He found a work proposal letter and pushed it forward. Everyone read it and were startled. "Ah, wasn't that the letter sent to us by an animation company several days ago? What are you planning? This, surely not, right? You want to make a domestic cartoon? You've got to consider this carefully. A domestic animation is very difficult to handle." Everyone put forth their opinions as they disagreed with this move. But Zhang Ye said, "The more difficult it is, the more it should be done. Otherwise, why would we call it repaying the homeland?" Hachichi gave a wry smile. "It's not a matter of it being difficult, but that it's way too difficult." Zhang Ye wiped off his sweat and said, "It's fine to repay the homeland, but we can't throw ourselves into something like that. The domestic cartoon industry is a deep pit. Do you know how many people have fallen into it over the years?" Zhang Ye said, "I know. The Chinese cartoon industry in this world was like a pool of stagnant water. There wasn't even foam, much less any scenery to admire. Countless companies in the country were optimistic about this industry. But after coming into it, all of them ended up dying, one after the other. As for the Chinese companies that survived, their numbers could be counted on one hand. Not only that, but they were not profitable at all. All of them were stubbornly struggling under the pressure from the Japanese companies, and their days were extremely difficult to bear. Why was the Chinese cartoon industry so bad? No one knew. They couldn't think of a reason for it. Perhaps it had gone down the wrong path somewhere along the way, or perhaps their standard wasn't good enough, or perhaps this path had always been a dead end since the beginning. An industry that everyone had been optimistic about many years ago was now struggling to make a name for itself in China. No one would have thought that the Chinese cartoon industry would be so desolate. From hope to disappointment, and then to despair. Some people gave up while others left. The Chinese cartoon industry's people had gone through a lot. They were once full of dreams and thought that the world was their oyster. But now, they had become the first and foremost people, economy, and market to be abandoned by the world. Everyone was choosing to avoid this place out of fear. Having gone through such an experience, how could it only be described as a tragedy? The proposal that Zhang Ye had placed on the table was from a small company. There were no big companies in the Chinese cartoon industry. Rather than calling it a proposal letter, it was more like a consultation letter sent by a Chinese animation team. In the letter, the animation team sincerely sought Zhang Ye's advice on 3 issues. 1 is there a way out for China's cartoon industry? 2. Where is the way out? 3. If there is a way out, please help us. This letter was the most sloppy and unconventional work proposal that Zhang Ye had ever seen. It was so bad that even after the proposal was faxed over, it did not make it past the filter to the upper management of Hachichi and Zhang Ye. It was thrown aside by the staff below them. It was only because Zhang Ye was bored and browsed through the recent work proposals that he saw it. For some reason, he was quite moved by the letter. So at today's meeting, when Hachichi, Zhang Ye, and the others mentioned the homeland, Zhang Ye immediately thought of this letter. Where was the way out for Chinese cartoons? This was probably a question that no one in this world could answer, but Zhang Ye felt that he might be able to do it. It wasn't because he felt that he was capable, but that there were already countless corpses and bones of others in his previous world lining up into a bloody trail of a path. Perhaps this was meant to be Zhang Ye's responsibility? He felt duty-bound to do something about it. Hachichi asked, "Have you decided?" Zhang Ye acknowledged, "I have." Zhang Ye said, "Are you confident?" Zhang Ye humbly said, "Let's give it a try." Hachichi gave a wry smile. "All right then, let's battle together again. Repay the homeland, increase their popularity, and gain some karma along the way too. If he could kill 3 birds with 1 stone, why not go for it?" Thus, Zhang Ye picked up his pen and wrote a reply to the letter. Chapter 1464. Zhang Ye gets another brain fart. Chapter 1464. Zhang Ye gets another brain fart. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same day, in the morning, Miracle Animation Studios. The company was located in a not-too-ideal location in the Tongzhou district. On the 3rd floor of an old office building, there was an inconspicuous sign with the words Miracle Animation written on it. If anyone said that this was the office of an animation company that ranked top 5 domestically, no one would believe it. In the office, the 6 shareholders of the company were seated together. They had all been university classmates. After their graduation, they had pooled their money together to form this company and had always fought their battles in the animation field. Their past productions of Monkey and Parrot and records of the pugilistic war had helped the company to shine. The team constantly grew and the company developed until they became one of the most outstanding animation companies in the country. However, with the arrival of the slowdown in the Chinese animation industry, the company fell from grace and hit rock bottom as they started losing money on their projects one by one, the company staff also leaving one after another. That sort of despair was indescribable with words. When the company was first named, everyone unanimously voted for Miracle in hopes that they could create a miracle in the Chinese animation industry. But now, this name they had chosen sounded very ironic. Today, there was silence in the conference room. This was because one of their shareholders had decided to leave the company. It was someone they co-founded the company with, a longtime friend and fellow comrade. They had originally thought that they would be used to such a situation since they had experienced so many parting moments over the years. However, each time it happened again, they would find themselves unable to accept it. Chen Xiang said, "Xiaokai has left." Li Ji said, "Of the 20 classmates we started with, there are only the 6 of us left." Hanbin said, "What's with Xiaokai?" Sun Xiaobei said, "Didn't we all agree to keep fighting till the end?" Chen Xiang said, "The company is losing money every day, and he couldn't endure it any longer. His girlfriend found him a programming job in Shanghai, so he went there to further his career." Hu Kabang said, "Which animation company in the country has it good these days? It's the same for everyone. I've always believed that there is a future for our domestic cartoon industry. There must be." Chen Xiang said, "I used to think the same, but I'm starting to doubt it now." Hu Kabang said, "Xiangzi." Chen Xiang replied, "Let me finish speaking. It has been so many years, so I'm sure you all know which direction the market is headed towards. There's no sign that anything will improve. Moreover, with the popularity of Japanese comics like One Piece and Naruto spreading throughout Asia, the domestic cartoon industry has deteriorated even more and leaves us with an even smaller market to survive in. Japanese comics have more than a 95% share of our domestic market, and everyone is reading them. Besides, we have to admit that we started off too late compared to them. In terms of company size, the scale of our domestic companies doesn't even come close to the size of a single one of their companies. In terms of production level and the specialization of their teams, we are lacking by too much as well. Both sides are animating, but if it were you, which one would you rather watch? It didn't appeal, nor was it praised. The current situation of the Chinese animation productions was just too awkward. Then, Sun Xiaobei said, "Opportunity does not wait for us." Chen Xiang said, "I know that. To open up the market, we have to depend on ourselves. But the problem is, how do we do it? In all these years, how many domestic animation companies have tried? And how many have succeeded? Even if there were the occasional 1 or 2 domestic animations that did quite well, the response to them was just lukewarm. They can't even hit 5% of the popularity of One Piece. Can that even be considered a success? What is the point of having such success?" Sun Xiaobei said, "But I still want to try." Chen Xiang sighed. "Right now, we don't even have a project on hand. So what? Can we try?" Sun Xiaobei had a determined look in her eyes. "I don't believe that we can achieve what others have achieved. Domestic cartoons can't possibly always be suppressed by the Japanese cartoons." With a pause, she asked, "Has Zhang Ye's studio replied to us yet?" Zhao Qingfei said, "Not yet." Chen Xiang shook his head. "We're just a small company. Why would he bother with us?" Li Ji also said, "That's right. That work proposal letter of yours was absolutely unnecessary. Teacher Zhang is an Asian superstar with so much work to handle every day. It's impossible that he would come to fight our battle with us. Who doesn't know that the domestic cartoon industry is a bottomless pit where one has to have the capital, take high risks, and get low returns? Don't mention a superstar. Even a director with a little bit of fame would not jump into this pit. He has stopped drawing One Piece, Naruto, and Detective Conan. So why would he come to meddle in our domestic cartoon industry for? To come here and wade in these murky waters." Sun Xiaobei clenched her teeth. "Then I will go over to their studio to invite him to join us." Chen Xiang said, "They won't let us in." Sun Xiaobei said, "Then I'll wait at the door until Teacher Zhang agrees to see me." Teacher Zhang is the only Chinese person to have wielded an influence on the cartoon industry. He is the only person to have done that. Li Ji said, "We won't be able to see him." Chen Xiang smacked his lips. "Hi. Unless teacher Zhang suddenly gets a brain fart or something. Hu Kabang harumphed and said, that might not even help. Lord Zhang is someone who always relapses and gets brain farts very often. Everyone shook their heads at this. Other than Sun Xiaobei and Hu Kabang, no one else was expecting a reply from Zhang Ye. All of a sudden, the conference room door opened. An employee ran in anxiously. Boss Sun. Sun Xiaobei looked at him. What's the matter? That person stammered while holding a fax in his hands. Look at this. Quick, look at this. Sun Xiaobei gave a bewildered look and took the fax to read it. Then she was dumbfounded. Xiaobei. What is it? What's the fax about? Sun Xiaobei stared at them in astonishment and waved the fax in her hands. Old Hu, you were right. Teacher Zhang really relapsed again. When everyone heard that, they were shocked. What did you say? It's a fax from Zhang Ye? But that's impossible. Holy shit. Show it to me, quick. The five of them were yelling as they rushed forward to have a look. Sun Xiaobei laughed. She laughed until tears rolled down her cheeks. It's teacher Zhang's handwriting. I've seen the preface to the Orchid Pavilion at least 50 times. These words cannot be written by anyone else. She was crying. The moment she saw the fax, she cried. The fax also had 3 lines in answer to the 3 issues they raised. 1. China's cartoon industry definitely has a way out. 2. The way out lies right before our feet. 3. Sure, I'll join you guys and give it a try. Zhang Ye. The 6 shareholders went crazy. It's Zhang Ye. It's his signature. Oh my god, teacher Zhang has replied to our letter. Xiaobei, you're awesome. It's a success. He has really agreed. Zhang Ye. It's really Zhang Ye. How amazing. We actually managed to invite Zhang Ye to join us. They were simply unable to believe their eyes. Every one of them was embracing each other in excitement. At this moment, their almost extinguished hopes for the Chinese cartoon industry were suddenly blazing into an uncontrollable flame again. Chapter 1465, The Deepest of the Deep Pits. Chapter 1465, The Deepest of the Deep Pits. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, at Zhang Ye's studio, Little Wang had sorted out a stack of documents related to the Chinese cartoon industry and placed them on Zhang Ye's desk. It was a very thick stack, and Zhang Ye was flipping through it page by page. Since he had decided to enter this industry, he had to understand it beforehand by reading up on the relevant materials. Zhang Ye would never fight any battles without preparing for them. Industry situation. Business model. The past year's works. He had all the information he needed. Little Wang said in a bind, Director Zhang, do think about it again. Zhang Ye chuckled and said, hasn't it already been decided? Little Wang said, but we didn't know. How shockingly complicated it was until we did our research. We all knew that the domestic cartoon industry was a struggle to navigate, but we didn't expect it to be so difficult. Look at the information. Our hearts turned cold when we were organizing what we gathered earlier. Sister Ha and brothers What even walked off demoralized while covering their faces. The domestic cartoon industry is in a much worse situation than we expected. Do you know what the domestic animation companies are doing to ensure their survivability? They're all relying on animation targeted at young children to keep their companies afloat. There hasn't been any progress at all in the past few years, and it has been such a tragic situation. Zhang Ye smiled and said, that's why it's time for us to take action now. Beside them, little Zhou let out a sigh. No one is as bold as you. The more dangerous and difficult something is, the more you want to go for it. Zhang Ye said, of course. I wouldn't care if it weren't something challenging. That's enough. Stop talking with me. Have you dealt with the proper business yet? Little Wang replied, we've already made an appointment with them. Little Zhou looked at her watch. I think they should be here soon. Zhang Ye said, go and pick them up then. All right. Little Zhou went downstairs to wait for their arrival. Zhang Ye continued looking through the information. Downstairs, Sun Xiaobei and the others were already here. Li Ji took a deep breath. How should we put it when we get there? Qin Xiang was also feeling extremely nervous. Yeah, why are my legs shaking? Mine as well. Zhao Qingfei wiped off his sweat and said, why don't I stay downstairs instead of going up? You guys can go ahead. This is Zhang you were talking about, the biggest hooligan in the Asian entertainment industry. Sun Xiaobei said in a speechless manner. How can you speak like that? What do you mean by hooligan? He just enjoys scolding and fighting people sometimes, that's all. Zhao Qingfei rebuked. Isn't that what you call a hooligan? Sun Xiaobei was silenced. Qin Xiang said, do you guys think that Teacher Zhang will really work with us? Hu Kabang said, I also feel that it's a little unreal. Sun Xiaobei said, we'll know how it is when we meet with Teacher Zhang. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth. All right, let's go. A few minutes later, they arrived. The several of them finally met with Zhang Ye himself. Zhang Ye smiled and shook their hands. I'm sorry that I had to let you guys make the trip over. By rights, I should have brought my team to go over to look for you. But I've been attracting quite a bit of hate recently, so I'm afraid people will attack me with bricks if I go out. As such, I'm choosing not to appear in public too often. That's why I had to invite you all over instead. How are you just attracting a bit of hate? You're basically the target of everyone out there. They laughed. A eunuch had no human rights. But with these opening few words by Zhang Ye, it brought some relief to Sun Xiaobei and the others. They discovered that Zhang Ye wasn't that difficult to get along with. Zhang Ye asked, who is the person in charge? Sun Xiaobei stood forward and said in a neither humble nor pushy manner, we are all shareholders of the company and also university classmates. If there's any problems, we discuss it together. Thanks to everyone's trust, I'm usually in charge of the external communications for our company. Although she appeared very calm on the surface, Sun Xiaobei's heart was pounding in extreme anxiety. Zhang Ye smiled and said, were you also the one who wrote the proposal and faxed it over? Sun Xiaobei nodded. Yes, that was me. Zhang Ye smiled. I've already had someone find out more about your company, and I can say that it's pretty good. Be it the company size or your skill sets, you're one of the better animation teams in the domestic cartoon industry. You were saying that you wish to seek my help in our cooperation, but I dare not accept that praise. I'm actually just a novice when it comes to the cartoon industry. I've only entered the industry for a few months so far. Sun Xiaobei smiled and said, but in these few months, you've already traveled to far more places than we've been able to in so many years. By coming here, we're actually looking to learn from you. You are the only Chinese person to have reached the top of the comics and animation field. We couldn't afford to invite anyone, so we could only come to look for you. We're hoping that you can show us a way to move the domestic cartoon industry forward and help our Chinese cartoons fight back and kill our way out of a market dominated by Japanese cartoons. Zhang Ye joked, all right, I may not be good at other things, but I'm really an expert when it comes fighting and killing. Ha Chi-Chi said nervously, they didn't mean it in the same way as you did. Zhang Ye laughed dryly. It's all the same, it's all the same. Everyone was tickled. Zhang Zuo invited. Please, take a seat. Zhang Ye said, right, let's sit down and talk. There was tea, there was alcohol, and there were even snacks served. Sun Xiaobei sipped tea absent-mindedly and got straight to the point. Teacher Zhang, I've read all 7 of your comics, and we've really learned a lot from them. All of them are outstanding works. But the more it's like that, the more hopeless we feel. Forgive me for saying this, but I feel that none of those 7 comic series carry our domestic style of comics. They're all the typical Japanese style of comics. Zhang Ye smiled. That's of course. Sun Xiaobei asked, do you think that this is the way out for our domestic cartoons? Zhang Ye said, do you mean to imitate them? Sun Xiaobei, yes. Zhang Ye shook his head. I don't think it's exactly that. Qin Xiang followed up with a question. When you say that you want to work with us, do you mean that you want to make another series like One Piece or Naruto? Of course not. Zhang Ye laughed as he said, a domestic comic will naturally need to have the flavor of our own local cartoons. Sun Xiaobei heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Before I came here, I was worried that you might be looking to make a sequel to One Piece and just change it to a Chinese name. If that were the case, it wouldn't be a cartoon that we would want to do either. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Japanese cartoons have a style of their own, and this style is very successful in Japan. In fact, it can even propagate to the whole of Asia and still be very successful. But if this style were directly adapted for use in China, it might not necessarily work. For example, in Naruto, how many people do you think will want to watch a domestic cartoon with the term ninja in it? And if we changed the name, it would end up becoming neither fish nor fowl. As a further example, One Piece uses a pirate as its main character. Do you think the SARFD would approve of that? Would they pass it to be shown on TV? Even if my wife is the SARF's leader, even if I am the son-in-law of the SARFD, there wouldn't be a chance of that happening. Sun Xiaobei giggled. The others laughed as well. Zhang Ye continued, And it's not just a question of the subject matter. It's also the method of delivery. Will China be able to accept weekly releases? I don't think it will be easy in the short term, right? The Chinese market does not have a business model that is as mature as Japan's. Therefore, the national conditions are different and the industry's way of operation is different. A lot of things cannot just be brought over as is. We have to have something that we can call our own so that we can differentiate ourselves from the Japanese comics. That is the only way that we can create a path of our own. Sun Xiaobei sighed. But a lot of people in the comics industry in our country have already tried and failed. We're really not sure of where our own path lies. Zhang Ye laughed and then asked, have you all tried 3D animation yet? 3D animation? Sun Xiaobei and the others were stunned for a moment. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the rest were also slightly taken aback. Li Ji and the others were the professionals here. When they heard this, they got so scared they quickly said, that won't do. Japan has already tried out 3D animation a few times, and all of them have failed. There were a few comics with a good theme that got adapted into 3D animation, but their results were very poor. The fans only found it refreshing for a few days before starting to lose interest in them. The technicalities required for a 3D animation are not difficult, but Japan has proven that this model is not feasible. Chen Xiang kept waving his hand. This won't work. Hu Kabang also said, Japan is the most developed country when it comes to the comics and animation industry. Since they have already proven that 3D animation does not have a future, then it will be even more so for. Zhang Ye laughed and said, they are them, and we are us. What they can't do does not mean that it won't work for us. If it didn't work for others, why would it work for us? How could that be possible? Sun Xiaobei fell silent. Zhang Ye looked at her. Do you want to give it a shot? Sun Xiaobei said, for a 3D animation, the production budget, capital, and personnel technical skill set required exceed that of a 2D animation production by many times over. Furthermore, no one has ever tried that in the domestic market before. If it were to fail, the losses would be astronomical. Aren't the stakes a little too high here, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Yi smiled and said, I'm not interested in a low-stakes game. Chen Xiang said, terrified. Xiaobei this. Hu Kabang kicked Sun Xiaobei's legs a few times under the table. Everyone knew that a Chinese animation production was essentially a pitfall. Everyone knew that doing a 3D animation was also a pitfall. But as it stood, Zhang Yu was actually thinking of a Chinese 3D animation production? This was a fucking pit in a pit. This was the deepest of the deep pits. We mustn't touch this. Otherwise, we might have to pay for it with our lives. Hu Kabang, Chen Xiang, and the others all thought that there wasn't going to be a more rotten idea than what Zhang Ye had suggested. But what surprised them the most was, after staying silent for about 30 seconds or so, Sun Xiaobei raised her head and looked Zhang Ye in the eye. After staring for a long time, she finally said, if it were anyone else saying this to me, I would think that it was just a fantasy of that person's and something that the most amateur of laymen would say. I would turn around to leave without even thinking about it. However, it's different for you. I believe in your judgment. This is a pit that we're willing to jump into. Xiaobei. This. Chen Xiang and the others were nearly crying. Sun Xiaobei said, we can come up with half of the funding. Zhang Yi said, I'll settle the rest of it. Sun Xiaobei asked, as for the director? Zhang Yi said, I'll take it personally. How about the technical staff and support? We'll take care of that. Zhang Yi reached out his hand. It's a pleasure working with you. Sun Xiaobei took his hand and held it with a lot of strength and determination. With this shake of hands, it was as though she had placed all of her hope into the deal. A pleasure. She had said that the 5 people with her were all fellow shareholders of the company and that they would discuss any matters together as a team. But in the end, it was still Sun Xiaobei who made the final decision. After all, she was the director who held the largest share of the company. Sometimes, the resolution of a woman was much more stronger than that of a man's. Sun Xiaobei was also unsure whether her decision was the correct one, but she really wanted to take a gamble on it. She wanted to take a gamble for their Miracle Animation Studios, and also a gamble for the Chinese cartoon industry. Chapter 1466, Standing United Against Foreign Enemies. Chapter 1466, Standing United Against Foreign Enemies. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, an explosive piece of news was announced. Marshal King, Murder of Angels, and many other Japanese comics had signed an authorization agreement with Chinese video hosting sites and would be legally broadcast in China. At that time, the comic versions, Chinese dubbed animations, and licensed merchandise would gradually make their appearance in the Chinese mainland market. Furthermore, several Chinese companies had signed long-term deals with Japan's Shonen Publishing, PO Studios, and several other major comics magazine publishers. With Martial King and a few other comic series leading the way, there would be even more Japanese cartoons making their way into China later on. This news set off alarm bells in the industry. This was the first time that Japanese cartoons were getting distributed legally in China. In the past, Japanese cartoons had always been provided free of charge illegally by various translation teams. But this time, the act of legalizing them had such an extraordinary significance that it was enough to shake up the entire Asian comics industry. This cooperation would likely help Japanese cartoons further expand their market share in the Asian region as well. Predictably, it would also signal the impending decline of their Chinese cartoons. Japan, Shonen Publishing. This deal carries great significance. That's right, this is officially the first time we're making inroads into the Chinese market. Although we don't have a killer weapon like One Piece, Martial King has had pretty good results all this time. In a market like China where the comics industry is almost dead, there are no series out there that can compare with Martial King. It's also thanks to Zhang Ye that the market has opened up for us. After the loss of One Piece, we can finally claw back. PO Studios. If we still had Naruto, that would be our best weapon. Murder of Angels is as good a choice too. Those 7 cartoons of Zhang Ye's have completely opened up the Chinese market for us. That place is full of buzz, so we can dominate with whatever works we bring over. Right? This is a money-grabbing opportunity. Yeah, it's only a matter of who can grab the fastest. Hopefully, there won't be any unexpected incidents again. Haha, what could possibly happen? Korea. The Chinese market is done for. Yeah, they've opened their doors and let the wolf in. By allowing Japanese cartoons to get distributed officially in their market, China's comics industry will end up a barren land soon. Yeah, no one can stand in there. What? China. At an animation company. The wolves are here. Damn it. This is becoming even worse than we thought. What should we do? How should we handle this? What else can we do? Fight back, of course. We should all join hands and rebuff the Japanese comics from eroding our share of the market. If that happens, the domestic comics industry is done for. But what do we fight back with? Surely we can't do nothing and wait for our deaths, right? The media was fighting to get their first reports out. Japanese cartoons enter the Chinese market. What does the future hold for the Chinese comics industry? The wolves have descended. Who can stand up to them? The Chinese comics industry might be dealt a devastating blow. Who can save the domestic comics industry? For a moment, the comics industry was in chaos. The Japanese comics and animation world was exhilarated. The Korean comics and animation world was quietly observing the winds of change. The Chinese comics and animation world was in a state of mourning. This news had come at a really bad time. The Chinese comics industry had already been hurt badly and was on the verge of death. It couldn't endure this setback. The Chinese citizens started discussing this matter. Wow, they're finally allowing the official versions to enter the market. We'll have all those cartoons to watch again. What do you know? This isn't a good thing. Yeah, our domestic cartoons don't stand a chance anymore. Hi, when has our domestic comics industry ever been able to stand alone? Stand alone? That's no longer possible. The capital has already been redirected to the entertainment circle. Movies, TV dramas, web dramas, all of those are the favored choices of the sponsors. As for our domestic cartoons, the sponsors abandoned them long ago. It was actually our own fault since we couldn't come up with any good productions. But with the incoming invasion of Japanese cartoons, that's adding insult to injury. I'm getting less and less optimistic of our domestic comics industry's future. It's beginning to look like a dead end. That might not necessarily be so. Sometimes, one can only find hope in the most desperate of circumstances. I believe that in a life or death situation like this, there will definitely be someone who will step forward. The people argued on end. Meanwhile, the Chinese comics industry had gathered to discuss matters of utmost importance. The experts gave their views on the matter one by one. Media reports were being published one after another. And it was at this time that a piece of news blew up again. China's Miracle Animation Studios suddenly made a sound. They announced that they would be partnering with Zhang Ye to create an unprecedented Chinese animation to stand up to the foreign competitors. The industry was shocked. The public was stunned. What? Miracle Animation? I've heard of them. Damn, they actually managed to get Zhang Ye to work with them. What? Zhang Ye? Why is he everywhere? That fellow is going to make a domestic cartoon? After dropping One Piece and Naruto, that fellow has come to meddle in our domestic animation productions? Fuck, didn't you say that you didn't have time? Why am I not convinced no matter how I see it? On Weibo, right afterwards, a written call to arms appeared out of nowhere. It was by Zhang Ye. He had written a very impassioned and vehement piece. Someone told me that the market had no place for our domestic cartoons and that no one likes to watch them. But I don't believe that. Someone told me that China cannot produce a domestic comic that has its own unique traits and that only Japan can do it, but I don't believe that. Someone told me that the world belongs to Japanese cartoons now and that our domestic cartoons have no chance of survival, but I don't believe that. I've never had my beliefs shaken before. If it's something that others can achieve, then I believe that we can achieve it as well. Moreover, we can do it even better than them. Right now, the domestic cartoon industry has arrived at a life-and-death moment. Trouble is brewing within, and the enemy has infiltrated our market. There isn't a more difficult time than now. There isn't a more hopeless situation than this. Yet this makes my blood race faster than ever. This is the time when we as Chinese citizens must defend our honor and dignity. This is the time when we as the champions of communism must take action. Who wants to stand up to the foreign enemies together with us? Zhang Ye's words were fantastic at stirring the people's emotions. Instantly, quite a few netizens were pumped up as they rushed forward in response. Me. And me too. Count me in. Who says we can't do it? That's right. We can also do a very good job. Right. Let's stand united against the foreign enemies. Support our domestic cartoons. Support our domestic cartoons. Defend our honor. Boycott Japanese cartoons. It didn't take long before everyone suddenly came around and realized something. This doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right at all. It was you who went to draw Japanese cartoons in the first place. It was you who started all of it. Japanese cartoons were also very popular in the past. But upon giving it some detailed thought, it was absolutely not comparable to the current situation. Be it Marshall King or some of the other popular Japanese cartoons in China, they did not really create any sort of sensation even though they were popular. This wave of pro-Japanese cartoons that was sweeping the world should have started with One Piece, followed by Naruto, Doraemon, and so on and so forth. If it weren't for those 7 national cartoons, the domestic comics industry in China would not have fallen into the tragic situation it was in today. This pro-Japanese cartoons trend was mainly happening only because of you. It was obviously you who opened up the market for others. And you still have the cheek to call for a boycott against Japanese cartoons? You still have the face to stand up to foreign enemies? Oh my God. Thinking of this, the people puked blood. Uft. Zhang Ye, your sister. We nearly got fooled by you. Stop listening to his bullshit. This fellow is too good at talking big. You're the fucking biggest foreign enemy here. Lord Zhang, don't you feel embarrassed? This fellow is making me so angry that I want to laugh. If it weren't for you, the domestic comics industry would never have descended into such a miserable state. If you didn't go and start trouble, our domestic comics industry would still be doing quite well. This fellow is too freaking shameless. When has Teacher Zhang ever cared about his face? I really have to give it to him for being so thick-skinned. This problem clearly started because of him. Yet he's here talking big about defending our honor and dignity in such an awe-inspiring manner? And claiming to be some champion of communism? Get lost. Fuck off. Ha ha ha. This fellow can really turn his words around. In any case, he can always back his words up with his reasoning. There's really no one else like him. The people started flaming him for it. Meanwhile, at the studio, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Ha Chi-Chi and the others were here, and so were Sun Xiaobei and company. After Sun Xiaobei had announced the news that they would be teaming up with Zhang Ye to produce a Chinese animation, Zhang Ye volunteered to work on the publicity for it. After preparing for a long time, he had confidently posted that written call to arms. In it, he vowed to fight to the bitter end with the Japanese cartoon industry and stand up with the Chinese people against foreign enemies. As a result, Once the essay was posted, it got criticized badly by the people. Sun Xiaobei covered her mouth and coughed. Ha Qiqi rolled her eyes. Only Zhang Ye pretended to calmly clear his throat. Look at this. The publicity is such a success. Such a success? Which of your eyes is telling you that it was such a success? Everyone was speechless. Little Wang said without batting an eye. But it looks like they're all scolding you. Zhang Ye smacked his lips and said, that is what you don't understand. This is exactly what I wanted to achieve. Look, it's trending, right? Everyone knows that we're going to make a domestic animation now, right? So isn't that a success? Well, all right. If you say it's successful, then it's successful. You're always right anyway. Chapter 1467. Come on out. The Legend of Qin. Chapter 1467. Come on out. The Legend of Qin. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the studio. After a few jokes, everyone got down to business. Ha Qiqi said, actually, I don't advocate taking on the Japanese comics immediately after coming onto the scene. The opponent is too big, and our enemy is too strong. The state of our comics industry is already in a relatively depressive state, and we have yet to find a good direction to make profits. We don't have a proper model to operate on either. We can't even stand on our own 2 feet, but we're already rushing to start a war against the Japanese comics industry. Isn't this too big of a first step to take? In the case that we lose, everything would have been for naught. Rather than that, shouldn't we do what is required of ourselves first? We can just compete with ourselves and stand out from the crowd of domestic cartoons, and it will be considered a success. Why do we have to insist on competing with the Japanese cartoons? Little Wang said, yeah, that's right. Little Zhou said, I'm afraid that we can't win against them. Wu Yi said, the opponent is coming on so strongly, but we're totally unprepared for it. It will be very difficult for us to win. Other than Zhang Ye and Sun Xiaobei, everyone else was not feeling too confident about the situation. Sun Xiaobei said, actually, we never wanted to compete with the Japanese comics in the first place. We also know that there's too great of a difference between the 2 countries' industries. But since our opponent has already arrived and even declared an unbridled war on US, driving us into a corner, there shouldn't be anything for us to be afraid of anymore. We just have to bite the bullet and take them head on. Zhang Yi smiled and said, that's right. Since they've come knocking on our door, what's the logic in not accepting their challenge? Ha Qiqi said, we've already put out the word that we'll be challenging them, yet we still do not have a proposal for the cartoon or any ideas to work with. In that case, what can we take them on with? Sun Xiaobei said, we will definitely decide on something today. After that, we'll immediately start work on production. Zhang Yi said, I do have a few ideas here, but I haven't considered them fully yet. Let me give it some thought first. Everyone started giving their suggestions and discussing together. Zhang Yi was actually hesitating. Which one should he use? This was a battle that had to be properly planned and fought. It had to sound the gong and also be won. Therefore, the choice of work was of the utmost importance. If there was any carelessness, the entire war would be lost, and Zhang Ye didn't like losing at all. It was either he did it to his best, or he didn't do it at all. If he had to do this, then it would have to be brilliantly executed so that no one could have any grumblings about it. There were some elite Chinese animation productions in his previous world, but some of them were already outdated, while others were not suitable for this world and the times they were in. As such, they couldn't be used. After eliminating those, not too many other choices were left for Zhang Ye to choose from. He could only select from a few candidates. 3D, Chinese, production, something that could take on the Japanese cartoons, and it would even have to ensure that it could win. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed as he kept thinking about it. In the end, it seemed like there was only that one cartoon that would work. It was the only production that Zhang Ye had the most confidence would win and not lose, a milestone work among the Chinese 3D animations. Some of the plot and details might still need to be ironed out after bringing it to this world, but it shouldn't affect it too much. After a long consideration, there shouldn't be any other more suitable animation than this for their situation. Okay, that's the one. Come on out, The Legend of Qin. The uprising of this world's Chinese cartoon industry also depends on you being at the front lines. I'll be troubling you. If it were any other work, I wouldn't be able to rest easy. In the end, Zhang Ye had to bring out this trump card to wage the battle for him. Zhang Ye had returned to the comics and animation field. This was still a very sensational piece of news. At the very least, the comics magazine publishers and animation companies in Japan were all quite alarmed by it. PO Studios. What? Zhang Ye has returned. He has gone to meddle in the Chinese animation field? Why is it him again? Damn, why is he like an inexorable ghost? Can't this fellow just die? Shonen Publishing. What's going on? He must be doing this on purpose. You don't have the time to carry on with the comic serializations, but have the time to engage in your Chinese animation productions. Aren't you deliberately challenging us this way? This fellow is trying to start trouble again. Why is he always going after us? Did we anger you? Shikancha, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Me too. Nothing good ever happens whenever this fellow appears. He's trying to pick a fight with us. But what has he got that he can pick a fight with us? Chinese cartoons? He's got to be too conceited, right? What good can any Chinese-made cartoons be? The Japanese side was full of scolding. They had really been frightened by Zhang Ye. When Zhang Ye announced the cancellation of his comics, it had nearly ruined the entire Japanese comics industry. Putting aside the economic losses, just the psychological blow alone was enough to scar them for life. This was a lifetime of pain for Japanese comics. Some Japanese citizens and industry personnel would even shriek whenever they remembered what happened to One Piece or Naruto. All of their misery was single-handedly created by Zhang Ye. And now, they were going to face Zhang Ye in battle again? Thinking about this, a lot of people trembled in fright. They really could not understand why this Zhang fellow just had to keep finding trouble with them. Can't you switch targets? Can't you go look for trouble with someone else? In reality, they didn't honestly think that any Chinese cartoon could truly pose a threat to them. Rather than a threat, it wouldn't even be an obstacle for them. The difference was just too great. If it were any other person who came forward to declare a challenge to them, they wouldn't care at all. But this person was Zhang Ye, that same Zhang Ye who had just thrown the entire Asian comics and animation field into chaos. Although they hated him and found the guy to be evil, they could not help but admit that Zhang Ye was indeed the most capable cartoonist in the whole of Asia. This was something they really could not help but be wary of. As such, the Japanese side all had their hairs standing on end as they remained cautious of their opponent's movements. The news from China was slowly spreading and being announced. It was only when the details of Zhang Ye's latest animation was made known that the Japanese comics and animation field could finally put their minds at ease. 3D. This idiot was actually going to make a 3D animation. The Japanese comics and animation world instantly gloated at this news. Ha ha ha. How funny is that? A layman is indeed a layman. He even dares to jump into the pit that is 3D animation. That Zhang fellow is so stupid. Who doesn't know that there isn't any future for 3D animation? I was so scared. I was still worried that he might do something to cause an upset, thinking that he would produce another piece like One Piece. That would have really put the pressure on us, but it looks like we can breathe a sigh of relief now. Zhang Ye must not know that 3D animation was abandoned by the comics and animation field many years ago. Back when 3D technology was just emerging, we were also very excited by the possibilities and wanted to create something different. But what was the outcome of that? Countless experiments have proven that it doesn't work at all. The investment is too pricey and it gets almost zero returns. The audience isn't convinced by it, so no one even bothers with it anymore. For something that has already been abandoned by the comics and animation world, he's picking it out of the trash. That dumbass. That Zhang guy is going to be dumbfounded by the results. Let's see if he can still skip around after this. Ha. This will be very interesting to watch. Ridicule, derision, celebration. The Japanese side went crazy with joy. Over in China, the people were also stunned. Many of those from the Chinese animation companies had seen some hope when they saw Zhang Ye stepping forward to produce a Chinese cartoon. Some of them were even stirred up by the call to arms essay that Zhang Ye had written and were wondering what kind of an amazing animation Zhang Ye and Miracle Animation Studios would come up with. But as it stood, a 3D animation? It just had to fucking be this. I'm gonna faint. We're finished. There's no hope anymore. This is a bottomless pit. There are still people who dare to experiment with 3D animation these days. They're gonna lose so much money. Damn, Miracle Animation Studios is one of the best local animation companies in the industry. What are they thinking? Teacher Zhang is behaving on a whim. But why are they following suit? On Weibo, the netizens were also dumbfounded. Does anyone even make 3D animation anymore these days? The more no one does it, the more Zhang Ye will do it. Have you all forgotten about his temperament? This fellow has always had huge balls. Teacher Zhang is looking for trouble again. Will this work? I have a feeling that Lord Zhang will castrate this project as well. This fellow is too bold. Yeah, and he's even playing it bigger than the last time around. I thought that he would be using something good to take on the Japanese cartoons. So that's all that he has. Then what's the point of taking them on? Even before we can challenge them, we're already dead in the water. A lot of people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Almost no one was optimistic about this venture. Chapter 1468, The Voiceover Talent for the Legend of Qin. Chapter 1468, The Voiceover Talent for the Legend of Qin. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The battle began. Right now, it was the calm before the storm in the animation field. This was the first time in history that someone was directly challenging Japanese comics in the comics industry. Whether anyone held any hopes for it, it still did not deter the continued attention of everyone. Who would lose? And who would win? Everyone was waiting to find out. Preparations for several of the Japanese animation productions had already begun. Has the source footage been delivered? We've already sent it over. Hurry up and get everything done. Only the dubbing is a little tricky to handle. We've already asked the best voice actors in China to work on our projects. All right, and don't save on the promotions either. Understood. Miracle Animation Studios. Preparations were also in full swing. One after another, all kinds of proposals were tossed out. Sun Xiaobei said, Teacher Zhang, have a look. Zhang Ye said, this one won't do. How about this one? This won't do either. All of the proposals were rejected by Zhang Ye. In the end, Zhang Ye took out one proposal himself and handed it out to them. Let's go with this. We'll do it according to the specifications. If there's anything that we don't have the resources for, leave it to me. The people of Miracle Animation Studios were dumbfounded. Chen Xiang said startled. The investment for this is too much. Sun Xiaobei was also shocked. 150 million in funding. Zhang Ye added, this is only the preliminary estimate. If it isn't enough, we can still add to it. The publicity budget will be a separate figure. Sun Xiaobei gasped and said, if we go ahead with this plan, the production fees could possibly go up to 200 million. That's right. Zhang Ye smiled and said, since we're taking on the Japanese cartoon industry, we definitely have to have a bigger budget. If we're going to do this, we must do it to the best standards in the industry. Like I've said, I'm not interested in a low-stakes game. We either go big or we go home. The people of Miracle Animation Studios broke out into cold sweats. But this is way too big. Whatever. Since it's already like this, we'll just go ahead and do it. If we die, we die. Come what may. At the point the proposal was decided on, a lot of them put on a gallant face as they decided to gamble everything they had on it. The animation production began. Miracle Animation Studios started recruiting people to work on it. Zhang Ye started storyboarding. But the pressure on Zhang Ye this time was pretty huge. He understood how comics worked, and that was no longer a problem for him. But directing an animation production was different from making a comic. One required him to draw, while the other required him to direct. That was already different. Zhang Ye had directed variety shows before, and even the Spring Festival Gala as well, but this was his first time handling an animation production, and it was even a 3D animation to boot. This was clearly something completely new to him. Zhang Ye was crossing over into a different industry again. So all of his decisions would have to be carefully considered, and he also needed the support of others. For example, like the voice acting. Voiceover talent was one of the major features in Japanese animation. Many voice actors were even more popular than some of the D or E-list celebrities around. It had reached the point where voice actors had become an indispensable part of Japanese animation. Since he wanted to challenge the Japanese animation industry, this was something that he had to make up for. But how could he make up for it? There wasn't a proper network of voice actors to recruit from. But of course, Zhang Ye had his own ideas. He brought out his next trump card. He made a few calls. Fan Wenli. Hello, Zhang. Old fan. I'm looking for you for something. Speak if you need help. I'm making a domestic animation. I know that, it's all over the news. But I won't be able to help you with this. Your animation will contain only fictional characters, so it's not like I can guest star in it or something. But you can do the voice acting. Voice acting. Your voice is very pleasant, and you're also a professional musician. So how about it? Will I be good enough? You're definitely good enough. Su Mylan. Sister Lan, it's me. Teacher Zhang. I have a favor to ask. Yes. It's about my new animation. Can you help me to do some voice acting for one of the characters as a guest star? Me? Yes. Give your brother some support, won't you? When? In a fortnight. We can arrange a time based on your schedule. All right. Since it's Teacher Zhang asking me, it's no problem. I still owe you one from the last time you helped me out with the SRFD. Dong Shanshan. Shanshan, can I book you for an event? What is it? Help me do some voice acting for my animation. I'm giving you a good part. As if I know how to voice act. We both majored in broadcasting. So which of us have not learned how to voice act? All right then. Thanks. One by one, he made the calls. Zhang Xia, Yao Jinkai, Yu Yingyi, Xiaodong, and so on. He made appointments with whoever could help him. Other than a few friends who couldn't do it due to scheduling conflicts, Zhang Ye settled things with almost all of them with one phone call. Everyone gave a lot of face to Zhang Ye. This was the other trump card of his. Couldn't recruit enough voice actors? He would make up for that with celebrities. A similar model one did not exist in this world yet. But in Zhang Ye's previous world, this was something of a formula. There were multiple cases of celebrity guests starring in animations, so Zhang Ye was very familiar with it. But as this was unknown to the people here, it was still a very novel idea to them. No one had seen something like that before. When Zhang Ye brought out this list to show the people of Miracle Animation Studios, he could see that Sun Xiaobei, Chen Xiang, and the others were all dumbfounded. Chen Xiang was stunned. What the heck? Li Ji cried out, heavens. Han Bin said, this lineup is way too impressive. Hu Kabang said in shock, they're all at least A or B-list celebrities. And there's even a heavenly queen amongst them? Zhao Qingfei said, my God. Zhang Ye smiled and said, in the past, our domestic animation productions have always had a shortcoming in the area of voice acting. We might not be able to make up for it in the short term, so we have to do it another way. My social relations in the entertainment circle might be a little lacking, but I still have a few friends who I can count on. Don't worry, this won't cost much money. They're all my friends and are more than willing to guest star in the production. Furthermore, there's no need to worry about their professionalism and standards. They'll definitely be good enough. Everyone looked at one another. For the first time, they were starting to have some confidence. With this lineup of voiceover talent, it could easily scare anyone to death. There was absolutely no precedent in history. Su Mylan, Fan Wenli, Dong Shanshan. How many people could invite these big names to voice act for them? No one. No one could do it. Even if you were to pay others to act in a movie, they would still have to look at the script and understand the character first. Furthermore, this was for a role in which they wouldn't even be showing their faces. With their status, why would they want to go behind the scenes to voice act? But Zhang Ye managed to convince them to do it? In Zhang Ye's previous world, The Legend of Qin did not have such a grand lineup, nor did it have so much funding. But over in this world, Zhang Ye had a lot of resources to play with. Since he could make it better, he absolutely had to make it better. He was never afraid of hyping things up. Funding, voice actors, production, publicity. He used only the best for all of them. He would make it the biggest for all of it. What he wanted to achieve was to make The Legend of Qin astonish everyone right out of the gates. Wasn't everyone pessimistic about a homegrown animation? Didn't they all feel that a 3D animation wouldn't work? All right then, I'll broaden all of your horizons. An animation with our own style can also astonish Asia. It will sweep everything aside. Chapter 1469. Zhang Ye's new cartoon is released. Chapter 1469. Zhang Ye's new cartoon is released. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Japanese animation Murder of Angels was officially released. It was followed closely by Martial King and several other cartoons that also made their debut in China. Even other animated series from Japan received same-day releases in China. The days of keeping up with the latest episodes, waiting for the subtitling teams and video sources were over. The Chinese netizens were now able to view the latest official releases of the Japanese animated series in both Chinese and Japanese. If they wanted to watch the animation in Chinese, they could just select the Mandarin audio channel. If they wanted to watch it in its original language, they just had to switch it to the Japanese audio channel. The industry paid close attention. The people were in anticipation. It's here. At last, we don't have to wait for the subbing teams to translate them anymore. The dubbing is quite acceptable. This is really a full-scale invasion. The Chinese market is going to fall. They're coming in with unstoppable force. The views are exploding. Damn, what a high view count. I knew it. Once the Japanese cartoons came into the Chinese market and officially began their money-grabbing attempts, they would sweep all competition aside. They have too many fans of their works already. Didn't Lord Zhang call everyone to stand united and boycott them? And you believe that his words would have any effect? How are we supposed to boycott the Japanese cartoons? Do you guys really believe that the 3D domestic animation by Zhang Ye could take on those Japanese cartoons? Anyone who jumps into that pit will die. The view count kept climbing. Martial King's single-episode views reached 20 million. Murder of Angels was the most popular, gaining 31 million views. The other Japanese cartoons that came to China also performed great. This good start gave the Japanese side an assurance and also made those online video hosting sites and partners in China very excited. Over the next few days, Murder of Angels and the other series were getting more and more popular. The Chinese cartoons were being forced back in defeat. This was a massacre, an absolute massacre. During this period, a Chinese animation studio rushed out a production of theirs. It was called The Legend of Youth and was backed by a 20 million renminbi investment. In terms of Chinese animation productions, this was a big project. But when the animation was released, the reviews for it were extremely poor. A lot of people were shaking their heads in disapproval. There were also those who really wanted to support the local animations and went to watch it in anticipation, but they were all disappointed. The production quality is horrible. There's nothing new about the plot. It's just imitating the Japanese cartoons. How boring. Hi. It's really over for the domestic cartoon industry. With such a level of production, it's not even good enough to be shown. The Legend of Youth had failed without a doubt. Its single episode only gained a share of 550,000 views. It wasn't even a fraction compared to the Japanese cartoons. It was terrible. The Chinese animation field mourned. Meanwhile, Japanese animation was doing great. We've finally taken the Chinese market. For the next 10 years, the Chinese cartoon industry will be ruled by us. Aren't you being too conservative by saying 10 years? Right. For the next 20 years, the Chinese cartoon industry wouldn't have any chance of making a comeback. So where's Zhang Ye's new animation? Who knows? His animation production started off from nothing, so it will have to be slowly made. Furthermore, it's a 3D animation, so the production process will be slightly more troublesome. Without a year or so, how could it be completed? By that time, the Chinese cartoon industry will have turned into a barren land. How could he still have any chance of fighting back against us then? The Japanese cartoons were sweeping the competition aside. The Chinese cartoon's future was bleak, and Zhang Ye's new production was still a long way off from being released. But at this moment, Zhang Ye once again proved to the people with his actions what it meant to be the fastest shot in the world. Miracle Animation Studios and Zhang Ye's studio suddenly announced that The Legend of Qin would be officially released on the 1st of the following month. They vowed to take the fight with the Japanese cartoons to the bitter end. The industry was in shock. What? This? Hey, this is way too fast. Are you fucking on steroids? How could you have completed it within a month? The Japanese animations already have completed works that just need a little editing before having the voice actors dub over them. Even that had taken them half a month's time to get ready. But you who started from zero has actually completed everything in just 1 month? And it's even a 3D animation? How can it be a production worth watching? Just how shoddy will the animation quality be? The voice acting should be something to look forward to. How can it not be? There's a heavenly queen in the cast. But why am I so anxious about the content of this animation? This fellow is such a fast worker. The Japanese side was laughing. They did not believe that the animation that Zhang Ye used a month to complete could cause much of a stir. They thought that Zhang Ye had forced it out in order to have something to fight them with. 3D animation? With native elements? Rushed out in 1 month. Every point was suggesting it to be a failure. There didn't seem to be a future for this animation, no matter how you looked at it. Japan, Korea, the industry, the people, and even the media were all left with a big question mark over their heads regarding this new animation by Zhang Ye. Miracle Animation Studios. Everyone was gathered here. Sun Xiaobei was very excited. We've finally arrived at this moment. Qin Xiang's heart was pounding. He had just finished watching 5 episodes of the cartoon that had been produced. It's hard to imagine it, but this animation is really unprecedented. Zhang Ye smiled. It's our time to make an appearance. We can't keep letting them have all the limelight, after all. Hu Kabang anxiously asked, Director Zhang, is this cartoon really going to work? Zhang Ye said, as long as our production can keep up with the series release, it won't be a problem. The animation might not be completed, but we can't wait anymore. We have to release it immediately. Hanbin said, at the moment, the hottest cartoon from Japan is Murder of Angels. Its single episode views have already reached an astonishing 30+ million views, and the total series views have broken 100 million. So if we're going to declare war, should we target Murder of Angels? Shouldn't we aim to beat it? Aim to beat it? Aim to beat it for what? What's the use of aiming to beat it? Zhang Ye waved his hands and said haughtily, I want to challenge 10 of their series at one go. Everyone was speechless. Zhang Ye currently felt exceedingly confident. The legend of Qin had finally been resurrected in this world by him. Furthermore, it was even resurrected as a more sophisticated version of the production by him. Who else? Just tell me, who else wants to have a go? If it weren't someone from his previous world, they would never know just how awesome the legend of Qin was. But Zhang Ye knew. So this fellow had an urge to stand on the rooftops and belt out the famous Jingzhong Plateau 1. On the 1st of the new month. It was time. The legend of Qin shockingly debuted. Due to a very strong publicity campaign, the hype was real. Countless people came to watch the video with the mentality of giving the animation a try. Some of them were doing so because of Zhang Ye's reputation, while others were here because of the celebrity voice actors. Up to this moment, there wasn't anyone who actually felt that this cartoon could shake off the curse of being a Chinese animation. But after they watched the first episode, the whole of China was excited. The narration came on. It was Zhang Ye who did the voiceover. The previous dynasty of 1,000 years has come to an end. A sense of desolation had set into the recesses of everyone's hearts. Memories of vast and splendid plains had turned to sand in the shadows of this new world. Resistance was futile. All who stood against the new empire were crushed under merciless horseshoes. The divided kingdoms were united into one empire. What used to be a deafening clamor has been silenced into one voice. Golden dagger axes, cavalry, wasteland, massacres. In one short minute, the magnificent images shocked everyone into stupefaction. It caught a lot of people off guard, and they couldn't believe what they were watching. The Chinese people were stunned. Holy shit, this. What's going on? Tell me what's going on. Was this produced by Zhang Ye? Is this really our own cartoon? In the media? Oh my god, this is too stunning. Was this really done by us? But it's impossible. When did we have such quality? The Japanese side was also dumbfounded. This is a 3D animation? Why is it like that? This isn't right. This isn't right at all. What is with the look of this? Animation. Stunned. Shocked. Dumbfoundedness. Astonishment. Only now did a lot of people realize that Zhang Ye's new animation was completely different from what they had imagined. How the fuck can this be a Chinese animation production? Fuck, this doesn't make any sense at all. Chapter 1470, Sweeping the Japanese Cartoons Aside. Chapter 1470, Sweeping the Japanese Cartoons Aside. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The imagery was amazing. So amazing that a lot of people nearly went blind. As for the plot, would the plot maintain a local flavor? A lot of people were waiting in anticipation at their computers as they dumbfoundedly watched on. Then, even more people were dumbfounded. Many of those watching gasped as they continued watching. In the video, Gunye said, Tianming, are you afraid? Tianming said, no. Do you know why none of them are attacking? It looks like they're really afraid. That's right. Are they that afraid of you? They're not afraid of me. Then what are they afraid of? They're afraid of the consequences of getting in my way. You must remember the look in their eyes. Do not forget it for the rest of your life. Tianming asked why. Gunye explained, because these are the eyes of the weak. You must not become a weakling. Very quickly, the first episode was over. A lot of people had finished watching it with wide eyes. What was the impression that everyone always had of Chinese animation? Productions? Low budget. Poor technical quality. Bad art. Boring plot. Bad voice acting. There was almost no comparison between the Japanese cartoons and their Chinese cartoons. The difference was not just a little, but like that of heaven and earth. In all aspects, their Chinese cartoons were inferior to the Japanese cartoons. This was something that the people were used to. They never had any expectations for Chinese cartoons, thinking that they didn't have the technical quality, capabilities, and strength to compete. But on the day The Legend of Qin was released, everything changed. Everyone's mindset of Chinese cartoons was shattered. It was utterly broken to the point they had no doubts left. Surprise, excitement, disbelief. This is a Chinese cartoon? This is our very own animation production? At a school, during recess. Xiaofeng, have you watched The Legend of Qin yet? What the heck is that? Zhang Ye's latest animation. I don't watch Chinese cartoons. You idiot. Hurry up and watch it. It's awesome. Are you serious? I'd be a dog if I'm lying. At a company. Goodness, who here has watched The Legend of Qin? I finished watching it. It was amazing. I was so dumbfounded. Me too. The art was so beautiful. The plot was very interesting too. The voice acting was even better. Zhang Ye's voice was the best. Yeah, I've been a fan of his narration since A Bite of China. At a Chinese animation studio. Holy shit, how awesome. This is too fucking awesome. How did he manage to make the art so beautiful? Just how much money did they spend on this? This 3D imagery has got to be the most outstanding in the industry, right? The script is a classic too. What kind of a mind does Zhang Ye really have? On this day, the country's comics and animation fans went crazy. They absolutely couldn't have expected that Zhang Ye's new animation would actually be like this. This was already beyond anyone's expectations and had subverted the stereotype of Chinese animation productions that many people had. Be it the art, voice acting, or plot, there was nothing to nitpick. Almost everything was done to perfection. It didn't look worse than the Japanese cartoons. It was definitely not any worse than their cartoons. And more importantly, The Legend of Qin had one huge advantage that the Japanese cartoons did not have, and it was that the setting was in China. The story was based on Chinese history, so no matter how the Japanese cartoons were translated into Chinese, it wouldn't be as immersive to the locals as an animation that had a local flavor. A wave of good reviews instantly followed. The Legend of Qin's reputation shot through the roof. 9.7, 9.6, 9.8. These were the scores that several of China's largest rating sites had given it. In the blink of an eye, it became the highest-rated animation in the history of Chinese animations. Countless reviews were